CNF Radio Productions present Michael Raffetto as Jonathan Brixton.
Mr. Blixton, wake up. You go office.
I'm tired, Fong. I got to bed very late.
Me know. Yeah, you drink this coffee.
If I'm not well.
You say that every morning. You get up.
Jonathan Brixton, criminal lawyer of San Francisco, bachelor of uncertain habits, brilliant in court, yet capable of amazing indolence. But then he has Fung to feed him and to get him out of bed, and James to do all the tedious work of looking up the law. Yes, James is the studious type, but don't let his quiet way deceive you. He's a brawny fellow with a mean wallet.
Put up that gun, do you hear? Firearms make me nervous.
Yeah? Well, it's too bad. You and Brixton here better say your prayers, because this is your finish, see?
James, I'm afraid he means business. Do you suppose...
Hey, stand still. What do you think you're...
All right, James. Yes, sir.
Oh, very thorough, James. Very thorough.
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to hit him so hard.
Yes, James, your punches aren't gentle.
Jonathan Brixton. His business is crime. A sordid life, but never dull, because you never know what to expect next. For example, who would dream that there was murder in the offing at the home of Miss Effie Blacklock, wealthy, old, eccentric Miss Blacklock, maiden lady of San Francisco?
I hereby further bequeath and devise all my property, both real and personal, to my grandniece, Miss Ruby Jo Bollard, provided that said grandniece... Miss Ruby, are you listening?
Yes, Aunt Essie.
Very well. I can't tolerate inattention when I'm speaking. Now, where was I? Miss Ruby Jo Bollard. Oh, yes. Provided. Now, this is important, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Aunt Essie.
Provided that said grandniece continues to live with me, Miss Effingham Blacklock, so long as I remain alive, and that she continues to be guided by my advice, and serves as my companion. Is that clear?
Yes.
There's a great deal more of legal falderall, but I've read you the essential provisions. I might add, however, that should you take it into your pretty head to forsake me in my old age, I have provided in the will that everything will go, everything, mind you, will go to the university. Now, have you anything to say?
No, Aunt Essie.
You're thinking of that young man, aren't you? Of Roger.
Well,
He's not worthy of you. I've told you that repeatedly. No connections. Such an indifferent family. But then I shan't live forever.
Oh, please don't say things like that, Aunt Essie.
Well, we'll not go into it again tonight. It's past 9. Call Winters to help me to my room.
All right.
Winters?
Yes?
Auntie's ready.
Yes, Miss Ruby, coming.
She'll be right in.
Yes. You'll lock up these papers for me?
Yes, Auntie.
Yes. Tidy up the desk. It's a relief to have that will drawn up. Been worrying me of late. I'm getting old, Miss Ruby. Very old.
But you...
Don't interrupt. I know I'm getting old. I tire so easily. Oh, where is Winters? What does she mean by keeping me waiting? Winters!
Yes, Miss Blacklock. I'm right here.
You've kept me waiting. Take my arm.
Yes, Miss Blacklock.
Careful. Careful. Know how my back pains me?
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry. You've been getting out of hand lately. And put down that sewing basket. Always sewing. What's the matter with you foreigners?
I am not foreigner. I am American.
When you finish there, it'll be time to go to your room, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Auntie.
Oh, can't you be more careful, Winters? You support me as if you were handling a pie to beat. Once this war is over, a person will be able to get beaten up.
Roger.
I've been standing out here waiting for her to leave. Give me a hand. I'll climb in the window.
Oh, but she's forbidden you.
Give me a hand.
That's a girl. What cold out there. I thought she'd never leave.
Quiet. Let's close this window.
Oh, yeah. What's she doing? Giving another lecture on what a bum I am?
Oh, Roger, I don't know what we're going to do.
We're gonna get married, that's what we're gonna do. And your old Aunt Effie or nobody else is gonna stop us.
But she's made everything so difficult.
We care. We'll run away. Or is money more important to you?
Oh, of course not. It isn't that. But she is old, and I feel so sorry for her sometimes.
Sorry. She's a mean old... I hate her.
Oh, don't say those things.
Give me a kiss.
Oh, Roger. Oh, Roger.
Look, darling. We'll get some clothes together. We'll run away tonight.
Oh, but I can't just run off without a word. It'd kill her.
Look at me. Do you love me?
You know I do.
And do what I say. I'll wait for you here in the library.
All right. I'll hurry.
Right. Hey,
Yeah?
your aunt's bedroom is the one at the top of the stairs, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, be quiet when you go by her door.
I will.
I'll see you later.
All right. I love you.
And I love you.
Who is it? Is that you, Winter? Winters, turn on the light. Miss Ruby? Oh, turn on the light. You know I can't reach my light with this back of mine. Is there someone in this room? I'll scream.
No. You're choking me.
Would you have a final one on the house, Mr. Brixton?
Why, that's an intriguing proposition, Steve, but why final?
Midnight in 2 minutes. 12 o'clock deadline for serving drinks. But why should I be telling you what the law is, eh? It's a good one, ain't it? A bartender telling Jonathan Brixton what the law is.
I could have a worse tutor, Steve.
Hey, ain't got much of that 20-year-old stuff left. Keep it for special customers.
It ascends me to the brain, makes it quick, apprehensive.
How's that?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Falstaff.
Oh.
Hey, Stephen, how much do you think it would cost to induce that piano player to take a rest?
Oh, you want him to stop? Why, sure, I'll tell him.
Well, we don't want to hurt his feelings. I'm sure he's doing his best.
Oh, you can't hurt Charlie's feelings. He,
Well, you must have read our thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brixton. Glad you like it.
How nice and quiet.
Paper. Morning paper. Rich old lady murdered. Paper, mister.
No, thank you. I like my paper with my coffee. Not that I eat it. Don't misunderstand me.
Rich old lady murdered. Read about the latest.
always somebody getting killed. But makes business for you lawyers, don't it?
Stephen, the human race is depraved.
Sure is, yeah, sure is. Hey, Bub, you with the paper, come here.
Yeah.
Who was killed? Somebody here in San Francisco?
Yeah, here you are. Picture of her on the front page.
Okay, here's a dime. Now screw.
Paper.
Ah.
Well, the maestro has now turned to the classics.
Huh. Look at this, Mr. Brixton. Old Lady Blacklock killed. That rich old dame in the big house on Nob Hill. You know?
Effie Blacklock?
Yes, strangled about 9 o'clock tonight. Got the guy, though. Young fella who was in love with her niece or something.
Him not been there tonight, huh? All right. If he come in there, you tell him call home. It's a fang. Goodbye.
Not there either.
No.
We've simply got to get hold of him, Fong.
I don't know where he go. He don't tell me. I think you better go home. Too late to do anything tonight. Look, 1 o'clock.
I know, but I promised this Miss Blacklock's niece I'd get Mr. Brixton on it tonight. Oh, I'd better call my wife. She'll be getting worried. Hand me the phone, will you? Thanks.
Niece kill old lady?
No phone. It's her boyfriend. They got him locked up. She's frantic and she wants... Oh, hello. Hello, dear. This is James again. You went to sleep, were you? Well, I'm still at Mr. Brixton's house. No, we haven't located him yet. Yes, but, darling, as long as I'm working for him, I've got to do my job. Well, I know, but... Well, yes, dear, but... Well, just because he does those things, it doesn't mean I'm going to. You're all right. Yeah. Yes, well, I think if you... Well, yeah, I will. Yes, I will. Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Your wife, she don't like him, Mr. Blixton. She think he bad. She lied.
Well, she's upset. You can't think of any other place he might be, huh?
Let's see. No. Oh, him come now.
Fong, you should be in bed.
Mr. Lie here.
Oh, James.
Mr. Brixton, I've been trying to get in touch with you for hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been doing a little research.
It's the Blacklock case. You knew she was killed early this evening.
Yes, I did hear something about it.
Well, the niece is frantic. See, the boy she's in love with is involved, and she tried to get hold of you right away. Seems she called here several times, and Fong finally told her to call me.
You told her we'd take the case?
Well, no, not exactly. I told you were kind of funny about taking cases, but I'd talk to you.
Yeah. Where is she now?
Home. She's waiting to hear from you.
Body at the morgue?
I don't know. You see, I haven't really done anything much except look for you.
Yeah. I'm hardly in the mood for work.
She seems quite young and very desperate. I felt sorry for her.
What about the boy?
His name is Roger Murray. They've locked him up. Seems he's confessed to the murder.
Confessed? Then our work is cut out for us, James. Let's go. I see. Now tell us this, Miss Bovard. Who discovered the body?
I did.
Go on. Tell us about it.
After I'd packed my bag and I was coming down to meet Roger in the library here, well, as I passed out in his room, I had a feeling of, a kind of guilty feeling came over me. And
What do you mean, a guilty feeling?
running off without a word. After all, she had raised me, and in a way, she'd done a lot for me.
So you decided to go in and tell her, is that it?
Yeah. I opened her door. The room was dark, and I called to her. She didn't answer. I went over to her bed and spoke to her. She seemed so still, it frightened me. Oh, it was awful.
Take your time.
I turned on the light. When I saw her face, I knew something terrible had happened. I ran to the head of the stairs and called Roger. He came up, and Winters rushed in from her room.
Yes, about this Winters. She the only servant in the house?
The only one that lives in the house, yes. The cook and the chauffeur have quarters over the garage.
And Winters is a sort of personal maid for your aunt?
Yes, she acts as housekeeper and is Auntie's maid. Sort of like a nurse in a way, too. You see, Auntie hasn't been awfully well lately. Well, that's one reason why I hated running off without...
Yes?
Well, where is Winters now?
She's in the sewing room right across the hall here. Poor thing, she's frightened to death. She said she was going to sew to try to get her mind off things. She's a foreigner, and they take death awfully hard.
What nationality is she?
I don't know, but she has some funny name that Auntie couldn't pronounce, so she decided to call her Winters.
We ought to have a talk with her, don't you think, Mr. Brixton?
Yes, Jim. Oh, what did Roger say when he saw your aunt?
We all rushed into the room. We were all so... Well, I don't really know what happened. Somebody called the doctor and...
Your own doctor?
Yes, Dr. Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
He came right over. But of course it was too late to do anything. When he said she'd been strangled, well, then Roger said yes, she had been. And that he had done it.
Oh, he had gone into her room while you were in your room packing, is that it?
Yeah. And then the doctor called the police and...
It's just a terrible ordeal for you, I know. I suppose you take us in to see this Winters for a moment, and then we'll let you get to bed. Ring that night bell again, James. Mac must be asleep in there.
Yeah. The morgue always depresses me. And that weird light up there. Seems like they try to make it just as ghoulish as they can.
Yeah?
Hello, Mac.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Brixton. How are you?
Hope we didn't disturb you. You know my assistant, James, here.
Sure.
Hello, Mac.
How are you? Come on in.
Go ahead, James.
What's on your mind, Mr. Brixton? Ain't late, ain't you?
Yes, just a little late at that. Hey, Mac, I want you to do me a little favor.
Yeah? Well, I ain't never failed you yet, have I?
That's right. I'd like to take a gander at a body you got in here.
Well, we got plenty of 'em. All sizes and shapes. Young, old, medium. Take the choice.
Well, the one we're interested in happens to be old. Miss Blacklock.
Oh, yeah, the old dame that was killed early tonight, eh? I was just working on her. The doc's going to perform an autopsy first thing in the morning. Say, you got on this case pretty fast, didn't you, Mr. Brixton?
Well, sort of a peculiar set of circumstances, Mac. You mind if we take a look?
Come on. Of course, you know I wouldn't do this for everybody.
Oh, I know. Just a little bit ago, I was saying to James here that I'm always in your debt.
Oh, no, I was just kidding. I haven't forgot all the things you've done for me. There we are.
Oh.
Can you imagine anybody strangling an old lady like that?
Lovely white hair. It's horrible, isn't it?
Get some people looking at stiffs. Did me at first. You see, Mr. Brixton? You can see she was choked all right.
Strange.
What, Mr. Brixton?
That mark there on her neck. I wonder how... James.
What is it?
James, we've got to get back to the Blacklock house.
What for?
Before somebody else is murdered.
But they've got the murderer in jail.
That's just the point. They haven't.
Yes?
It's Winters, Miss Rubik.
Oh, yes, Winters, come in. What is it, Winters? I was just going to bed.
I'm sorry I bother you. I'm so scared. I'm afraid in my room alone.
I know how you feel. Sit down.
I brought my sewing basket. Let me stay here, please.
Of course. I'm glad you came in.
You go to bed. I be quiet. I just turn on this one little lamp over there so to see a little bit to sew.
No, I can't go to sleep. We'll talk.
All right. We talk.
Yes, we'll... Oh, Winters, what are we going to do?
Do not cry.
No, I mustn't. I know Auntie was mean to you, but you must forgive her. We can't hate her now.
She's dead, yes. But I still hate her.
Oh, no, don't. Don't say that.
I hate her. She mean to me.
I know. She was mean to me, too, but she was old and sick.
All day she called me foreigner. I am not foreigner. I am American.
Please, she knew that. It was just her way.
I'm glad. I'm glad she's dead.
Winters, don't look like that. You frighten me.
All day she say, do this, do that, you clumsy foreigner. I try be good to her. But no. Do this, do that.
The doorbell?
Oh, come now. So late.
I don't know.
Police?
But what could the police want now? They've been here. You better answer it, Winters.
Police.
Hurry, Winters. It must be important, or they... Winters? What are you going to do? Oh, no. No, Winters! Down! Oh! Oh! She seems to be getting weaker, Mr. Brixton.
Yeah, she lost too much blood. I'm afraid there's no hope.
Oh, poor Winters. I tried to stop her, but before I could get to her, she had those big scissors in both hands.
Yes, right into her neck. She's a strong woman. She made a good job of it.
How's she coming, Mr. Brixton?
She's pretty weak. Did you get the doctor on the phone?
Yes, he's coming right over. I called the police, too, while I was at it.
Good. See if I can get her to make a statement. Winters. Winters, can you hear me?
Yes.
You killed Miss Blacklock?
Yes. I killed her.
Write down what she says, James.
She's dying, isn't she?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You better go away.
No, I'll stay.
Winters. Winters, why did you kill Miss Blacklock?
I hate her. Where is Miss Ruby?
I'm right here, Winters. What is it?
Roger is good boy. He loves you.
Yes, Winters. I know.
He lied to police when he said he killed Miss Blacklock.
Yes, Winters. He's only trying to protect Miss Ruby.
He think she do it. I was going to tell them I do it, but I get scared.
Why did you do it, Winters?
I want to tell Miss Ruby something.
Yes, I'm right here.
I'm happy now because I go to find my boy. My two boys.
What does she mean by that?
I don't know. I didn't know she had any children.
Come close.
Hurry. She hasn't much more time.
What is it, Winters? Yes? Oh, you poor, poor woman.
What is it?
She said she wasn't a foreigner. She said, how could she be a foreigner when she'd lost 2 boys at Corregidor?
Yes, one more little sip of tea, Fong, and then we'll get some sleep, eh? You realize I haven't been to bed yet?
Yeah, me know. Crazy.
Yes, but think what I've accomplished this night. Solved a crime.
No like it's a job. Losing too much sleep.
Why, Fong, you wouldn't leave me for the world. Ah, that's excellent tea. Oh, where was I? Oh, yes. You know the thing that told me that Winters was the guilty person?
No, I don't know.
It was this. When I saw that peculiar mark on old Effie Blacklock's neck. It was a strange indented mark, sort of strawberry-like, you know?
No.
Well, I'm telling you. Now, what could have made a mark like that? And then, like a flash, you'll forgive the platitude, Fong, it came to me. A thimble. Well, that boy didn't wear thimbles. Who did? Winters. Huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, is that all you've got to say? Don't you think that was a pretty clever solution to a mystery?
Me no likey mystery.
That is your introduction to Jonathan Brixton, starring Michael Raffetto, with Barton Yarborough as James. We must confess that Brixton is not a model man. He doesn't lead a pretty life, and he's no knight in shining armor. No, if you're looking for a conventional hero, Jonathan Brixton is not your man.
Wait a minute now. Mr. Brixton's done a lot of mighty fine things that people never hear about. Take the time he defended that fella Bert Fielding. Why, even my wife said that he...
James, let's not go into that, huh? The evidence is in. Let's rest our case.
Jonathan Brixton is a C&F radio production. Murder by Experts.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist whose books have been published in 17 languages, have sold over 10 million copies, and who is author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Frank Gruber. From the many thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Gruber has selected a tense and gripping story by George and Gertrude Fess. And now we present Larry Haynes in It's Luck That Counts.
When you're down on your luck, you can't expect things to break right. You see a dime lying on the street, you go to pick it up and get swiped by an auto. Or you snatch a bag from a rich-looking dame and all you find in it is 6 cents and a lipstick. You know what I mean. So when the bartender in this Pittsville dive told me to scram, I guess I should have listened.
Now look, Crumb, keep your hooks out to free lunch. Quit bothering the customers. Nobody's gonna buy you a drink.
I'm not bothering anybody.
Just you standing there bothers me. Just because I'm near the freight yards, every bindle stiff in the county thinks I run a club for hobos or something. I told you once, I told you a dozen times to shove off. Hey, what's going on? What are the cops coming here for?
All right, folks. Stand right where you are.
Hey, what is this?
Keep your shirt on, Delaney. This is a raid. Commissioner's orders. Hey, you there. Come over here.
I didn't do nothing.
All right, search him, Flocker.
What for? What have I done?
Never mind.
Oh, but I...
Hey, you. You in the brown suit. Get over there with the other one. And you there, Red. Go on, get over there. Hey, you. You're a new face. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Matthews, Dan Matthews.
Where do you live?
I'm just passing through.
Get over with the others, Matthews.
But I haven't done anything.
Kid.
Here's the next one, Lieutenant. His name is Dan Matthews.
All right, Dan. Now here's your chance to come clean. Why did you kill him?
Kill? I didn't kill anybody. I swear I did.
Suppose I told you were seen near the old lady's shack just about the time she was killed.
What old lady?
Sarah Grimes. Name's familiar, isn't it?
No, I never heard of her. I never was near her.
Where'd you hide the money, Danny?
What money?
The 75 grand you stole from the old lady after you killed her.
75 grand?
Yeah.
You think if I stole 75 G's, I'd be hanging around Delaney's bar, mooching a drink?
I'm asking the questions, Matthews. Now, where were you Tuesday night between 8 o'clock and midnight?
Well, if that's when it happened, that lets me out, Lieutenant. I was in Delaney's bar all that time. Ask him if you don't believe me. He'll tell you.
Oh. All right, Matthews. If Delaney backs you up, that'll clear you.
And you'll let me go?
Oh, no. No matter what Delaney says, we're holding you for vagrancy.
Vagrancy?
Yeah. You're a big, good-looking guy, Matthews. Why haven't you got a job?
Well,
This city doesn't like bums, Matthews. Especially bums from out of town. We got enough of our own. Hey, Sergeant, take Matthews back to this cell and bring in the next one.
They all gave me the big 00 and I got shoved back into the cell, but I just grinned at them and flopped onto a cot. They still had it coming. All of them were guys like me. All except one. He was about 40, big, and he wore a neat pinstriped suit. I could see he was really sweating under the cool front he was putting up. Presently, he came over to me.
Hey, fella.
Yeah?
What are they looking for? Listen, they question you. What are they trying to find? I don't even know why they arrested me.
You mean they just picked you up and pulled you in without telling you what for?
Yes. I was just opening up my pool parlor when the cops came. Hauled me up without a word. But what for? Why? You know what they want?
Yeah, sure I know. They're looking for a murderer.
Murderer? Who was killed?
Some old crow named Grimes.
Sarah Grimes?
Yeah, you know her?
Of course I know her. She was a friend of my old lady.
Well, she's dead. Head smashed in, blood all over everything. According to the cops, she had $75,000 hidden in that tumble-down shack of hers, maybe more.
75,000? Yeah, what have I to do with this? Why'd they arrest me?
Same reason they arrested me, to ask questions.
Tell me, what questions do they ask?
Well, lots of questions, you know.
Do they do anything else?
What do you mean?
They search you? Examine your clothes?
They didn't, but I decided to give the guy a ride. Sure. Sure, they go over you from head to foot. Examine your clothes under ultraviolet for blood stains, look into your cuffs, your shoes, socks, everything. Why?
Nothing. Listen, fella.
Danny's the name, Danny Matthews.
Danny, I'm Fred Bruno. You look like a nice guy. A guy I can trust.
Sure, everybody can trust Danny.
I want you to do me a favor.
I'll be glad to, only I'm not getting out of here, so I can't call you lawyer.
No, it's not that. I'm a married man, see?
Yeah, I see.
But sometimes I go to New York on business, you know.
Yeah.
I don't like to carry a lot of baggage with me, so I keep a bag in the city. A suitcase. I got my clothes in it. You know. You know New York?
Do I know New York?
You know that check room in Times Square in the subway?
Yeah, I know.
I got the suitcase checked there. I got the baggage check with me.
Well, that's no crime.
Yeah, but you see, it's like this. If they find that baggage check on me, they'll investigate, won't they?
Yeah, they'll investigate.
That's what I'm afraid of. I've got a girlfriend in the city. My wife finds out about that, there's going to be trouble. So, you see, I don't want them to know. You understand?
Yeah, sure. I know just how you feel.
They're not going to search you again.
No, they're not.
Would you?
Sure, I'll hold it for you. Just give it here.
I'll give you $10 for the favor. That's all I have on me.
Thanks. I'll be glad to do it for you.
You're a good guy, Danny. You give it to me when I come back.
Well, maybe you're not coming back. Maybe they'll let you go.
You needn't worry about that. I'll be around to pick it up.
Okay. Whenever you want it, you can have it back again.
That's fine. Here it is. Take care of it.
Oh, sure. You haven't a thing to worry about. Well, Fred Bruno didn't come back to the cell, so I knew the police didn't have enough on him to hold him. A couple of hours later, I was hauled into night court and was handed a 30-day stretch for vagrancy. I hadn't been in a week when they told me I had a visitor. Fred Bruno. He didn't waste any time getting down to business.
Where is it?
Where's what?
The baggage check.
What baggage check? I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't fool around with me, Matthews.
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I warn you, Matthews. I want that check. If I don't get it, you're not going to like what happens to you.
Maybe I better call the screw. You're threatening me. Maybe I'd better tell them you want a baggage check. Suppose they were to find that check, Bruno, and find the suitcase and your girl's picture in it. Your wife isn't going to like that.
All right, Matthews. You're asking for it. And you're going to get it. Right in the neck.
I knew then I had to do some planning. I wasn't letting that check slip through my fingers, not when for the first time in my life my luck was beginning to change. I ain't dumb. I knew it was in that suitcase. It was the 75 G's Bruno got when he knocked off his old lady friend. I knew I had to get that baggage check to a safe place. I got an envelope and a stamp and addressed it to Dan Andrews, care of General Delivery, New York. Then I got friendly with a stew who was in for 10 days on a D&D charge. I gave him $10 to mail a letter for me when he got outside. I knew it was taking a chance, but what else could I do? Well, when my 30 days were up, I walked down the jailhouse steps expecting to find Fred Bruno waiting for me. He wasn't there. But that didn't mean he wasn't having me tailed. I walked down the street and then turned off toward the main highway out of town. As I hiked along, I kept thumbing cars. The fourth one slowed down and stopped.
Would you like a lift?
Oh, you bet. Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. You going far?
New York? You going that far?
Oh, no, I'm not. Sorry. But I can take you about 20 miles on your way.
Well, every little bit helps.
Yes, I guess it does.
She smiled at me. She was a luscious blonde with blue eyes that really set you back on your heels. She looked to be about 25, and there was class written all over her. I sat next to her, smelling that wonderful perfume, and cursing my clothes and the luck that made us meet like this. You're not scared? Picking up a guy like me? I'm not dressed so well.
Should I be scared?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm not. As a matter of fact, I didn't look at your clothes when I stopped for you. I looked at your face.
Looked honest, huh?
Not only that.
Oh. Say, I sure wish you were going to New York. We could have a great time there.
Could we?
Well, you may think because I'm dressed like a tramp, I am a tramp. Broke, but that's where you're wrong. I've got lots of money waiting for me. I'll have it just as soon as I get to the city. Yes, sir, I've got a steak there waiting for me, a big steak.
That's nice. Somebody die and leave you a fortune?
I might say that. Sure, you might say that.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not going to New York. I'm on my way to my country place. I've got a little place near Gloucester.
Oh? You, staying there all alone?
Most of the time.
Isn't it lonely?
Well, yes, it might be a bit lonely.
Yeah, well, look, I don't have to get to New York today. I could get in tomorrow or the day after.
Are you angling for an invitation?
Well, I just thought if you wanted company.
I don't know. Well, I guess you could come to lunch, maybe, and stay for a swim.
I could. Yeah, that's swell.
Yes, I think it is, too. And since we'll be spending the afternoon together, I guess we better get to know each other's names. I'm Alice.
I'm Danny Matthews.
Glad to know you, Danny.
You're not half as glad as I am, Alice. It took us about an hour to get to that summer place of hers. It was off all by itself in the woods. Right near it was an old quarry filled with sparkling cold water. I helped her lug a carton of groceries from the car into the kitchen. We stowed them away together and took the covers off the furniture. I could feel it building between us all the time.
It's only 11 o'clock. Would you like to go for a swim now? The quarry's fine for swimming.
Well, sure, only I don't have a suit.
Oh, you can wear my brother's trunks. He's just about your size. I'll show you where you can change. Then I'll meet you in 5 minutes in front of the house.
I was ready in 3, and I waited for her on the porch. She came out in a white swimsuit. And when I saw her, I just about lost my breath. She was the dreamiest dame I ever laid eyes on. She smiled, and I just gulped.
Come along. We go down this path. Do you swim well? It's very, very deep.
Oh, like a fish. Come on, let's get in. Ah, yeah, this water's great.
My goodness, you are a good swimmer.
Oh, I was born near the East River.
Can you dive?
Oh, sure.
Can you touch bottom?
I don't know. How deep is it?
30 feet.
Oh, wait till I get on the sledge. Now watch me. The water was so clear I could see the bottom coming up at me as I kicked myself down. I grabbed a handful of gravel and started up. Here's a present for you.
thanks. I can't do that. I've tried, but I never can get all the way down.
Ah, it's easy.
Come on, stand here on this rock and catch your breath.
Eh.
Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
You're wonderful.
You're nice, too.
She turned to face me. I let my arms float around her and closed them. And as she floated up close to me, her lips were soft and cool. And then suddenly the coolness was gone and she was warm and close. She looked at me for a long moment with those beautiful eyes, and then she slipped away and swam to the other end of the quarry. I swam after her. We climbed onto the rocks and she sat down and pulled off a bathing cap. Alice,
Oh, Danny.
Alice, I know it's crazy just meeting you a couple of hours ago, but I'm nuts about you.
You're very nice, Danny. You're so very nice.
Now listen, come to New York with me. I got a pile of dough there just waiting for me to pick it up. I know I'm talking like I'm out of my head, me without a cent in my pocket, dressed in rags, and, well, it's true. But we'll really start living, get married, Alice. You don't know what you do to me.
Man, don't. We've got to get back to the house now. No, Danny, please, not now.
We went back to the house. I followed her inside into the living room. Somebody was standing there with a rod in his hand. Bruno.
Don't move, Matthews. Don't move or I'll plug you.
Danny? Danny, this is my husband.
Oh, I get it. I get it now.
Did you find it, Fred?
No, it's not in his clothes. I took them apart.
I haven't got it.
Well, maybe he hid it in the bedroom.
No, I looked everywhere. Talk, Matthews. Where is it? Talk, or you'll be wishing you were dead.
I haven't a thing to say.
Brave, aren't you? Wait. Before I get through with you, you'll talk. Plenty.
Save it.
Give it to him, Danny. Give it to him and you can go.
Nuts to you, gorgeous.
Never mind the talk. Upstairs, Matthews.
We went upstairs, and Bruno told her to tie me to a chair, and she did a good job, too. I was tied to that chair so tight I could hardly breathe.
You go outside, Alice. Leave him to me.
Yes, Fred. Danny, I'm sorry.
Well, this is your last chance. Are you going to talk? It's just the beginning.
Really did a good job, too. When it was through, I knew I'd been shellacked by an expert, but I didn't talk. I knew I'd be signing my own death warrant by spilling. He wouldn't kill me as long as he thought it could get me to sing. I was alone in the room, still tied to the chair. Downstairs, I could hear the two of them moving around, talking. I had to get my hands free. I pulled and jerked until the blood came. Then I passed out. Must have been hours later when I came to. It was dark and the house was quiet. I tried again to loosen my wrists, and I finally got my right hand free. Free, but almost useless. I rested, flexing my fingers. An hour passed, maybe more. I was picking at the knot that tied my left hand when the door quietly opened. The room was as dark as the inside of a camera, but I knew who it was. I'd know the smell of that perfume anywhere.
Danny? Danny, are you awake?
Yes, I'm awake.
He mustn't hear you whisper.
What for, I've got nothing to say.
Danny, he's going to kill you. I know it.
So what?
I don't want you to die.
You wouldn't kid me, would you?
I'm going to untie you and let you go.
Thanks.
I mean it. I do mean it. Just tell me where it is, that baggage check. Please, Danny.
Your keeping it won't do you any good, believe me.
Maybe not.
Now, Danny, listen to me. Freddie killed that old woman, and he'll kill you too. I don't want him to.
No?
No. Let him have the baggage check, Danny, and then we'll go away, you and I. I hate him. I hate him. He's a beast.
You're not getting anywhere, baby.
Oh, Dan. You think I want to get the money, don't you? You think I'm lying just to get the money? Well, I'll tell you something, Danny. There isn't any money in that suitcase.
Where is it if not in the suitcase?
I have it.
You have it?
Yes, I have. I took it out of the suitcase and put something else in.
All right. All right, you have the money. Why didn't you take a powder with it?
Because I can't get at it, that's why.
You have it, but you can't get at it. That makes
Now
sense.
listen. The night that Freddie killed her, he came here with the money. I didn't know he was going to kill her.
You didn't, huh?
No. I didn't know a thing about it until he showed me the money. He put it in the suitcase so he could drive down to New York and check it. Well, while he changed his clothes, I took the money out and put something else in.
Yeah? What'd you do with the dough?
After he left, I put the money in a big mason jar and dropped it in the quarry.
The quarry?
Yes. I was sure that I'd be able to dive down and get it up again. Well, I tried, but it was too deep for me. That's why I asked you if you could touch bottom, you see? So please, please tell Freddie where the check is. He'll go to get it, and while he's gone, we'll get the money and go away.
That's quite a yarn.
But it's true, Danny. Please, it's true.
All the time she talked, I kept working on my left hand, pulling to free it. And finally, it slipped out of the rope.
Oh, Danny, we can go out west. Someplace where they'll never find us. Please. Please, you've got to believe me. Danny, I love you, too. If I didn't, I wouldn't tell you all this. I'd keep the money for myself, wouldn't I?
How do I know you're not playing me for a sucker?
Well, you've got to trust me. Please. Please, tell me where the baggage check is.
Cut me free first.
You don't trust me, do you?
Sure, I trust you. But I haven't got it on me, you know that.
Where is it?
In New York, in a safe place.
Fine. I'll tell Freddie and he'll go for it. When he does pick up that suitcase, there'll be a surprise waiting for him. While he's gone, we'll get the mason jar from the bottom of the quarry and we'll be on our way west in the morning.
Does he know you're in here now?
Yes. Yes, I asked him to let me try talking to you. Danny, he thinks that I'm trying to fool you.
But you wouldn't do that, would you, honey?
Oh, Danny, can't I make you understand?
I could feel the numbness leaving fingers on my left hand. Now I had both hands free, and she was within my reach, lying her fool head off to get me to give up the 75 grand to give her and Freddie.
Where is it, Danny?
Come closer, Alice.
All right.
Kiss me. Just to show me you're leveling with me. She came close, her lips pressed against mine. And then I had one hand on that soft, lying red mouth of hers and the other on that throat. With all my strength, I held on, pulling her down on my knees so her feet wouldn't hit the floor. Suddenly she was limp, but I didn't let go. Minutes went by. Finally, I took my hand off her mouth. She wasn't breathing anymore. She was dead. Slowly, I let her body down on the floor. Then I untied the knots that held me to the chair. I reached for her, and carefully, with stiff fingers, I took off her jacket. The perfume she drenched it with came off in waves. Then I got up, holding the jacket ahead of me like a bullfighter's cape. I walked down the pitch-black hall. Alice? Did he tell you? I stopped. He'd been waiting there all the time. The perfume on that jacket fooled him the way I thought it would. I was just a couple of feet from him. The next time he spoke, I'd jump. Well, did he talk? No, Freddie, I didn't. My first wild punch in the dark put him out. After that, he wasn't any more trouble than she was. There was a lot for me to do before daybreak. First, I got rid of both the bodies, tying weights to them and sinking them to the bottom of the quarry. Freddie had a fat wallet. I helped myself to that. Next, I changed into one of his suits that was in the house. I closed the place, locked it, and got into the car as the first streaks of light began to show in the east. By afternoon, I'd be in New York. When I reached New York, I got a shave and a haircut and had some lunch. Then I went down to the main post office. The letter was there. And in 10 minutes, I was at the Times Square subway station with the baggage check in my hand. Here you are. One suitcase.
Yes, sir. B-131.
What are you waiting for?
B-131. This was checked over 30 days ago.
Oh, what of it? I'll pay the charges.
We don't keep baggage up here. After 30 days, your suitcase is down in storage room B. This way, please.
Yeah, sure. Just lead the way. We took the stairs down to one of the cellars, walked along some dark halls, and then stopped in front of a locked door.
It's in one of the bins down this way. There, here we are. B-131. This it?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, take it.
Here, bud. This is for your trouble.
No thanks.
Come on, buy yourself a drink.
No, I don't want it.
All right, suit yourself. Let's go. As we walked back to the door, I wondered why the guy should refuse a tip. When we got to the door, I found out. He opened it, and I walked out right into the arms of a big guy in a brown suit. He grabbed my wrists, and before I knew what was happening, he had a pair of bracelets.
All right, Matthews, you're under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
For the murder of Sarah Grimes in Pittsville, Massachusetts.
I didn't kill that old lady.
Save it, brother. You can do all your talking down at headquarters.
For all the talking I did down at headquarters, there were a lot of things I couldn't explain away. Like, for instance, the bank books belonging to Sarah Grimes they found in the suitcase. My having the baggage check for the suitcase. One thing the cops didn't know, and that was what happened to the 75 grand, which should have been in the suitcase, and wasn't. Yeah, there wasn't a dime in that suitcase. The cops told me that 2 days after old lady Grimes was knocked off, they got an anonymous letter telling them to look into the suitcase checked in Times Square under number B131. The note said the man who'd call for that suitcase was the murderer of Sarah Grimes. So, now they're hanging me in half an hour. Yeah, I'm getting the surprise that was meant for Fred Bruno. And when I think it all over, two things stand out. Down in that quarry, there's a mason jar with $75,000 in it. And down there, too, is a gorgeous blue-eyed dame with a rock tied around her neck. See what I mean by the brakes going against you? I could have had them both. Yep. I could have had them both.
And so the curtain falls on It's Luck That Counts, which was chosen by guest expert Frank Gruber, whose latest mystery thriller is The Leather Duke. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you the story of 4 people trapped in a bus in a driving blizzard and faced with the realization that one of them is a murderer. Selected for your approval by Helen Riley. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
It's Luck That Counts was written by George and Gertrude Fass. In the cast were Larry Haynes, Miss Leslie Wood, Santos Ortega, Bill Smith, and Ed Latimer. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Jack Farron speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Once again, we bring you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. While in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Murder with Music. A young girl, her face distorted in horror, stands facing a murderer.
Why are you just standing there staring at me? Why don't you say something? No, don't come near me. You wouldn't hit me. You wouldn't. Oh, my face. Oh, stop. Oh, stop, for the love of heaven, don't hit me. No, please, no. Oh, stay away from me. No, stop. You're choking me. You're choking me.
He does play well, doesn't he, Lamont?
I'm tired, Margot. It's getting late. Isn't he ever going to stop?
Now, Mrs. Hamilton's planned this recital for weeks. Edward Maland is her prodigy. We must be polite.
Just because she's one of the social elite and owns a mansion.
Mrs. Hamilton is a patron of the arts, darling. This Maland is her latest discovery. She's put him up here at her home and given him the finest teachers. She's completely responsible for his success.
Well, if you ask me, the old girl's probably infatuated with the young pianist.
It's his music, Lamont. She's sponsored artists for years.
Well, that's over. It's past 11. Let's say thanks and good night and get up before the darlings and you paid so to vain, mister.
Darling.
Too late.
Miss Lane, how charming to see you again.
Oh, hello. Lamont, you know Oliver Weistor, the society columnist, don't you?
Of course everyone knows me, Miss Lane. Harriet's got a real find in this Edward Maland, going to make him a big star.
He's rather young, isn't he?
Oh, the aesthetic type, you know. Hope Harriet doesn't drive him too hard. But you know Harriet Hamilton once she sets her mind to a thing.
She's certainly got some of the most influential people up to hear his first recital tonight.
Harriet can do anything.
Have you seen Jennifer Gay around?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I know she's a friend of yours and Mrs. Hamilton's too.
The truth is, Mr. Viceroy, I made Miss Lane promise to introduce me to Miss Jennifer Gay, the famous actress.
No, I don't think you're likely to see her here tonight. Oh, well, cheers, people. I must make the rounds.
That old bluff. The day I see him without that silly blue cornflower buttonhole, I'll give him a big red apple. Right on the...
Lamont, that's his trademark, the best-dressed man in town.
Oh, let's get out of here, Margot.
You played so divinely.
Foiled again.
Didn't he very divinely, Miss Lane? Mr. Cranston, this is my prodigy, Edward Maland. How do you do?
How do you do?
We did enjoy your playing, Mr. Maland.
Oh, thank you. Really, Harriet, I'd like to be excused, if I may.
Just a few more introductions, Edward. Recitals upset Edward dreadfully. It's the first time he's played before so many well-known people.
By the way, Mrs. Hamilton, is Jennifer Gay around? I'd like to meet her. I've enjoyed her plays so much.
Jennifer Gay? No, she's not around, Mr. Cranston. As a matter of fact, she wasn't invited. She won't be here tonight. What's that?
Sounds like someone rapping at the window. I heard it just before I finished playing.
There's someone standing outside those French windows across the room.
It's a girl. You can see her quite clearly through the glass doors. I'd better get over there.
There's something wrong with her.
Harriet, look, she's falling against the glass.
Stand aside, everybody.
She's bleeding, Lamont.
It's Jennifer Gay. She's been hurt terribly.
Keep away from her, Mr. Viceroy.
No, let me help you. Jennifer. Oh, my darling, my darling.
Harriet, it's Jennifer.
Don't look, Edward. We've got to get help for her, Lamont. She's bleeding.
It's too late, Margot. She's been brutally murdered in cold blood.
Her body...
Quiet, everybody, please. Now just stay right here in the living room. The police will be here in a minute.
But this can't be murder, Mr. Cranston, here in my home.
I'm afraid it is, Mrs. Hamilton. People don't commit suicide that way.
Jennifer murdered this way.
Please try to control yourself, Mr. Viceroy.
But who could have killed her? Murdered her so brutally this way?
It couldn't have been any of my guests, Mr. Cranston. We were all in this room when Jennifer was killed. You and Miss Lane had chairs by the door. You'd have seen if anyone had slipped out.
You've got to find out who did this fiendish thing.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late.
Lamont, it's Tony Clayton, the stage star.
So I see, the body beautiful himself.
Well, what's wrong, Harriet? I thought this was a party.
You all look as though you'd seen a ghost.
Not a ghost, Mr. Clayton. A body. Jennifer Gay's dead body is under that robe.
Jennifer?
Know her, Mr. Clayton?
Why, certainly I know her. One of my best friends since I came east. I wouldn't exactly say friends, Mr. Clayton. Oh, you're here too, Mr. Viceroy.
Where were you all evening, Mr. Clayton, if you were invited here?
I was having a few drinks at the Penguin Club after dinner. I didn't realize it was so late.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Cranston, can't my guests leave now? We were all in this room at the time.
Yes, please, Mr. Cranston.
I'm afraid that'll have to be for the police to say. They should be here any minute now. Mr. Clayton, would you step over here a minute?
Why, yes, of course.
This has been a terrible thing, hasn't it, Mr. Clayton?
Yes, it certainly has.
Particularly since you were such a good friend of Jennifer Gay.
Well, actually, I just met Jen in my last show. She played opposite me. We were really only, well, acquaintances.
I've admired those strong, silent roles you play on the stage, Mr. Clayton. You certainly get some rugged parts to play.
Well, thanks, Cranston. Yes, I have to really keep in trim for roles I play.
Yes, of course. You say you were at the Penguin Club all evening, Mr. Clayton.
Yes, I was. Look, are you cross-examining me? I've heard you're some kind of amateur criminologist.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Clayton.
Well, don't try. When the police get here, they can check my alibi. I was at the Penguin Club all evening. Mr. Jenkins, the owner, will verify that. He's rather a close friend of mine.
I imagine he is. Well, thanks, Mr. Clayton. It was nice having the opportunity to get to know you better.
Lamont, I'm amazed that the police let everyone go.
Well, they really have no evidence to hold any of them on yet. They're all well-known people.
How'd you make out with our Greek god, Clayton? I remember now that his name's been linked with Jennifer Gay's in all the gossip columns recently.
Yes, I remember that too, Margot.
Did you notice how broken up Oliver Viceroy was? My dearest girl, he called Jennifer. Perhaps she was just playing with Clayton.
As I remember, she's been a friend of Viceroy's for years. He's helped to coach her and helped her with a career.
Perhaps Clayton didn't know that. He's just returned from abroad.
Something happened in the hallway when I'd finished talking to Clayton that seemed very strange. He picked up a pair of man's gloves from the table, and when we left.
Well, they were probably his.
Well, I'm sure they were.
What's so strange about it?
I noticed that they were already there when we entered that room, which means that Tony Clayton might have been in the house earlier tonight.
You mean he was there during the recital and attacked Jennifer in the garden before we saw him?
Before he made his entrance late to establish his alibi. He has the strength to brutally murder Jennifer Gay that way, and he may have the motive.
But the police checked up on his story before we left, Lamont. They said it was watertight.
It seemed watertight, Margot. But by Tony's own admission, the owner of the Penguin Club was a good friend of his. I think the Shadow had better pay a little call on Mr. Jenkins tonight.
All right, you chaps. Close up and you can all go. I'm going over the books for a while.
There's something else we must go over first, Mr. Jenkins.
Who's that? There's nobody in this office.
The Shadow is here to pay you a call, Mr. Jenkins.
The Shadow? Who are you? What do you want?
The truth, Mr. Jenkins. A man's life is at stake.
A man's life?
Tony Clayton. Why did you say he was here in your club with you all evening? Why did you instruct your waiters to tell the same lie if anyone questioned?
Tony's a friend of mine. He asked me to say that. I didn't want to see him get in any more trouble with Jennifer Gay.
Jennifer Gay? What trouble, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, he's been trying to dump her. He's got another girl. He was with that girl when he left here right after dinner tonight.
If Clayton wasn't here at your club, Jenkins, where was he? Where did he go?
I don't know. I swear it. I wouldn't have lied about him being here if I thought I was going to get into any trouble.
You're in plenty of trouble, Jenkins. If Tony Clayton is the murderer, you've made yourself an accomplice, and you'll pay for that stupid lie.
Oh, really, Lamont, you're going to get into trouble sometime. Crashing in on Tony Clayton in his hotel suite at 3 in the morning. His manservant told you he hadn't come in.
I wanted to make sure. You can't believe anybody when you're on the trail of a murderer, Margot. If I'd believed Jenkins, I'd never have found out what I know now.
You really think Clayton is the murderer?
It looks now as if Tony Clayton deliberately faked an alibi so that he could kill Jennifer.
It's odd, isn't it?
Clayton's own ballast said he hadn't seen him since he returned from the recital tonight and went down to the hotel storage room to open one of his trunks.
It's a funny time of night for that sort of thing. Unless he was getting some clothes for a quick getaway. Margot, we're going to slip down into the basement under the hotel. Into that strange storage room.
But if he is down there, and he is a murderer, our lives wouldn't be worth anything.
We'll have to take that chance, Margot. Come on. We'll find out what Clayton was doing in that storage room tonight. Take my hand, Margot. These stairs are pretty steep.
Lamont, it might be a trap. He knows you suspect him. He may want us to come down here alone.
There. That's the last step.
There's nobody down here at this hour. The place is pitch black.
Found it. I can't find the light.
Oh, well, here, take my cigarette lighter.
No, thanks. That'll help.
Look at all those dusty old trunks. Oh, Lamont, he may be hiding behind those.
Yes, and he may have got out of town, too.
You know how strong the murderer must be, Lamont. He could beat us like he beat Jennifer and snap our necks the way he could.
Thought I heard something. No, that's not a sound.
Lamont, it is a trap. He wanted us to come down here.
Get behind me. Quiet.
What was that?
Sounded like something heavy propped against the wall. Look at that trunk over there, Margot.
What? Why, it's got Clayton's name on it.
It's pushed right up against this cupboard door. We'll push it out so that we can see if it's locked. Margot, look out! That cupboard door is opening. There's something in there.
Yes, there is something inside.
Back, Margot, quick! It's coming out!
It's alive, Lamont! It's grabbed me! Help, Lamont!
We'll return to this thrilling adventure of the Shadow in just a minute. Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, on the trail of a brutal killer, stumbled on a bloody-faced body in a cupboard of a hotel basement storage room.
What was it, Lamont? What was it that grabbed me?
A corpse, Margot. It fell against you when you pushed that trunk away from the cupboard door.
A dead body?
Tony Clayton's body, Margot. Beaten, a neck broken, the head nearly torn off.
I can't look.
Tony Clayton killed the same way Jennifer Gay was killed this afternoon, by someone with the strength of a giant.
It's horrible, Lamont.
Wait, I've just found something.
What is it?
Something on his coat, Margot. A few tiny petals of blue cornflower.
Oliver Viceroy.
He must have seen Clayton tonight.
But how could Viceroy have killed Clayton this way, Lamont? Viceroy's not a young man, and certainly not the strong, virile type.
Perhaps Viceroy didn't kill him. He could have hired some thug and brought him along to do his murdering for him.
But why?
Revenge for Jennifer's death. Viceroy has always been in love with her.
You mean, you think Clayton killed Jennifer this evening, and then Viceroy had him killed for revenge?
And what more perfect revenge could Viceroy have than to see Clayton die in the same brutal way he used to kill Jennifer? Let's go, Margot.
We're going to see Oliver Viceroy?
Alone, right now, as the Shadow.
My revolver lies beside me on the desk here in my room as I write this, my last column. A famous society matron will shed no tears over my suicide. Even now she sheds no tears over the murder of a beautiful actress in the grounds of her home tonight. I name no one as guilty. Truth will find a way. But I know that a woman's jealousy and hate did kill Jennifer Gay. And that is my obituary. Now the gun. Who's that? Who's let the revolver out of my hand?
The Shadow has your gun now, Oliver Viceroy.
What happened here?
Why did you kill Tony Clayton?
Tony Clayton? He's been murdered too.
Yes, Oliver Viceroy. Beaten. His neck broken. Like Jennifer Gay. You hired someone to kill him.
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Then why were petals from your blue cornflower buttonhole found on the lapel of his coat?
Petals? From my buttonhole? It's a trick. Someone deliberately planted them there.
You wanted Tony killed for revenge. You believed he killed Jennifer.
No, I know that he didn't. Tony didn't kill Jennifer, but I know who did.
Who?
Harriet Hamilton. She hated Jennifer because Jennifer was trying to steal Edward away from her.
You have no proof.
I have. This letter here, in black and white. Dear Oliver, you are the only person I know who has influence over Jennifer Gay. Warn her to keep out of my house. She's trying to take Edward from me and from his career. Keep her away. I'll kill her or anyone else who dares interfere. Signed, Harriet Hamilton.
Why have you hidden this evidence? Why didn't you go to the police if you suspected her?
Out of gratitude. Harriet helped me, too, to get started. Gave me money for my career. But I feel no more gratitude now for that woman. She planted my flower so that the police would suspect me of Tony's murder.
You're naming her to save your own life.
Why would I lie to save a life I was about to take? You saw Shadow. You yourself saved me from suicide. But I've a reason for living now. To see her hanged.
I'll take the letter, Oliver Viceroy. The Shadow has the proof he needs now in black and white.
Lamont, don't drive so fast. We'll be arrested.
There's no one on the streets at this time of night.
You think Harriet Hamilton might try to get away?
If she should discover that we're after her now...
She killed Jennifer out of jealousy. But why did she kill Tony Clayton?
If we're not too late, Margot, we'll find out when we tell her that we know she killed Jennifer Gay.
Edward! Edward, darling!
Don't come downstairs, Harriet.
Edward, what are you doing playing at this hour?
I can't sleep, I tell you.
Stop that playing, Edward.
It helps calm my nerves. It keeps me from thinking. I can't do anything but play.
Stop playing. You heard what I said. I can make you stop. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it, Harriet.
Sitting alone in this dark room, playing with the light of a candle. If someone should hear you at this hour, they'd think it was very strange.
All right, I won't play any more tonight.
That's better, Edward. Much better.
You wouldn't stop at anything.
Why are you frightened of me, Edward? I give you strength. I'll make you great.
I know, Harriet.
There's nothing to fear. I'll always take care of you.
I couldn't get along without you.
That is true, Edward.
I've never known a mother's faith and love. You've given me that for my music. Jennifer and Tony. What if the police find out?
Edward.
They're dead, aren't they? They're dead.
Edward.
You struck me.
Stop acting like an hysterical child.
The car just drove up.
One of the neighbors.
At 4:30 in the morning? Oh, no, Harriet. No, it's the police.
No, they couldn't have found out.
Tell them the truth, Harriet. Tell them everything. Put an end to this terror.
Listen to me, Edward. I've made plans for this. We're running away.
No, they catch us.
I've a valise for you already packed and one for me, too. I've hidden them in the second floor room in the garage above the car.
Harriet, I'm afraid.
Together we'll manage. Come with me now.
I can't, Harriet. I'm afraid.
You can. Look at me, Edward.
Let me go.
No. Out of the servants' entrance to the garage. Quick, you're coming with me. See, the suitcases are right here. We're safe for a moment while I search the house.
I can't go on. I can't, Harriet. Tell the police the truth. I'll tell them the truth.
All right, tell them, you fool. You'll hang. I won't.
I'll hang?
Of course you will. But it was worth it, wasn't it? I'm not sorry even now. I've always wanted Jennifer out of the way. I've always hated her. I'm glad she's dead. Tony, too, had to be killed. I didn't even know he was in the house till I saw him looking out, watching you kill Jennifer.
You wanted them killed. But I'll hang.
Jennifer was after you for herself. She would have taken you from me.
You made me kill them for you. You told me lies. That Jennifer was laughing at us. You made me hate her until I killed her in a blind rage.
No one would suspect you, Edward. You're so weak and dependent. No one would dream of the great strength that lies in those two hands of yours.
Yes, my 2 strong hands I exercised and developed to make beautiful music. Delicate music. You urged me on so they'd bring pain and death. You made me kill for your own selfish purpose.
And you'll hang. I won't. So you'd better obey me. You can't get along without me.
I'll hang. You won't.
They're down below now. You've got to get out of here somehow. The window.
You're not going anywhere, Harriet.
Edward, why are you locking that door?
We're trapped, Harriet, and you know it. But you don't care because you're not the murderer.
They won't take you, Edward. Look at your powerful hands. You could beat them, snap their necks if you chose.
No, Harriet. It's your neck I'm after this time.
No.
Yes, yes. Look at these powerful hands, Harriet. Hands that beat Jennifer and Tony to a pulp.
Edward, you wouldn't harm me.
I'm going to show you how I killed Jennifer.
No!
First, one blow on her face, like this. Then she got up herself. Just like that.
Don't, Edward, don't!
I smashed down with another.
No! Edward, Edward!
Another!
Stop! Stop!
And now, Harriet, this is how Jennifer felt when I grabbed her throat and shook her. And then I twisted her neck.
Through here. The door's locked.
Lamont, you've got your gun. There's a murderer in there.
I'd what plan say to woman. I'd got to break through the door. That did it.
Edward, Lamont, keep away from him. He's the murderer.
You come here.
Stay away from him, Lamont, please.
All right, Meland. You're coming with me.
Why, you?
I've got those murdering hands of yours now, Meland.
Ah, no, you don't. No, you don't.
I've got him. Hold him, please, Father. He's not going to give us any more trouble now. I've got Meland locked up. He just confessed everything.
He killed Jennifer Gay, Tony, and then Mrs. Hamilton.
Harriet Hamilton was the mind and force behind those murders, Margot. She used Meland as a tool. She told him she could never be happy or help him with his career as long as Jennifer lived.
And she persuaded him to kill Clayton to cover that murder.
Yes. Jennifer came out early before the recital to keep a rendezvous with Meland. Clayton followed her out, and unfortunately for him, Tony witnessed the murder.
That's why his gloves were in that room. He'd left them. But why didn't he go right to the police?
He was afraid of being involved in a murder that might ruin his stage career. Besides, it did get rid of Jennifer for him at a most convenient time.
Yes. What about the blue cornflower petals on his lapel?
Meland said Mrs. Hamilton deliberately planted them there to take suspicion away from both of them.
I see. Darling, I still get weak every time I think of you facing that brutal murderer.
Could almost tremble myself, Margot. Believe me, it wasn't easy.
And how on earth did you subdue him?
I nearly didn't, Margot. I felt the terrific strength in those two hands. And then suddenly, when he looked down at Mrs. Hamilton's dead body, a strange thing happened. The strength seemed to leave him. It was as if all the power Edward Meland possessed left him the moment he realized he had murdered Harriet Hamilton. The one person who had made him strong.
He stood there on the floor of the sculptor's studio, his eyes fixed on the man who was climbing higher and higher on the marble statue that towered above him. His lips curled as he heard the desperate pleading.
You've got to give me a chance. My work is good, really good. Look at this figure, the light, the power of these lines.
I tell you, there's no use climbing up there. My mind's made up.
And this higher figure. Look, it's like music. Music in stone.
Music in stone. Murder in stone.
Attention all units, general alarm. Attention all units, general alarm. Criminal at large. Repeat, attention, general alarm. Attention, listeners. Criminal at large. Wanted for murder. $1,000 reward. Repeat, $1,000 reward. Attention, all listeners. Criminal at large.
Criminal at Large, radio's newest, most exciting mystery show. A complete half-hour mystery play, and then a thrilling nationwide manhunt with a chance for you, the listener, to win $1,000 for the capture of Criminal at Large. Listen first for drama, action, excitement. But listen, too, for the clues scattered throughout the play. Clues that can bring you the reward of $1,000 in cash. Immediately following tonight's broadcast of Criminal at Large, somewhere in the United States, a person answering the exact description of the criminal in the play will begin a 7-day tour of the nation, stopping in towns and cities, perhaps your town, your city. Remember, the clues will be scattered throughout the play itself. Listen carefully. Watch for description of height, age, color of hair, clothes he is wearing, identifying marks, habits, mannerisms, the type of place in which he is most likely to be found. The criminal at large will not resist capture. When you find him, he will quickly admit his identity and arrange for immediate payment to you of $1,000. If he is not found before next Friday night, the reward will be increased to $2,000 for next week's fugitive, with an additional $1,000 being added each week until you, the listener, discovers the criminal at large. And now the play. You'll enjoy it whether or not you're interested in the $1,000 reward. But you'll enjoy it more if you play the detective game All America is playing. Remember, listen for the clues that can bring you $1,000 for the capture of Criminal at Large.
There in his studio, Greg felt almost like a god. Those marble figures towering high above him, his hands had created those figures, given them warmth, almost life. To the 30-year-old sculptor, this was the hour of triumph. That huge memorial group, it was a dream completed. A dream that started the day Ricky had given him the commission. He should have known Ricky wasn't giving him anything. He'd never given him anything. Ricky hated Greg. Hated him because Ruth loved him. Ruth was the only thing Ricky had ever wanted, and he couldn't get. And he wasn't a good loser. No, anything Greg got from Ricky, he paid for. This time, the price tag was death. Yes, old Franz's death. The huge block of cement supporting the tall marble statue. Franz's body was in that block. Franz, whom Greg loved and who he killed. And that was only part of it. Part of the horrible thing began when Franz came to the studio to tell Greg that the plan for a statue to be erected in a central square had been approved.
The committee has approved the memorial, even appropriated the money. It's to be in marble, and to be done by a sculptor of this state.
Oh, Franz, if they'd name me. That victory group of mine, think of it done in marble. Massive stone and power.
Wait, Greg. A committee is to choose the sculptor. A committee headed by Ricky Thorne.
Ricky? But why? Why? Ricky's no artist.
He has money, Greg. Money and influence.
Well, maybe the rest of the committee will... Oh, what's the use of pretending? Ricky will see I don't get it, just as he's done before.
I think you are wrong, Greg. Ricky wants to help you. Even with your plan to build an art museum, he helps you.
Helps me?
What he does. He helped raise almost $15,000. Even leaves the money in your care until the building can be started.
Sure, because he knew what it'd do to me. Not having enough to live on, sitting here without a dime to buy stone, without the tools that I need. And all the while having that money. Money I can't touch.
Oh, I don't think Ricky meant that.
No, nobody ever thinks Ricky means that. He's clever, all right. Clever and cruel.
Oh, Greg, Ron. Oh, wait till you hear.
Oh, hear what?
With the state memorial, it's been approved. Greg, do you realize what it means?
Yes, I do. Another chance for Ricky to knife me in the back.
Oh, Greg. Ricky's with me. He's parking his car, and he has wonderful news.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, how sorry he'll be that I didn't get the commission. How he worked for me. How he pleaded with the rest of the committee. No, Ruth is no use.
Hiya, Greg. Ruth tell you the news?
She told us only
Wait a minute,
that...
France, wait a minute. Let Ricky tell it. He enjoys this. Don't you, Ricky? A chance to watch me squirm a little.
Now,
see?
wait a minute, old man. Wait a minute. Give me a chance.
Go ahead. Tell me why I wasn't picked as the sculptor.
But you were picked. Here. These are the official papers.
You mean?
I mean you've been commissioned to do that victory group of yours. In marble.
Couldn't be. But it was. Everything Greg had ever wanted, all his plans, his dreams, handed to him by Ricky. Greg tried to take it in. Tried to shut out the little voice that was beating against his brain.
Don't trust him. Ricky hates you. He wouldn't give you this. He wouldn't make it easier for you to marry Ruth. Watch out for him.
But there were the official papers commissioning Greg to do the memorial. Ricky couldn't stop that. Nothing could stop it. This was it for Greg. The start of everything. Of horror and violence and murder. How Ricky must have laughed as Greg plunged eagerly into preparations. But it was like being a new person. He was no longer an unknown, struggling artist. Now he was D. Gregory Hunt, commissioned to do a $250,000 memorial. How simple it was for him to arrange for credit for everything. And in the months that followed, the group slowly took form, became even greater than Greg had dared to dream. Even Franz approved, good old Franz, the most exacting of teachers. Franz looked at the work, smiling pleasure as he said,
Yeah, Greg, it is good. I am proud of you. But always I knew your hands held the key to beauty.
Oh, wait now. What about all those times you made me destroy a model just when I was sure it was perfect?
Training, Greg. Training, so that now you can do a great thing like this. But you must be careful, Greg. The size of this. So tall it is.
Yes, I know. I'm going to brace it with steel rods in the back. You see those two forms? They'll be cement blocks to hold the rod.
Yeah, good. And then later the bronze base will give added support. But you should put the rods up now.
Well, it's just that I hate to take the time. The days seem too short as it is.
Like a man with a sweetheart, no time for other things. No wonder they say sculptors are a little mad.
The passing of time, the changing of seasons, they meant nothing to Greg. All that mattered were the figures emerging from the marble. Finally, it was time to order delivery of the bronze base. Up till then, Ricky hadn't even visited the studio, but he showed up that day and seemed strangely interested in the matter of the bronze base. His voice was very casual.
Oh, Greg, about that bronze base. Won't it cost quite a bit?
Yes, $12,000. But it's all right. You see, Ricky, having this commission makes it easy. The Atlas Company said not to worry about payment until I was paid.
The Atlas Company? That's where you're getting the bronze?
Mm-hmm. I'm going down there now. Why not come along?
Oh, well, thanks. I have an appointment.
Oh, well, wait, though. At least you have time to see how the work's going. Here, let me show you.
No, Greg. I'm in a hurry, really. Some other time.
Greg watched Ricky walk out through the door. Suddenly, he had that same feeling of danger, of warning. Something about the way Ricky had looked, the casual way he had spoken. Greg shrugged away the thought, pulled his light-colored trench coat over his brown suit, and went to see about delivery of the bronze base for the statue. At the Atlas Company, the clerk seemed courteous as ever.
Why, yes, Mr. Hunt, the base is all ready for you. A magnificent piece of work.
Oh, fine. How soon can it be delivered?
Immediately, of course. Well, that is, after the payment.
Payment?
Yes, $12,037. That includes delivery, of course.
Oh, but I've made arrangements to pay for the base when I get my check for the memorial.
Oh, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding.
No, I made it quite clear that... Wait, may I see the manager?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hunt, but it was the manager who instructed me. The base cannot be delivered until we receive payment. Payment in full.
What had happened? Why had they suddenly closed off his credit? Greg had made the mistake of forgetting Ricky hated him. Why, he even went to him for help. As always, Ricky was polite but regretful.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Greg. If there were any way I could help
But,
you...
Ricky, there is a way. It's only $12,000, and you know the fee I'm to get for the memorial.
Yeah, that's just it. I do know. I'm on the committee that appointed you. That has to pass on your work when it's done.
But that wouldn't make any difference
But
about...
it would make a difference. Look, this is a state project, and that means politics. If they found out that I'd loaned you money, they'd charge collusion, cancel the whole thing.
But, Ricky, I've got to get that money. I've got to.
But Greg couldn't get the money. Every door that had been wide open was suddenly closed. He gave up, sat there in his studio like a half-dead person, staring at the monument towering 60 feet above him, the monument that meant everything in the world to him that might never be finished. And then again that little voice started beating against his brain.
That money. The $15,000 you're holding for the art museum. It's in your name. You could repay it from your fee. No one would ever know.
It would be months before the material for the museum would be available. Yes, he'd have plenty of time. How simple it was. Maybe they're always simple, the things that lead to murder. They didn't question Greg at the bank. He hurried back to the studio, called the Atlas Company, and told them he'd be right down with the money. But just as he hung up, old Franz walked into the studio.
Oh, hi, Franz. I'm sorry, I'm just on my way up.
No time to waste these days, hmm? I say also, no time yet to put up those steel rods. Greg, if that should fall...
Oh, don't worry, it's all right. Everything's all right.
Mm-hmm. And yesterday, there was no hope in all the world.
Well, that was yesterday.
The company changes its mind, eh? The bronze base. They trust you for it after all.
Well, they don't have to. Look, I'm paying cash for it.
Greg, all that money, where did it come from? Ricky?
No, I borrowed it. Yes, I borrowed it. At the bank. I used the marble for security.
But the marble is not paid for. Greg, look at me. Where is that money from?
Well, I told you, the bank, they... Oh, what difference does it make?
Greg, the truth. You must tell me the truth.
Well, I tell you, it doesn't matter. It's just for a few weeks. They're not ready to start the museum, and by that time
Greg,
I'll be...
No. That money is not yours.
Well, it's in my care. I'll put it back, Franz. It's just a loan. Look, Franz, I've got to finish this work. It's my whole life. It's everything.
Yeah, and that is why you can't. Beauty is not a thing only of hands and chisels. If you did this, it would show. They would be ugly.
No, there wouldn't. The group's almost done. I'll have time to... No. Hey, Franz, wait. Franz, where are you going?
To Ruth. You will listen to her, and she will stop you because she loves you.
Oh, Ruth won't understand. She think I was stealing it. Franz, wait.
No, I do it for you, Greg, to stop a bad...
You're not going to tell Ruth. You can't stop me now. Nobody's going to stop me now.
Greg, no, let me go. Let me go.
I said you're not going to. I told you not to, Franz. Franz, speak to me. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't... Franz! Franz, you're dead.
You have just heard the first act of tonight's play on Criminal at Large. Remember, immediately following this broadcast, a man answering the exact description of the sculptor in this play will start on a coast-to-coast tour of the nation, stopping in towns and cities along the way. If you recognize that person, he will immediately admit his identity and arrange for payment to you of $1,000 in cash. We'll continue with tonight's play in just a moment. And now back to Criminal at Large. A young sculptor, Gregory Hunt, needing money to complete a memorial statue which was to be his masterpiece, embezzled funds left in his care. Surprised in this act by his old art instructor, Franz, Greg had struggled with the old man. In his fury, he'd struck Franz with a heavy chisel, and now the old instructor lies dead on the studio floor.
They wouldn't believe it was an accident. They'd call it murder. If only he could find some way to... But wait. There was a way. The cement. forms were ready for the huge cement blocks into which the rods were to be fastened to support the statue until it was in its permanent base. All Greg had to do was mix the cement and pour both blocks. They'd look the same. No one would know that in one of them was Franz's body. Greg waited 2 days for the cement to harden, not answering the door, not sleeping, just sitting there waiting, afraid to look at that cement block, afraid that in some way he'd be able to see Franz, his body held upright in the cement, his eyes open, staring. Then the second night he fell into an exhausted sleep. It was 9:30 the next morning when he was awakened by someone at the door.
Oh, who is it?
With me, Greg, Ruth. Well, I'd been wondering what... Well, Greg, what's the matter? You been sick?
No, I fell asleep sitting up last night.
Oh, but you look so... Greg, your hand's all bandaged.
I cut it on the marble. It's my left hand. It doesn't matter.
Well, of course it matters. Oh, Greg, you look so tired. You're killing yourself with this work.
Yes, but it's almost done.
Oh, Greg, and it's so beautiful. But...
What's wrong?
Nothing. Well, maybe it's just because it's so big. Looming so far above us. But just for a second, I felt a chill. As though...
As though what?
Well, as though there were something. Somebody watching. Oh, Greg, there's nothing wrong, is there? I mean...
Well, of course there's nothing wrong. Who's that? Did someone come with you?
Oh, no, I came alone. Why? Were you expecting someone?
The man who stood there chewed sleepily on a toothpick. Greg knew what he was, as surely as though he'd worn his detective's badge on his lapel. The man walked in, slowly looking around the studio.
You happen to know where I can find Fran Schuken?
Well, Franz, is there something wrong with...
Who are you?
She happens to be a friend of mine. Now, what is it you want?
Nothing. Just looking for Fran Schuken. His landlady's kind of worried. Seems nobody's seen him for a couple of days. She said he was a good friend with some blonde-haired artist in this building. It's you, ain't it?
Yes. Well, that is, Franz and I are good friends. But I haven't seen him for several days.
Uh-huh. Hey, ain't you scared this thing will fall over on you?
It can't. It's braced by those rods. And then anchored in cement. I just poured those blocks this week.
Yeah, I noticed you got cement splattered all over your shoes. Good-sized blocks, ain't they?
Well, they have to be. That marble weighs tons. Why, if it ever fell...
Yeah. Well, let us know if you hear anything from Fran Schuken.
Oh, what a strange person. Greg, the cold way he looked at you. Oh, Greg, what's wrong?
Don't let me alone, will you? I got enough worries trying to get this work done, having to worry about materials, about money.
But I thought those things were taken care of. Well, Ricky...
Oh, sure, Ricky said. He doesn't know what it is to be broke, to lie awake nights worrying about pennies.
Oh, Greg, I didn't know. Well, you shouldn't have to worry about money. It isn't fair. I'm going to do something about it. You're an artist, Greg. You shouldn't have to be fathering of that thing. Why didn't you tell me before?
The detective will be back.
You can work out.
But it doesn't matter. All that matters is my work.
Finally, Ruth left the studio. Greg went to the Atlas Company, paying the embezzled money for the bronze base. And again he plunged into his work, forgetting everything except the creation of beauty. And it was beauty. To Greg, that made it worth it. Yes, worth even Franz's body inside that block of cement. Then the detective came again. He pushed past Greg into the studio and leaned against the block in which Franz's body was hidden.
Just dropped by, still looking for that old guy, Fran Schuken. You never heard anything from him, huh?
No, I told you I spend most of my time working.
How come you weren't in when I called yesterday?
Well, I have to spend hours at the library on research at museums. It's part of my work.
Yeah? You about done with this, huh?
Yes, almost. In fact, the committee will be here this week to accept it. After that, it'll be moved to the state park.
Those blocks of cement, too?
No, you see, it'll be on a permanent foundation. It won't need those supporting rods then.
Those rods don't look very strong.
They're only temporary.
Yeah, And what are you going to do with the cement blocks?
I don't know.
Well, give us a ring if you hear anything about Fran shooting.
Greg knew he'd be back. He always came back. But in a few days it wouldn't matter. The blocks would be gone by then. Greg would have them hauled out to where the city was filling in that swamp. Maybe then Greg could forget them and the thing hidden inside. At last it was the day for the committee to inspect Greg's work. He waited there in the studio alone. Only a few more hours and he'd be free from tenseness, fear, waiting.
Richie, come in, come in. Where are the others?
Others? Oh, the committee. Well, you see, they sort of agreed to leave the final decision up to me.
Oh, fine, fine. Ricky, I haven't said anything, but I guess you know how much it's meant to me, all your help.
Oh, skip it, I haven't done anything. Well, shall we have a look at your work? I've never seen it.
Yes, I know. In fact, you made almost a point of not seeing it.
Well, I wanted to be impartial. And if I approved your work, it'd be on merit, not friendship.
Oh, well, don't worry, Ricky, it's good. Not just because it's mine. Sometimes it seems as though it weren't mine, as though it belonged to someone greater than I.
You sound like you did in college.
You used to say I was an artistic phony.
Yeah, and Ruth used to jump all over me. We've come a long way since then, haven't we, Greg?
Yes, Ricky, I don't want to hurry you, but
Your whole future rests on my words. Ruth should be here, huh, Greg?
Yes. Now, Ricky, if you want to come over
She'd be
here...
on your side, wouldn't she, Greg? She was always on your side.
Well, let's not go into that, Ricky. It doesn't make any difference now. And
Maybe it will. At least it'll be easier for you, having her.
Easier?
Yes. You know how Ruth is, as far as you're concerned. Failing with this won't make any difference to her.
Failing? But I haven't failed. Well, Ricky, it's the best thing I've done, better than I ever dreamed.
Yeah, I know you've tried.
Ricky, you're talking as though...
As though I might decide it isn't acceptable?
But you can't. The commission, you gave it to me yourself.
Yes, because I wanted to help you.
No, you wouldn't.
Remember the terms of the commission, Greg. The finished work had to be approved.
Oh, Ricky, even if you hate
Why
me...
should I hate you? This is business, Greg.
And you're going to...
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Sure, of course. And I was fool enough to believe you. You never meant to accept it, did you?
Oh, I know it's tough. Particularly when you've tied up so much money in it. It's going to be a problem, isn't it? Paying for the marble and that bronze base.
That was it. Ricky had done this, done it all. Putting the museum fund in Greg's care, then stopping his credit at the Atlas Company. He'd known Greg would use that money. Then afterwards, when the work was refused, Greg would be exposed as a thief. And then that little voice started again.
Don't let him stand there laughing at you. It's his fault you stole the money, that you accidentally killed Franz. He should be killed, too.
But this time it wasn't going to be an accident. This time it would look like an accident. The huge weight of that marble towering above him. But wait. Ricky mustn't suspect. He had to make Ricky think he was still begging for another chance.
Please, Ricky, you've got to listen. If you'd look at my work, it's good, Ricky. Look, it's really good.
Greg, there's no use climbing up there. My mind's made up. I'm sorry.
Look at it. This figure, Ricky. Look, the length, the power of these lines.
Come down, Greg. I tell you, there's no use.
And this higher figure. Look, Ricky, look. It's like music. Music in stone.
Music in stone. Murder in stone. Greg could see Ricky's face far below, his lips curling in contempt. Now Greg was near the metal plate which the steel rods were fastened to. He lifted the heavy mallet, judged the blow carefully. Bolts loosened. The massive figures trembled. Then they began to lean. Ricky was trying to see what Greg was doing. Greg kept pounding. Now the plate was loose. The tons of marble hung in delicate dread balance. And then started over. Greg forced his voice to a scream.
Don't move! Look, Ricky! Let it my way!
Greg had done it. Ricky was dead, pinned beneath the huge blocks of marble that had thundered 60 feet to the floor below. Greg let himself down from the scaffolding. And then the door was opening.
Greg! Just as I turned in from the street, I heard the crash and... Oh, Greg. Oh, no.
Oh, no, don't look. Ricky was standing in front of her when the rods gave way. He's dead.
Oh, Greg. And this was to be such a happy day. I had good news for you.
Good news?
Yes. There's fun for the museum. I talked to the others. The money's yours now.
The money's mine?
Yes. We didn't know you needed funds, Greg. When I explained, they insisted that you take the money. The museum can wait.
The words echoed against Greg's mind. The money was his. If they'd only done that when Franz was still alive, when... But wait, if the money was his, then he wasn't an embezzler. Yes, Greg, it was better than ever, wasn't it? Because Ricky couldn't stop you now. Ricky was dead. Ah, but you had to play it carefully. Call the police first, then. But you didn't have to call them. You turned, and there in the doorway was the detective, his cold eyes taking in the chaos of the studio.
What happened? What's going on in there?
The statue. What you warned me about. The steel rods pulled loose and they came...
Hey, wait a minute. You got somebody, huh? Who was it?
Ricky Thorne.
Accident, huh?
Yes, he was in front of it. I shouted to him, but he didn't move fast enough and they...
Yeah? You mind if I look around? Just curious. I can see how it happened, all right.
Oh, Greg, what a horrible man. Those cold eyes and... Oh, Greg, wait, where are you going?
I've got to get out. I can't stand it.
Oh, Greg, wait!
Hey, where'd he go?
Oh, I don't know. He's completely unstrung by all this. Such a horrible thing.
Yeah, pretty bad, all right. You know, for a minute I couldn't figure out that accident story of his.
Oh, it's not a story. Why, Greg might have been killed himself.
Maybe that would have been easier. Easier than what they'll do to him up in that little room in the pen.
Penitentiary? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about murder. We won't have any trouble picking him up. We got a perfect description of him. We know where he spends his time.
Oh, but you're out of your mind. It was an accident.
Maybe. Doesn't matter. See, I've been looking around behind what's left of the statue. And there was an accident. One that your friend hadn't counted on.
What do you mean?
Come on, I'll show you. It ain't so bad. Just like he was sitting there in a cement chair.
Like, who was sitting there?
Come on, I'll show you. See, when that statue fell, a big hunk of the marble fell over backwards.
Well, what's that got to do with...
And it fell right on this cement block, cracked it wide open. You see, I finally found that Franz Schuken guy we've been looking for.
At this moment, somewhere in the United States, a person answering the exact description of Gregory Hunt is beginning a 7-day tour of the nation.
$1,000 reward. Criminal at large. Gregory Hunt, wanted for murder. Sculptor by profession. 30 years old. 5 feet 11. Bandage on left hand. Cement stains on shoes. Wearing brown suit. Light trench coat. Frequents the vicinity of public libraries, parks, museums, civic buildings. $1,000 reward.
Yes, $1,000 reward to you, the listener, for the capture of this week's criminal at large. You've heard his description, the places he's most apt to be. When you find him and say to him, "Are you the criminal at large?" he will quickly admit his identity and arrange for you to receive $1,000 in cash for the capture of criminal at large. The person portraying the criminal at large in the entire operation of radio's most exciting mystery game is under heavy bond with Lloyd's of London and conducted under the constant supervision of the world-famous Burns Detective Agency. Tune in next week for the next thrilling mystery play in this exciting series. Hear a report on the capture of Gregory Hunt. Hear the new clues for the next week's Criminal at Large. Remember, a new play each Friday night and a new reward of $1,000 for the capture of Criminal at Large.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hey, look at this, Casey. I found this sheet of paper with typewriting all over it.
What does it say?
Well, it's funny, just the same thing over and over. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
Well?
Is that a code of some kind?
No, that's what beginners write for practice.
Well, why don't they write something that makes sense?
Like what?
Ha! Like Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, murder in black and white. Morning, a wooded glen in a vast city park, and on the still frost-hardened ground there lies a dead man. Detectives move methodically about the body. Beside it kneels a police surgeon. Watching him is Captain Logan of the Homicide Bureau, Ann Williams, reporter, and the man with the press camera is Casey.
Aren't you almost finished, Casey?
Yeah, Annie. Thanks for letting me take these shots of the deceased, Logan. I'll do you a favor someday.
You can do me a favor right now, Casey. You too, Miss Williams. Go back to your paper and let us cops get our work done. Hey, Doc, you tell yet how long ago this guy died?
About 2 o'clock this morning, Captain. The bullet that killed him was fired at close range, still lodged in the skull. My guess is that it's a .32.
The slug couldn't have been given to a more deserving guy.
What do you mean, Casey?
You know who this stiff is, don't you?
There's no identification on
You
it.
should know him, though. He almost became middleweight champ a few years ago, fighting under the name of Tug Loftus.
Say, you're right. I make him now.
Yeah. A moment ago, Annie, this lug told us to go peddle our paper.
Oh, nuts. Hey, this Tug Loftus was a troublemaker, wasn't he? Always getting into jam.
Yeah, he was an all-around heel. Tug Loftus' idea of a good time was to pick barroom fights with guys who didn't recognize him, then beat him to a pulp.
Which means he had quite a few enemies.
Yeah, that makes things just dandy.
Well, that implies you haven't found any leads to the killer, Captain.
Not a one, Miss Williams, except this book of matches.
Book of matches?
That was in his pocket.
It's got an ad on it for the Briarwold Casino.
And only 2 matches torn out of it, which may indicate that the Briarwold was the last place he was in before he came here and was bumped off.
Where's the Briarwold?
That's a roadhouse out on Old Turnpike, run by Jake Salwood and his cousin Lou, Annie.
Who do quite a little bookmaking in connection with their cafe business.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we met the Salwoods last year, Ann, remember? We got a report that the safe in their joint had been robbed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they denied the report. To the cops as well as to us. They said no one had touched their safe.
Lieutenant Schwartz of the robbery squad told me about that. He figured the 2 Salwins denied the robbery because the safe had contained a lot of horse betters' dough they couldn't explain as cafe income.
Yeah, their Briarwold Casino is just the kind of a joint Tug Loftus would patronize. Say, when are you going out there, Logan?
Right away. There's nothing more I can do here.
You're going to have company, pal. Annie, let's go.
Hey, Walter, fix Mr. Snodgrass one of his specials. You know, with the little piece of pineapple in it? Oh, dear, that guy. Tell me, Casey, what did you and Miss Williams find out at the Briarwold Casino?
Nothing, Ethelbert, nothing. Except that Tug Loftus was in the joint only a few hours before he was killed.
Well, nobody there remembers him leaving with anyone who might have taken him to Lakeside Park and shot him.
No, I wouldn't believe anything Big Jake Selwyn said or his cousin Lou.
And neither would Captain Logan. He questioned everyone who works in the place.
They all agreed Loftus left there alone?
Yeah, they just don't remember.
Well, had he picked any fights there before he left?
Nobody had on other nights.
Since that matchbook was the only clue, it don't sound like this murder will be easy to solve. How about that bullet that killed the guy?
Doesn't match up with any gun that ballistics has on record.
Well, we better get back to the office, Casey.
Yeah, city desk will be paging us if we don't. Uh-oh, that may be them now.
I'll see. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert, the bartender speaker. Yeah, Casey's right here.
I knew it.
It ain't your city desk, Casey. It's one of the photographers in your department. That fella Shapiro.
Oh, yeah, give it.
Shapiro.
Hello, Shap. Who? No, I don't know any Mrs. McCluskey. What? Oh, yeah, I remember her now. A couple of years ago. She was a witness in a hit-and-run case. Yeah? All right, tell her to wait. I'll be right over. Thank you, Shap. So long.
What is it, Casey?
Old gal I met on a hit-and-run killing says she has something hot for me.
Oh, you mean a tip?
Yeah, it's probably about something unimportant, but come on, Annie, we'll see.
I've got evidence of a murder, Mr. Casey.
A murder, Mrs. McCluskey?
In black and white.
Oh, well, that sounds very interesting. Tell me what you got.
First, Mr. Casey, what do I get?
But you mean,
Since I described that hit-and-run automobile to the cops a couple of years ago and got nothing for it, I found out that newspapers pay for what they call scoops. You was nice to me, Mr. Casey, so I'm giving you and your paper first chance. How much?
well, it all depends on what you have to offer.
You interested in catching the murderer of that prize fighter, Tug Loftus?
Tug Loftus?
I got a picture of the killing, miss.
What a picture.
Casey.
Is it worth $100 to your paper?
Well, I'll say, well, City Desk set the price for exclusive tips, Mrs. McCluskey, but I'll guarantee you $100 if you've got what you say you have.
I've got it.
Well, let's see it.
I get the 100?
You get the 100 if.
All right. This here envelope was in my mailbox this morning, so naturally I opened it. Later, when I put my glasses on, I seen the address is mine, but the name ain't mine.
It's addressed to Mr. Max Treaty. Treaty, 121 3rd Street.
121 3rd Street is where I live, but no Max Treaty lives there.
Well, go on.
Well, inside the envelope was just this here camera snapshot. Nothing else.
Annie, look.
Yeah, it's Loftus, as we saw him lying in that park.
I knew that from the picture you had of him in yesterday's paper.
Standing over Loftus is a guy with a gun in his hand.
And he's just killed a fighter.
That's the way it looks. It's a good profile shot of the killer, Ann. The face is clear even in this small print, and when I blow it up...
It's worth 100, ain't it, Mr.
It's
Casey?
worth 100, Mrs. McCluskey.
I said I had evidence in black and white.
Now, who do you suppose took that picture, Casey? And why?
It's something we'll think about later. But I'll bet it was taken with an infrared flash bulb.
A black light?
Yep. The guy with the gun didn't see any flash. He didn't know that somebody was taking this picture. We've got to find this skinny, long-nosed guy with a gun, you know it?
Oh, the cops will do that when we show them this.
Sure, yes, and probably crab our exclusive. Before the cops learn anything about this, Annie, we're going to try to find it.
How?
Well, the picture, the guy this picture was addressed to ought to give us a hint.
Well, Casey, he may be the killer. This picture may have been addressed to him as the first step in a blackmail scheme.
Now, Annie, you're cooking on all burners. Let me see that envelope again.
Yeah?
Addressed to Max Treaty, 121 3rd Street.
And the sender had the wrong address because Mrs. McCluskey lives there.
And I live alone.
Well, I'll look in the phone book.
Yeah, do that.
Listed.
You said you got this in the morning mail, Mrs. McCluskey?
That's right. I wanted time to do some thinking.
Yeah, about whether to put the B on us for that $100. Huh?
You said yourself it's worth it.
Oh, I'm not reneging on that.
I've heard of $1,000 rewards being offered for murderers, but in order to get it, you had to capture them yourself.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
So I figured...
Hey, Casey, Max Treaty is in the phone book.
Well, let me see it.
Yeah, he lives on 3rd Street, all right, see? But his address is given here as 727.
Yeah, it looks like 121 on this envelope because this guy writes sevens that look like ones. That's something else for us to think about later, eh?
Well, let's call on Max Treaty.
Right now, Ann.
When do I get my 100?
There'll be a check in the mail for you tomorrow morning, Mrs. McCluskey, for 200.
200?
Yep, and thanks, and so long.
$200? Drat it, I bet I should have asked for more.
Max Treaty lives in a pretty good-looking apartment house, Casey.
Yeah, must be in the dough. Let's go in, Annie. Glass doors and all.
It's a funny neighborhood. Only a few blocks away where Mrs. McCluskey lives. There's nothing but tenements and little old one-family houses.
Oh, there's
While
the
here-
elevator. The operator may be able to give us a line on this guy. We're looking for Mr. Max Treaty.
He's top floor, apartment 12F.
Yeah, take us up, will you, please?
Okay. But he may not be in. I haven't seen him this evening.
We'll take a chance. We're not sure this Mr. Treaty is the one we're looking for. Can you tell us what business he's in?
I don't think he's in any business, mister.
Oh, you mean he has an income and doesn't have to work?
But I really don't know. I'm not the kind who pries into the personal affairs of tenants.
Oh, that's right. You don't look that type. How long has he lived here?
Oh, about 8 or 9 months. Took a sublease on a furnished apartment. Does that tell you if he's the man you're looking for?
Well, not quite, no. Is he a skinny guy, about 35 with a long nose?
That's Mr. Treaty.
Yeah, we come to the right place, then.
Well, here's the top floor. Apartment 12F is the last door to your right.
Thank you, pal.
Well, you're quite welcome.
Casey, the man in that picture is skinny and has a long nose.
Yeah, the elevator guy says that description fits Treaty. All right, here's 12F. I'll buzz the bell.
If he's the killer, he'll be dangerous. What do we
You'll
do?
have no reason to think we're on to him, Annie.
Yeah. Nobody answers the bell. The elevator man said he hadn't seen him this evening.
I don't hear any sound from inside. I'll try the bell again.
Ah, Casey.
Huh?
Look there under the door.
Holy...
Yeah, it looks like blood.
That is blood. Seeped through from the other side. I'm getting into that apartment.
Door's locked.
This little strip of celluloid we burglars always carry.
You can slip it?
I think so. This is only a spring latch. There. All right, come in.
Casey, there on the floor.
I know, I see it. Let me close this door. We don't want any visitors here. No.
It's the man in that picture, Treaty.
He's been beaten on the head.
Is
He's been dead for a couple of hours, I think. Body's almost cold, and this pool of blood is dry around the edges.
His clothes have been searched. And the apartment.
I'll say. He and this joint have been practically ripped apart.
Oh, isn't this just swell? We came here hoping to crack one murder, and now we've got another.
Yes. There's no black and white evidence to show who pulled this one.
But I tell you can't say that. It's a secret.
Look, secret or not, I'm going to tell it even if I get fired.
But look...
Look. Some secrets are too good to keep, and besides...
Hey, we're on the air now.
Okay, here goes. Friends, I've just had a sneak preview of the brand new Ivory Fire King oven glass. It's terrific. For the very first time in history, they've produced oven glass that's beautiful, rich, warm ivory in color through and through. And it's even guaranteed against oven breakage for 2 long years. You've never seen such beautifully designed oven glass before. Classic lines, simple, dignified, as beautiful as any table china you could wish for, and rich, lovely, opaque ivory in color.
You've done it. The cat's out of the bag.
Well, I'll have to add that lovely new Ivory Fire King oven glass isn't on sale everywhere as yet, but it will be soon, and it's worth watching and waiting for.
Well, haven't you something else to say?
Oh, yes. Friends, beautiful new Ivory Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
We've got to call the cops, Casey.
Take it easy. Have a look around first.
You've already looked around. The murderer isn't hiding here waiting.
No, he probably made his getaway right after he socked this guy for the last time. Our friend Treaty took quite a beating before he was finally knocked off.
How can you tell that?
Look at the black and blue marks on him. Guy's got to be alive to bruise. Marks around his wrists and ankles. Must have been tied up quite a while.
Yeah, see.
Apparently, the killer tried to make him tell where something was hidden. He wouldn't or couldn't tell, so the killer searched.
And how he searched. All the stuffing's been pulled out of the chairs, and the mattress has been ripped open.
Treaty's clothes got it going over, too. Linings cut, the soles of his shoes all split. Hey, this must be the stuff that was taken out of him and examined. Look at that wallet, fountain pen, Cigarette case.
No, don't touch anything, Casey, until
Who's
the cops...
touching anything? I'm only looking. It's a revolver.
It looks like the gun in the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is a 38, Ann. Loftus was shot with a 32.
Well, then, Treaty must have used another gun
Must
for the
have.
killer.
Probably threw it in the lake after it. Say,
What have you picked up?
look at that. Book of matches. From the Briarwold Casino.
Well, like the one found on Tug Loftus.
Yes. This was half hidden under the sofa.
Well, that connects the two murders.
Maybe.
Well, Casey, we've got to get the cops here.
Not just cops. We're getting Logan. I want him to get first break on what we know about that picture. And the phone's in that bedroom. You go get him while I go down to the car and get my camera. I want to take some pictures of my own.
Well, did you see that camera in the bookcase? Maybe you can save yourself a trip.
No, there's no film in it. I looked. It was open to search like everything else. Late Mr. Treaty went in for photography, apparently. Had his kitchenette fixed up like a darkroom.
Yeah?
A lot of equipment there. The searcher wrecked all of it. All right, call Logan while I go for my camera.
Oh, wait a minute, Casey.
What?
Didn't he tell us he wouldn't be at headquarters till midnight?
Yeah, we'll call him at his home.
He has a new phone number. What is it?
I'll write it down for you. Where's my pencil?
Take mine.
Thanks. Oh, well, I'll be.
Oh, you've broken the point.
I know it. Well, I use this fountain pen of Treaty.
You shouldn't touch anything.
This pen isn't going to tell the cops who killed him, Annie. Nice point. Write's easy. All right, here's Logan's number. Call him as soon as you finish with City Desk.
Yeah, I will. Casey, don't stick that pen in your pocket.
Oh, I'll need it to make out my film sheets. Don't worry, I'm not stealing from dead guys. The pen will be put back later.
If you think of it, I'll go phone.
Ann.
Yeah?
Give Logan the lowdown about that picture and about everything else. Except, don't tell him about the matchbook we just found.
Why not?
Well, cops have no appreciation of the newspaper racket. We'll lose our exclusive. We'll go out to the Briarwold and follow it up by ourselves.
My cousin Jake isn't here, Casey.
Expect him later, Lou?
He's sure to be in sometime tonight.
All right, we'll stick around. Maybe you can give us some information.
Information?
About the Tug Loftus thing.
Jake and I have already told the cops and you newspaper people all we know about that.
The last time I was in this office, Lou, you and Big Jake were telling the cops that safe there hadn't been robbed.
It hadn't been. We still don't know where they got that crazy report.
Anyway, the tipster told the cops that he heard Big Jake squawking about the loss of $50,000.
The tipster lied. That safe's never had more than a couple of thousand in it. And that's a big take from a cafe business like ours.
Yeah, from your cafe business. Lou, what would you know about a guy named Treaty?
Treaty?
Mm-hmm. Max Treaty.
Why do you ask?
We understand he's been a customer of yours.
He was once a bartender here.
A bartender?
When did he tend bar here?
Till about a year ago. Jake fired him.
Jake, huh?
After I'd caught Treaty holding out on the cash register.
Jake only fired him for that?
You know Jake. The guy left here minus a few teeth. Why are you curious about Treaty?
He was murdered this afternoon.
Murdered?
Uh-huh. Was Treaty here the night Loftus was killed, Lou?
I think he was.
Had he ever had any run-ins with Tug Loftus?
Yes, about a month ago, Loftus slapped him around at the bar, and Treaty said he'd get even. That was just talk, of course. He knew he didn't stand a chance against that tough pug.
We have reason to believe he made his chance. That he killed Loftus.
You have?
Yeah. We got a photograph showing him doing it.
Casey.
It's all right. Can't be any secret about it, Annie. It'll be on page 1 of this morning's edition. That'll hit the streets in a couple of hours.
Where did you get such a photograph, Casey?
Oh, we just got it. You and Jake both use this desk, Lou?
Yeah.
Somebody scribbled some figures on a scratch pad here. Is that your work?
Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity. Can't make out whether some of the figures are meant to be 1s or 7s.
Jake makes his 1s that way.
Jake, huh? How about his 7s?
There are no 7s among those figures.
Show me how Jake writes his 7s, Lou.
Why?
Your nervousness about these figures makes me want to know. Here, take this pen and write.
What? That pen?
Yes, you recognize it. It's Treaty's.
And this is a gun.
I see it's a gun, Lou. All right. A .32 snub-nosed revolver.
I'm not so sure how much you two know, but I think it's too much. You've reminded me of a bet I missed. What did you find in that pen, Casey?
I didn't look for anything in the pen. Well, maybe I missed a bet.
Look now. Pull the cap off and see if there's anything inside.
Okay. Hey, there is some.
What?
I'd say it's a rolled-up film, a negative.
Take it out.
Okay. Yeah. It's a rolled-up negative, all right.
Never mind looking at it. Give it to me.
Well, I want to look.
Give it to me.
You're the boss. Here.
Thanks.
Thanks to you for reaching for it. I'll take that gat of yours, Luke. No! Let it go or I'll break your arm. Go! Thanks for the gun.
Oh, Casey.
All right, now I'll give the orders around here. Put your hands up, Lou. Keep them up and sit down.
All right, all right.
What's that negative, Casey?
It's a nice, clear shot of Lou Solwyn here, taking dough out of an open safe. The safe in this office. That's safe. Right, Lou?
You're doing the talking.
You took that dough, Lou, on the date it was reported stolen. Somebody caught you doing it with a camera. From that window where the slat in the Venetian blind is missing. And that someone was Max Treaty.
And Treaty moved into that expensive apartment soon after the robbery and didn't work anymore.
Because Lou here was paying him to keep this evidence undercover. Big Jake is the boss of your bookmaking racket, Lou. He owns it, and you're just a hired man. The dough you stole was Jake's, and if he'd found out that...
Okay, Casey, you figured. Get me out of here now. Take me to the cops where I'll be safe. Jake finds out, he'll kill me.
Yes, like you killed Treaty after your counter-blackmail scheme had backfired.
Counter-blackmail scheme?
Don't you get it, Annie?
No.
I get it. Jake!
Casey.
Drop that gun, Casey, or I'll blow you to pieces before you can turn around. Drop it.
Guy's at a slight disadvantage when his back is turned, Jake. Okay.
Thanks.
You're outside the door?
Yeah, listen. Jake, I swear. I said I'd been listening, Lou. I didn't say anything. Casey did the talking. And he doped things out swell. You took that 50 grand, you dirty louse. 50 grand of my dough. No, Jake, no. I'm gonna pay you off, Lou. Don't shoot!
He shot him.
Sorry I had to do it, miss.
You've done a crazy thing, Jake. You go to the chair for this.
I don't think so, Casey. When the cops get here, they're gonna find you and this lady dead, too. Sorry, sister, but that's the way it's gotta be. You and Casey will be shot with Lou's gun. My gun will be found beside Casey. The cops will figure that Lou tried to make a getaway, that you shot it out. I'll call the cops myself, start 'em on that theory.
It won't work, Jake.
I'm betting it will. Betting's my business. Just pick up Lou's
I
gun.
got it first.
Lou wasn't dead. He shot him.
Lou! He's passed out. All right, I'll get their guns before either one pulls a second recovery. Now, Ann, pick up that phone and call the cops while I watch these guys.
Right, Casey. So much I don't understand. Where does Treaty fit in now?
Treaty didn't kill Loftus.
Well, that picture proves he did. The evidence is there in black and white.
Black and white aren't true colors, kid.
Not true?
No. And pictures themselves can lie.
I don't get it. Hello? Headquarters, connect me with homicide, will you, please? Casey, tell me, what do you mean?
Well, I'll explain the whole works, Annie, after I take some pictures of Jake and Lou that'll be really on the level.
We'll join the crowd of the Blue Note in just a moment. Here's some really good news for the millions of people in the United States who prefer their beer and ale in clean, sanitary glass, as Americans have preferred it for more than 100 years. You can now buy your favorite brand of beer and ale in a new kind of glass bottle, a lightweight, compact glass bottle that requires no deposit and that never has to be returned. Think of it. No more piling empties in the corner. No more carting them back to the store. No more complicated beer bottle bookkeeping. When you've finished your beer or ale, you simply discard the bottle as you would any other food container. And here's another thing. The new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottles are light in weight, easier to carry home, and they take up less room in your refrigerator, too. So next time you buy beer or ale, demand it in sparkling clean Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottles. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
There's a lot of things I don't understand, Casey.
Well, all right, pal. We'll take it from the beginning now.
Lou Salwin did considerable talking before he died, Ethelbert.
He's dead, huh?
Yeah, both him and Jake.
Tell me.
Well, while Treaty was bartender at the Briarwall, he found out that Lou Salwin was stealing from Jake, his boss.
And then Lou caught Treaty cheating the cash register and told Jake.
Who'd knocked out some of Treaty's bridge work, which made Treaty very sore at Lou for snitching.
So he laid for him with a camera and got that picture of Lou robbing the safe for a really big haul.
After that, Treaty sat pretty at Lou's expense. Lou got pretty desperate under the pressure, and finally he hit on a bright idea. He'd get Treaty in a worse spot than he was by killing Loftus.
Lou killed Loftus?
Right, he did. In Lakeside Park, where Treaty was to meet Lou and collect more blackmail. Lou shot the pug and then hid himself with a camera and waited. When Treaty suddenly saw Loftus where he expected to meet Lou, his first instinct would be to draw that gun. And Lou got a very interesting picture of him standing over the body with the gun.
And Treaty didn't know about the picture, of course. It was taken by a black light, an infrared bulb. When he realized Loftus was dead, he lost no time in getting away fast.
Sure, Lou developed his picture and sent a print to Treaty, but his sloppy way of writing sevens got the print into Mrs. McCluskey's hands.
Why'd he send the picture to Treaty?
Well, to shake him up, to make him sweat. Then Lou went to his apartment expecting to find him in a big dither, ready to trade the original negative of that safe robbery for the negative that made Treaty seem a murderer.
But Treaty hadn't received the print, and Lou realized it might fall into the hands of the cops. Well, if they arrested Treaty for a murder he hadn't committed, he'd tell everything he knew about Lou.
Lou's big scheme had backfired. He had to get the negative of the robbery picture Treaty held over him. Treaty wouldn't tell him where he'd hidden it, even under the beating that Lou gave him. Well, you know the rest.
And he was a bartender, like me. Miss Williams, I'm going to report that guy to our local and have him thrown right out of our union.
He's dead, Ethelbert.
Yes, sir.
Dead, pal.
Oh. It's like my sister Edna says, Casey. Quote, if you get your picture took, you're liable to get framed. Yeah, unquote.
Prime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole. It is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Prime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is PBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, here we are again visiting the genial Dr. Watson in his cheerful study. We sit back in our comfortable chair and wait to hear another exciting story. What could be pleasanter?
There you go again, Mr. Bell. Flattering me again?
If only Sherlock Holmes were here to make the picture complete.
No, Mr. Bell, you know that's impossible. He retired to Sussex years ago and took up bee farming.
I suppose you visited him there.
Naturally. As a matter of fact, I remember one Saturday towards the end of July in 1907 that
Is this the beginning of a story, Dr. Watson?
I shouldn't be surprised. But hadn't you better have your word with our listeners first?
Yes, Dr. Watson, I had. Men, I'm sure you'll be interested to learn that a recent survey showed that Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives and most successful men. But after all, why shouldn't it be? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look, such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. Kreml always keeps the hair neatly in place longer with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet it never leaves your hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. After you apply Kreml, you can rub your hand over your hair, and your hair always feels so delightfully clean. Notice, too, how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hatband. Just use a little Kreml on your hair in the morning, and at night your hair looks as neatly groomed as when you first combed it in the morning. Remember, no other hair tonic keeps your hair more handsomely groomed. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, I'm all ears.
Well, I was paying Holmes one of my frequent visits. His cottage is situated on the southern slope of the Sussex Downs, commanding an excellent view of the English Channel. At this point, the coast is made up of chalk cliffs, which can only be descended by a single tortuous path, which is steep and slippery. At the bottom of the path, there are curves and hollows, which make splendid swimming pools and are filled afresh with each flow of the tide and warmed by the sun.
What town is Mr. Holmes' place near?
A village called Falworth. But even that is at a distance, and the house is quite lonely. Half a mile away is Holmes's only neighbor.
And who is that?
Harold Stackhurst, who's a headmaster of the well-known preparatory school, the Gables. A private school, I suppose you would call it. It was summer, and most of the boys were away on holiday, except a few who were catching up. The teaching staff was reduced to 3. First of all, there was Harold Stackhurst himself, who was an old pal of mine. We went to school together. He was a splendid fellow and a well-known blue for rowing in his day. Assisting him were 2 younger men, Fitzroy Macpherson, red-headed and cheerful. In summer and winter, he went for his morning swim.
Winter swimming, quite a Spartan.
Yes, indeed. The other schoolmaster was Ian Murdoch, a tall, dark man, taciturn and aloof, with occasional outbursts of temper.
The villain of the piece,
There you go, anticipating again.
Oh, sorry.
Stop this. Well, it was early one morning, just after sunrise. There'd been a severe gale the day before, but the wind and the waves had finally abated and everything looked newly washed and fresh. The air had a decided nip to it, and Holmes and I were on our way down to the beach for our morning plunge. I say, Holmes, that water's blue this morning, isn't it? Rather cold-looking, if you ask me.
Do you good, Watson. Your circulation needs toning up. You can run all the way home.
Run up the cliff path? Oh, it's bad for the heart.
Rubbish. The boys do it.
Well, I'm not under the delusion that I'm still in my first youth.
Hello. Isn't that Stackhurst coming along the cliff? He's got a towel over his arm, obviously going down to the beach. He's not afraid of a little cold water, and he's almost as old as you are.
He's older.
Oh?
Oh, a great deal older. He was 2 forms above me at school.
Dear, dear, quite an old man. I had no idea that...
Stop ragging me, Holmes.
Hello there, Stackhurst. Hello.
Hello. Going swimming?
Yes, wait for us. Come on, Watson.
Oh, bless my soul, if it isn't Watson. Delighted to see you, old chap. I thought you weren't coming down for another month.
Well, I just couldn't stay away any longer. I'm so fond of the swimming here.
Yes, Watson has just been saying that there's nothing like a good dip before breakfast to tone up the system. What did you say, Watson?
Oh, there you go.
Stackhurst, where are your 2 young assistants, Macpherson and Murdoch, the gloomy Scot? I've never known them to miss their matutinal plunge.
Oh, well, Murdoch has had to keep some of the boys at their algebra. He'll be along later.
McPherson has gone on ahead. I expect he's in the water now.
Any more outbursts of temper on Murdoch's part lately?
No, not since last week, when he found a boy putting toads in his bed. His temper is ferocious, Holmes. I suppose I should give him dismissal, but he's such a confoundedly good teacher.
A little bit of temper won't harm the boys now and then. Help to keep them in line.
Yes, I'll wait till the next fellow who wants to put extraneous objects in Murdoch's bed will think twice about it.
Look, there's someone staggering up the edge of the cliffs.
Yes, he's in bathing trunks and an overcoat flapping in the wind.
What's the matter with him?
Drunk, probably. Look at him reel. A fine example for my boys. And who the devil can it be?
Yes, it's McPherson. I could tell that red hair anywhere. He's trying to wave to us.
I've never known him to behave like this.
He's not drunk. He is in agony. He needs help. Hurry, Watson, run.
I say, he's fainted. No, he's trying to get up again.
Well, he's writhing on the ground. Courage, old boy. We're coming.
Pain. I can't breathe. It's killing me.
What is it? What's happened to you?
The maid. The lion's maid.
But, good heavens, he's having convulsions. His face is turning purple. Yeah, now he's stopped. Thank heaven.
How is he, Watson? I can't see him breathe.
Wait a minute. Yes, he's dead. Some terrific shock. His heart gave out. Look, he's bitten through his lower lip. The paroxysm of his agony.
What could it have been? He's not wounded. No signs of a struggle.
Take that coat off. Let's take a look at him. Easy now, easy.
Good heavens, Holmes, his back. Just look at his back. Great red welts. Round his shoulders and round his ribs.
Oh, this is terrible. What was it he tried to tell us?
He said something about a lion.
A lion's mane, to be exact.
Well, you don't think he's being clawed by a lion? Or some wild beast? In this part of England? It's unthinkable.
Quite. Besides, the claws of an animal would have dug deeper. These welts are inflamed, and there are little red spots at certain intervals. It looks as if someone has used a lash on him. A thin iron scourge with knots, poisoned knots.
Who could it have been? There's been no one along the edge of the cliff, and we can see for miles.
No, on the beach.
There are some fishing boats, but they're too far out. I wonder...
Did anyone bear him a grudge? Had he quarreled with anyone?
Why, no. That is, not recently.
Hello. What's up? Why do you all look so serious?
Well, hello, Murdoch. Where did you come from?
The classroom. I just left the boys. But what's the matter with McPherson? What's he lying like that for?
He's dead. Murdered. He's been flogged to death.
Dead? It's horrible. Who could have...
We don't know.
Is there anything I can do?
Yes. Go back to the house, send for the police, and keep the boys indoors. I don't want them mixed up in this.
Certainly, of course. Dead, I can't believe it.
Stackhurst, you stay here with the body. Watson and I will go down to the beach to see what we can find.
Good. But don't be any longer than you can help.
Come along, Watson. Here's the path leading down the face of the cliff. The only path for miles. If he was attacked down on the beach, the murderer is still there.
I say, he may be armed. I'd better go back for my revolver. Suppose the murderer goes for us.
Rubbish. Come along. We've no time to waste. They escape. Careful. There's clay here. Slippery.
Look, Holmes. Footprints.
Yes, the same one's descending and then returning again. McPherson, undoubtedly. That means no one else has been to the beach by this path since the storm. And here's the mark of his hand where he fell. And the print of both knees. That's all that the path holds for us. Now for the beach itself.
Look, there's quite a lagoon left by the tide. His towel is lying beside it.
Folded and dry, so he didn't enter the water. There's his sweater beside the pool. Look here, on the sand, footprints. Naked and with a canvas shoe. Presence again, that proves he made ready to bathe, but the towel shows he returned without bathing, or at any rate without drying himself.
Look, Holmes, there are some distant figures up there on the beach.
Too far away. Besides, this lagoon lay between them and McPherson.
Perhaps the fishing boat.
Perhaps, but I can see no sign of a boat having been beached along the shore.
Yes, but then how...
Quite.
Couldn't it be Stackhurst? We saw him coming from the direction of the gables. How about Murdoch? He has a glowering look. I don't trust him. You think that he really was up at the school with the boys?
That is an alibi we shall have to look into. Hello, Stackhurst. Why did you leave the body?
Murdoch set down one of the gardeners to stand watch over it, so I came along. Besides, I just thought of something.
Yes?
You asked if anyone had a grudge against McPherson, and I thought I ought to tell you.
Go on.
Well, about a year ago, this chap Murdoch was rather fond of a girl down in the village. But McPherson cut him out. Murdoch didn't seem to mind at the time, but about 2 months later, McPherson and Murdoch had a pretty bad row. Murdoch was always a bit fiery, you know. Well, when McPherson's dog got excited, he went for Murdoch, and Murdoch went into one of his rages and threw the animal out of the window. Well, the dog wasn't hurt, and the quarrel was patched up. At least so we all thought. But you never know. Resentment sometimes smolders for a long time.
Yeah, particularly if there's a woman in the case.
Quite. Well, let's have a look at the towel and sweater. We've seen everything else there's to see down here. Hello. There's something in the pocket of the sweater. It's a note. Dear me. A note of assignation.
Huh? What's it say?
We'll be there in the same place, darling. Until
There you are,
then,
woman.
All my love, Maudie.
Why, that's the girl. The one I told you about, Maud Bellamy. McPherson was in love with her.
Obviously.
This whole affair has upset me so it may give the school a bad reputation. It was only by chance that several of the boys weren't with McPherson when it happened.
I say, was it chance? After all, it was Murdoch who held him back. He was the one who insisted on algebra before breakfast.
At present, I'm more interested in this girl than in Murdoch. Suppose we take a walk to Falworth and call on her.
I do. I'm with you. Come along.
Oh, not so fast, Watson, not so fast. We'd better dress first. We might cause quite a stir parading down the village streets in these costumes. Remember, you've still got your bathing suit on.
I do, yes, sure I have. And I'd forgotten all about how chilly it was.
In just a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes discovers in his visit to Maud Bellamy. Men, I'm sure you'll agree that well-groomed hair adds a great deal to a man's appearance. And one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So start at once and take better care of the hair you've got. If you're smart, you'll use Kreml Hair Tonic. No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly in place without looking or feeling greasy. But Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml's light oils have a grand lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff. Notice how alive, how tingling your scalp feels. And men, you like to massage Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean product. It never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair, like so many men's, is so dry that it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. So for handsome, groomed hair and a more hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drugstore. Ask for an application at your barber's. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. That famous modern hair tonic which has become such a nationwide favorite. Now, Dr. Watson, you dressed and went over to Falworth to call on McPherson's girl. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Bell. Stackhurst pointed the house out to us.
That's the Bellamy house over there, Mr. Holmes. The one with the corner tower and the slate roof. Maud is the daughter of old Tom Bellamy, who owns all the boats and bathing huts at Falworth. He was a fisherman to start with, but now a man of some substance, I believe.
Yes, judging from the house, he must have come up in the world.
And Maud is the prettiest girl for miles around. Quite a beauty, in fact. She must have had scores of admirers. By Jove, look who's coming out of the front gate.
I say, it's Murdoch.
And what in thunder is he doing here? Hey there, Murdoch. What do you mean by coming over here? I thought
I am your subordinate, sir, under your own roof. I am not aware that I owe you any account of my private actions.
Your answer is pure impertinence.
So was your question.
This is not the first time that I've had to overlook your insubordinate ways, but it will certainly be the last. You will make arrangements to leave my school as soon as possible.
I intended to go in any case. Lost the only person who made the Gables habitable.
Insolence. How dare he? Young whippersnapper.
Mr. Stackhurst, he seemed very eager to clear out of here. Perhaps you were a trifle hasty in giving him an excuse to go.
I never thought of that. Shall I tell the police to place him under arrest?
No. We can prove nothing against him as yet. Better persuade him to stay until we are sure he didn't do it.
Very well. It's against my principles, but I'll go after him and see what I can do.
Splendid. Now, Watson, suppose we call on Miss Bellamy and present our condolences. I take it that Mr. Murdoch has already broken the news of the tragedy. Ring the bell, that's a good fellow.
Well, don't you think it's a bit heartless, Holmes, calling at this time?
If the girl has any character at all, she will want to help us discover the murder of her sweetheart. Any woman with any...
What do you want?
We would like to speak to Miss Bellamy.
Well, you can't.
You are her father, I take it.
Yes, I'm her father, and I know you be, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. And I'm not having you mixing my daughter up in any of your dirty business.
I thought you might want to help us solve the murder.
Ah, you did you? Well, I'll have you know I consider Mr. Macpherson's attentions to my Maud was insulting. And my son, William, is of the same mind. Letters and meetings, but never a word of marriage. I'll not have you breaking her out. I'll not have her name dragged through them.
That's all right, Father. I know that Fitzroy is dead. I want to help find his murderer.
I'll not have you mixing
This is my business, Father. Let me manage it in my own way. I'll do anything you say, Mr. Holmes, to help bring them to justice.
Why do you say them?
Mr. Macpherson was not a weakling. He was brave and strong. No single person could have inflicted such an outrage on him.
One thing more. We found this note in the dead man's pocket. Can you throw any light on it? Did he go down to the beach expecting to meet you?
No. I sent it, it's true. But we were to meet tonight. I see no reason for mystery. We were engaged to be married. We only kept it secret because Fitz didn't want to be ragged by the boys at the school. Here is my engagement ring.
Well, you might have told me.
I would, if you had shown a little more sympathy, Father.
But the note, it didn't come by post. Who was your go-between?
I'd rather not answer that question. It really has nothing to do with the matter.
Do you realize that this go-between was the only person who knew of your meetings with young Macpherson? Had he any reason to resent him?
That's no business of yours.
You had many suitors, I believe.
That she did.
Was Ian Murdoch one of them?
There was a time when I thought he was. But all that was changed when he found that Fitzroy and I cared for each other.
Miss Bellamy, do you think it natural that a hot-tempered young fellow like Murdoch would get over his feeling as easily as that?
What are you trying to make me say? If you think Ian Murdoch had anything to do with the murder, you're wrong. A finer man never drew the breath of life. He wanted us to be happy. He wasn't the kind to think of himself first. He'd gotten over his feeling for me.
Then why did he want to be the first to tell you the news of your fiancé's death?
Because he was Fitzroy's friend. He thought it was his duty. He thought he... What does it matter? Fitz is dead. Why don't you find his murderer? What's the good of all this?
Thank you for your information, Miss Bellamy.
Leave me alone, can't you? Leave me alone. Go and find the murderer if you're so clever.
Perhaps we shall. Well, good day.
Looks like another blank wall to me, Holmes.
Perhaps. But even that is enlightening. There are only so many possibilities, Watson. We may finally arrive at the correct solution by crossing off all the rest.
For a detective on a case, you seem extraordinarily lackadaisical. You spent the better part of the last 3 days up in your garret among your books.
I've been looking for the solution, something I once read. It's in the back of my mind, but I can't seem to bring it into the light of my consciousness.
Yes, and in the meantime, this Murdoch fellow may slip through our fingers. Once he leaves the school, we'll never be able to get our hands on him again.
I wonder that he hasn't left before this.
Oh, how can you sit there so calmly and say that, Holmes? You're losing your grip.
Perhaps I am. If I could only find the fact that I'm looking for. It began with a C. I'll swear it began with a C.
Well, then, how about the old encyclopedia there? Look up all the C's in the book.
But I'm not sure it is C.
Oh, Holmes, you're being exasperating and exaggerating. You know that the murderer didn't escape along the beach or even climb the top of the cliff. But did it ever occur to you that it It might be somebody hiding in one of those caves. Some sadistic maniac.
Yes, it did occur to me. But it's not possible. I searched every one of those caves, and there's no trace of human habitation in any of them.
Oh, then my theory of the sadistic maniac's all wrong.
Yes.
Huh? Huh?
And horrible as that theory sounds, I'm convinced that the truth is even more horrible. That death came from the sea, and the truth is more ghastly than anything you can imagine.
Oh, you make the chills run down my spine. I must say, I shall never have the courage to go swimming down there again.
And a wise thing, too. At least for some time.
Well, I must say, I don't see how young Murdoch has the nerve.
Murdoch? Murdoch went swimming down on that beach? When?
About a quarter of an hour ago, I saw him go by with a towel over his arm.
Why didn't you tell me? Come on, we must bring him back. Poor boy hasn't a chance.
Oh, good heavens, Holmes, I had no idea. Look, something's happened. Someone's coming up the path. Stackhurst. He's carrying someone on his back. By thunder, it's Murdoch. And he's in bathing trunks.
Help! Holmes! Watson! Something's happened to Murdoch!
What is it?
It's the same thing that killed young McPherson. I met him staggering up the face of the cliff. He was too far gone for me to get him home, so I brought him here.
Put him on the couch.
Let me have a look at him. His heart's giving out. He can hardly breathe. His face is turning quite black. Here, quick, Holmes. Pour me out a glass of that brandy over there.
Right.
Now, hold his head while I try to get it down. That's it. That's it. If he can only swallow. That's it. Now some more. That's better. Take the bottle. You can't give him too much.
His color is coming back. He's beginning to breathe again.
His heart is getting stronger.
Look, he's trying to talk.
It lashed me in the water. It lashed me.
Now I remember. In the water, of course.
The pain. It's terrible. I can't stand it. Give me something. Morphine. Anything.
I daren't give him a sedative. It might affect the heart. Holmes, here, get the cotton wool there and the olive oil.
Right.
What is it?
It's a poison of some kind. It affects the nerves, apparently. Must be terribly painful.
Here's the stuff you wanted.
Good. Now saturate the cotton wool. You put a dressing on his back. Now, that's right. Use plenty of oil.
There we are.
That's better. Oh, that's much better.
By Jove, he's fainted.
I don't think so. He's just fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion.
Well, Watson, how's our patient coming along?
Splendidly. The nurse says we can move him tomorrow. Splendid physique that boy must have had to stand up under the strain. I says, Stackhurst, we all owe that chap an apology for suspecting him of McPherson's death.
Yes. But who in thunder did kill him?
I'll show him to you, if you like.
You discovered the murderer?
Yes. One of the most gruesome instruments of torture ever devised. He is waiting for us at the foot of this cliff.
But is it safe to go down? You said that murder...
Yes, if you don't go too near. Come along.
All right, if you say so.
Well, the tide's coming in.
I don't see any murderer. I mean...
No, he's not as obvious as all that. Treacherous as well as deadly.
I must say that this place gets on my nerves since the tragedy. I haven't allowed the boys to go in swimming lately. I suppose it's foolish of me.
On the contrary, you would have had a few more tragedies if you'd allowed them to swim. This death strikes like lightning. There's no escaping it.
But great Scott, if it's as dangerous as all that, we'd better get back up the cliff before the murderer finds us.
We're quite safe unless we take a dip in the lagoon McPherson went swimming in.
What? But I thought you said that he didn't go into the water.
So I did. The towel fooled me. The truth of the matter is that he was in such agony when he came out that he failed to use the towel. That's what threw me off the track in the first place.
But the murderer?
Down here.
Where's he?
Under the cliff, where the lagoon is quite deep. Ah, there's your murderer, on that rocky shelf about 3 feet below the surface. Look down there. See it?
Why, it's a tangled mass. Great Scott, it's alive. It's vibrating and waving. A hairy creature with streaks of silver amongst its yellow stresses. Oh, what a foul and sinister thing.
Sinister enough. The death that comes from the sea. As fatal as a cobra and more far-reaching. That is cyanea, the fearful stinger, sometimes called the lion's mane.
Well, I've been born and bred in these parts, and I've never seen anything like it. Ugh, look at that foul thing. Well, it doesn't belong to Sussex, I swear.
Just as well for Sussex. The southwest gale must have brought it up. What do you say? Shall we end this murder forever?
Shall we end it by all means?
Very well. I think this boulder should do the trick. Help me move it. It's too heavy for one man.
Right. There she goes. Good. The boulder has settled right on the filthy creature, pinning it to the ledge.
One edge of yellow membrane is still flapping.
Not for long. Notice the oily scum oozing out from under the stone and rising slowly to the surface. That is the end of the killer.
Lion's mane. I've never heard of that before, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Bell, neither had I. Holmes discovered the article that he'd been searching for and read it to us. The full name of the dreadful creature is Cyanea capillata. It radiates almost invisible filaments to the distance of 50 feet. Within that radius, it is as deadly and far more painful than the bite of a poisonous snake.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell you about next week's story. But first, ladies, here's a sensational beauty tip direct from Hollywood. When you want your hair to look its radiant best for an important date, do this the night before. Give your hair a glamour bath with Kreml shampoo.
I certainly agree with that, Mr. Bell. And you know, Kreml shampoo is the shampoo used by those famous beauties, the flowers models.
Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural dazzling highlights. It leaves the hair simply gleaming with natural glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays that way for days.
And please bear in mind that Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's not a drying detergent. It's entirely different.
Yes, Kreml shampoo uncovers all the natural highlights that lie concealed in every woman's hair. Yet it never dries the hair. In fact, Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Kreml shampoo whips up a luxuriant, active foam, even in the hardest water. It rinses out so easily and never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, why not buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and glamour bathe your hair to tantalizing loveliness? Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I visited a mad scientist who lived on a rocky island in one of the Scottish lochs, and of the strange things that happened there. I call it The Adventure of the Island of Death.
Tonight's adventure was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Lion's Mane. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steiner. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, regardless of whether you change to daylight saving time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Island of Death.
This is Tom Conway. Your help is vital in the drive on cancer, the disease that must be stopped. Help save future lives. Give to the cancer drive.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents COUNTERSPY.
Washington calling David Harding, COUNTERSPY. Washington calling David Harding, COUNTERSPY.
Harding, COUNTERSPY. Calling Washington.
United States COUNTERSPY, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the magic murder. A thrilling counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now, another report to the American people. In your family's interest, listen to these findings, recently released by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated.
After thorough and impartial tests, Pepsi-Cola proved of highest purity. Pepsi-Cola has more quick food energy and value, ounce for ounce, than any other leading nationally known cola.
Yes, tested, compared against all other leading nationally known cola drinks, Pepsi-Cola won out. You get the best and twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now to COUNTERSPY.
Oh, this would be Mr. Peters, would it not?
Good evening, Professor Cabarrus.
Good evening.
I appreciate you seeing me this evening.
Please come in.
Thank you.
This chair by the desk, Mr. Peters.
Thanks. Well, you were lucky to find such a nice little house so near Washington, Professor.
It was your chief of the counter-spies, Mr. David Harding, who helped me find it, Mr. Peters. The 3 rooms are sufficient for my personal needs. I have turned the cellar into a fine laboratory for my homework.
Of course, you'll be working most of the time at the government laboratories, won't you, sir?
Yes. The development of turbojet engines for land vehicles is a big project.
Mm-hmm.
I'm honored to have been brought to this country by your great government to work on it. Why, the possibilities of jet engines for land use are... But you did not come for a lecture on engines, Mr. Peters.
Not quite, Professor. The main purpose of my visit is to have you fill out this questionnaire.
That is what you mentioned on the telephone.
Yes. Now, by law, the counter-spies are responsible for the safety of distinguished visitors from abroad. The more information we have, the easier our job is.
But no one means me any harm, Mr. Peter.
We hope not. But in these days, there's no knowing.
Oh.
Now, will you fill in these blanks? Now then, do we have the full name correctly, Professor?
Of the University of Maslava.
First name, Jan?
Middle name, Fyodorovich.
Yes, and last name, Cabarrus. C-A-B-A-R-R-U-S.
Correct.
It's an odd name, sir.
But common in my part of Europe.
Oh? Now, our records already show that you hold 5 degrees.
Yes.
And before the last war, you were a scientific consultant to the government of your own country.
Those were happy, fruitful days, Mr. Peters. But today, my country is in the hands of... My feelings on that point are very strong, Mr. Peters. Please, go on.
As to your experiences during the war and immediately after, our records require some more information.
Well, I shall do my best.
In 1939, when the Germans first...
Operator, give me counter-spy headquarters at once.
You feeling all right now, Professor Cabarrus?
Somewhat shaky, Mr. Harding. I am much more disturbed over Mr. Peters.
Me, too. Very seriously wounded in the head. He's been taken to the counter-spy infirmary. The shots seemed to come, you said, from that glass door to the sunroom.
Yes. It must have been opened quietly by someone as Mr. Peters and I were filling out this... Oh. By the way, here it is.
Or the questionnaire.
Thank you.
Oh, Professor, did you by any chance get a glimpse of the man who fired the shots?
Just as it were, out of the corner of my eye.
Well, can you recall anything at all? Try to recreate the image of that moment in your mind if you can.
Let me see. I was here, and Mr. Peters was there.
You were at right angles to the sunroom door.
Yes. And then the door must have opened. He wore a black velour hat.
Oh?
And, he must have been holding the pistol in his left hand.
Left-handed. Go ahead.
I believe he was tall, wearing a dark coat, and yes, a mustache. Black or dark brown. And one other thing.
Yeah?
In my mind, the picture of that man is like death.
Death?
He seems like a skeleton. Sunken eyes, a thin face. I'm sorry, Mr. Harding. This may be all a waste of time.
Your pardon, Mr. Harding.
Oh, yes, Edwards. Did you and the boys find anything?
Yes, sir. The attacker apparently entered the sunroom from outside the house. Cut out a square of glass above the lock on the door from outside into the sunroom.
I see. Professor Cabarrus, with your permission, my men will keep working here. We can't even tell now whether the shots were meant for you or for Mr. Peters. Edwards, bring all the data with you later.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to headquarters to see how Peters is.
Peters is still on the operating table, Mr. Harding. The man who fired the shots was very accurate. All three hit Peters. One raked a furrow along the top of his head.
I expect Edwards will find that bullet buried in a wall at the house there.
And the second bullet lodged at the side of his neck. We've removed that one. There'll be no serious after effects.
What about the third bullet?
Lodged in his skull. We're studying the x-rays now.
Doctor, Harry Peters is not only my assistant, but he's my friend as well, and I hope...
Oh, we're doing our very best, Mr. Harding.
Will you excuse me? Harding.
Edwards, Mr. Harding. I've returned with all we found at the professor's house. I'm in the identification section now.
Thank you, Edwards. I'll be right down.
We couldn't find any trace of footprints around the house, Mr. Harding. The grass is all pretty well grown.
Well, what about car tracks?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, then, let's add up what we know about the attacker. Now, that bullet you dug out of the wall...
It's a .38 caliber, sir. From an automatic.
All right. Man using a .38 caliber automatic. He fired at a distance of about 20 feet. In imperfect light. That suggests he's a good marksman for a gunman. If he was aiming at Peter.
And we know he gained entrance to the house at the back through the sunroom by cutting out a square of glass above the door lock.
Yeah.
I guess then he reached inside and let himself in.
This complicates the problem, Edward. It's a burglar's technique. Not often you find a professional gunman who uses burglar techniques. Or vice versa. All right, Edwards, let's get to work. Now, if you'll be good enough to handle the loudspeaker system to the floor below there.
Identification. This is Edwards with Mr. Harding in the supervisor's booth. We've got an identification job. Electronic classifiers, stand by.
First fact, gunman. .38 automatic.
Gunman, 38 automatic.
Left-handed.
Left-handed. Next.
Technique of entry by rear of establishment.
Technique of entry by rear of establishment. Next.
By door. By cutting out glass.
By door. By cutting out glass.
Appearance, mustache, black or dark brown.
Appearance, mustache, black or dark brown.
Eyes, black or dark brown.
Eyes, black or dark brown. Those are the facts.
They got something, Edward.
Yes, sir. And it's coming up here to the booth on the south side. Here you are, sir.
Well. Outside wire, please.
This is very strange, Edwards.
Yes, hello.
Professor Cabarrus, this is David Harding.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
We've located the name of a man answering the description you gave us.
And so quickly. It's amazing.
The name is Bones Cleburne. We could have him in our hands inside of 2 hours.
I'm so relieved, Mr. Harding.
There's only one difficulty. He was in an automobile accident in Florida. He's been dead for 8 months.
Dead? Well, then, I'm afraid my recollection of the attacker's appearance was not accurate enough. How's Mr. Peters?
Well, I'm very hopeful that when Mr. Peters regains consciousness, he'll be able to give us a vital clue in this case.
But how is he, Mr. Harding?
The doctors are waiting for the shock to subside before operating.
He will live?
I'm told his chances are only 50-50.
We just don't dare operate, Mr. Harding. We just don't dare.
I don't understand, Dr. Dillon.
Well, the bullet lodged in the frontal lobe. Probably the frontal gyrus. Just missing the lateral cerebral artery.
Oh.
Now, the removal would be a most delicate operation. None of us here on the staff knows the technique well enough.
Well, then who does?
Only one man, I'm afraid. A great brain surgeon who just this past year developed a new technique for this type of brain operation.
Get him over here, Dr. Dillon.
Well, he's Dr. K.T. Holborn of Central Hospital, Colby City.
Colby City? That's 1,000 miles away. Well, let's get on the phone. Dr. Peters has got to be saved. Operator, this is Mr. Harding.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
I'm going to be here on Dr. Dillon's line in the infirmary for some time, and I want you to keep it clear for fast work.
Certainly, Mr. Harding.
I want to place a call to Colby City, Central Hospital, Dr. K.T. Holborn. That's Holburn.
Colby City, Central Hospital, Dr. K.T. Holborn.
Right, and rush it.
Long distance.
Operator, this is COUNTERSPY headquarters. I want Colby City 6700.
Colby City 6700.
Dr. K.T. Holborn.
Dr. K.T. Holborn. What is your number, Fizz?
Equator 1000.
Will you hold the line, Fizz?
No, Harding speaking.
Mr. Harding, Dr. Holborn is not at the hospital.
Oh? Let me speak with the long-distance operator, please.
Surely.
Hello?
Hello, sir. Dr. K.T. Holborn is not at the hospital.
Well, does the hospital know where he can be reached? Now, this is vitally important.
I am sorry, sir. They say Dr. Holborn's not in Colby City at all.
Where is he, then?
He's on a medical research trip to South America.
South America? Well, do you know where he is right now?
According to the schedule, he left for the hospital. He's in Caracas, Venezuela tonight. A 2-hour stopover.
Venezuela? Well, how's he traveling?
By plane, sir. Commercial Airlines of South America. The Rio de Janeiro flies.
Well, thank you very much, operator.
Holborn's in Venezuela, Mr. Harding? Well, that's a bad blow to Peter's chances.
I'm not giving up yet, Dr. Dillon.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
I find that Dr. Holborn might be reached in Caracas, Venezuela, at the Commercial Airlines Airport. Rio de Janeiro flight. I've got to do everything possible to reach him. Will you put a call through there, please?
Hello, Miami. This is Washington, long distance. Will you give me your overseas operator?
Overseas.
Hello, overseas. A ticket. Washington, Equator 1000. Mr. David Harding, COUNTERSPY headquarters, calling Dr. K.T. Holborn at Commercial Airlines Airport, Caracas, Venezuela.
Washington, Equator 1000. Mr. David Harding, COUNTERSPY headquarters, calling Dr. K.T. Holborn, Commercial Airlines Airport, Caracas, Venezuela. Will you ring the number, Washington? COUNTERSPY headquarters. This is the overseas operator. Let me speak to Mr. Harding, please.
Harding speaking.
On your call to Caracas, Venezuela, due to the number of calls already on hand, the next available time is tomorrow afternoon. Will that be satisfactory?
Tomorrow afternoon, Operator, Dr. Holburn's a brain surgeon. We must reach him for an important operation.
We'll try to complete your call as soon as possible. Caracas.
Miami overseas operator, a ticket.
A ticket.
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C.
Mr. David Harding.
Mr. David Harding.
Calling Commercial Airlines Airport.
Commercial Airlines Airport.
Rio de Janeiro flight passengers.
Rio de Janeiro flight passengers.
Dr. K for Kenneth, a T for Thomas Holburn.
Dr. K. T. Holburn.
The call is wanted as soon as possible, Caracas. It's in connection with a surgical operation.
We will hurry.
The serial number is 14979.
Serial 14979. Commercial Airlines Airport.
This is the overseas operator in Caracas. Mr. David Harding in Washington, D.C. is calling a passenger on your Rio de Janeiro flight, Dr. K.T. Holburn.
Rio de Janeiro flight, it has not yet come in.
What time is it due?
It was delayed over the Caribbean by bad weather. It is due in 2 hours. We can give Dr. Holburn a message when the flight arrives.
Please do so. Have him call the overseas operator. It is in connection with an important surgical operation.
"2 hours, Mr. Harding, and there's nothing we can do for Peters. There's got to be.
Yes, Mr. Harding?
Connect me with the airport in Caracas, will you, please? Put the call through no matter what.
In a moment, back to Counterspy, presented by delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's a spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too.
Yes, twice as much and better, too. You know Pepsi gives you twice as much. You know Pepsi's better, tastes better. But now I want to make sure you know which cola drink is of proven highest quality. Listen, impartial tests were made comparing all the leading nationally known colas. And here's the news. Delicious Pepsi was rated tops for quick food energy and honest-to-goodness value, ounce for ounce. Yes, more value and quick food energy in every tasty sip of Pepsi. That's why Pepsi's so refreshing. Why you feel so good. Why you're on the beat. Why people call Pepsi their favorite treat. When the quality's proved tops and the taste is so delightful, so refreshing that you bubble and the quantity is double, say, is it any wonder Pepsi's America's big, big favorite? Insist on tasty Pepsi wherever you may be. At the fountain, say, Pepsi, please. At the stand, say, Pepsi, please. And at the store, get Pepsi in the money-saving carton of 6 big bottles. How about getting a carton tonight of delicious Pepsi-Cola?
Delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Now back to Counterspy.
Caracas Airport to Flight 598. Caracas Airport to Flight 598.
Flight 598. What is it, Caracas?
Do you have a Dr. K.T. Holburn aboard?
Dr. Holburn? Yes, we have.
There is an emergency telephone call for him from Washington, D.C. You are due in 1 hour and 45 minutes, but at the request of the Chief of the United States Counterspies, we have obtained special permission for you to come in ahead of time, if you can do it.
We can try. You give us the airlane and landing clearance.
We will arrange everything. Come in with all possible speed.
I can be over the field at 23:30. Bring me in fast.
Doctor, how's Peters?
Resting comfortably, but every minute counts.
Pilot, where will I find a telephone?
That's side entrance to the administration building, Dr. Holburn.
Thank you.
Overseas operator, Caracas.
This is Dr. Holborn. I understand you have a call for me?
Yes, sir. One moment, please. Overseas Miami, your call to Caracas, Venezuela.
Washington, your call to Caracas. Equator 1000, your call to Venezuela. We are ready.
Harding.
Dr. Holborn in Venezuela for you, Mr. Harding. Go ahead, please.
Dr. Dillon. Talk to him. Yes.
Hello. Holborn speaking.
Dr. Holborn, this is Dr. Henry Dillon, Chief Medical Officer of the United States COUNTERSPY.
Oh, yes, Dr. Dillon.
We have a serious case here that requires your technique, the Holborn incision. And none of us here is familiar with it.
Suppose I fly right back to Washington.
Well, I'm afraid there isn't time for that now, Dr. Holborn. Could we do this? If I acquaint you with the X-rays, could you then direct me in the operation over the phone? We'll have the phone connected right in the operating theater. Ready, Dr. Holborn?
Ready, Dr. Dillon.
Anterior-posterior and lateral X-rays show the bullet to be midway between the third ventricle and the sella turcica, with the head of the bullet approximately 2 millimeters from the anterior aspect of the lateral ventricle.
Well, then, make your incision starting at a point 35 millimeters from the zygomatic tubercle and 12 millimeters from the Terrian suture line, parallel to the superior temporal line and distal to the sphenoidal sinus.
And distal to the sphenoidal sinus.
Sphenoidal sinus.
Lateral X-ray shows the nose of the slug to be 2 millimeters from the anterior aspect of the lateral ventricle.
2 millimeters. Then bring your incision up at a 45-degree angle towards the superior temporal line.
Angle of incision. 45 degrees toward the superior temporal line.
45 degrees toward superior temporal line.
Right. Next step, Holborn.
Make the incision no more than 3 centimeters in length.
Incision 3 centimeters. Right. Scalpel?
Scalpel.
All right, Holborn. I'm making the first incision.
Hello, Peters.
Hello, Dave.
Hey, that was pretty close, fella.
The doc said you tore up the international phone system.
Peters, now the main thing is you're going to be all right now.
Well, I may miss a couple of days, Chief.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Well, I guess my time's up. Now, Dr. Dillon wasn't even going to let me in at all.
Dave, about Professor Cabanas.
Huh?
Did you get the questionnaire finished?
Finished? Well, that was finished before the man opened the sunroom door and fired. Professor Cabarrus gave it to me.
Man? Sunroom door?
Yeah.
Well, the shots came from behind me, Dave. I was sitting at the desk.
Easy, Peters. You better take it easy. Look, I'll come back this afternoon. We'll talk about it. You go to sleep. Well, Edwards, Professor Cabarrus isn't here, but we can work anyway.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
Now, Peters said that he was sitting here at the desk.
I faced him right at the sunroom door.
Professor Cabarrus said that that's where the attacker appeared.
But Peters was looking right at the door and saw no one.
And another thing, the 3 bullets that hit Peters hit him in the back of the head. That means then that the bullets came from behind him.
And there's only the fireplace behind the desk. This one filing cabinet.
Of course, when I spoke to Peters, he was still foggy from the operation and the anesthetic.
Look out!
Oh. Thanks for knocking me out of the way, Edward. Where'd those shots come from?
As I was looking at the filing cabinet, the little metal flap covering the lock on the second drawer moved aside. Behind it, I saw the muzzle of a pistol.
Let's see. Locked. Hand me that poker from the fireplace.
All right.
Thanks. We'll pry the drawer open.
An automatic. What's that apparatus, Mr. Harding?
It looks like a photoelectric cell. Yes, projecting a photoelectric beam across the chair at the desk.
To actuate the firing of the automatic. But Why didn't it go off the moment you sat down there?
I can't tell offhand, but we may find it's a delayed action system taking maybe a minute.
Mr. Harding.
Oh, hello, Professor Cabarrus.
Your man at the front door told me you gentlemen were here. I take it you've discovered, sir. The filing cabinet, Mr. Harding?
An ingenious murder scheme to kill Peters while he sat at that desk.
To kill Mr. Peters? Then he's dead?
Somebody wanted him dead.
Dreadful. Who could have used my house to try to murder him?
I have only one suspicion, Professor. It was someone who wanted to conceal certain facts about himself. Edwards, that questionnaire, please.
Yes, sir.
Professor, you told me you and Peters had completed filling this out before the shots were fired, but Peters tells me you'd only reached item 7, just before the questions concerning your activities in Europe during the war.
I'm sure Mr. Peters is mistaken, Mr. Harding.
No, he's not, because this reveals the motive for the murder attempt. Peters might have asked pointed questions, and they would have shown that during the last war you were not in exile or in the underground, but in the pay of the very people you pretend to despise.
Ridiculous, Mr. Harding.
Not at all. But this morning I talked to our attachés in your capital, and these answers here are false. You gambled. Nobody would check them. You'd be safe to work on American scientific projects and steal vital information. Edwards, search him.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harding, I protest.
You'll have every liberty to, in court, because I'm charging you now with the attempted murder of Harry Peters. I'm very happy to say you failed all around.
Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Bring it on now. Enjoy that bubbling, tangy, tasty treat. Sure hits the spot. At parties, it's a wonderful idea to serve delicious Pepsi. That extra quick food energy gives folks that bounce, that zing. And Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottles go twice as far. You get a carton of 6 bottles, and you serve 12 full-size drinks. So save that money, get the best, and get twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you.
That's it, delicious Pepsi-Cola. Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to COUNTERSPY. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Bootleg Button.
High-grade gold, purified in the white heat of flame. A criminal scheme forged in the heat of greed. Yet your counterspies were able to apply the heat of the law to a trio who dealt in death and double-cross. Listen on Thursday to
The Case of the Bootleg Button on COUNTERSPY. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York and was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Paul Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford. This is Jay Jackson speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi tonight.
Dr. Christian's office.
The Vaseline Program, the only program in radio where the audience writes the script. Tonight the spotlight is on Spencer, Indiana, and the prize goes to Frida Franklin for her play, The Attic Stairway Murder Mystery, starring Jean Hersholt as Dr. Christian and Rosemary DeCamp as Judy Price. Men, dry scalp can certainly detract from your appearance. Don't ignore dry scalp. Watch for these warning signs: dry, brittle, rebellious hair, loose, unsightly dandruff, tight, itchy scalp. At the first sign of dry scalp, start using Vaseline Hair Tonic. With Vaseline Hair Tonic, you combat dry scalp. Check it easily, quickly, effectively. Vaseline Hair Tonic actually supplements natural scalp oils, contains no alcohol or other drying ingredients. Apply just 5 drops a day with comb or directly on the hair. You'll check dry scalp, groom rebellious hair, keep it soft and neat, combed just right. Also, a brisk Vaseline hair tonic massage before each shampoo checks loose dandruff, relieves itchy tightness. Vaseline hair tonic gives double care, both scalp and hair. Checks dry scalp, leaves your hair natural looking, attractive. Remember, more bottles of Vaseline hair tonic are sold today than of any other hair tonic in America. Buy, try Vaseline hair tonic. And so to our prize play, The Attic Stairway Murder.
It's time to shut up shop, Judy. 5 o'clock on a dark winter's evening, and all's well in River's End.
No, not so fast, Dr. Christian. All's not well in River's End. Doctor, a call just came in.
Oh, take it easy, Judy. After all, what's one more telephone call to a doctor's office?
But wait till you hear, Doctor. Mrs. Mary Parker's been murdered right in her own home here in River's End.
What? You mean Mrs. Parker, who lived at that big house on Oak Street?
That's right, Ed Parker's widow. You remember he owned a lot of real estate around town, used to be president of the bank?
Mrs. Parker murdered. A victim of robbery, I suppose. Well, it's no wonder. That huge Parker house is crammed full of valuable things.
Mrs. Brown, a next-door neighbor, found Mrs. Parker lying dead at the foot of her attic stairway less than an hour ago.
So that's how it is. Mrs. Parker, an unusually heavy woman and therefore slow of foot, falls down her attic stairs, and the neighbor finds her, gets excited, and promptly reports an accidental fall as a deliberate murder. Who called me, Judy?
The sheriff, Doctor. The coroner's out of town, so the sheriff phoned to ask you to come instead.
Well, I suppose I'll have to drive across town and go through the required inspection. You coming along, Judy?
Oh, as if you needed to ask that. This town is going to feel a great loss in Mrs. Parker's death, Dr. Christian.
I'm not so sure of that, Judy. To me, Mrs. Parker seemed a cold, uncharitable sort of person. One who has incapable of keeping any real friends.
Mrs. Parker uncharitable, Doctor? Why, her name has headed every list of Red Cross donors and war bond purchasers and paralysis drives or what have you as long as I can remember.
Oh, I wasn't referring to the well-publicized charity of the purse, Judy, but to the unsung generosity of the human heart. I was thinking particularly of poor Mary Bicknell.
Oh, I know who you mean. She's that thin, sharp-tongued creature who's taken care of Mrs. Parker's house for years.
Yes.
You can see her almost any time, day or night, slinking up the alleys on her way to and from work, twisting along on that old patched-up crutch.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Judy. Surely a really generous employer would have done something in all these years about that miserable crutch. Not to mention doing something about Mary Bicknell's poor, twisted body.
But, Dr. Christian, no one except Mrs. Parker would have Mary Bicknell around. She was so bitterly hostile towards everybody, so strange in her looks and actions.
Maybe so, but I can remember when Mary Bicknell was a very pretty girl. She and Mrs. Parker were girlhood friends, you know.
Mary Bicknell pretty?
Very pretty, Judy. Tall and slender, always laughing and gay with merry brown eyes. Well, she was called Mary B. to distinguish her from a friend who later married Ed Parker.
But I can't imagine her being pretty or a friend of Mrs. Parker.
Oh, the two girls were inseparable until Mary Ward married Ed Parker, quite suddenly.
But what happened to change Mary Bicknell from a gay young girl into the unsocial person she is now?
I wish I knew. Oh, her hips was broken in an accident that left one leg shorter than the other, but some deeper hurt must have crushed her heart and soul about the same time. I never quite understood the case. Well, here we are. You found her lying just like this, Mrs. Brown?
Yes, Doctor. Poor Mrs. Parker was lying just as you see her now at the foot of these stairs, with letters and paper scattered up and down the steps and all over Mrs. Parker herself.
She must have been looking through a box of old letters, either yellow and crumbly with age. And will you look at these old-fashioned valentines? Bumpy roses of red velvet, frilly lace all around the edge?
Yes, that's how I happened to find Mrs. Parker. She had planned a Valentine bridge party for tomorrow afternoon. She asked me to come over after Mary Bicknell was through cleaning today and help with the decorations for the party.
Oh, so Mary Bicknell was here with Mrs. Parker today, no?
Of course.
Well, what time did Mary leave for her own home, Mrs. Brown?
Well, it was later than usual because of the extra cleaning for the party.
You saw Mary when she left?
Yes, I did. Although I usually don't pay much attention to Mary's comings and goings. But late this afternoon, I happened to be out back, and I saw Mary leaning against our garage fiddling with that old crutch of hers.
Just what was Mary doing to her crutch?
Well, she was wrapping the part that fits under her arm with some old paper.
After that, you saw Mary go on towards home?
Yes. She straightened up and stared at me and then hobbled down the alley. Oh, I don't know what to become of Mary Bicknell now. Well, she couldn't have existed all these years without Mrs. Parker's kindness in giving her work.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, Mrs. Brown. Did you see anyone else here after Mary Bicknell left?
No one, Dr. Christian. But someone else had to be here. Well, look at Mrs. Parker's poor bruised face, and look at the blood-matted hair.
Oh, but Mrs. Brown, a woman as heavy as Mrs. Parker would necessarily be severely bruised to fall down a stairway as long and as steep as this one?
Yes, but look at her hands, Dr. Christian. Look at Mrs. Parker's hands. They're placed in exact order across her chest.
Mrs. Brown's right, Dr. Christian. Her hands are placed as dead hands are placed across the chest. And, of course, if she'd fallen, her hands would have been flung out to keep her balance.
And notice these letters. A dozen or more of them are arranged neatly on top of Mrs. Parker's hands.
So they are. And the letters are in two neat piles.
Yeah.
Two very neat piles. Let's have a look at these letters.
Her rings. Mrs. Parker's rings. They're gone.
I see, Mrs. Brown. And the fingers are bruised where the rings have been painstakingly worked off over the heavy flesh of the fingers.
Yes.
Which means that someone took Mrs. Parker's rings after she had fallen down these steps, arranged her hands for death, and then placed these letters on top of her hands.
Maybe the murderer's still hiding up there in the attic, waiting to kill and rob us all. Oh, let me out of here. Let me out of here.
I dread this interview with Mary Bicknell, Dr. Christian. We'll have to tell her that she's lost the only friend she's known for years.
You're right, Judy. This promises to be a very unpleasant night for everyone. Just look at that snow pounding down. The wind fairly rocks the car.
This is not a very nice neighborhood we're driving through. You sure Mary Bicknell lives near here?
Yes, quite near. We turn down this next street. Mary Bicknell's house sits on the very end of the street, right beside the railroad tracks. There we are.
Mary Bicknell live in that? Why, it's nothing but a shed.
Yes, Judy.
Can't see any light from the window. She's surely not at home.
Now, I'll leave the car lights on until we find out. Let's go and knock. Maybe Mary is going to bed early to save lights.
Look, Dr. Christian. There's someone coming this way, just starting across the tracks. Looks like Mary Bicknell. Can't be sure in this blinding snowstorm.
It is Mary. I would know that one-sided twisting walk of her where we saw her shadow.
Dr. Christian, there's a train coming. Mary's square in the middle of those tracks.
You're right, Judy. Fast train is coming. Hurry, Mary, hurry!
She hears you, Doctor. She's trying to run, but with that crutch. Oh, Doctor, she's right in the headlight of the train. One of the engineers sees her.
Run, Mary, run!
Helpless.
Get my bag from the car, Judy, while I straighten Mary out in the cut.
Yes.
We'll make her as comfortable as possible for the short time she has left.
Of course, Doctor. Poor Mary. She's still holding tight to the broken-off top of her crutch.
I've been looking for you, Dr. Christian. I was just coming home from your office.
And I was waiting for you, Mary Bicknell. I think you want to tell me about Mrs. Parker, don't you?
Yes, Doctor. I want to tell you about the time when Mary Ward Parker and I were girls together.
Yeah, in just a minute, Mary. There's Judy. We'll try to make you more comfortable. There now. That's better. So, Mary Bicknell, 40 years ago, you and Mary Ward were intimate friends.
Yes, until I fell in love with Ed Parker and he with me. Mary Ward objected because Ed claimed so much of my time.
But I don't understand why you want to see so much of Ed Parker, Mary B. After all, we have plenty of fun together without Ed along.
You'll understand it, Mary, when you fall in love. You can't imagine how wonderful it is.
I can't imagine anything wonderful about being in love with a poor boy like Ed Parker.
Oh, and if Ed being poor can make any difference with me. I guess you haven't heard the news. Ed's uncle, who's a director at the bank, has promised to start Ed out in the banking business any day now.
Well, Ed could do worse, I suppose.
Ed told me that just as soon as he's sure of the job, he had something very special to tell. Maybe that's Ed calling now.
I'll get it. Hello, Ed? Oh, I just knew it was you. Probably because I've been thinking about you all morning. No, sorry. Mary B. is out right now. Yes, I'll be glad to give her the message. Goodbye, Ed. Call me again soon.
Mary Ward, how could you? You knew Ed wanted to talk to me, not to you.
Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you, Mary B. I didn't detect any special love note in Ed's voice. He simply said he was bringing his new horse and buggy around to show you this evening.
A new horse and buggy? Well, that must mean he's sure of the bank job. I just know Ed means this to be a very special night. I'll go press my new dress.
Oh, boy. Oh, now. Hurry up, Mary B. I want to take you for a ride. Show off my new horse.
Ed. Oh, Ed, he's beautiful. I can hardly wait to ride in your new rig.
And I can hardly wait to ask a certain beautiful girl a certain special something. Oh, there, boy. Come around on this side to climb in, honeybee.
All right.
I don't dare let go of these reins long enough to get out and help you. Hold there. Here, put your foot on this step.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Oh, hello, Mary. Careful, Mary B. Watch your wheels. This horse is frisky.
I don't know when I've seen a more handsome horse or a more handsome driver. How about letting me share the first ride?
Well, some other time, maybe. But tonight, Mary B. and I are
I'll
going...
go run on the other side and climb in.
Oh, boy. Easy now. Mary Ward, don't flip your skirts over the wheel like that. You're frightening the horse.
Hey!
Steady, boy. Steady. Mary B., get back quickly. You're right between the wheels. I can't hold it.
In a hospital for many weeks, Dr. Christian. Lonely because I heard or saw nothing at all from Ed Parker. Mary Ward was the only visitor I had. I tried to reach Ed through her. I gave her letters to MAID, asked her to telephone him for me. But I heard nothing until one day.
Well, Mary D., here's a letter for you at last. It, looks as if it might be a Valentine.
Oh, give it to me quickly. It's from Ed. He sent me a Valentine.
What's the matter with you, Mary B.? Here, let me read your letter. A comic Valentine. Dear Mary, don't you think this whole affair is getting rather tiresome? Why not stop this silly phoning and letter writing and let me remain merely your casual friend, Ed Parker?
I can't believe that Ed wrote that.
But of course he did write it. You recognize the handwriting at once. I'll teach you a lesson you'll not forget soon. Ed Parker plainly doesn't want to be bothered.
I'll never bother him again. I kept that promise, Dr. Christian. I never again tried to communicate with Ed Parker. Then that same summer, he and Mary Ward were married.
But you have surely seen Ed Parker through all these years before he died?
Only at a distance, Doctor. When people would no longer hire me for office work, I was forced to accept Mary Parker's offer of housework. But I made it a point to come and go when Ed was at the bank. One day, they brought Ed home from the bank, very ill.
Yes, I remember. He had fallen while at work and was unable to move or speak until his death the next day.
Yes. I was cleaning the reception hall when they brought Ed home. His eyes watched me until they carried him upstairs. He looked as if he were trying desperately to tell me something.
And today, Mary Bicknell, I think you found out what Ed Parker was trying to tell you.
Yes, Doctor. About noon, I went upstairs with Mrs. Parker to hunt out some old valentines for the party. It was dark up in the attic. It's dark in here, Doctor.
Help me, Judy, quickly.
Yes, Doctor.
There. Better now, Mary?
Yes, better, Doctor. But I'll have to hurry. I pulled a box of old letters from a wall shelf in the attic. The large square envelope fell out. And as I picked it up, I saw the address. It had been sent to me.
From Ed Parker, wasn't it, Mary?
Yes. It was a beautiful valentine with a tiny honeybee drawn by hand down in one corner. I pulled out the valentine and read the words inside. Mary B., please, dearest girl, send me just one little note in answer to the millions I've written you. I find it hard to believe what Mary Ward tells me, that you say you'll never forgive me for being the cause of your accident. I'll be waiting for the word that will bring me running. I'll always be waiting. I looked up from the letter in my hand to see Mrs. Parker staring at me in the dim light of the attic. She was very furious.
Put those letters back. Stop snooping in things that don't belong to you, Mary Bicknell.
But this does belong to me. Ed sent me this valentine when I was in the hospital. He sent you the comic valentine asking you to stop annoying him with phone calls and letters. You switched the valentines. Didn't you, Mary Ward Parker?
Don't know what you're talking about, babbling about valentines. Give me that box of letters this instant.
Ed Parker didn't want you, Mary. He didn't want you all those years.
Ed was weak, except in business. He didn't know what was good for him. I knew I could help Ed reach the top. You couldn't. I knew, too, that I could help you, Mary B., just as I've been doing all these years.
Just as you've been doing all these years. When every step was agony, every day an eternity of aching misery. Every day the humiliation of handling riches and going home to poverty and hunger. Just as you've been doing all these years.
Give those letters to me and get out of here. Get out! Ah!
I didn't touch her, Dr. Christian. I didn't. She grabbed the box of letters with such force that the box broke in her hand, spilling the letters out. She staggered back to the edge of the open stairway, lost her balance, and fell all the way down.
And then it was you who arranged her hands across the chest with the letters on top?
Yes. At first I thought she was dead and placed her hands like that. But when I saw her watching me and knew she would be able to see and to think for a while, I put those letters before her eyes.
But they were your letters. Ed Parker had written them to Mary B. Bicknell. I noticed their addresses this evening when I picked them up.
Yes. So that with Mary Ward's last conscious glance and thought, she would remember the bitter empty years Ed and I had suffered.
But why didn't you take the letters addressed to you?
I couldn't carry them, Doctor. I took something so much better. Something Ed had meant for me to have. Until Mary Ward's lies tricked him into marriage with her. Doctor. Doctor?
Yes, Mary.
My crutch, Doctor. My crutch.
Oh, Doctor. She's dead.
Yes.
What did she mean about a crutch? There's only a piece of it left. Just the very top.
Wait. I'll unwrap some of these rags and paper from the saddle of the piece of crutch.
That paper in your hands, it looks like a valentine, Doctor. It is. It's soaking wet, but you can still see the red velvet roses. And it's wrapped around some rings, Dr. Christian. Oh, they must be Mrs. Parker's missing rings. Now everybody in River's End will always think that Mary Bicknell really did murder Mrs. Parker.
No, Judy. They'll be buried with Mary Bicknell. And to the town of River's End, the wealthy and respected Mrs. Parker's death will always be the attic stairway murder.
And the curtain descends on another Dr. Christian Prize play with our star, Jean Hersholt, waiting to greet you. And Judy Price right here to say...
Baby's uncomfortable and so helpless when his little skin is chafed and sore. Oh, but so grateful when Mother smooths on Vaseline petroleum jelly. Yes, Mother, to bring cooling relief to baby's touchy, tender skin, always reach for Vaseline petroleum jelly. Smooth it on the irritated places. Massage it into the folds of the skin where clothing rubs. Vaseline petroleum jelly is ideal for baby's skin because it does 3 important things. First, it soothes and cools chafed, irritated skin. Second, it forms a protective film that helps keep out infection when the skin is broken. And third, it helps to promote healing. Since Vaseline petroleum jelly is so pure and gentle and safe, you can use it just as generously as you please. And don't forget that grown-ups also welcome its cooling comfort when their skin is red and sore. Always keep an extra tube or jar on hand. And when you buy, remember, there are many petroleum jellies on the market, but only one bears the trademark Vaseline. That trademark, owned by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, is your guarantee of absolute purity. And now here is Jean Hersholt.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll be interested to know that Mrs. Trader Franklin, who authored tonight's prize play, is the mother of 8 children and the grandmother of 5. And still she finds time to write a radio play. This is her first radio play, by the way, although she has written some short stories. Next week we plan to present a new prize play called Playboy by Dorothy C. Shelton of Cherry Valley, Illinois. So we invite you all to hear the Vaseline program next Wednesday evening. And until then, I'll say good night.
Are your lips chapped? Try Vaseline Lip Eyes. Healing starts almost instantly. Vaseline Lip Eyes comes in 10 and 25-cent sizes at any drugstore. For quick relief, for quick healing, get Vaseline Lip Ice. Don't miss next week's Dr. Christian Prize play called Playboy. Same time, same station. Bob Anderson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, If I knew you were coming, I'd have wrecked a train.
The letterhead said, Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III, President. Only it turned out they owned less than a mile of track, there was no passengers, and you couldn't even buy a ticket to Pomona. It was a one-man corporation with a one-track mine. But before it was over with, all the competition was dead. I made the mistake of showing up at my boss, the Lyon's office, too early on Tuesday. He was holding a letter. From the look on his face, you could tell in another 10 minutes he'd have run out to handle this case himself.
Hardingstone Railroads Associated, Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Name of a new wonder drug, Fatso?
Jeffrey. Oh, don't be ridiculous. That's a man's name. Fairfield Hardingstone III, president of the Hardingstone...
I got it the first time.
Yeah, but Jeffrey, you don't understand. This is a letter from Mr. Hardingstone himself. He wants to hire our agency. He's our client, my boy, the Mr. Hardingstone.
Sorry, Fatso, I never heard of him.
You haven't?
I'm still singing the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Oh.
You haven't heard of him either.
No. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he isn't an important client, Jeffrey. Just take a look at that letterhead. Not printed, engraved. Run your finger over it. And with a name like that...
Okay, Fatso, we got a client. We do what? For how much?
Well, he doesn't say, Jeffrey. Mr. Hardingstone merely requests that we send an investigator to his home as soon as possible. He says it's urgent, and he encloses a check for $100.
That helps.
Helps, my boy. We're in clover. When a big industrialist like Hardingstone hires us, we're in. You handle this case right, and the next thing we know, we'll be hearing from General Motors.
Matter of fact, I got a letter from him yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, something about, would I mind making another payment, please?
All right, Regan, you make jokes about it, but I'm telling you this is our big chance. Now get out there and see Hardingstone. Tell him we guarantee our service. Convince him he hired the right agency. Oh, and,
Something bothering you, Fatso?
Well, as long as you're talking to him, Jeffrey. See if he has any good tips on the market.
I left Anthony J. Lyon digging through the stock market reports in the morning papers. It was a cinch he was counting future shares of Hardingstone Railroads. The letter the Lyon gave me said nothing, all right, except that Hardingstone lived in Cheviot Hills just off Motor Avenue. I fought traffic all the way out Olympic and pulled up in front of a brick mansion just after 1 o'clock. It took me 5 minutes to make the hike from the street to the front door. I rang and waited.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Hardingstone in?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. He's downstairs in the game room. You may go right down if you wish.
Thanks.
Sir, there's just one request.
Huh?
Treat him gently, sir. Mr. Hardingstone is in very poor humor today.
Instead of getting better, it got worse. I followed the butler's nod and walked down the thickly carpeted stairs into the basement. Only it wasn't a basement the way you think of basements. It was mahogany-paneled walls, paintings in gilt frames, not copies, originals, and indirect lighting throughout. And over against the far end of the room stood a table the size of a tennis court. On it, trains, all kinds of trains, electric trains, all scale model stuff. And in front of a master switchboard, flashing 5 different colors of lights, stood Mr. Fairfield Hardingstone III. Age 12.
What you are about to see is a duplication of the famous wreck of the Long Island Railroad, which occurred several years back. A step closer, please. If you will notice, the engineer of the train does not see the red warning signal up ahead. His approximate speed is 70 miles an hour, and he's approaching a dangerous curve. Now, he's coming closer. The signal flashes steadily, but he ignores it. The train nears the bend. The engineer moves the throttle up faster. The turn is coming. Now! 17 passengers killed, 42 injured. The engineer and fireman both dead. You see the folly of blind speed, of course.
You always do this?
It amuses me. By the way, I don't believe I caught your name.
Regan.
Oh, yes, of course, the Lion's Eye. Glad you came right out. My name's Hardingstone.
The third.
Must you remind me? It's bad enough being the sign of a wealthy family without attaching that stigma.
You wanted a detective.
Naturally. Mr. Regan, what do you know about murder?
Get to the point, Fairfield.
Yes, of course. I should have known you wouldn't be interested in this subtle approach. It's about my mother. Next week she's being married. I intend stopping her.
Your father's dead?
He died 6 years ago. I barely remember him.
Ah, he was in railroads?
No, my father was a lawyer, Mr. Regan. He defended the criminally insane. We don't discuss him in this house.
How does that check with your mother?
I sometimes think she doesn't remember Father any better than I do. However, that's not what I called you here to talk about. Mr. Regan, my mother is about to marry a man named John Kilpatrick. Like my father, he's a lawyer.
Only you don't like him.
Precisely. To use a somewhat childish term, he's a jerk.
Also, if your mother marries him, he might interfere with the pleasures of one Fairfield Hardingstone III.
Mr. Regan, you're a man after my own heart. What I want you to do is simple. Check every angle regarding this man Kilpatrick. Explore his past. Somewhere you'll find something.
And if I don't? If I give him a clean slate?
Kilpatrick has been in South America a number of years. I think one of the reasons he returned is that he was broke and came back to marry Mother and the family fortune.
For $100, I tail him.
Wrong. You don't tail him at all, Mr. Regan. In fact, I want you to go right into his office and see him. Tell him who hired you and why. He'll like that.
You can't talk it out of him, scare it out of him, is that it?
It's like the stationery my mother had made up for me a couple of years ago, Mr. Regan. Across the top it says Hardingstone Railroads Associated. My dear mother thought it was very cute. But you'd be surprised at some of the answers I get to my letters.
Maybe I wouldn't. Okay, Fairfield, you paid your 100, you get your money's worth.
Oh, don't rush off, Mr. Regan. There's one other little item. I want you to run upstairs and tell Mother about my little plan.
What?
What's good enough for the bridegroom is good enough for the bride, eh, Mr. Regan?
I left the young Mr. Hardingstone setting up the trains for another great crash and headed up the stairs. I was beginning to wonder just how bad the Lion Detective Agency needed the $100. The answer? Bad enough to talk to the mother. The butler gave me a solemn nod as I went upstairs to the second floor. Top of the landing, I turned and gave the butler a solemn nod. It was getting to be a game. Only the game was over fast when I hit the top of the stairs.
And that's all there is. And I quit. I tell you, I quit. You can't do that to me, Mrs. D. You can't do that to me. I've taken enough from you and from him. I don't have to work for you. I got other things, see? And you just remember that. Huh. Well, I never. Well, what do you want?
Mrs. Hardingstone in there?
She most certainly is, young man. And God bless you if you plan to go in there.
That bad, huh?
Oh, terrible. Very terrible. The poor woman is losing her mind. I'm sure of it.
Oh, that's why you're quitting?
I've been here just over 6 years, mister. And that's long enough. I quit. And if you're smart, you'll leave before everybody loses their mind.
The round, frowning, gray-haired woman stomped off down the stairs. In front of me, the open door to Mrs. Hardingstone's room. I thought about the $100 check. Thought about it again. Looked at the open door and peeked in.
Well, you're Dr. Martin's new young assistant. Oh, please do come in, Doctor.
She was propped perfectly in the oversized bed. Satin covers, satin cushions, pillows, radio, ashtray, water pitcher, thermometer, hot water bag, ice bag, cold tablets, headache tablets, vitamin pills, and on a silver tray, one crisp golden brown piece of dry toast. Mrs. Fairfield Hardingstone II was 40, gold ringlets, pink hair ribbon, and a smile. Painted in place.
Well, don't just stand there, Doctor. Do something. Take my temperature or something. You know.
I'm afraid I'm not the doctor, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Of course, when Dr. Martin said he couldn't come, that he was sending his assistant. What? You're not the doctor.
No, my name's Regan.
Regan? Oh, I know you'll forgive me, Mr. Regan, but just what do you specialize in?
I'm a detective, Mrs. Hardingstone.
Oh, I see. No, I don't see. A detective. Well, that is something, isn't it? I could hardly ask you to treat my sacroiliac, now could I?
Now, look, lady, your son hired me. He asked me to come up and talk to you.
Talk to me? Oh, dear, Mr. Regan, what shall we talk about?
John Kilpatrick.
Oh.
You're marrying him next week.
Yes, I am. Providing, of course, my sacroiliac is better.
Providing, of course.
Oh, John is a fine man. He's very sincere. He loves me. Fairfield has no right to resent my marriage. Do you hear? No right at all.
He thinks maybe Kilpatrick's marrying you for your money. Something like that.
Well, suppose he is. After all, I'm not getting any younger. And there's my illness. I do need someone to look after me, Mr. Regan.
Even if the price is high?
Besides, the trip will do me good.
What trip?
Why, John and I, we're sailing to South America together on our honeymoon. I have the tickets right here beside me, see?
And your son stays here, huh?
Fairfield doesn't want to go. Poor dear boy, he's He's old beyond his years. It changed him. It completely changed him.
What changed him?
Please, Mr. Regan, I can't bear to discuss it. I'm a sick woman, you see, a very sick woman. It's all been too much for me. Too much for a very sick woman.
Mrs. Hardingstone sniffled about her high blood pressure, and then her low blood pressure, and her asthma, and her sacroiliac. When she asked me to take her temperature just to be sure, then I knew it was time to leave. I nodded sympathetically, borrowed back my damp handkerchief, and silently stole away. But at the foot of the stairs, I got something else. The round, gray-haired woman who had seen leaving Mrs. Hardingstone's room. Just to keep things normal, she, too, was sniffling.
Oh, Mr. Regan, what will become of us?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to try fresh air.
Oh, I don't mean to impose on you this way, but the boy, the poor dear boy.
The poor dear boy? You mean little Fairfield?
And none other. That the poor soul should be brought up in these circumstances.
Look, just to fill me in, who are you and what are these circumstances?
My name is Mrs. D. I'm the housekeeper. I've been here for 6 years, ever since poor Mr. Hardingstone passed on. God bless his soul.
You like Mr. Hardingstone? The second, that is.
Oh, a fine man he was. Oh, a very fine man.
Tell me, Mrs. D., what do you think of Mr. Kilpatrick, the bridegroom-to-be?
They're two of a kind, him and her. It's fitting they should wed. And that is that. I'm leaving tomorrow. Oh, poor dear little Fairfield. Poor.
She was gone. Gone with her wet napkin and sad eyes into the pantry. It was getting so moist inside the house, an umbrella salesman could have made a fortune. I got out fast, into my car, and drove down to Hollywood. A quick look at a phone book gave me John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, Taft Building. 10 minutes later, I'd waded through 3 secretaries and reached the inner sanctum. The man across the desk was tall, thin, mustached, beady-eyed. He was Kilpatrick.
Sit down, Mr. Regan, do. Sit down.
Thanks.
I think I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Regan. I know why you're here.
Mrs. Hardingstone phoned you.
Yes, she did.
Well, why the sad look?
Oh, it's about Fairfield, Mr. Regan, your client.
The kid?
Yes. Poor dear child.
What's this poor dear child routine? Everybody treats him like an executive with ulcers.
Mr. Regan, I suppose it's going to be my unpleasant duty to inform you. You see, we of the family don't like to think about it.
About what?
Fairfield Hardingstone killed his father.
What?
It's true. Oh, it was an accident, mind you. Fairfield had been given a chemistry set for Christmas. That was 6 years ago. Well, he was quite enthusiastic. He liked it a great deal, except that he mixed things. Poisons.
Poison?
And put some in his father's coffee. As a boyish prank, mind you, poor little fellow had no idea what he was doing.
Neither did his father, is that it?
Mr. Hardingstone died a few hours later.
The kid took that pretty hard.
Yes. Sorry. Colored his entire life. I'm sorry.
Are you all right, Kilpatrick?
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. Slight indigestion. Something they served for lunch.
They?
The Hardingstones. I lunched there. To continue, it was quite a tragedy for the family to face, and that's why I believe you ought to forget this case, Mr. Regan.
Look, I'll get you some water.
No. That won't be necessary. You see, Mr. Regan, poor little Fairfield simply has an overdeveloped imagination. He's simply...
I'll be right back. I rushed out to the water cooler and filled a cup. John Kilpatrick looked worse than a case of indigestion. When I went back into his office, I found him slumped in his chair. But John Kilpatrick had water wouldn't cure. He was dead. It was 3 o'clock Tuesday, and John Kilpatrick, attorney at law, was dead. He was dead from a very bad case of indigestion brought on by a very bad dose of poison. He'd had lunch at the home of Fairfield Hardingstone III, and he was dead. That much Police Lieutenant Huey Piper was sure of. And the more he thought about it, the surer he became. He and I were driving out to the Hardingstone place in Cheviot Hills at city expense.
So, like I say, Regan, he's dead and he's poisoned and he had lunch with the Hardingstones. Or, as they say in Dixie, something he ate, no doubt.
And you figure that adds up to the kid?
Regan, I figure nothing until the final pony crosses the wire. Still, little Fairfield did it before, and he can do it again. Yes, Pa?
Yeah, only before it was an accident. This time, it's on purpose.
If it was a joke, it was a very unfunny joke, and I'm sure nobody is laughing. Least of all the deceased one, John Kilpatrick.
Piper, what do you know about the death of the father 6 years ago?
Nothing. We never knew anything. The kid was playing around with those homemade poisons. The father turned up dead.
What about Mrs. Hardingstone? She inherited a fortune.
Don't I know it. Still, what can you do with a dame who's half off her rocker? Besides, she was even out of town when it happened. No evidence, no proof, no arrest.
And the kid took the rap.
Correct. Oh, don't worry. It was an accident, all right? Nobody had a motive to knock off the old man, except if you want to count the wife. The kid loved him. The servants loved him. Everybody loved him. Here we are, Regan. Stick around. Maybe we'll have things to talk about later.
I'll be listening. Huey Piper and I went into the Hardingstone mansion. He rounded up little Fairfield, and they went off for a talk. Me, I found a telephone in the hallway and put in a call to my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Yeah, Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau.
Me,
Anthony...
Fatso, get a pencil.
Jeffrey, I found you.
Well, it shows what a sharp detective you are.
Jeffrey, did you talk to our client, Mr. Hardingstone?
Yeah, Fatso, as a matter of fact, I did.
Well, did he have anything to say?
About the stock market?
Yes. You see, Jeffrey, I did a little investigating myself. Hardingstone Railroad isn't listed on the New York Stock Exchange or the curb. That means it's probably family-owned, you see.
And that means if we do a real good job on the case, you figure our client, Mr. Hardingstone, may let you in for a few shares.
As a token of appreciation, Jeffrey. After all, Mr. Hardingstone is a big man.
Not so big.
He isn't?
And I might as well tell you, Fatso, Mr. Hardingstone's railroad is a pretty small railroad, as railroads go.
Oh, that's all right with me, Jeffrey. They say it's the little companies who make the money.
Well, this one doesn't own a lot of tracks.
Jeffrey, why quibble over a few miles of track? My boy, this isn't like you to pass up a golden opportunity.
Look, Lyon, before we invest, we got work to do. I want you to check the newspaper files. Everything you can find on Fairfield Hardingstone II, our client's father.
Our client's father? Jeffrey!
Check it, Fatso, and call me back with a complete bio. You got that?
Yeah, but Jeffrey, our client's father? We're handling both of them?
Never mind, Lyon. Just check. I hung up and wandered around the huge silent house. I just made the living room when I stopped cold. Standing very close to a locked door stood the forgotten member of the Hardingstone clan, the butler. I went over.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What's your name?
It's Timothy Richard Nesher, sir. But they call me Casey.
Casey?
The boy gave me that name, sir, while playing one day with the model trains. We were reenacting a disastrous crash, and I was...
Casey Jones.
Yes, sir.
You served lunch today, Casey?
Oh, no, sir.
Who did?
Why, Mrs. D, sir. Mrs. D always serves the luncheon meal.
Yeah, maybe I ought to have a talk with Mrs. D. Where is she, Casey?
Well, sir, I'd like to accommodate you, but the fact is Mrs. D took bag and baggage and departed less than an hour ago.
Maybe the look on my face printed it. But when I turned around, Lieutenant Huey Piper of Homicide was standing at my elbow.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. You have a way of getting very good answers very quick, Regan. I think maybe this man and I will talk together, huh, Mr. Butler? Let's you and me talk.
Piper and Casey moved off into the hallway, and I looked around at the open door to the room Piper had been in. Fairfield Hardingstone III was in there now. I wanted to talk to him. Fairfield. Got a minute, kid?
Go away.
Might help things if we talk.
Go away.
Detective's job is to protect the client, son. You're my client.
All right, I killed him. I killed Mr. Kilpatrick. Is that what you want me to say? I hated him when I killed him, just like I killed my dad.
Fairfield.
Yes?
You didn't kill your father.
What did you say, Mr. Regan?
When you were 6 years old, there was an accident. Some people said your father died because of your accident.
Yes?
Yeah, but it really wasn't like they said. You didn't cause that accident, Fairfield. You had nothing to do with the death of your father.
How did you know? They said...
They said that because it seemed that way. Maybe your father's death was an accident, and it seemed like you were responsible.
I tried to tell him, Mr. Regan. I tried to tell him I didn't do it. I tried. But they wouldn't believe me. Thought I wasn't old enough to know what I was doing. But, Mr. Regan, I didn't kill my daddy. I loved him. I loved my daddy.
Fairfield, tell me something. That day your father died, who was here in the house?
I don't remember anything about it, Mr. Regan. I don't remember anything.
Now, it was a long, long time ago, Fairfield. I know you can't remember very much, but think. Who was here in the house with you?
Well, it was Daddy.
Yeah.
And me. And Casey.
Yeah.
And Mrs. D. And Mr. Kilpatrick.
Kilpatrick? What was he doing here?
He and Daddy were arguing about something. They argued at the dinner table.
Son, are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Okay, we'll try it that way. Now, you stay right here and sit tight. I'll check back with you.
Mr. Regan.
Yeah?
Mr. Regan, do you really believe me?
Yeah. I believed him. Now it was really beginning to make sense. Sense for the first time. Kilpatrick was there that day, and that meant plenty. And when I checked back with my boss, the Lion, it meant still more. All he could tell me was what I already knew. The father was a lawyer, a respected man. Everybody liked him. Put it all together, and it spelled murder. I headed up the stairs, double time. A quick check with Mrs. Hardingstone told me her tickets for South America had disappeared. That did it. Downstairs, Lieutenant Huey Piper was talking with the butler. I grabbed him. No explanation, just grabbed him and rushed him out to the car. We cut in the siren, and on the way, I filled him in. Even with the siren, it took us 40 minutes to make San Pedro. He headed for the ticket office. I took the gangplank looking for the purser.
Yes, sir?
Check your passenger list, will you? I'm looking for a Mr. Kilpatrick, John Kilpatrick.
Well, just a moment, sir. Let me see. Just a moment.
Come on, step on it.
Oh, I have it here. Mr. John Kilpatrick sailing for South America? Yes, he's aboard. Mr. John Kilpatrick, yes, cabin 71, A deck.
Never mind the rest of it, thanks. It took me another 10 minutes to find it, but when I did, I didn't stop to ring the buzzer. Across the room, sitting casually behind a newspaper. Double-breasted pinstripe suit, two-tone shoes, very dapper. Mr. John Kilpatrick? Nope.
Mr. Regan.
Sure, Mrs. D, your old friend Regan. Men's clothes look odd on a female housekeeper.
Yes, they do now, don't they, Mr. Regan? But Mr. Hardingstone wouldn't mind. You see, I had to wear them so there'd be no fuss or bother.
Yeah, but there's going to be anyway, Mrs. D. They don't like you running away like this.
You meant the family? Oh, my, Mr. Regan. You shouldn't listen to them. They all hate me since Mr. Hardingstone died, poor soul. They've hated me since then.
Since you killed Mr. Hardingstone?
Why, yes. Did Mr. Kilpatrick tell you?
No, he didn't.
Mr. Kilpatrick hated me more than anyone else. It was all his fault, really. Why, I wouldn't have hurt the boy's father for anything in this world. He was good and kind and always nice to me.
But you still killed him?
It was a mistake, you see. Mr. Kilpatrick came to dinner and told Mr. Hardingstone they should send me back to the home. And, of course, I didn't want that at all. So I put the poison in Mr. Kilpatrick's cup, and then Mr. Hardingstone drank it. Oh, it was all a terrible mistake.
Tell me about the home, Mrs. D.
Well, you see, I was living at this home, and they said I was sick, but I...
Now, look, Hardingstone was interested in the criminally insane, so he got them to release you into his custody. Is that it?
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Regan. I'm not insane. It's all those other people. Remember I told you this afternoon that everyone was losing their mind? Isn't it a shame?
I think you better come back now, Mrs. D. They want to talk to you.
About Mr. Kilpatrick's death? Oh, I wouldn't tell them about that, Mr. Regan.
Well, then, tell me.
Mr. Kilpatrick came back from South America, you see, and I knew he was coming to take me back to the home.
Yeah?
So this time, when I put the poison in the coffee, I made sure it was Mr. Kilpatrick.
And for 6 years you let that kid think he killed his father?
Well, after all, Mr. Regan, if I'd said anything, they'd have sent me back to the home. Besides, Fairfield got over it. He's a fine boy now, and he's going to be all right. You'll see.
Okay, Mrs. D. We'll go back there now. We'll go back and we'll see now.
Oh, no, Mr. Regan. I'm going to South America. I have my ticket. You leave me alone.
Mr. Regan, let me alone. Now.
You carry a gun.
Well, I must protect myself. Like if I were to kill you in self-defense. Everyone would understand because you have no right to be here.
Drop the gun, Mrs. D.
You needn't look at me that way, Mr. Regan. I know perfectly well what I'm doing. I'm not so crazy as they think. You'll see.
This time you see. Sorry, Mrs. V. We're going home now. Lieutenant Piper showed up, and together we escorted the protesting Mrs. D back to police headquarters. Her next stop from there was the home, the official title of which turned out to be the L.A. County Home for the Mentally Infirm, the place she'd left just 6 years before. Well, the next morning I checked into the home for the tired and aged detectives, the office of Anthony J. Lyon. That turned out to be the worst mistake of all.
Aha! So there you are, you faker, you imposter, Regan!
Hey, what's eating you, fatso?
You dirty, double-crossing scoundrel, Regan! You knew there was no such thing as Hardingstone Railroads! You knew we'd been hoodwinked!
Not at all, Lyon!
What do you mean, standing there lying to my very face? It just so happens, Regan, I checked the newspapers on Hardingstone. I found out he had a son, that the son's age would be 12 years! Oh, you didn't fool me for long!
But, Lyon, I tried to tell you over the phone that...
Swindled, robbed by a 12-year-old! An Al Capone in knee pants, a Dillinger in diapers!
Hey, Lyon, slow down. Take it easy.
I will not take it easy. This boy must be prosecuted, sending us a $100 check with his signature, a 12-year-old. Why, it's highway robbery.
Except the check is good.
I'll call the district attorney. I'll call... What did you say?
Fairfield Hardingstone III has his own bank account and a special permission to write checks.
Jeffrey, are you sure?
Furthermore, since we cleared up 2 debts instead of 1, he gave me an additional check for $100.
Here. Extra $100. Well.
Huh. Sorry, Fatso. Looks like you just can't prosecute the boy.
You prosecute? Prosecute, Jeffrey? Are you out of your mind? You know I wasn't going to prosecute that poor dear boy. Yeah. Oh, why didn't you know, Jeffrey? Some of my best friends are children.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced, directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. This is Bob Stevenson inviting you to be with us again for Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's too hot for you to handle and you need confidential help, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, last night I told a stupid, needless lie. I didn't think it mattered to anyone but me. And yet because of it, an innocent man has been arrested today. Tell the truth, you say? And if I do, I'll lose my wife, lose my job, and end up in jail. There's got to be a way
out. Will you see me at my office as soon as you get this letter? I'm editor of the News and Review magazine, and it's signed Arnold Loomis.
Mr. Loomis certainly must have told a whopper, Brooksy.
Oh, men will tell lies and women will shed tears. 'Twas ever the.
Okay, Sarah Bernhardt.
I'm quoting Ma Perkins.
Well, if this gentleman can tell such fabulous fibs, Angel, this whole letter could be the result of an overactive imagination.
Yes, I know, dear. But since you have an overactive curiosity, shall we get started?
Well, Mr. Loomis,
Mr. Valentine, I like to gamble. It's the only thing that stood between my wife and me for years. I thought I had it licked.
Yeah?
Well, the day before yesterday, I left the office early and drew $1,000 from the bank. 10 crisp $100 bills, practically all of our savings.
To gamble with?
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. Martha and I were going on our second honeymoon. We planned it for a long time.
Oh.
But, well, you can guess what happened.
Oh, yeah, I know. The best intentions. What was it, a poker game or a bookie?
The racetrack.
I see. And the bangtails made off with your $1,000.
Naturally, I'd have to explain it to Martha, and she'd never forgive me. She'd leave me. Well, then I had what I thought was a brilliant idea. I went to the police.
The police? Can they arrest horses for not coming in first?
I made up a story. I told them I was driving along Randall Boulevard. A man asked me for a lift, and when he got in, he stuck a gun in my ribs and took the money.
Oh, hey, playing games like that with the police doesn't come under the head of innocent merriment. Go on, Mr. Holmes.
Well, they questioned me. Well, I had to give them some sort of description of the man. I made it as vague as possible. 5'10", dark complexion, medium build, age mid-30s, a grayish suit, you know.
But your letter, Mr. Loomis. Don't tell me they found your mythical man.
Yes, I had to go down to headquarters yesterday morning to identify him.
Hold it, my friend, hold it. Fun is fun. What do you mean you identified him?
I had no choice. The man confessed to holding me up. Huh? He identified me, yes. Not only that, they found 10 $100 bills in his pocket. I tell you, Mr. Valentine, it's...
I know. Absurd, incredible, etc.
And was this man dark complexion, medium build, mid-30s, etc.?
Yes. Everything fitted. Well, I couldn't tell the police. I just dreamt up the whole thing, and, of course, there's still Martha.
What do you want me to do, Loomis?
I've got a conscience, man. I can't let this Neil Denquist, or whatever his name is, take the blame for a crime that never happened. There must be some mistake. But what?
Was there any mention in the papers about your so-called holdup?
Yes, a small paragraph on the back pages.
What are you driving at, George?
Well, no man in his right mind takes a rap for something he didn't do.
What makes me feel even worse, the police gave me back my $1,000. I mean the $1,000
This Denquist guy isn't crazy. He must have some very interesting reasons for playing the fall guy.
I don't know what to think, Valentine, but you've got to find out what it's all about.
Okay, I'll string along with you and try to keep this me a wife. Can you prove you were out at the racetrack and lost all that money?
Why, no, I'm sure there was nobody there to recognize me.
Well, how about the tickets you bought on the horses?
No, I tore them all up.
Loomis, give Miss Brooks one of your pictures. Maybe one of the ticket sellers at the racetrack may remember you.
Yes, of course.
Meantime, I'll talk to Neil Denquist and see just why he's so anxious to frame himself.
You're the lawyer they assigned to me?
No, Denquist.
Reporter?
Yeah, that's right, a reporter. It's my job to find out what really happened.
You can get that from the desk, Sergeant.
Oh, I'd rather get it from you.
Hell, I just didn't get the breaks. That's why I'm here in this cell. I tried to get rid of the gun in Fairview Park. Some woman saw me and told the cop. He picked me up and found the money in my pocket.
Very interesting.
I had my description from that man, Loomis, and that's all there is to it.
This is your first offense, isn't it, Denquist?
Yeah, you know how it is. A guy gets strapped for money, he thinks he can pick it up the easy way. He gets caught. End of story.
Quite a story, too.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Crime doesn't pay. Honest toil is its own reward. You know, you think of the other. Maybe seeing you again, Denquist. In fact, I'm sure of it. Well, Brooksy, what'd you find out at the track?
Well, not a thing, George. Arnold Loomis didn't leave an impression with any of the ticket sellers.
I see. Well, I didn't get anything out of Denquist.
You mean he doesn't mind sitting in jail for something he didn't do?
Oh, no, he's very philosophical about the whole thing. Now, listen, Angel.
Yeah?
I didn't tell Denquist what Loomis told us, that he was never robbed.
Well, wouldn't that have helped to get to the bottom of all this?
Yeah, it might have. But I think there's a better way to go about it. And that brings us to you.
Me?
Yeah, you. There's a Mrs. Denquist, Francine Denquist. I looked it up. Now, here's the address.
So?
Well, if Francine cares anything about her husband, she doesn't like the idea of his languishing in jail. Now, if you talk to her, woman to woman, and tell her there was no robbery for Denquist to commit, we might get more out of her than we could possibly get out of him.
And how am I supposed to know about Loomis?
Well, tell her the truth. You're working with me. See, I'm sure Denquist is innocent, and I'm going to prove it. Okay, that's the story, Brooksy.
Right, George.
So fancy it up a little, Angel, and see what we get.
Miss Brooks, I don't know why this man Loomis told you what he did.
But doesn't it make you happy, Mrs. Denquist?
It might, if I could believe it. But I know what Neil has told me, and he's never lied to me.
Well, there might be the first time, although I can't imagine why.
He stole that money from me. We never more than scraped by with that job. He has. I told him again and again I was happy, but he kept saying I deserved better things.
Oh.
Neil told me he wants the cake what's coming to him. Service sentence, get it over with. I want it that way, too. Then we can forget the whole thing and start all over again.
Isn't there anything I can say to convince
I
you
love
that...
Neil enough to stand by him and wait. Then we can build some kind of real happiness together.
But
enough has been said about what he did. The best thing you and Mr. Valentine can do is leave us alone.
Mrs. Denquist, why would Mr. Loomis make up such a weird story, insist your husband couldn't have robbed him?
Why would Neil take the blame for something he didn't do and part with $1,000 we haven't even got?
Well, I know, but...
There's nothing more to say, Miss Brooks.
Lieutenant Riley, I admit Mr. Loomis did a very foolish thing when he handed in that false report of a robbery, but can't...
Foolish thing? Oh, Valentine, you mustn't be harsh on your client.
Huh?
Just a little prank, that's all. We'd love to send out alarms.
Oh. It's lucky for you and Loomis it wasn't a prank, and that we found the man who robbed him.
Well, frankly, I'm confused, George. Both Denquist and Mrs. Denquist are satisfied with the way things are.
Look, Lieutenant, I told you the only way I can make any sense out of it
Let's
is
not
that...
go into that again, please. Of all the crazy... Look, a man reads in the paper about a hole.
That's right.
The description of the culprit might fit him.
Yeah.
So he puts 10 $100 bills in his pocket, gets himself picked up, then confesses all. Now, why? Why?
Because he might want an alibi for something much more serious that took place about the same time.
Ah, stop it, Valentine, stop it. I ought to have my head examined, but I'm having that information checked for you right now.
Well, maybe it's reaching, Lieutenant, but if George is right, it would explain why Loomis and Denquist are acting as they are.
And it's about the only thing that would.
All right, all right.
Here's the dope you asked for, Lieutenant.
I'll take it, Sergeant. Thanks. Yes, sir. Now, Valentine, I hope you'll be satisfied. Loomis was held up on Tuesday night at 7 o'clock.
That's right.
Well, according to this report here, the only crimes of a violent nature that took place in our fair city were...
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
Of course. I should have remembered the Hafey case.
Yeah, what about her?
Young Mrs. Hafey was found murdered in her home on Norton Heights. The medical examiner says it happened around, here it is, 7 o'clock Tuesday night.
Come on, let's hear some more, Lieutenant.
Murderer still at large, Gloria Hafey, 27. Husband's name, John Hafey, broker. Victim previously married to... Here, Valentine. You can have the honor. You've earned it.
Holy Moses, get this, Brooksy. Victim previously married to Neil Denquist. We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about that motor in your car. That finely polished and precision-built engine that gives your car all its go can't be neglected. In fact, it needs more attention when you're asleep than when you're driving. And the reason for that is internal engine rust, which goes to work when condensed moisture begins to creep over parts. Nearly any ordinary oil can fight off rust when your car is running and there's full circulation of the lubricant. But RPM motor oil is compounded to protect the engine when it's running hot and when it's standing cold. Unlike ordinary oils, RPM doesn't run away from its job when you cut the motor. A special adhering compound in RPM keeps a tough oil film on all engine parts, protects the interior of your engine from rust. And that's another reason why Western motorists choose RPM motor oil 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. Get RPM at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, just put yourself in George's place. Your client, Arnold Loomis, tells you he made a great big fib about being robbed. Why? So his wife wouldn't find out he lost $1,000 on the ponies. Then he tells you that a man, one Neil Denquist, has confessed to this crime that never was. You learn that a murder's been committed about the same time, of the alleged holdup. So what else would you be talking about now to Lieutenant Riley?
Yeah, Lieutenant, this was an alibi for the books, all right. If the police insist Denquist was committing a felony on Randall Boulevard Tuesday at 7, he couldn't possibly be at Norton Heights committing murder.
Well, all I have to do now is sweat the truth out of Denquist.
Oh, Lieutenant, if you can, go easy with Loomis, will you? So his wife doesn't find out that he lied.
I'll do what I can. Oh, yes. You can tell your client that he owes Denquist $1,000.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
And I have an idea Denquist is going to need it for a lawyer to keep him out of the gas chamber.
Okay, Lieutenant. I'll pass that on to Loomis right now.
Oh, it's you, Valentine. Come in.
What is it?
What happened to you, Mr. Loomer?
That bandage. You look like the boy with the fife in the spirit of 76.
I feel older than that.
Oh, don't tell me your wife found out what you did with that money.
No, Martha's been out all evening, thank heaven.
Come on, let's get to the point, Loomis. Who went to work on your head?
I don't know.
What?
I was in the living room reading. I heard the front door open and took it for granted it was Martha.
Yeah?
Then, when I didn't hear anything for a few minutes, I went out into the hall to see. And the next thing I knew, I was getting up off the floor.
Anything missing?
No, that's the strange part of it. Not a thing. I went over the whole apartment. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Something else that defies all reason, eh, Loomis? It seems you're allergic to that sort of thing.
Well, George, don't you think you ought to tell Mr. Loomis about Denquist?
Huh? Oh, what about him? Did you prove that he couldn't have possibly held me up?
More or less. I'll be able to tell you more tomorrow. Now, think hard, Loomis. Do you know of anybody who'd want to conk you on the head just for the sheer joy of it?
I know. No, not a soul, Valentine. I don't have an enemy in the world.
Ah. Well, maybe it was a dear friend. Anyway, I'll call you later.
When a guy gambles as heavily as the Loomis did, there might be a lot of people who'd want to give him a good going over. And maybe one of them did tonight.
Sorry, Lieutenant, I can't throw it away like that.
I think George is right. Somehow it ties up with this whole case.
Case? Yeah, this thing is turning out to be a Chinese puzzle. My boys have been taking turns talking to Denquist, but he just sits there and sticks to his story.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, Lieutenant, very little has been said about Gloria Hafey's present husband.
Well, you can rest easy about John Hafey. He was nuts about his wife. He's a respectable broker, and he has an alibi for Tuesday evening.
And what kind of an alibi?
Well, he was in several hotel bars before going home to dinner. There are a lot of people to prove it, too.
Oh. You happen to have any pictures of the late Mrs. Hafey?
Well, just the one the boys took of the scene of the crime.
Must have been beautiful.
Yeah, and took care of herself. Looks like she'd just come back from the beauty parlor when she was killed. Hadn't even combed out her hair yet.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Lieutenant.
Miss Denquist here to see you, Lieutenant.
Good. I want to see her, too. Tell her to come in.
Yes, sir. Go right in, Miss Denquist.
Lieutenant Riley, you're trying to frame my husband for Gloria Hafey's murder, aren't you?
We're trying to get the truth out of him, Mrs. Denquist.
No, you aren't. Why did this woman here come to my house and try to make me say that Neil was lying about that holdup?
This woman here happened to be my assistant, Mrs. Denquist. My name is Valentine.
And I didn't try to make you say anything. We were just trying to prove your husband's innocent.
Yes, so the police could get him on a murder charge.
Just a minute. How did you know we connected your husband with the Hafey case at all?
You think I'm that stupid? I read about Gloria's murder in the papers. I knew you'd finally get around to Neil.
Oh, yeah.
You were bound to find out he hated her. When he was married to that Gloria, he had a good job, doing well. She bled him, spent every cent he made. When she divorced him, he had no spirit left, nothing.
You know you're only building the motive for murder, don't you?
You'd find out all those things anyway. But Neil is innocent. Lieutenant Riley, he was just where he said he was Tuesday night, and here's the proof.
Yeah?
A money clip.
To Arnold from Martha.
Arnold Loomis. Martha's his wife's name.
Where did you get this, Mrs. Denquist?
Home. In Neil's bureau drawer. He took it when he stole that money.
Are you sure you didn't get this somewhere else? And after going to a great deal of trouble?
I don't know what you mean.
Valentine, I'm beginning to feel like a weather vane. This money clip seems to support Denquist's story and call your client a screwball or worse.
Yeah, well, I'm sticking with Loomis, Lieutenant. And it's going to take a lot to stop me from proving that Denquist is lying in his teeth.
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yeah.
I was wondering when you'd get back. I'm John Hafey.
Oh, yeah, I've been thinking a lot about you. Come on, let's go in the office.
Okay.
Grab a chair, Mr. Hafey.
Thank you.
This is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Brooks? May I get right to the point?
I wish you would.
I had a talk with Lieutenant Riley. I know you're working on the Denquist case.
Right.
I also know your sentiments, and they're mine exactly.
What do you mean?
Oh, naturally, I know a great deal about Neil Denquist. I'm as sure as you are that he's lying about holding up that man on Tuesday night.
Yeah? What makes you so sure?
The things Gloria told me about him. He isn't a very stable character. He could never hold a decent job. It was a terrible struggle for Gloria while they were married.
Oh, really?
Finally, when she just couldn't stand it any longer, well...
Go on.
I won't say he threatened her, but he was very bitter.
I see. Well, thanks for the information. It was nice of you to go to all this trouble to tell me.
It's more than that, Valentine. If Denquist is lying about Tuesday, he killed Gloria. I want you to do everything in your power to see if you can break his alibi.
That's what I am doing, Mr. Hafey.
I mean, don't spare the cost and keep at it, no matter how long it takes. I'd like you to consider me a client.
Well, I have no objection to being paid twice for the same job.
You keep in touch with me, then.
Count on that.
You can reach me in my office until 5 o'clock every day.
Talk about your split personality. Gloria, sinner, or saint?
You pays your money and you takes your choice. Hey, what a deal, Brooksy. A guy decided to lie to his wife, and now look at what we've got.
2 clients.
Hello? Yeah, Lieutenant. Hey, wait a minute, hold it. I want Brooksy to take this down. Hey, Angel.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Telegram phone in from Hafey House, 3:30 p.m. Tuesday. Go ahead, Lieutenant. Neil, be at my house at 7. I'll expect you. I think you know better than to cross me. Signed, Gloria.
George.
Now, what does Denquist have to say about this, Lieutenant? Sticks to his story, huh? Yeah, okay. Call you later. Thanks.
Who dug up the telegram, George?
A girl at Western Union. She read about the case and remembered the wire.
Looked real bad for Denquist.
Brooksy, where did you ever get your rare insight?
What?
I mean your uncanny gift of putting your finger on the one thing that lights up the whole situation, brings order out of chaos. Just like pressing a light switch in a dark room.
Oh, stuff like that. Oh, now, look, what did I say? What are you talking about?
Before we go into that, Angel, let's see if I'm right.
George, this could be technically called illegal entry.
Now, what's illegal about dropping in at your client's house the back way through the garden? Hafey isn't home, no servants around, and I'm in a hurry. Now, wait a minute. Let's try these French doors over here.
Well, I wish you'd tell me what my psychic powers told you. You know, you can't tell a girl she's like a light switch in a dark room and then just clam up.
We're in luck. Come on in. Now, where do you suppose that light switch?
Like me, remember? I'll just say something and behold, there shall be light.
Oh, great. Hey, here we are. Brooksy, I gotta find the name of the beauty parlor Mrs. Hafey was in the habit of using.
Oh, I see. You remember what I said when we were looking at that picture in Riley's office.
Yeah, that's right. Now, it must be in an address book or on the telephone pad.
Yeah.
I can't wait till tomorrow, and it can be anywhere in the city.
Valentine, look out!
Good night.
Are you all right, Brooksy?
I guess so.
Stay just where you are. I'll put the lights back on and see if everything's all right. Hafey? Yeah, just a minute.
Hey, what goes, Hafey?
I guess it's okay. Whoever it was has disappeared.
What happened anyway?
I just came home, Miss Brooks. I saw you two standing here in the center of the room. I was about to say something when I noticed someone standing in the door to the garden with a gun in her hand.
Her hand?
I think so. It was hardly more than a shadow, but it looked like a woman. The only thing I could think of was to turn off the light and shout.
Well, it's certainly a good thing you did.
Hey, come out here, Hafey. You were right. It was a woman.
Oh?
You can see the heel mark here in the ground.
Francine Denquist. She's the only one it could be.
It's fantastic that she should go this far to keep you from smashing her husband's alibi.
She's a desperate woman, Hapey, and she's in love. Well, it's lucky you came along. We owe you our lives.
Don't you think we ought to call Lieutenant Riley?
No, I've got a better idea.
What's that, George?
Hapey, I wonder if you drive Miss Brooks down to headquarters and wait there for me.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, and ask Lieutenant Riley to pick up Loomis and Mrs. Denquist.
What have you got in mind?
I just have to make one stop, then I'll join you. Mr. Hapey, I think I can clean this thing up for you tonight.
Oh, Sergeant,
Yes, Lieutenant.
tell Loomis and Hapey to keep their shirts on. I'll get around to them in a little while.
Yes, sir.
And as soon as Ballantyne arrives, get him right in here.
Right.
Mrs. Denquist, it's no use trying to keep anything from the lieutenant.
Miss Brooks is right. We'll check and find out where you were every minute this evening.
I did everything I could. I guess it's over now. It was a horrible thing to do, but I did try to kill Mr. Valentine.
Because he was bent on proving your husband's alibi was a phony?
Was it, Mrs. Denquist?
Yes. Yes. From beginning to end. Neil got Gloria's telegram at the store where he works. He didn't know what to think, but he knew what kind of a woman she was.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
He went out to Norton Heights. When he got there, she was already dead.
Well, why didn't he just call the police?
That sounds very simple, Miss Brooke. But if he were found there, he'd be the first one to be suspected. Luckily, no one saw Neil, so we came home, and the next morning, together, we thought of a wonderful, foolproof scheme.
The Loomis business.
We read about Mr. Loomis being held up. The description could fit Neil, and you know the rest. Funny. One time in a million, a man would lie about being robbed. He would be the one we picked on. Had it been a real robbery, no one would have denied Neil the honor of being the criminal.
Well, we've got that straightened out. But the question of whether your husband killed Gloria Hapey is something for the DA's office and the jury to decide.
May I see Neil a minute? I know he needs me.
Yeah, sure. But I'm not forgetting the attempted murder charge against you and the little matter of assault and battery on Mr. Loomis to get that money clip. Sergeant!
Yes, sir.
Take Mrs. Denquist down and let her talk to her husband.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And tell Mr. Hapey to come in. He might as well know what happened.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Brooks.
I know. Where's George?
When he disappears like this, I tell you just... Oh, Mr. Hapey, come in.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I think we've scotched Mr. Denquist's alibi, but whether he's guilty or not remains to be seen.
I see. I guess I'm too tired at this point to have any reaction to that.
Oh, I'm sorry to be so long, Lieutenant.
Oh, what gives, George?
Well, I just had a very interesting conversation with Michelle, Mrs. Hapey's hairdresser.
Well, how nice.
Yeah, Michelle was doing her hair from 2 to 4 last Tuesday. You remember, Lieutenant. Brooksy remarked that Mrs. Hapey must have just come from the hairdresser.
Say, wait a minute. Did you say from 2 to 4?
That's right.
But that telegram was phoned in from the Hapey house at 3:30 and signed Gloria.
Which means she didn't send the telegram, Lieutenant.
What?
It was sent by someone else who belonged in that house. Someone who wanted Denquist to be found there with the body.
What, George?
What? What could that mean, Mr. Valentine? Who?
Well, this is a shabby way to repay someone who saved my life, but it was you, Hapey, who sent that telegram. You killed your wife. How many twists can one case take, Brooksy?
Well, I stopped counting the ones this one had.
Mrs. Denquist, innocent as country butter, takes a pot shot at me. Hapey, guilty as sin, saves me because we happen to be working in the same direction.
Yeah, well, is he still sticking to his alibi?
No, that went over the side, Angel. He made a round of the bars, all right, but he had time between stops for a little homicide. Gloria was giving him the works, just as she did Neil Denquist, but on a much bigger scale.
Oh, hello, Mr. Loomis.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I'm in a hurry, but I want you to do yourself a favor.
Well, Mr. Loomis?
Now, put this money I owe you on fair weather in the 5th at Corona Park, and put it on the nose.
Oh, Mr. Loomis, I'm disappointed in you.
I thought you'd reform.
But I have, Miss Brooks, thanks to you and Mr. Valentine. I only give tips now. I don't take them.
Like a rolling stone, a rolling wheel bearing gathers no moss, but in 5,000 miles it does roll through a heap of dust. Often the first sign that your car's front wheel bearings have been neglected and need prompt attention is uneven tire wear. And without a repacking job, dry bearings are in danger of being ground to pieces by the weight of your car. So to keep a large-size repair bill away from your door, get front wheel bearings serviced every 5,000 miles. For this important job, rely on the experts at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. These men have the skill of long experience, and they use only RPM wheel bearing grease, the lubricant that's tailor-made to seal out grit, dust, and moisture, tailor-made to give your front wheels all the protection they need. And that kind of service is another reason why standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Couldn't wait till you got here, Valentine.
Oh, it's so good to see you, George. I was so afraid that gorilla saw me slip you that note.
What about Bigelow, Lieutenant?
Well, this is just how we found the place. Empty. I put out a general alarm for Bigelow.
Hey, what was in that note about Collins, Brooksy?
Well, it's too late now. Collins is dead.
Not just dead either, Valentine. Collins was murdered. And that means we're not looking for just a stack of paper. We're after a murderer.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations, the Standard station throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Littles Jr. and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Also heard in the cast were John Daner as Arnold Loomis, Bill Conrad as Neil Denquist, Georgia Ellis as Francine Denquist, and Herbert Butterfield as John Hafey. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now let's drop in for our weekly visit to Sherlock Holmes' friend and ours, Dr. Watson. Well, Dr. Watson, how are you this evening?
Never better, Mr. Bell, thank you. And you?
Fine, thanks. I see you've kept your promise to open your dispatch box and bring out your files in connection with the adventure of the Carpathian horror.
Indeed I have, Mr. Bell, just as I promised. And a most macabre adventure it was, too.
I'm eager to hear it.
So you shall, Mr. Bell, so you shall. But first, am I correct in deducing that you'd like to have a word with our listeners?
A most accurate deduction, Dr. Watson. Men, if you want your hair to look handsomely groomed from morning until night, use Kreml Hair Tonic. Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oil to keep hair perfectly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that offensive, cheap, greasy look. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the Carpathian horror?
It all began with this very letter which I have here in my hand, Mr. Bell. A letter from a most prosaic firm of solicitors. Holmes and I were at breakfast one spring morning in June 902, Shortly after the end of the South African War, Holmes had been bored and restless since the conclusion of our last case. And this was the first time that I'd heard him laugh for days.
I must say, Watson, that the Morning Post has brought at least one unusual communication. For a mixture of the modern and the medieval, of the practical and the wildly fanciful, this letter is really the limit.
Oh? Why, Holmes?
Listen. 24 Gray's Inn, London, June the 4th. Re-vampires.
Re-what?
Re-vampires. The legal mind is always precise, no matter how odd the subject. The letter goes on as follows. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, sir, our client, Count Paul Romany of Grozny in Carpathia, whose trustees we are, has made inquiry from us in a communication of even date concerning vampires and demoniac possession. As our firm specializes entirely in trusteeships and chancery work, the matter hardly comes within our purview, and we trust that you will be able to take the matter in hand. We hope you will call upon us at your earliest convenience with a view toward undertaking the case. Please ask for our Mr. Atterbury. We remain, sir, faithfully yours, Wilkinson, Entwistle, and Dodd.
Scott, Holmes, that's the weirdest farrago of legal jargon and sheer nonsense that I've ever heard.
I wonder, Watson. The mention of Carpathia is most significant.
Significant of what?
For one thing, that remote and mountainous section of southeastern Europe has been the stronghold for centuries of all the legends of vampirism.
Oh, rubbish.
Oh, come, Watson. Where's your spirit of adventure? After weeks of lying in the doldrums, here's a fresh breeze from the unexpected environs of Gray's Inn. Come on, it's a beautiful morning for a walk.
Where to?
Wilkinson, Entwistle, and Dodd. And then, I hope, Carpathia.
Really, Holmes, of all the forsaken spots that I've ever seen, this is the worst. Not a light in sight, not a sign of human habitation. And you've dragged me 2/3 of the way across Europe on what will unquestionably prove a wild goose chase.
At least we have our fishing rods with us, my dear fellow, and we can always console ourselves with the promise of some of the best trout streams to be found anywhere. And you must admit that this mountainous Carpathian country offers some superb scenery.
I might admit it if I could see it, as it's black as the ace of spades, to coin a phrase.
There we are. Here, look out of the window on this side. There are the lights of the castle.
Cheerful-looking place, I must say. When did that fellow Atterbury say that it had been built?
The first Count Romany built it in 1410.
1410? Well, that's given it almost 500 years in which to disintegrate. Gloomy pile of stone, if ever I saw one. Look at all those turrets, battlements. Probably damper inside than out.
Well, we'll soon see.
Aye, careful with that luggage, driver, careful.
Here you are, my man.
Surely follow that driver. You think the devil was after him the way he drove off?
He shut up the moment he heard our destination. Evidently, the Count's local reputation is not an enviable one.
I can't say that we're getting a very warm reception. They must have heard us drive up. Well, here's the door, but I can't see any sign of a bell.
They seem a trifle short of modern conveniences. Let's try the knocker.
Oh, I really think this is perfectly outrageous, Holmes. Why the devil does...
It's the name.
What'd you say?
It's the name.
Oh, foreigner, Holmes.
Do you speak English?
What you want? Nobody can come in. Count Romany see nobody.
Count Romany is expecting us. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
You got letter?
Yes. Here.
Come.
What did I tell you, Holmes? Look at these walls. Simply oozing dampness.
You, wait here.
There, Watson. That's better, isn't it? That fire will take the chill out of your bones.
I need something to counteract the effect of all those family portraits. Rum-looking lot, aren't they?
A remarkably interesting collection. Curious how the family likeness remains unmistakable through so many generations.
Well, judging from the looks of that fellow in the wig, cirrhosis of the liver must have been another of the family's inheritances. Hard-drinking crew, probably.
Servus, Mr. Holmes. I'm Count Romany. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you.
Thank you, Count Romany. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Dr. Watson, it was good of you to come so far. Something to drink, gentlemen?
A little something go very well, thank you.
Good. I Don't know just how much my solicitors in London may have told you, Mr. Holmes.
Very little, Count Romany. So little, in fact, that I must confess my surprise at your perfect command of our language.
Oh, well, my father had me educated in England.
Very sound, sir. Couldn't do better.
Sit down, gentlemen, sit down. I hardly know where to begin my story. The whole thing so horrible.
Perhaps it'll make it a bit easier for you if I tell you that Mr. Atterbury showed me your letters to him.
Then you know that I believe I'm going mad. Or worse.
Oh, Dr. Watson will bear me out, Count Romany, when I tell you that people who really are on the verge of insanity never think it of themselves.
Oh, no, that's quite so, quite so.
I wish I could share that belief. But you see these portraits of my family. There have been strange legends coming down through the years of occasional weird and nameless horrors that have taken possession of each fourth generation. The fourth Romany died mad. The eighth lived out his life in a locked and guarded tower of the castle. And I am the 12th Romany.
All old families have legends. That's hardly a basis for any fear.
I quite agree with you. But some months ago, my father died, and I became the 12th Count. A few weeks later, I retired to bed one evening after reading quietly here in the library, only to undergo a dream of such vividness that I shall never forget it. I dreamt of brightly colored corridors, their length stretching endlessly into the distance, their walls echoing with strange, unworldly music. In my dream, I hurried from empty room to empty room, through floods of brilliant, varicolored light. I saw no people, no living thing, only the rooms of ruby and gold and jet, and sapphire and emerald. At times, the music seemed to be far away, thin and cold, as though coming from the depths of interstellar space. And then again, it would seem so near that I was certain I would find its source in the next room that I entered, in my endless search for I knew not what. At last, after aeons of time, I awoke to find myself in my own bedroom.
Oh, but my dear fellow, a vivid dream's nothing unusual.
It wasn't a dream, Doctor. It was what I saw upon awaking in my room. My door was still locked, but the rug bore the imprint of wet and naked feet. And across the foot of my bed there lay, still dripping, some strands of weed from the moat of the castle.
Surely there's a natural explanation for that.
Yes, my boy. Are you by any chance subject to walking in your sleep?
No, Dr. Watson. And even if I were, I could not have walked through a locked and bolted door.
And the windows?
The windows of my room give on a wall of the castle that drops sheer for 60 feet. Nothing but a fly could go up or down. Well, Mr. Holmes, the next morning, a dog belonging to one of the local woodcutters was found dead in the castle moat, and with no blood left in his body.
And the next time, Count Romany, I'm certain there must have been repetitions to bring you to your present fear.
The next dream came a few weeks later. Again, I saw the brilliantly colored rooms. Again, I heard the unearthly music.
And when you awoke?
I was in my bed. And for a moment, I thought that nothing was wrong. Then, when I turned up the lamp, I saw streaks of gray across my bedspread and grayish footprints upon the rug.
Dust?
Dust, Mr. Holmes. And a moment later, I received horrible confirmation of its source. For lying beside me on the pillow was the heavy, ancient, wrought-iron key which unlocks the burial vaults of the Romany.
Extraordinary thing.
Since your action in sending for me shows that you don't lack for moral courage, Count Romany, I'm certain that you paid an immediate visit to your family vaults.
Quite right, Mr. Holmes, quite right. In the company of my cousin Peter and several of the servants, and with torches to light our way, we visited the subterranean vault which is cut into the mountainside under the castle.
And you found?
We found that the coffins of the 4th and 8th Count Romany had been opened, their lids shoved aside, and the bones of my ancestors tumbled out upon the stone. Lord.
Here, my boy. Here. Drink this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, now you understand, Mr. Holmes, why I sent for you.
I do indeed.
I consulted doctors. They gave me pills to make me sleep when sleep was the one thing I dreaded. The local priest spoke learnedly of exorcism and its possession by the devils, but it could not put an end to my dreams. The servants have run away in superstitious fear, All except old Anton, who admitted you. The peasants flee at the sight of me. Only my cousin Peter Hallish, who has stayed bravely and loyally at my side, still remains with me. Mr. Holmes, am I mad? Tell me, am I mad? Or am I cursed by some fearful family taint?
All that I can tell you at the moment, Count Romagny, is that the priest was not mistaken when he said the devil has been at work here.
I must apologize, gentlemen, for our limited cuisine. But with all of the staff gone except old Anton, our meals are rather scratch affairs.
Oh, my dear Count Romagny, your wine cellar more than makes up for it.
You know, if you would take my prescription, Paul, and get out on a horse every day for a few hours of hunting, you would have a better appetite.
My cousin Peter is quite a materialist, gentleman. He believes that all the evils of the flesh and the spirit can be cured by enough exercise.
And I will wager that Dr. Watson agrees with me, huh? Doctor?
Well, there's a good deal to be said for your theory, Mr. Hallish. Mens sana in corpore sano, you know.
Your cousin is, of course, familiar with the events you described to us earlier, Count Romagny.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. I've no secrets from good old Peter here.
And what is your opinion of these strange events, Mr. Hallish?
Too much reading, too much thinking, too much brooding about the sins of our ancestors. I only hope that you and Dr. Watson can persuade Paul that all these dreams of his are just a lot of nonsense.
Well, I hope so, too, I assure you. And now, gentlemen, I imagine you're ready to retire. You've had a long and wearying trip. A ring for Anton.
Should there be a recurrence of your dreams, Count Romagny, please call me the instant you awaken.
Well, damp walls or no damp walls, I shall have no trouble sleeping tonight.
I'm afraid you will, Watson.
Huh?
I intend that one of us shall keep the Count's door under observation all night.
For heaven's sake, why? There's no doubt in your mind the poor chap is definitely unbalanced, is there?
Is that your opinion?
Certainly. Oh, curious cake of delusions I ever heard. Poor chap's absolutely certifiable.
Nevertheless, Watson, we shall keep watch. I'll take the first, and I shall call you at midnight. What's the matter? Watson, wake up.
What's up?
I thought you were on watch.
Oh, I must have dropped off. I can't understand.
That can wait. What is it?
The Count. Come quick.
Look, Mr. Holmes, my cousin. There in his bed.
Good heavens, Holmes. There's blood smeared all over his hands and on the bedclothes.
But no sign of a wound.
Just a minute. I can feel his pulse. He's only fainted.
Now, what happened?
I heard him cry out. Ran down to his room. The door was half open and Paul was lying across the bed. Just as you see him now.
It is the curse of the Romagny.
Anton, stop that nonsense.
No nonsense. Priests say my master possessed by evil spirit.
What's that? Sounds like someone riding hard.
Coming this way. I will go to the door.
You were right, Holmes. I can't find any sign of a wound on his body. I can't imagine where the blood came from.
I very much fear that I can.
What do you mean?
Holmes.
Count Romagny.
My dream, Holmes. My dream. I had it again tonight. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
That's the police inspector from Grozny. A young girl was murdered tonight.
Oh, no.
And the prints of a man's naked feet led directly here to the castle.
In just a moment, we'll find out what happens next in the strange case of Count Romagny. Men, when you buy a hair tonic, get your money's worth. Enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic. No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. But Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. You simply can't beat Kreml to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so alive and invigorated. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most successful men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what happened after Count Romagny's third and most terrible dream?
Well, Romagny was in such a state of profound shock over the horror that had taken place that I thought it best to administer a strong sedative. Leaving Anton to watch over his master, Holmes and I, with Mr. Peter Hallish to act as interpreter, drove down with the police inspector to the home of the murdered girl.
Ask the inspector to bring that lamp a little nearer, will you, Mr. Hallish?
Jose Deo Lempat.
Shocking, Holmes. Simply shocking. Her injuries look as though they'd been done by a wild animal.
You're quite right, Watson.
My poor cousin.
No court could hold him legally responsible. He'd have to be put away, of course. Hello, what's all that shouting outside?
It's the peasants. The news must have spread. They're shouting, "Tuicha fellow Koshte, burn the castle. Polalo vampira, death to the vampire. Hakasuksel, hang him."
Well, Holmes, we'd better drive back to the castle immediately. That mob's in an angry temper. They mustn't be allowed to wreak their vengeance on that poor mad boy.
Quite right, Watson. I've seen all I wish to hear. Come, Mr. Hallish, we'd better be getting back to the castle just as fast as we can.
As a medical man, Dr. Watson, do you think that there's any chance that my cousin, under proper treatment and care, might eventually be brought back to normality?
Well, I'm afraid not, Mr. Hallish. In fact, these cases generally grow progressively worse. Well, here's the poor fellow's room. He's probably still asleep from the effects of the sedative that I gave him.
Ah, Anton. Is the Count still asleep?
Well, speak up, man. The bed, it's empty. He's gone.
Gone? Gone? He gone where you never find him. My master no wait for you to lock him up like animal.
What shall we do? Where has he gone? Those peasants will be here in an hour.
Holmes, what are you looking for?
For something that should be here on the desk. Something the Count showed us last night. The key to the Romagny burial vault.
But why should he take that, Mr. Holmes?
Gone right enough. Bring that lamp, Watson. We may yet be in time to avert the final disaster.
Careful, Doctor. Steps ahead here. The floor's very slippery.
This passageway must have been cut out of the very heart of the mountain.
It was. Very deep in the rock itself.
If all these twistings and turnings haven't confused my sense of direction, we must be almost under the castle.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. The burial vault.
You heard, Watson?
Yes, my feet simply went right out from under me. Just broke the lamp, I'm afraid.
I know the passageway. It's not much farther to the burial chamber. We will have to go slowly, though.
Make what speed you can. I'll keep my hand on your shoulder. Watson, do the same with me. I only hope it hasn't occurred to him to lock the door of the vault after he entered it. If it did, we're beaten.
Careful now. The passage bends sharp to the right. Just a bit farther along.
Oh, wouldn't it be more merciful, Holmes, to let the poor fellow take his own way out? After all, the best we can save him for is a living death in a madhouse.
Ah, there's a glimmer of light just ahead.
The door to the vault. It's ajar.
He must have a lamp inside.
Let me go first.
The light's so faint, I can't see much. What are all those big, bulky shapes?
The stone coffins of our ancestors.
There's something moving over there in the shadow behind that stone pillar.
It's the Count. He's got a knife.
Look out, Romagny!
Be careful, Holmes. He's mad.
Let me go. Let me finish it. Oh, I don't want to stop.
Drop that knife.
No.
Give me a hand here, Watson.
I've got it. Oh, you're wounded.
Oh, it's nothing. Just a scratch on my hand.
Why did you have to interfere? I'd be better off dead.
Come, Paul. You mustn't talk like that.
Take the lamp, Mr. Hallish, and lead the way. I want to get your cousin back up to the castle at once.
Well, it's against my rule to take a drink before breakfast, but this morning I'll break that rule. Thank you, Anton.
Sit here, Count Romagny. And you, Mr. Hallish, over there. Anton, lock that door and remain in case I should need you.
Oh, what is the use of prolonging the agony, Mr. Holmes? If you'd let me finish things down there.
We haven't much time left, Count Romagny. The peasants from the village may be here at any moment.
Well, then turn me over to them and let them do what they want.
You know we would never do that, Paul. We will protect you no matter what happens, and no matter what you may have done. After all, you weren't responsible for your actions.
I'm afraid I must correct you there, Mr. Hallish. Count Romany is and has been fully as responsible for everything he has done as any other sane person.
What sort of riddle are you asking us, Holmes? Are you attempting to deny Count Romany's dreams, the episode of the dog, the burial vault, and the horrible death of that girl?
I'm not offering a riddle, Watson, but its solution. Your dreams, Count Romany, had one feature which immediately led me to suspect their unnatural origin. You spoke of brilliant colors, of unearthly music, of a distorted sense of space and time. All characteristics of the dreams, or more properly, visions induced by the drug cannabis indica, more commonly known as hashish.
Good heavens.
And since you showed none of the signs of the habitual drug taker, it was at once obvious to me that your dreams were being induced by someone else. Someone who administered the drug to you in your food or wine on those occasions when they desired you to have one of your hallucinations.
But last night, that girl, the blood...
The blood stains were the final confirmation, if I needed any, that you had not committed the crime. The real killer slipped badly there. It did not occur to him when smearing the blood upon you and the bedclothes that during a 4-mile walk from where that poor girl was killed, the blood would have dried upon you and not come off upon the bedclothes. Peter Halash, have you ever seen an execution in this country?
Why do you address me? What have I to do with all this?
Who but you would inherit the Romany title and estates?
No.
In the early hours of dawn, the prisoner is led out, his hands tied behind him, the priest walking in front and the jailers on each side.
Mr. Holmes!
He's led to the stained wooden block in the center of the prison courtyard, where there stands a giant figure in full evening dress, his hands covered by white gloves, his face masked. It is the executioner.
Stop it!
Then, as the wretched man is bent forward on the block, the executioner raises his gleaming axe high into the air for the final blow.
I've had enough.
Have you ever seen that, Peter Halash?
No. I am innocent. I swear it.
Do you think a judge will believe you?
No, he did not do it. He speaks true. It was I. You shall do nothing to harm him.
Anton, you... This is impossible.
I do it for my master and for revenge, but you never take me alive.
Stop him, what's in the window? No need to look out of the window. It's a drop of 100 feet to the courtyard below. Perhaps it was best it ended that way.
But, Holmes, I still don't understand.
It's not difficult if you study the facts.
Poor Anton. But why did you accuse me, Holmes?
Anton's fanatic plot to drive the Count to madness or suicide and to see you in his place almost succeeded, Mr. Halash. When his sleeve slipped upward and I saw the cut he'd made on his arm to supply the blood, I knew that he was the girl's murderer. But there was only one way by which I could force the truth from him. And I suspected that his devotion to you was so strong that only an accusation against you would unseal his lips.
A hatred that Anton must have nursed since childhood. I knew that my father had wronged his family, but... Well, I thought that was all dead and buried history.
Not to a fanatical Carpathian peasant, Count Romany.
Mr. Holmes, you've given me back my life, my sanity.
There was never any question of your sanity, Count Romany. I saw that from the moment you first told me about the story of your dreams.
Nevertheless, I don't know how I can ever thank you properly.
If you and your cousin will introduce Watson and myself to some of your famous local fishing, I'll consider it thanks enough. And that reminds me, Watson, would you mind taking down a telegram for me? This little cut momentarily precludes the use of my right hand.
Telegram? Of course,
Oh, you'll find pen and ink on the table there.
All ready. Who's it to?
Messrs. Wilkinson, Entwistle and Dodd. Gray's Inn, London, England.
How do you spell Dodd?
2 Ds, Watson. Re-vampires. Gentlemen, I take pleasure in informing you that I've brought the matter of your client, Count Paul Romany, to a satisfactory conclusion. Trusting to be favored by you with any further such commissions that may arise, I remain your obedient servant, Sherlock Holmes.
Friends, here especially transcribed for you is a famous celebrity, that great authority on feminine beauty, the king of glamour, John Robert Powers himself. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Joe. Well, that was quite a send-off. I thought it might be of interest to our audience tonight if I brought along one of my Powers girls. As you know, these lovely Powers girls appear on magazine covers. They star in exclusive fashion shows and very appropriately are called long-stemmed American beauties. So tonight I'd like you to meet Miss Maria Morton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a very attractive spring hat you're wearing, Maria.
Like it?
Yes, very much. But how about removing it so we can see those lovely shining locks?
Why, of course. I'd love to.
Maria, your hair certainly looks like $1 million.
Thanks to you, Mr. Powers.
To me?
Yes. The first advice you gave me when I became a Powers model was to always wash my hair with Kreml shampoo. And I must say, never in my life have I used any shampoo that left my hair more radiant.
Yes, I'm completely sold on Kreml shampoo. You see, Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair to reveal all its natural brilliant luster.
And don't forget to mention the built-in oil base.
And that's what helps keep the hair from becoming dry and brittle. The Powers girls tell me that after Kreml shampoo, their hair holds a wave and curl much better. In fact, I certainly recommend Kreml shampoo, not only to the Powers girls, but to every woman who wants to bring out the radiant, shining beauty in her hair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers, for this beauty tip. And many thanks to your beautiful model. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, next week I think I should tell you about the strange death of a young Sussex schoolmaster and how Holmes solved one of the most bizarre and most terrifying mysteries that we ever encountered. I call it The Adventure of the Lion's Mane.
Tonight's adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Sussex Vampire. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the lion's mane. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Sergeant X. Despite the fact that murder is definitely not considered a nice pastime, some of our best people have been known to indulge in it. Their motives can be just as sordid as those of their social inferiors. Yes, your pampered blue blood may sometimes kill for gain, like even the lowliest ruffian, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight, we welcome back to the Mystery Playhouse stage two of our favorite guests, the famous young couple of crime detection, Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths, Pamela and Jerry to you, although apparently, just like any of 1 million or so other young married people, managed to have the most extraordinary things happen to them over and over again. In fact, life with the Norths has never been known to contain a dull moment, which undoubtedly serves to set them aside from the other married people quite decisively. Jerry North is in his publisher's office as the curtain rises, and at the moment is contemplating the fruits of a hard day's work, namely, home, wife, and dinner. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's starting to head that way right now.
Hello, darling. I didn't expect you. What brings you here?
My yellow handbag.
What?
Yes, it doesn't match this hat.
Well?
So I left it home.
Oh.
It has all my money in it.
Uh-huh.
And my feet are tired, darling. I walked down, but I don't feel like walking home, so I dropped in here to let you take me.
Okay.
You see, Jerry, the purse was in the yellow bag, but I took the white bag on account of the hat, like I told
It's
you.
all right, sweetheart. You don't have to go into such a long explanation for a nickel carpet.
Oh, it's not only a nickel, Jerry. I was shopping, but the salesman looked so snooty when I discovered that I didn't have my purse. I can't decide whether I want you to go back and give him $7.89 or a punch in the nose.
We'll settle for the $7.89. I've had a hard day. Now what? Yes?
Mr. Wilbur,
Wilbur Wills to see you, Mr. North.
Do I know him?
No.
Well, tell him to come back tomorrow. We're finished for today.
Well, I did tell him, but he said it was terribly important.
What's it about?
Just a moment. He said murder.
Tell him we don't want any.
What is it, Jerry?
Oh, just some crackpot wants to see me about a murder. Oh, nobody, probably. Just a gag to get in to see me. Hello, Miss Merrimack.
Yes?
Tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'm dead. Tell him I'm out of town. I want to go home.
Maybe you ought to see him, Jerry.
I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Mr. North, Mr. Wills wants to know if you and Mrs. North will have dinner with him tonight.
Tell him the answer is no. What'd he say?
He wants to know if you'd care to go with him now, or if he should pick you up at your home.
Look, what do I pay you for? Get rid of him.
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, then keep him there. We'll go out the back way and down the freight elevator.
All right.
Come on, darling. I don't feel like entertaining any crackpots tonight. Except you, of course. Let's go. Mr. North rides the freight elevator. Fine business.
Well, you could have at least talked to Mr. Wills, Jerry.
No, sweetheart. He'd have talked to me, and I didn't feel like listening.
Well, it might have been important.
Well, he can come back tomorrow. Now, right through this side door. And we can get out of the building before he...
Mr. and Mrs. North, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. The name is Wills. Wilbur Will.
The name is Mud if you don't stop haunting me.
Not a ghost of a chance. You get it? A haunting ghost? Say, why am I laughing? I'm very unhappy.
Are you?
Yes. Murder's a nasty business, especially when it strikes so close to home.
Well, I'm warning you. If you don't leave me alone, it's going to strike very close.
This isn't a joking matter, Mr. North. I'm prepared to pay good money if you'll catch a murderer for me.
But we're not professional detectives.
It's all right. He's not a professional murderer.
Oh, what's it all about, Mr. Wills?
Simple. I want a murder solved. From what I've heard, I thought you two would be the ones to solve it.
Well, who's been killed?
Nobody. Yet.
I beg your pardon.
I simply mean the murder hasn't been committed yet.
Oh, that's what you said.
But it will be tonight. That's why I want you to come with me. I thought it would help if you were present when it happens.
When it happens? But, Mr. Wills, you can't just sit back and let things like that happen. We ought to try to prevent it.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I know Ray and Irene.
Who are they?
Ray's my nephew. Irene is his wife.
And you think they're going to murder someone tonight?
I'm sure of it.
Whom are they going to murder?
Me.
What?
Yes.
But we mustn't let them.
My dear Mrs. North, when somebody wants to kill somebody, it's almost impossible for somebody else to prevent it. There are so many ways to kill and so many opportunities.
Why don't you call the police?
They think I was crazy. Besides, if they did protect me now, Ray would get me some other time. And they can't lock him up, not until he does something.
But when he does something, it'll be too late.
Precisely.
What makes you think he'll kill you tonight?
The note is due tomorrow.
Note?
My nephew, Ray, that is, signed a note for $20,000. It's due tomorrow, but he hasn't the money. Wants me to give it to him. I've made it clear to him I won't help him, but he's coming tonight to make one last plea. And when I turn him down again, he'll be in a fury. He threatened me last time. This time he'll act.
If I were you, I'd give him the money.
Then he'd always have me under his thumb. Anytime he wanted anything, all he'd have to do would be to threaten.
I see what you mean.
No, I can't give in, and I can't stop him. But I can get revenge. If you'll help. Prove he killed me and get him convicted.
I'd rather prevent the murder.
You can't.
We can try. Jerry, let's accept Mr. Will's invitation to have dinner with him.
With me and my wife, and my nephew and his wife.
Okay, Mr. Wills, you win. You have Pam interested. You know, Pam, someday you're going to be the death of me.
No, Ray, not a single penny. The way you and that spendthrift wife of yours throw money around.
Ray, you just going to sit there and let me be insulted?
Who's just sitting here? Now listen, Uncle. Just because you're a pinch-penny old miser, it's no reason to expect everyone else to be the same.
I keep my money.
Yes, and it doesn't do anybody else any good. Not even you. We're young. We have a right to...
Now, don't start that again.
Now, everyone. Must we carry on like this at the table? Remember, we have guests.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mrs. Wills. Jerry and I don't mind.
But it's bad for the digestion. I read an article that said more stomach trouble is caused by arguments than by pastry. And you know how that can distress one. State of mind. That's the important thing.
Sure. Fine state of mind I should be in, with $20,000 to raise, and you and Uncle hanging on to more than you know what to do with.
Well, if you'd speak nicely to your uncle instead of shouting at him, you might have a better chance. Sugar catches more flies than vinegar, you know.
Okay. Uncle dear, will you please lend me $20,000?
I think it's a fine thing when a man's own relatives won't help him. What do you expect Ray and me to do? Starve?
Starve. You have more furs and jewelry than you need. 2 cars, a swanky apartment. Sell some of those things, and then maybe we can begin to talk.
The Lord helps those who help themselves, you know.
Oh, shut up with your blamed preaching.
Sit down, Ray.
I will not sit down. I'm getting darn sick and tired of being pushed around. Everybody else in our whole family lives better than Irene and I do, and just...
Everybody else in the family works.
Just because Ray and I want a few simple luxuries.
All right. We're extravagant. We light our cigarettes with $1,000 bills. We fill our swimming pool with imported champagne. We use diamonds for paperweight.
That's not much of an exaggeration.
All right. Forget it. Don't help us. Don't give us anything. You selfish, rotten, cheap, stingy old miser. Go on, hang on to your filthy money. But if you wake up some morning with a knife in your stomach, don't say I didn't warn you.
Now, Raymond. Must we raise our voice?
Oh, nuts.
Ray, wait! Oh, dear me, Wilbur. When Raymond gets into one of those fits, there's no telling what he'll do.
I know what he's going to do.
Perhaps you should give him what he wants.
Never.
I'm terribly sorry your dinner was spoiled this way, Mr. and Mrs. North. But Ray has such a nasty temper, and he can be so mean.
I warned them to expect it.
I can't help worrying when he acts like this, dear.
Perhaps his bark is worse than his bite, Mrs. Wills.
Oh, you don't know Raymond, Mrs. North. You don't know how mean he can be. Tell them about Waffles, Wilbur. Waffles.
He was a puppy. Chewed up Ray's favorite jacket.
Since Raymond strangled him. That's what he did. Strangled him. How awful. I'm worried.
Well, Pam and I'll try to see that nothing happens, Mrs. Wills.
What can you do?
Well, when Ray calms down a bit, I'd like to have a talk with him. In the meantime, I think you two had better go upstairs and lock your door.
It's useless, North.
We'll see. Anyway, do what I tell you, will you, please?
But I tell you, there's no way...
Look, you asked us to come here. It was your idea. If you want us to stay, please do what we tell you.
All right, then. We will.
And don't worry. Nobody's going to stick any knives in anybody tonight. I hope.
Time is it, Jerry?
11 o'clock.
We can't stay here all night. Knock on the study door and see if Raymond will talk to you now.
It's no use. I tried a few minutes ago. He didn't even answer.
Maybe they're not in there anymore. Maybe they went out the side door into the garden.
I think we'd have heard the door open.
Oh, perhaps. Jerry, do you really think that Raymond will try to kill his uncle?
Oh, I think Mr. and Mrs. Wills are letting their imagination run away with them. Still, there's no use in taking chances. But if they keep their door locked...
How about the window?
Oh, it's right above this window. We'd see or hear anyone trying to get to it.
You know, darling, I wonder...
I do, too. I wonder how we always get into things like this. By now, I'm beginning to think it must be habit.
Well, if we prevent a murder, it was worth getting into. Golly, still in this house. So quiet, it's spooky. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's what I mean.
Oh.
So quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Undoubtedly.
Wait a minute. What was that?
What was what?
I heard something.
Maybe somebody dropped the pin.
No, Jerry, I heard something.
Oh, you went through all that before.
No, Jerry, somebody's moving around upstairs, in the hall. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Well, I did. Come on, let's go see.
Okay.
We better be quiet.
All right. Here are the stairs, Captain. All
right.
I'll go first.
We left the light on in the upstairs hall. Can you see anyone up there?
Not yet.
Jerry, what was that?
The stairs creaked.
I hope nobody heard.
I hope not. Hey, stay where you are for a minute. Don't move. Wait a minute. There is somebody up there.
Can you see?
No, but I can hear him. Somebody's coming down the hall. Listen.
Collie.
Wait till he gets around that corner so I can see him, and then
Harry, I mean, she.
Mrs. Wills.
The gun in her hand.
She hasn't seen us yet. Stay back against the wall and let's see what she does.
Oh, there you are. Stay right where you are. Do you hear? Don't move. Don't move an inch, or I'll shoot.
Okay, but what's the idea, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, is that you, Mr. North?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought you said you'd stay in your room.
but I heard something. At least I thought I did. I came out to investigate.
I warned you not to unlock your door.
But I heard something. And you know, he who hesitates is lost. I thought I'd better come out and see.
Did you leave the bedroom door unlocked?
Why, I don't know. I believe I did.
Oh, come on. We better get back there.
That's right.
Dear, do you think that... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, hurry.
We are, my dear. We are. You know, I've been so distressed. I do wish Wilbur weren't so pig-headed. If he'd only get into Raymond. Oh, but he couldn't. He just couldn't. Well, here we are.
Good. There he is on the bed.
Is he... Jerry, is he...
I don't know.
Well. Oh, it's you. Woke me up.
Oh, were you asleep?
Well, must have been, or you couldn't have awakened me, could you now?
But how could you sleep? I mean, if you expected to be killed.
Staying awake wouldn't help. When I'm awake, I worry. So I sleep.
But I can't sleep when I worry.
I can't either. But then I can't worry when I sleep. So that even seems.
But how do you get to sleep?
Simple. I just tried to stay awake.
Oh.
Linda, what's that you got in your hand?
What? Oh, this? It's just
A gun. Where did you get it?
Why, in one of those pawn shop places. I've been so worried about you lately, dear. I figured I'd just better be prepared.
You have a license for it, Mrs. Wills?
Oh, no. The man said I wouldn't need any. He was such a nice man. So helpful and considerate.
The pawn shop man?
Yes. First, he did say something about a license, but when I promised not to shoot anybody unless they tried to kill somebody first, he said it would be all right. If I paid him $100, that is. Wasn't that nice?
Yes, wasn't it? So's $100.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. But you better let me have that gun. And then please stay in this room and don't unlock the door again.
Oh, I can't let you have my gun. I might need it.
Not if you do what I tell you.
Anyway, Melinda, you wouldn't know how to shoot it.
Oh, I don't want to shoot it. I wouldn't think of it. As a matter of fact, I don't believe it will shoot. I just want it to frighten people with.
I think you'd better give it to Mr. North, my dear.
But I don't want to. And if it won't shoot...
How do you know it won't shoot?
Well, it's so old and rusty. Of course, the man assured me it would shoot. Oh, what was that?
The man was right.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my heavens. Oh, dear. Here, Mr. North, take it quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, my, what did I hit?
Oh, nothing. The bullet went in the wall next to Pam. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Jerry?
Darling, you have only one earring.
What?
Have only one earring.
Oh.
Well, sweetheart, how do you feel now?
I'm still a little shaky, but I'll be all right.
That's good.
Now, what do we do?
Oh, just sit here and wait some more. Raymond came out when he heard the shot, but he didn't want to talk, and he's locked himself in the study again. Irene went out for a walk.
Jerry, you know, I don't believe Raymond means to kill his uncle. It was just talk.
I think you're right. The whole thing is just imagination. But we might as well...
Gollies, that wasn't imagination.
Somebody playing with guns again. Only this time, I'm afraid they weren't playing. Come on, it came from the study.
But the Wills promised to stay in their room.
Promises in this house aren't worth much. Well, here it is. Let's see. Well, it's locked. Hello? Hello in there. No answer. I'm going to break in the door. Look out, Pam. There we are. Now...
Oh, Jerry, look.
Yeah, I see. So Raymond did kill somebody after all.
Yes. Himself.
Okay, but hurry, will you? Sure, we'll be right here. Goodbye. The police will be right over, Pam.
Oh, good. Because it's not going to be easy keeping the Wills and Irene out of the study.
Don't you think they all acted rather strangely when we told them Raymond was dead?
Well, the Wills seemed relieved.
Yes, and Irene seemed to take it pretty coolly, don't you think?
Yes. But she's crying now. I guess she was just done before.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, Jerry, it's strange that Raymond killed himself, though, isn't it? Somehow he didn't seem the type. Of course, he was in bed, but
he didn't kill himself, Dawn. Hmm? Raymond didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
Are you sure, Jerry?
Pretty sure. He was shot in the heart from the front. But from the position of the shot, he had to hold the gun in a very awkward position to do it himself.
I see. Well, in that case... Jerry, were there any powder burns?
Yes, why?
I have a hunch. I'll bet I know who killed him.
Good, but can you prove it?
Let's see. If we make believe that we saw what happened, that we saw someone leaving the study...
That wouldn't fool anyone.
Oh, how do you know?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't fool the murderer, because the murderer knows what really happened in detail, and wouldn't believe us unless we gave enough details.
Well, we'll give details.
But we don't know the details. Did the murderer run from the study or just creep away? Did he or she go toward the front of the house or the back? Did he or she...
Don't worry, Jerry. We'll have plenty of details.
But will they be the right details?
Of course not, Jerry, but that won't matter.
Well, what do you mean it won't matter?
Well, there are some things the murderer doesn't know. And sometimes, darling, what you don't know does hurt you.
Huh? What's that? What's that, Mr. North?
Did you say Raymond was murdered? Are you sure my husband was murdered?
Yes.
How do you know?
Well, first of all, the angle of the shot is wrong.
You mean he couldn't have shot himself?
I mean, it's very unlikely.
But not impossible?
No, not impossible.
I see.
But the angle of the shot isn't all. There's something else.
What?
Well, you and your wife claim you were in your bedroom when the shot was fired. And Raymond's wife claims she was outside taking a walk.
That's right.
Well, Pam and I were also outside, where we could see the side door leading from the alcove off the study.
We heard the shot, and a moment later, the doors from the alcove opened, and one of you came out.
What?
One of us?
Yes.
Why, my dear Mrs. North, do you realize what you're saying?
Well, I'm simply telling you what we saw. We saw one of you come through the door, turn and lock the door, look around, and then hurry to the back of the house and go in the back door.
We followed and found you left the back door open, so we came in. But you'd already gotten upstairs.
Then we went in the study and found Raymond's body.
Then you think you know who killed my poor husband?
I think we do.
But, my dear Mrs. North, if you saw anyone, it must have been...
You, Mrs. Wills.
I?
Yes, Mrs. Wills. You.
That's absurd, Mr. North.
Indeed, accusing me of murder.
How dare you?
Yes, how dare you? Don't you realize you are guests in this house?
I'm sorry if we've done wrong by Emily Post, Mrs. Wills, but we saw what we saw.
You lie, sir. Melinda was upstairs with me the whole time. I don't know what your scheme is, but I warn you, I'm not going...
Now, my dear, let's not lose our temper.
But the nerve, the confounded nerve. Mr. North, Mrs. North, can you give me one good reason why my wife would kill Raymond?
To keep him from killing you.
You had no right to say...
Really, dear, let's not discuss it anymore. I have a headache. I'm going upstairs and lie down until the police get here.
Very well, my dear. Now see what you've done. You've given her a headache.
Well, Mr. Wills, it was your idea that we come out here.
But it wasn't my idea that you lie and badger my wife.
Now, Mr. Wills. Temper.
Sir, you pay for this. I warn you.
So will you. Remember what your wife said.
What?
Indigestion.
Get her room, Jerry.
Okay.
Who's there?
The Norths.
What do you want?
We'd like to talk to you.
But I have a headache.
Well, take an aspirin and open the door. It's important.
All right. Just a minute.
Oh, Jerry, I hope our plan worked.
Oh, we'll soon know.
Now, what do you want?
Let us in. There.
What is it? Why did you lie about me?
Well, we had to work fast, Mrs. Wills. The police will be here any minute.
Thank heavens. They certainly won't believe that ridiculous story you told.
But they'll interfere with our plan.
Interfere with your plan?
Their being here would.
But then if you don't want the police here, that must mean you... Oh, that is... Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness. I'm beginning to understand a few things. Oh, my.
No, Mrs. Wills, I don't think you are. But if you... What is it?
Somebody's coming upstairs.
Okay. Mrs. Wills, get in bed quickly and pretend to be asleep.
But...
Hurry, do as I say.
What are you doing?
Just tuning up the light.
What is this?
It's what we've been waiting for, I hope. Come on, Pam. Let's get behind the screen.
All right. Now there are footsteps in the hall.
Yeah.
They're stopping at the door. Well, Jerry, this is it.
Who's there? What do you want? Who is it?
I want to talk to you.
Irene?
Yes. What did you see downstairs?
What?
You were in the alcove off the study when Ray was killed. Did you see how he died?
No, it isn't true. I wasn't there.
The North saw you. That's not so. Perhaps. What did you see?
Nothing. I wasn't there.
Okay, just see that you stick to that story.
I will. It's the truth. And honesty is the best policy, you know.
Well, you just see that you stick to it, because if you don't...
Yes. Oh, so that's it. Oh, my, how stupid of me. Of course. And I thought, oh, dear.
What's the matter?
You killed Raymond. You were afraid he'd have to sell your furs and jewelry and things. But now his insurance will cover the debt. Of course. You killed him.
Don't talk so loud. You don't know. You weren't there. You just said so.
But you did. You did.
Well, how are you going to prove it? Well? I warn you, if you so much as open your mouth when the police get here,
I won't, I promise.
Well, you better keep that promise. No, why should I take the chance?
What do you mean?
You won't get a chance to talk to the police. I'm going to...
No!
No, you don't, Irene.
Oh, you stop it! Let go!
Drop that letter of mine.
Oh, my arm!
Drop it. There, that's better.
What's that?
I guess it's the police. Better late than never.
Good. Get them up here and let them take this wildcat off my hand.
My goodness.
I'll get even with you for this. All of you, you're dirty.
Oh, no, Irene. Let's not say anything we'll be sorry for.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, what men.
Yes, Jerry. I thought it was Irene when you said there were powder burned, because Raymond was shot from the front, and I didn't think he'd let anyone else get so close to him.
Mm-hmm. And you proved it, too. You know, darling, sometimes I think you're pretty clever.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes.
What about the other time? Well, Jerry.
Darling, let's not say anything we'll be sorry for, shall we?
Well, Jerry and Pam, nice to have had you with us once again. We'll be running into you two in the near future, I'm sure, because you, Mr. and Mrs. North, are high on our preferred guest list. So goodbye until next time, kids, and that should be soon. Now, so that you can get an idea of the caliber of our next production, we take you on our customary visit to the green room, where the play is in rehearsal. Follow me, please. Come.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I just wanted just a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence in the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing. Your word.
Yes. I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him. The jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. And may I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sally, to be free.
You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. After we're married, you have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Oh, wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen?
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick.
Yes?
Rick, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered why you did it.
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me, I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
And that was the appetizer for our next main course, as served up here in the Mystery Playhouse. The finding of a girl's body on the rocks lining a stretch of ocean beach near San Francisco is the start of a strange and fascinating story of love and death. A tale that should find you right back in your seats next time when our old friend the Whistler tells you of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and a girl who was married to a murderer. This is Sergeant X, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Perfect Maid Murder Case. The scene opens in one of New York's most fabulous mansions, the home of Raymond Colby. And we see a young woman about to leave. Her hand is on the knob of the front door when she is interrupted by a maid whom we hear saying the words that lead to a gruesome, fantastic murder.
Excuse me, Miss Laura. Can I see you a moment before you go? I haven't any time now, Fanny. But this is important, Miss Laura. Terrible important. Well, what is it then? I want to give my notice, Mum. Your notice? You mean you're leaving? Why, I thought you were a fixture in this house, Fanny. But that's just it, Mum. I am a fixture here. Then what's this talk about giving notice? What's wrong? If it's more wages... Oh, it's not that, Mum. It's that... Yes? It's that I'm going to marry your father. Your what? Going to marry your father, that's what. Oh, well, it don't seem to set very well with you, but... Are you completely and utterly mad? This is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, it is it? Well, let me tell you, I'm as good as you are.
Pack up your things and get out of this house as fast as you can.
I'm not packing, and I'm not leaving. I'm marrying into this house. Huh, just put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Get out instantly, I say.
I'm not going any further than my own room. You'll find me there if you want to be coming up later and telling me you're sorry. Ta-ta, dearie.
John! John, come here! John!
Don't shout, Laura. I heard it all. Great heavens, what a mess.
We can't let Father do this. He's gone mad. Ooh, that cheap, terrible creature.
I tell you, Laura, hysterics won't help. Besides, we don't want to wake the old man up and get him on our necks. We've got to think fast.
But what are we going to do? What can we do? Oh, this is too dreadful.
Listen, Laura, listen.
Yes?
You stay right here, Laura, and watch every door. Be as loud as you can if anybody comes.
You mean Father or that horrible Fanny?
Anybody. I've got the combination to Father's safe.
His safe? What are you going to do, John?
I know he keeps his will there. That's the first thing to do. He may have changed it in Fanny's favor. If he did, I'll burn it up.
And sometime later, we hear the Commissioner of Police assigning another famous murder case to the astute and feared Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces and disguises.
Oh, here you are, Chameleon. A murder in Park Avenue.
Oh, top drawer case, eh, Commissioner?
Well, that's for you to decide, old man. The murder occurred in the Raymond Colby house.
You mean the mysteriously rich Raymond Colby's been killed?
No, not Colby himself, Chameleon. A maid in his house. A girl named Fanny Bilkins. Throat slashed open. Better get out there.
Righto, Commissioner. I'll take Detective Dave Arnold with me. Oh, here you are, Dave.
Yes, sir.
You come with me, please. Bye, Commissioner.
I suppose the case we're on is that parlor maid murder at Raymond Colby's house.
Yes, that's it, Dave.
I guess it'll be one of those jobs where the chauffeur killed some poor girl because he was in love with her and caught the butler getting away with it.
I've no idea, Dave. Let's get the car and buzz out there. Oh, personally, I'd be more interested if old Colby himself was the victim. I hear he's a queer character, the absent-minded professor type. He invented something somewhere that made him fabulously rich.
Here's the house, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, with a very pretty girl already holding the door open. Come ahead.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. You are from the police, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Chameleon. This is Detective Arnold. And you are...
I'm Laura Colby. Come in, Mr. Chameleon.
Thank you.
I'm rather surprised to see you here.
Surprised, Miss Laura? Why?
We didn't expect to see such a famous detective as you on an unimportant case like this.
Murder is always important.
Judy O'Grady or the judge's lady? I see.
I understand the girl who was murdered was a housemaid in your father's house, Miss Laura. Do you know anything about her?
Practically nothing, Mr. Chameleon, except that she was a perfect maid, really marvelous, and that she had perfectly wonderful references when she came.
When was that?
Oh, I don't really remember. A couple of years ago. You know how those things are.
Who found her body? One of the other help in the house, I suppose.
No, as a matter of fact, my father did. He and my brother John, that is.
Yes?
Well, what actually happened was that one of the other servants, our cook, became annoyed when Fanny didn't turn up to serve breakfast this morning. She thought she'd overslept. But when she knocked on Fanny's door and she didn't answer, she became alarmed and called my father.
So he and your brother went up there?
And when they opened the door, they found her dead. Father was very much upset, and so was my brother.
Odd that the cook didn't open the door herself when she got no answer to her knock.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. Oh, but I'm sure the cook wouldn't have killed her just because Fanny overslept.
No, scarcely, Miss Laura. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You go to the kitchen and talk to that cook. Find out what you can.
I'm sure cook can't tell you any more than I have, Mr. Chameleon.
One never knows, Miss Laura. She may be concealing something from you.
I'll talk to the cook now, Mr. Chameleon.
I don't. In the meanwhile, Miss Laura, perhaps your father or your brother will take me up to see the murdered girl's body.
John's in the drawing room, Mr. Chameleon. This door here. Oh, John, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Chameleon? Horrible thing, isn't it? But one never knows what will happen with servants these days, does one?
What happened here, however, is a bit out of the usual run. Your sister says that you lead me to the murder room.
Well, of course, Mr. Chameleon. I don't like the job, but just follow me.
Thank you.
Here are the servants' stairs.
By the way, John, do you know anything about the murdered girl? I mean, do you ever notice anything strange about her? Signs of being afraid of something, upset, anything like that?
It's a funny thing, Mr. Chameleon. I never notice any servant particularly. To me, they're just faceless people. All I know is that my sister always said Fanny was the perfect maid. Laura's all in a dither. Says she'll never find another one like her. Oh, but here's her room.
Just about the size of a cell.
What?
Nothing. Poor girl. A horrible sight. Her head is almost severed.
If you're finished with me, Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to get out of here.
Oh, yes, I understand, John. I'm sorry. I forgot that we policemen are more accustomed to sights like this than people like you. Yes, you go back to the drawing room. I'll see you there presently.
Thank you, Mr. Chameleon.
Poor Fanny. Poor child. Well, if the dead can hear, you'll hear me promising to bring your murderer to the execution chamber.
Mr. Chameleon? Nothing from the cook except what Laura Colby already told us. But get this.
Yes, Dave?
Just as I was talking to the cook, the girl's father came in.
The murdered girl's father, Dave?
Uh-huh. A man named Ed Bilkins. He started accusing everybody of murder. He's pretty wild. I told him to stay put, but you'd talk to him.
Poor devil.
Wait till you get a load of him, Mr. Chameleon. He looks like a bad customer to me. Not so sorry as he acts. But that don't mean I think he killed the girl.
Dave, you call the morgue and have this body picked up. And here is the knife that slashed her throat. You send it in for prints.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
And then hold the murdered girl's father down below. I want to talk to John Colby and his father first. Well, John, feeling a bit more steady now? Forgive me for bringing you back to the murder room.
It's all right, Mr. Chameleon. Took a drink and feel better. Well, this is my father, Raymond Colby. Father, this is Mr. Chameleon.
Ah? Mr. what? Didn't catch the name.
Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Colby.
Police headquarters, you say? John, what's a police officer doing here?
Investigating the murder of your maid, Fanny Bilkins, Mr. Colby.
Oh, to be sure. You know, things slip my memory, sir. And you say your name is,
Chameleon, Mr. Colby. Chameleon.
Unfortunate thing here, Mr. Canston.
Chameleon.
Oh, yes, Chameleon. Last thing I ever expected in my house, murder. Just one of the servants. Probably got herself into trouble. Queer lot, servants. Queer lot. Never know about them.
But still human, Mr. Colby. They sing and sigh, laugh and weep, feel happiness and sorrow just like you and me. Only probably suffer more.
Quite right, quite right. I didn't think policemen thought that way, though. Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me any little thing that you might know about the girl who was so inconsiderate as to be murdered in your quiet home. Why do you think, for instance, that she was killed?
I've no idea. Never paid any attention to her, no attention at all. My daughter Laura runs the house. You better ask her.
I did, and she told me just as little as you and your son John have, Mr. Colby. But I'll...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave?
You'd better come downstairs and talk to the man I told you was here. He's got something for you, something plenty hot.
What man, Mr. Chameleon?
After I see him, I'll tell you, John.
He's going to tear this case wide open, John. Wide open.
Tear it open, Detective Arnold? That's ridiculous.
Never mind, son. I fancy it's someone of Fanny's own class, and that it'll all turn out that a grocer's clerk or delivery boy killed Fanny.
Perhaps, Mr. Colby. I'll see you later, Mr. Colby.
John, get Laura in here right away.
What for, Father?
If you don't manage to hold yourself in, you and Laura will find yourselves up on a murder charge. Our Mr. Chameleon's one of the most penetrating men I've ever met. Up to the time you revealed excitement, our story was going down perfectly. Now be careful, my boy. I beg of you. I don't want to see my children convicted of murder.
What did the murdered girl's father tell you, Dave, to make you think he'd break this case wide open?
You better hear it from his own lips, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh?
He's here in the butler's pantry.
Oh, all right, Dave.
Mr. Bilkins, here's Mr. Chameleon. Now tell him what you told me.
It's fair terrible I ever brought my innocent daughter to this country, Mr. Chameleon. That's how she was done in.
What do you mean, Mr. Bilkins? Brought her to this country?
Didn't this here busy tell you, Mr. Comedian?
Detective Arnold wanted me to hear the story direct from you, Bilkins. Now, let's have it, please.
Fanny and me come from Australia, where we should have stayed. And then she'd never have gone into service in this old duffer's house.
Well, I still don't know what you mean, Bilkins.
What I'm trying to drive home, sir, is that Fanny wouldn't have got herself engaged to marry the old man.
Do you mean to say that your daughter, Fanny, was going to marry Raymond Colby?
I'm not lying when I say it, Mr. Comedian. I warned her proper about marrying out of her class. But Fanny had got American ideas into her head quick. Wouldn't listen to her father. And it all wound up in her being killed. Butchered like an animal.
Are you certain that your daughter was going to marry this fabulously rich man?
Look here. Here's your wedding license, Mr. Comedian.
Huh?
She gave it to me, saying Mr. Colby didn't want it round the house, feared his son or daughter might find it. But they must have caught on some other way, sir. And that's why they killed her.
Dave, this is astounding. This license is genuine. Fanny Bilkins, age 24, Raymond Colby, 56.
It's on the up all right, Mr. Chameleon. I had it checked myself.
I'm taking the blame for Fanny's murder on myself, Mr. Comedian. I'm her father. I should have given her a good thumping and made her leave this house. The likes of her thinking of marrying the likes of him. I always say that everyone stay in his own class.
Mr. Bilkins, come with me.
Where to, sir?
Upstairs to the drawing room, where I think we'll find Mr. Colby and his son, John.
Don't make me face him now, Mr. Comedian. I can't face my daughter's dirty murderers. I can't do it, sir. I can't.
I understand, Bilkins. You wait here, then. Detective Arnold and I will go up alone.
You're a real gentleman, sir. Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness, sir.
Dave, come along.
If ever I saw one for the book, Mr. Chameleon, this is it.
If it's true, Dave, if it's true.
What? Well, don't you believe it? You saw the marriage license, didn't you?
Yes, indeed, Dave. And I also saw the shifty look in the bereaved Mr. Bilkins' eyes. If I were looking for a babysitter, and it wouldn't be Bilkins. Oh, here's the drawing room now. I expected to find your father and brother here.
They're in Father's study, Mr. Chameleon.
I've just talked to your murdered maid's father.
So they have fathers, too.
Just as you and I, Laura. But tell me.
Yes?
When was your father, Raymond Colby, going to marry Fanny Bilkins?
Oh, I didn't realize detectives on duty kidded people, Mr. Chameleon.
Then you didn't know?
Know what?
You know what. Answer the question.
If you expect me to answer a ridiculous question like that, Mr. Chameleon... Are you serious? Imagine Father marrying a housemaid. It's too silly.
At the door to the study, Laura?
Why, yes. I'll tell Father you want to see him.
Don't trouble, thank you. I'll go in alone. And you stay here. I hope I'm not interrupting, Mr. Colby. Oh. I see you have your safe open. Something lost?
Father has an idea he misplaced his will, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm on the forgetful side, Mr. Comedian. I'll find it later.
Why not look in the fireplace, Mr. Colby? Wait a second.
In the fireplace, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, John? Yes, here is what is left of your father's will. All but the top burned away, though. Do you mind telling me why you tried to destroy it, John?
My son didn't, Mr. Chameleon. Probably did it myself. I do such utterly stupid things without thinking.
Like arranging to marry your housemaid, Mr. Colby?
What is this, Mr. Chameleon? Father planning to marry
That murdered girl, John. Murdered.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what in heaven's name gives you the idea Father was going to marry her?
This marriage license, John.
Marriage license?
John, I told you before that Mr. Chameleon was a very penetrating man. Trying to deceive him would be unfair to him and us.
Then you were going to marry her, Mr. Colby?
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Chameleon. I really don't know why I took out that marriage license.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't done simply to keep a perfect maid. Come, Mr. Colby, don't you think it's time to stop trying to protect your children?
Why should he try to protect Laura and me, Mr. Chameleon? We didn't kill that girl.
In my entire experience, I've never met with a clearer motive for murder. Never. Dave?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
What do we do, arrest John and Laura?
No, not now, Dave. Bring the murdered girl's father in here immediately, and then we'll...
That's what I came up here to tell you, Mr. Chameleon. Bilkins slipped out of the house while I went into the kitchen to get a drink of water.
What?
I sent out a general alarm for him.
Have this house guarded, Dave. And get this straight, Mr. Colby. If either your son or daughter attempts to leave here, they'll be taken in on suspicion of willful murder.
Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case. Fanny Bilkins has been viciously murdered in the home of wealthy Raymond Colby, where she worked as a housemaid. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that Colby had planned to marry Fanny in spite of the bitter protests of his son John and his daughter Laura. During the investigation, the murdered girl's father, Edward Bilkins, has disappeared from the Colby home. But an hour later, when Mr. Chameleon impatiently paces his office at headquarters, he suddenly finds that no general alarm was required to bring in Bilkins. For a strange surprise awaits him as Detective Dave Arnold rushes into his office saying,
Mr. Chameleon, I just brought in Fanny Bilkins' father in an ambulance.
In an ambulance, Dave?
He's got a knife cut straight down his left cheek. Didn't miss his throat by half an inch. But the ambulance doc patched him up on the way in, and now he's squawking loud to see you. He says...
Get him in here, Dave.
Come in, Bilkins.
Bilkins, what happened? Who tried to get you? Now get down to the point without wasting words.
Very good, sir. But it was a near one. Not satisfied with cruelly murdering my daughter, Fanny.
Who?
Raymond Colby. Well, I mean his son, John. But the fact is, I don't know for sure.
Where did the attack take place, Bilkins?
In the old duffer's study, that's where.
What were you doing there?
Nothing, sir, nothing. Just nosing around.
It won't do, Bilkins. Out with it.
Mr. Chameleon, here's a bag the boys took off Bilkins on the way in.
Give it to me, Mr. Copper. I never seen it before. Fanny gave it to me.
Looks like about $500,000 in jewels, Bilkins. And they look familiar. Very familiar.
But I don't know anything about them.
Dave, put Bilkins on detention. I got the answer to this case.
Look here, Chameleon, I got rights. Those jewels were planted on me.
Come along, Bilkins. Killed your own daughter, did you? I'll be right back, Mr. Chameleon.
Right down. Hello?
Mr. Chameleon, this is John Colby.
Yes?
Most of my dead mother's jewelry has been stolen.
Who discovered the loss, John?
Our butler did. Caught the robber in the act, but he got away. Can you come out here right away?
Not just now, John. You said only part of your mother's jewelry was stolen?
The butler came in the room just in time to save the rest.
I have got the stolen jewels, John. And the robber, too.
You've got the jewels and the robber both?
I'm pretty positive I have, John. But I want to make sure before I definitely charge the man that we're holding.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
Instead of coming myself, John, I'm going to send one of our expert jewel men out there. And he'll bring the jewels I have here out, too, for identification.
I wish you'd come yourself, Mr. Chameleon, instead of... What's that, Father? All right, I'll ask Mr. Chameleon. Sorry, Mr. Chameleon, but Father suggests...
Yes?
Father's worried about anybody coming but you, Mr. Chameleon. So is my sister, Laura. Can't you come yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm not a jewel expert. I'm sending our head man, Pierre-Antoine, out right away. And then I'll follow later. Goodbye, John.
What's all that about, Mr. Chameleon? Are you going out to Colby's in disguise?
Right you are, Dave. Disguised as Pierre-Antoine, the police department's chief man on jewels. Now, you will come with me. And the instant we get there and you introduce me, arrest John and Laura Colby on my orders.
Well, orders are orders, but I don't get you, Mr. Chameleon. Why not pinch them and be done with it?
Because I need the evidence I think their father, Raymond Colby, will give me, Dave.
And so, a little later, we find Detective Arnold with Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Pierre-Antoine at the murder house, as Dave Arnold says.
Evening, everybody. This gentleman is the police department's jewel expert. Mr. Chameleon sent him out.
Pierre-Antoine at your service. You Mr. Raymond Colby, monsieur?
Yes, Mr. Antoine. This is my daughter, Laura.
Mademoiselle.
How do you do?
And my son, John.
Monsieur Jean. May we all sit down? Or perhaps you, Mademoiselle Laura, will be so kind as to bring the remaining jewels from the robbery for me to see?
Sorry, Monsieur Antoine, but Mr. Chameleon ordered me to arrest this lady and her brother and bring them back to headquarters.
That is absurd, Detective Arnold. Surely Mr. Chameleon is making a mistake.
Mr. Chameleon is a fool.
We won't go, Laura. Detective Arnold can't arrest us without a warrant.
Here's the warrant, John. Better come quietly.
John, you can only cause yourself and Laura trouble by not going with Detective Arnold.
But, Father...
You've got the right idea, Mr. Colby. Now, come on, John and Laura. No point getting tough about it.
My compliment to Mr. Chameleon, Detective Arnold. And be good enough to express my opinion that he is making a most stupid blunder. Arresting two such charming young people.
Stupid or not, I'm taking them, Monsieur Antoine. Good night.
Good night. Oh, a dreadful contretemps, Monsieur Colby. I thought better of that chameleon. But there is your police mind.
Mr. Antoine, did you bring the jewels recovered from the man who robbed my safe?
In this very bag, Monsieur Colby. The robber was the father of the housemaid murdered here today. Your fiancé, I'm told.
Hand over those jewels, chameleon.
What?
Shut up, chameleon. I'm doing the talking now. Give me that bag, quick. They're the only evidence you've got that I killed that infernal housemaid, Fanny Bilkins. Now, let's have them.
When I take you in, Raymond Colby, it'll be for 2 murders. But, anyway, here are the jewels.
You're not taking me in.
No?
By the time they find your body, chameleon, I'll be out of the country. Got any last wishes, cop?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to tell you how I caught up with you, Raymond Colby.
I'm interested, but hold your gab to 3 minutes.
Through a careful study of police records extending from New York to Sydney, Australia. You murdered the woman who owned those jewels, Lady Ashton Burl, in Australia 5 years ago.
That's past history, chameleon, but suppose I did.
The one living man who knew you did was your murdered housemaid's father, a petty criminal named Ed Bilkins. And he followed you here, forced you to hire his daughter Fanny as a maid in your house, and then blackmailed you into a promise to marry her with your mysteriously and criminally acquired wealth.
Anything else, chameleon? You've got 30 seconds left.
Only this, Raymond. Don't move, Colby. You hear me, Colby? I said don't move. That's odd. He doesn't answer. Colby? What? Oh, why did I have to become a policeman? Police headquarters? This is Chameleon. Connect me with Detective Arnold, please. Dave? Listen, Dave. Send the dead wagon out, please. Yes, the dead wagon. Well, I'm afraid I killed a man. Yes, the murder of Fanny Bilkins. I hit a fatal spot by mistake. I know, Dave, it's all in the line of duty, but still...
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. The members of our cast join with our sponsors in wishing all their listeners a Merry Christmas. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have tried to show in my brief lecture just how factual are the case histories on applied psychology contained in my newest book. Are there any questions?
Mr. Merry.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Merry, if, as you say, the subconscious is the stronger of our two minds, why doesn't it dominate us most of the time?
A very good question. In my opinion, the subconscious is held in check by a controlling band. A band that keeps it under the conscious mind. Were it possible to remove that controlling influence, I am of the opinion that the subconscious would dominate our motivations. Well, if there are no other questions, ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed I have a phone call in my office. Should any of you care to speak to me there, I assure you I shall be delighted. Thank you very much. Hello? This is Mr. Merry speaking.
Mr. Merry, this is George Hallworth. I represent the Justine Literary Club. Would it be possible for you to speak to our members next Thursday?
Next Thursday?
Yes.
Well, I intended to return to the coast.
Oh?
But I think I might be able to postpone my departure. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Will you write me a letter, Mr. Harworth, merely confirming our appointment?
Oh, I'd be very glad to. And thank you, Mr. Merry.
Not at all. Goodbye. Coming. Oh, it's you. I thought I saw you in my audience. I hardly expected the pleasure of a personal visit. Come in. I hope you've come to tell me that you've forgotten the past. I'm glad you came to see me. I've been wanting to... Why are you staring at me like that? Why don't you say something? What do you want? Oh, no. No! No!
No, I think yes. Vance? Mr. Vance, I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I could contribute to your ego, Miss Deering, by saying that you're quite disturbing to me. But I won't. At least, not during business hours.
I'm not disturbing during business hours, or you won't say it during business hours?
A combination of both, Miss Deering. You know, I believe I've reached the epitome of success as a private investigator. I'm so private that I haven't had an interesting or unusual client in a week.
Doesn't seem to bother you much.
It doesn't bother me at all. No, I rather like the ambition that gets me down to my office and the circumstances that do not force me to work when I get here. It guarantees my character and places no strain whatsoever on my mentality.
Would it be too much for me to ask you to guarantee your character in your own office? After all, it's only through that door, and I have some typing to do.
Do I distract you, Miss Deering?
Well, I could contribute to your ego, Mr. Vance, by saying that you're quite distracting. So I will. You're quite distracting. Now let me get to work.
Miss Deering.
Yes?
Take a letter, please.
A letter? Okay, I take L for let me finish what I'm doing. Now, let me see. Take a look at the glass panel in the door. You will not be at ease much longer, oh serene sir. I seem to see a female profile.
And I seem to hear a female knock. Come in.
Mr. Vance here.
I'm Philo Vance. May I help you?
Oh, yes, if you only will, Mr. Vance. Is there someplace we can talk alone?
Oh, don't mind me. I only work here.
Come into my office if you like. It's just through this door here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Won't you have a seat?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vance, I'm Alice Barkley. And I've come to you because you're the only one who can help me, if anyone can.
I assure you I'll try. Just give me an idea as to what you'd like me to do.
I don't know what anyone can do, Mr. Vance. I've just shot and killed a man.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong office, Miss Barkley. You want the police, or perhaps that's vice versa.
Oh, but you don't understand. I can't remember anything that happened to me, except that 2 hours ago I was standing over a man who'd been shot in the heart, and I had a gun in my hand, and the gun was still warm from being fired.
You can't remember anything before that?
Well, I went to a lecture on applied psychology this afternoon with friends. The lecturer was Joseph Mary. You've heard of him, of course. He's written books.
Oh, yes.
All I remember was that after the lecture, I was standing over his body, and he was dead.
What did you do with the gun?
And I have it here. I put it in my purse and ran. It was only then that I realized I didn't know where I was running to. So I walked, and then I came here. I can't remember anything else.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Miss Barkley. But I'm pretty convinced that you'll be facing a murder charge unless you suddenly start remembering something.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, how do you think your husband looks in his new tuxedo? Pretty nifty, eh?
Please. Please, darling, I'd like to lie down for a while.
What's the trouble, Joan? Come home rather late from the lecture and you're all upset.
Here.
Here, wait, sit down for a minute.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll get you a glass of water. Here, let me have your hat and your handbag.
I'm so sorry. I guess I don't know what's come over me.
Joan, your handbag's terribly heavy. What's in it?
Well, you might as well look.
Joan, it's my gun.
Yes.
What were you doing with my gun? And one of the bullets has been fired. Joan!
Please, darling, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
All I know is that I had to take it to the lecture. Don't ask me why. And I shot a man with it.
You what?
I shot Joseph Mary.
The district attorney will see you now, Sergeant Heath. Go right in.
Thanks, Mary. Oh, how's his humor today?
Very good, I'd say. And don't change it, will you?
I'll try not to. Hi, Mr. Markham.
Hello, Heath. What do I owe the honor of the homicide department's call?
This, D.A. You've always been griping about the cases I hand you. There's always something missing, you always say, right?
Go ahead.
This time I got one for you on a silver platter. Man named Joe Mary was killed in his office this afternoon. This afternoon, mind you. He was shot. There was a gun lying next to his body. We traced the gun, found its owner, and I'm holding her. Name is Frances Adams. How's that?
Sounds like good work, Heath. Just a moment. Yes?
Mr. Philo, Vance is here, Mr. Markham.
Vance, well, show him in by all means.
Oh, so your friend is here, eh, D.A.? Well, I'm glad. He'll find out that the police don't need him on every case.
Hello, Markham, and Sergeant Heath.
How are you,
Vance?
How have you been, Heath? Or haven't you made up your mind yet?
I feel fine, Mr. Vance. Wonderful, in fact, and you?
You'll have to forgive the sergeant today, Vance. He feels rather good. He's wrapped up a murder case by himself.
Really? What one is that?
The Joe Mary murder. Girl named Frances Adams shot him.
Is that so? Well, I came up here to tell Markham that a girl named Alice Barkley came to my office a little while ago, and she was under the impression that she killed Joe Mary.
Huh?
Had the gun she did it with, too. Here it is.
Well, Sergeant Heath, this rather complicates things, doesn't it?
Any time your friend Vance arrives, there's complications, D.A. My advice is...
We'll have to wait for your advice, Sergeant. Hello? Yes? Yes. Yes, of course. Would you bring her right down, please? Thank you. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Now, I was saying that my
We're going
advice...
to still have to wait for that, Sergeant. You see, you've arrested a girl for killing Joe Mary. Vance here has a young lady who says she killed him. And that phone call was from a man named Anderson. He says his wife shot and killed Mary, and he's bringing her down here right away. How long does it take that medical examiner to check a body, Sergeant Heath? He's been working on Joe Mary's body for an hour.
Our friend the sergeant doesn't seem to be in a hurry, Markham.
Sure, I'm in a hurry, Vance. Why shouldn't I be in a hurry? When the doc tells us what bullet killed Mary, I'll know which of the 3 guns I have fired that bullet. I'll know whose gun it is, and I'll know which one of the 3 girls killed him.
I guess Sergeant Heath has something there, Vance.
Maybe. But I don't think it'll be quite as simple as that. Well, here comes the doctor. We'll know in a second.
Hey, Doc. What kind of a bullet was it that knocked off Mary?
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, gentlemen? Doc, we're in a hurry. What kind of a bullet did you find in Mary?
Patience, Sergeant. Patience is a virtue.
All right, so I'm not virtuous. What did you find? We want to know which one of 3 different gals to hold for this murder.
I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you that, Sergeant. Yeah, there are 3 bullets.
3 bullets?
Yes, 3 bullets in Mr. Mary's heart. 3 bullets from 3 different guns, I'd say.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
The sergeant said, huh. That means he's bewildered.
Yes, and he isn't the only one who is.
Bewildered? Oh, I'm supposed to be bewildered, huh? Well, I'm not. All right, so there were 3 different bullets fired into our friend, Mr. Mary. Doc, which one was fired first? Whoever fired that shot is the murderer.
That's probably correct, Sergeant. Only the 3 bullets were fired within a very short time of each other. I'm afraid there's no way I or anyone else could tell which one was fired first.
Oh, no, it can't be.
I'm inclined to think it can. I had a feeling this wouldn't be so simple. Sergeant, May I make a suggestion?
Somebody better suggest something.
We have 3 suspects and 3 guns. I think the first thing we ought to do is find out if those 3 guns fired the bullets that the doctor found in Joe Mary's body. Which way to the ballistics department, Sergeant? Well, you have quite a good eye, Sergeant. You hit the bale of cotton without any trouble.
I got trouble, all right, but it's not because of the way I shoot. Okay, Daniels, get that bullet out and check it with the 3rd one we took out of Joe Mary's body.
Right.
Now, Vance, what do you think we'll find?
The same thing we found in the case of the other 2 guns we checked. That each fired 1 bullet into Mary.
You know something? I wouldn't mind that. Look, this Barclay gal who came to see you, we know her gun fired one of the bullets, right, D.A.?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. The Anderson gal whose husband phoned us, we know her gun fired one of them. The Adams woman that I picked up. This is her gun we just tested now. Why, this case is a snap. All 3 of them were in on it. They're all murderers.
I doubt that, Heath. In fact, even if it were right, you could never put all 3 of them on trial.
No, why not?
Vance is right, Heath. Only one of those women is a murderer, the first one that fired the first bullet into Mary. She killed him. Supposing the other 2 did fire their guns into his body. If he were already dead, what crime did they commit?
See what I meant, Heath?
We don't know and can never find out which was the first bullet that killed him. Of course, we've got to hold all 3 of those women. We've got to. Vance, do me a favor. Say that you're a little confused by all of this, too.
All right, Heath, if it'll give you any satisfaction. I'm confused.
Okay, you solved the Canary murder case and the Green murder case, and only last week the Eagle murder case. The DA keeps reminding me that I didn't, but you did. Well, I'd like to see you solve this one.
I'd be glad to wind up this case for you, Sergeant. Very glad.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mary murder case has everyone concerned, including Philo Vance, completely baffled. Joe Mary was murdered. 3 bullets were found in his heart, bullets belonging to guns owned by Alice Barclay, Joan Anderson, and Francis Adams. All admit they brought those guns to Mary's lecture, but can't tell why. At Vance's request, all 3 women were brought into a detention room at headquarters, and I understand Vance is on a close...
Well, somebody say something. It's no good for the 3 of us to just sit here and stare at each other.
What is there to say, Alice? We don't know where to begin. Francis, the police are going to find out that you were once married to Joe Mary. Why don't you tell them?
And make myself their number 1 suspect. You can't mean that, Joan. And while we're on the subject, you and Alice ran around with him at college, didn't you? Why don't you tell the police that?
Don't try to make it look like we killed him, Francis. Don't you do it. I warn you, I may know more about this than I'm saying.
That sounds like a threat.
Well, does it? How does this sound? I think you killed Joe Mary.
You even intimate that again, and you'll be the sorriest girl alive.
Joan, are we going to stand here and
now,
take this from
look,
her?
Alice.
She killed Joan. She killed him, and she's afraid we know how she did it.
Now, look, darling.
She shot him. I know she did.
Don't cry.
Keep that screaming idiot quiet, Joan. Keep her quiet.
Ladies,
please.
What do you want here, Mr. Vance?
Well, first I want to tell you that I couldn't help overhearing what the 3 of you just said. Very interesting. But, ladies, I have good news for you. You're all free to go home.
Oh, how wonderful.
Only, of course, you're not to leave town.
Not to leave.
And, Mrs. Anderson.
Yes?
I'd like to see you in my office the first thing in the morning.
I'd prefer it, Joan, if you'd get out of here and let me finish packing.
You can't leave me now, darling. You just can't.
Oh, no? Just you wait and see. I'm not going to be known as the husband of the girl who murdered Joe Mary, believe me. Ex-husband, maybe, but not husband. Wait, please. Oh, answer that, will you? I'm having trouble enough trying to close this bag.
All right. Hello?
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes?
This is Philo Vance.
Oh.
Why weren't you down at my office this morning as I asked you to be?
I'm sorry, I can't talk to you now.
You've got to. I just found out that the police know you ran around with Joe Mary at college and that he walked out on you.
Please, Mr. Vance, let me alone. I can't explain anything to you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm going to hang up. And if you or the police think that I killed Joe Mary, well, it doesn't matter very much now anyhow.
Yes, come in. Come in. Don't keep knocking like an infernal idiot.
Good afternoon, Professor Colby. Remember me?
Huh? Ah, certainly I remember you. One of my worst students. Got one of my highest marks. Never forgiven you for it. What's your name?
Vance, Professor. Philo Vance.
Yes, Vance. Well, Vance, what is it?
Professor Colby, can a person be hypnotized into committing murder?
If you'd paid any attention in your classes, you'd know that nobody can be hypnotized into doing anything that's against his moral code. Goodbye, Mr. What'd you say your name was?
Vance.
Yes, right.
Tell me this, Professor. Post-hypnosis is a suggestion given to a hypnotized person which must be carried out after he is awakened from hypnosis, correct?
Yes, of course, that's correct.
The person receiving a post-hypnotic suggestion would have no idea why he was doing something, but he'd know he'd have to do it, right?
Any child knows that.
Children don't take courses in applied psychology. May I use your phone?
Well, there's a pay station outside.
Oh, this will do very nicely, thank you. I've got to talk to the district attorney and ask him to have 3 suspects in a murder case brought to my office this evening. And then, Professor Colby, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor I don't think you can well refuse.
We'll return to Jackson Beck, starring as Philo Vance Detective, in a moment.
Dimension.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
And now, let's rejoin Jackson Beck as Philo Vance Detective in the conclusion of the Mary murder case.
Miss Barclay, Mrs. Anderson, and Miss Adams.
Yes.
Let me start by saying I'm glad you were willing to come to my office.
Oh, not at all.
I appreciate that.
Well, Vance, I got them here. Where's this great experiment you promised?
Please, Markham. Ladies, I'm going to attempt an experiment in mass hypnosis. Does any of the 3 of you object to being hypnotized?
Well, I don't object.
No, I don't think so.
You know as well as I that if you fight against it, you couldn't possibly be hypnotized. So thanks again for your cooperation. Now I'd like to present one of our eminent authorities on hypnotism, Professor Colby.
How do you do, Professor
Professor?
Colby?
Well, turn out all the lights except this one on the desk, please, Vance.
You do it, William Markham. You're nearer to it.
Well, somebody do it. I haven't got all night, you know.
Very well.
Good. Now, ladies, I want you all to sit back in your chairs. Please make yourselves comfortable and think of nothing at all. And if you feel yourselves getting drowsy, close your eyes and sleep. Vance, there they are, the 3 of them hypnotized. The conscious mind dormant. You won't need me any longer.
No, I know what to do from here on in. Thank you, Professor.
Be sure you do it. Fine thing bothering me at this time of the night. Good night, Mr. Vance. Mr. Markham, Sergeant.
Good night, Professor. He certainly is a strange sort of gentleman, isn't he, Vance?
Professor Colby is wonderful. You know, it's his theory and mine that under hypnosis, if hypnotism was used once before, the subconscious mind will recall what was done at that time. I have one of my secretary's hat pins in my hand, Markham. Observe closely. I'm going to touch Miss Adams' hand with it.
What's up, Vance?
Don't be alarmed, Markham. I assure you she didn't feel it. Now for the experiment. Remember, Markham, they're completely under hypnosis. They couldn't lie if they wanted to. Remember that. Miss Adams, I want you to take this gun and shoot it like you shot Joe Mary.
She's doing nothing, Vance, just holding it.
I know. I'll take back that gun, Miss Adams. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Anderson, please take this gun. Thank you.
Now what, Vance?
Hand me that hat pin, Markham, please.
There you are.
Thanks. I'll just touch Mrs. Anderson's hand with the point. There. That's fine. No reaction, Markham. Now, Mrs. Anderson, I want you to fire that gun the way you fired it at Joe Mary. Now.
Fine experiment, Vance. She hasn't moved a muscle either.
One more subject, Markham. Give me back the gun, Mrs. Anderson. Now, Miss Barclay. First, the hatpin test. No reaction, Markham. Now, take this gun, Miss Barclay, and fire it just as you did at Joe Mary. Now.
Vance, this is ridiculous. She's doing absolutely nothing.
I know. But believe me, that isn't all I know. I know who killed Joe Murray. Can't you tell, Markham? Miss Barkley.
Yes?
You've got to help me. I know you were hypnotized the day Joe Murray was murdered. I know who hypnotized you. The real murderer gave herself away in my office a little while ago. But I can't prove anything without your help.
In the interest of society and to help trap a clever murderer, Miss Barkley, will you please?
Will I be in danger, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Vance and I will try to see that the danger is as slight as possible.
Very well, gentlemen. I'll do it. Hello, Francis.
Oh, it's you, Alice. Come in.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Tea?
Yes, please. Francis, we're quite alone, aren't we?
Why, yes, of course. Why? Cream?
Yes, please. I just wanted to tell you that as long as the police have apparently given up on us, you and I ought to have an understanding.
Really? What sort of an understanding? Sugar?
Yes, two, thank you. Well, for one thing, when you hypnotized Joan and me several weeks ago and gave us a post-hypnotic suggestion to bring guns to Joe Mary's lecture, I wasn't hypnotized.
I don't know what you mean. Is the tea strong enough?
Yes, quite. I saw you shoot Joe Mary with your own gun, then with mine, and then with Joan's.
You're dreaming, child.
Oh, no, I'm very much awake. I let you go through with your plans because, you see, I could use some money.
Oh, well, that's too bad. But you won't need money very shortly. You'll never leave here alive. You were clever enough to figure out what I had done. Very well. But if you think that you can blackmail me, you're mistaken. I'll kill you with my hands. It'll make no noise. You'll never feel anything. Just my hands on your neck like this. A little while. No pain. No knowledge. No fear.
All right, Miss Adams, take your hands off Miss Barkley. Arrest her, Markham.
All right, Vance.
She's all yours. Yours and the state's. Miss Deering, inasmuch as you are employed by me, would it be too much to ask you why you're not working?
I'm only hired between the hours of 9 and 5, Vance. It's 5:30 now. How about breaking down and telling me how you solved the Mary murder case?
All right. To begin with, when Professor Colby hypnotized the three ladies, only two of them were really hypnotized.
Oh.
The actual murderer, Frances Adams, fought against it, knowing her subconscious mind, which she could not control, might reveal something to us.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole purpose of the experiment, to find which girl would be afraid to be hypnotized.
But how did you know Miss Adams was faking?
Your hatpin told me.
Well, how do you like that? I've been using it for months, and I never knew it could open its mouth.
I touched the point of it to all three of the ladies. One of them, Frances Adams, jumped a little. That was enough to prove she wasn't hypnotized, and indicated she was the murderer, but didn't prove it. So we framed a little scene between her and Alice Barkley, and we got our proof.
Well, and why did Miss Adams become a murderer?
She'd once been married to Joe Murray. When he left town with his divorce, he also stole most of her jewelry and ready cash. And there you are.
Oh, really? Where am I?
With me, Ellen. Right at the end of the Murray murder case.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
The marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil invite you to hear another strange tale by The Whistler. Tonight, the story of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and the girl who was married to murder. But first, I'd like to take a moment to tell you about Clyde Davis, a Signal gasoline dealer in Alameda, California, who's been working on cars since 1910. War or no war, Davis' motto is service, the kind that keeps cars running and customers smiling. The 1st and 15th of each month are battery days at Davis Signal Station, and the battery of every customer is given a complete pre-inspection. Another thing Davis is a crank on is clean car windows. If the chamois alone won't do the job, he uses Bon-Ami. Davis doesn't run a repair shop, but his long experience as a mechanic has helped many a customer avoid a repair job. Such service surprises many folks these days, but Signal gasoline dealers have a reason for going out of their way to please. For them, running a service station isn't just a job, it's their permanent business, and they're interested in making it grow by keeping customers satisfied. Fortunately, the same services that keep drivers smiling are the ones that help cars last out the duration. Wouldn't you say that's a mighty good reason for getting acquainted with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer soon? And now, The Whistler.
In the night, the convoys form, ship by ship, slipping into line, moving out past the Golden Gate, past the fog-enshrouded Seal Rocks in a cold dawn, past rocks where the tourists go, where the lovers go. You heard a scream? Yes. But the ships are not disturbed. They move on out into the Pacific, leaving far behind the body of a girl lying face down on the rocks, their wash reaching for her hair. Just a girl who fell off a cliff. Fell or was pushed. The finding of a girl's body on rocks creates hardly a stir in the bustle of the city the next day. A brief item in the afternoon papers. A call for the coroner. Another entry in the police records. There are only a few people who notice. If we were to look for them, we might find them down on Montgomery Street, in a dirty little bar where artists and would-be artists and slummers hang out. Yes, there are a lot of people here who might know something about a body twisted on the rocks. For instance, that blonde giant at the end of the bar, sitting with his head in his hands, or the girl walking up to him now, sliding into the seat beside him.
Rick, I thought I'd better tell you they're looking for you.
Huh? Oh, hello, Cassie. Who's looking for me?
You know who. The police. They're asking questions about Maureen. They know you knew her.
So what? Why should they ask me questions about her? Women like her have jumped off cliffs before.
Don't try to kid me, Rick. Remember, I'm Cassie, Maureen's roommate. I knew her better than even you did.
Yeah, I guess you did. Maybe I never really knew her very well.
Well enough to break her heart. Maybe well enough to want to get rid of her.
What are you talking about?
You needn't pretend with me, Rick. Maureen had no secrets with me. She told me everything. And I told the police. I had to, Rick. They kept pumping me. I had to.
What did you tell them, Cassie?
I told them that you loved her once, that another woman had taken her place, a society dame gone bohemian. A blonde and beautiful heiress looking for a thrill by flirting with a poor, struggling artist in a turtleneck sweater.
That's enough, Cassie. Leave Sally out of this.
She's in it up to the neck. Maureen was too good to take a back seat to any Miss Moneyback.
I said leave her out of it.
Okay. Only one more thing. I told the police about last night.
What do you mean?
You and Maureen had a quarrel last night, just a few hours before she died.
Yeah? Okay, so we quarreled. That doesn't mean she had to go jump in the ocean, does it?
No, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure of that. That's what I told the detective.
You throw your accusations of murder around pretty freely, don't you, Cassie?
No, not usually, Rick, but I liked Maureen. She was more than a fine sculptress. She was a swell person. She was just about the best of this bohemian melting pot down here, and I don't like to think of her being pushed off that cliff. Just remember that I'll do anything I can to help them get to the truth of this.
I'll remember, Cassie.
Yeah, I guess you will. Okay, Rick. Better get your answers ready, because if I'm not mistaken, that Dick who just walked in is looking for you.
Yes, Rick. He's looking for you. You know that. You've been expecting it. You've been curious to see what he'll look like, what expression he'll have on his face. In a minute you'll know, so gulp down that drink. There, that's better. And there he is. You can see his face sliding into the spot in the mirror where Cassie was a minute ago.
You Rick Rawson?
That's right. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, I know. Okay, go ahead. It's about Maureen.
That's right. You knew her pretty well?
Of course, you know I did. She was in love with me. I didn't love her anymore. I took her to dinner last night. We quarreled. She left, that's all I know.
What about Miss Blair?
What's she got to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe a lot.
Sally had nothing to do with it. She didn't even know Maureen. Leave her out of it.
I'm not sure we can. This Maureen, they tell me, was a jealous girl, unpredictable. Liable to do a lot of things, say a lot of things. Blairs are a fine family, good name. They wouldn't like their daughter mixed up with
Go ahead, say it.
A bohemian crowd of artists. Maybe you didn't want Maureen to go to the Blairs with the story, and it'd be so easy to keep her quiet, just a shove at the right time. Simple in the fog out there. Simple and sure.
Listen, you, whoever you are.
Okay, take it easy. I was only guessing. But it all fits pretty well, doesn't it?
It fits, only I wasn't there.
Oh, that's right. You said she left you after the quarrel. Where was that?
At a little fish restaurant at the beach.
Near the rocks?
Not very far.
I see. But you didn't go with her to the rock?
No.
Then you might have to prove that. I suppose you can?
Yes, he can. Go on, Rick. Tell him it's all right. You needn't worry about dragging me into it. Tell him you were with me.
Sally.
Oh, this is Miss Blair, I presume.
That's right. And you see, officer, you're on the wrong track if you're suspecting Rick. He couldn't have pushed Maureen off the cliff because he was with me last night, from 10 o'clock on. You see, Rick's painting a portrait of me, and we worked through most of the night. It was after dawn when we stopped.
I see. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Thanks for your time. You're a lucky man, Olson. And I guess you know that.
Yes, I know. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, aren't you going to invite me to have a drink? I'm simply burning with thirst, and your glass is empty. Good. Let's have 2 old fashions.
Sally.
What, darling? Don't you want another one?
Sally.
What, Rick? What is it? You look so upset. Oh, of course, how thoughtless of me. Naturally, you're upset about Maureen. Wasn't it dreadful? And then, you were very friendly with her at one time, weren't you? Before you met me, of course.
Sally, why did you do it?
What, dear?
Tell him you were with me last night.
Oh, that. Well, after all, you're the man I love, and naturally I'd hardly want anything to happen to you that would take you away from me. Just because you couldn't prove where you were.
Thanks, Sally.
It's all right, Rick, darling. Let's just forget it now. It's all over.
No, Sally, that's just what I'm afraid of. It's probably not over. They won't give up so easily. Now you'll be dragged into it. I don't want that.
It's all right, Rick. I don't mind. It might even be fun. Yes, an investigation right here in our own group. All our secret lives exposed. And nothing can happen to you. You were with me.
I mean that much to you.
After all, you're the man I'm going to marry.
Sally, you mean you really will?
Of course. I intended to all along, didn't you know? And after all, a girl can't say yes too quickly, can't she?
Oh, Sally! No, but darling, think this Marine business may be messy, a scandal in the papers. What about your family?
Oh, never mind about them. I'm determined to marry you, Rick, especially now. And nothing, nobody can stop me. Don't worry, darling, about me. I think it's going to be thrilling.
Thrilling? Everything's thrilling to you, isn't it?
Yes, because I live that way. I couldn't stand it just living like most people without any excitement or danger. What's the good of living if you can't have any fun?
No, of course not, darling, of course not. And when this mess is over and forgotten, I'll make you happy. Very happy.
Oh, yes, Rick, I'm sure you will. When it's over.
When it's over. But it's not over yet, Sally. In spite of your loyal attempt to save Rick, he's not quite safe yet. Some people are so suspicious. Some people aren't yet convinced of his innocence. Yes, there's going to be a trial for murder, the murder of Maureen. The date has been set, and as the district attorney prepares his case, he finds that each way he turns, there's a barrier. One barrier between him and conviction. Sally.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I wanted just a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence in the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing. Your word.
Yes, I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him. The jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. And may I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sal, to be free. You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. After we're married, you'll have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Oh, wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen?
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick.
Yes?
Rick, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered why you did it.
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me, I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
You are listening to the Signal Oil program. Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
And so Rick, acquitted of murder, and Sally, who saved his life even though she knew he was guilty, were married. Not a very happy start for a marriage, was it, Rick? It somehow changed things to know that Sally knew. But then it was only Sally. Charming, beautiful Sally, who got a thrill out of life. After all, she wouldn't have saved you, wouldn't have married you if she hadn't loved you. Would she?
Sally, hurry, come see.
What, dear?
The portrait, I've finished it. It's wonderful. Come and see it.
Just a minute. I'm doing my hair.
But aren't you excited?
Of course, darling. Can't you wait?
No.
Oh, all right, Rembrandt. Where is it?
Don't joke, sweet. This is my masterpiece. Cast not upon it a jaundiced eye.
It's very good, Rick. I think it will sell.
Sell, by Jupiter. The woman's a commercial money grabber. Sell nothing. It'll be famous.
Do you really think so? I'm glad.
It's a great painting, Sally, because you're in every line of it. You and my love for you.
That's very sweet of you, Rick.
You're so cool. Why?
Well, I thought you said the portrait was of me.
Yes, and so a composite of all the loveliness of the world.
Rick, I don't have green eyes.
Neither does the... So she does. Do you know I didn't realize it? I meant to make them blue.
And my nose doesn't turn up like that. I'm not complaining, you understand. If someone
Now,
else...
don't start that again, please.
Rick, are you really happy with me?
My gosh, what a question.
But you never go out. You just sit here night after night and brood.
I like to stay home.
Rick, are you in love with a girl with green eyes?
Don't be silly. I love only you, and you know it. Besides, you yourself say I haven't left this studio in weeks. A fine clandestine love affair, that is.
Let me see the picture again, huh?
Here.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Maureen's nose turn up that way? And if I remember, her eyes were green. Just that shade of green. Is your conscience bothering you, Rick?
Shut up. We weren't going to talk about it.
Why don't you want to talk about her? What are you so afraid of? Does she haunt you?
Stop being jealous of a corpse, Sally. Can't you stop hating her now that she's dead?
I'm not jealous, Rick. And it was never Maureen I hated, never.
That has a chilling sound. What are you driving at?
Or is that what killing someone does? Does it make you fall in love with them? Let go of me, Rick. Don't hurt me. I'm your wife, remember? You don't have to be afraid of me. You know that, don't you?
I'm not sure.
You're so afraid. I thought it would be exciting being married to a murderer. That we'd have a deadly secret to share as no one else could. But it's dull. We can't do this, and I can't say that, because you're afraid. You'd like to hate me, but you don't even dare do that. Loving me is all that keeps you together. It's dull, Rick.
I imagine that you'll manage to find some amusement.
I imagine I will. Sooner or later.
Well, Sally, is being married to a murderer beginning to bore you? But as Rick says, I imagine you'll find some amusement, even if it's only with Tommy Melvin.
I need a drink. Come on, Tommy. Buy me one.
Well, where's Rick?
Oh, he's at an art dealer's. He'll be along. You know, sometimes I think he loves that painting better than me. Let's have zombies, huh?
Oh, that's pretty strong.
I like strong things, exciting things.
You're bored, aren't you?
A little.
You're not very happy with Rick, are you?
Not very.
Well, it's none of my business, of course, but why did you marry him? He's hardly your type.
Marrying Rick was the biggest thrill I've ever had.
You'd do anything for a thrill, wouldn't you? I like that.
I bore easily, Tommy, and I don't like being bored. I want to feel everything I can, every emotion, every experience I can crowd into my life, good and evil.
You're without conscience, Sally. You could do anything and not look back. I like that, too.
Thanks.
But I don't quite see your marrying Rick in that light.
I didn't think you would.
You could leave him, you know. I'm going to New York next week, and you could come along, Sally. I'd like to have you.
Thanks, Tommy. You're sweet. It might be fun. Give me some time to think it over. I'll let you know.
Tomorrow?
All right. Here comes Rick. You better leave. Oh, Tommy, here's a nickel. Drop it in the jukebox, will you? Number 17.
Sure. You won't forget, Sally.
No, I'll call you in the morning. Hello, darling. I've been waiting for you.
So I see, but not alone.
Rick, you're not jealous of Tommy.
No, I guess not.
You have a drink?
No. Sally, listen, I've got to talk to you. We've got to come to some understanding. I found my painting on the back porch this morning. The fog might have ruined it. That painting is great. It will hang in the Metropolitan. It's more important than my life, Sally. Remember that.
I'm sorry. You're so morose lately, dear. What's wrong?
I don't like it, Sally.
What?
I don't see you anymore. You're never home. You're always here or out with that Tommy Melvin. And when we are together, you ask questions like, how does the tide sound at 2 in the morning? Or you wonder what that murderer in San Mateo feels, and you watch me. When we pass Maureen's old apartment house. When I hear a police siren in the street, you watch me. You watch me and watch me. I don't like it.
How suspicious you are.
I'm not kidding, Sally. I've walked around and around the streets, making up my mind, and now I'm determined to say it out. You married me for the thrill of marrying a murderer, nothing more. Isn't that true?
Hold your voice down. Rick, I think you're afraid of me.
Maybe I am.
You needn't worry. I won't tell the police. I'm your wife, remember?
That's not what I'm afraid of.
What then? Perhaps you'd like to push me off a cliff, too, but you can't do it. You love me far too much to hurt me.
You're right. Lord, how I wish I didn't.
I don't mind. Let's go to dinner, darling. Down at the beach. I want you to take me to that fish place down on the cliff near the rocks, huh?
Sally, you know I don't want to go there.
Why not? Because you took Maureen there that last night? Rick, you must get over that silly fear. Besides, I want to go there. We'll have dinner, and then I want to take a walk along the beach. I love the sound of the surf at night. Don't you, Rick?
There's something strange here, Rick. Something very strange. You sense it, too, as you sit opposite her at dinner. Just like you sat opposite Maureen that night. Only there are things you don't notice, like those pills she slipped into your coffee cup. And when you leave and start walking down the beach, you aren't really aware of where you are.
Sally? Sally, slow up. I can't seem to keep up with you.
Come on, dear. We're almost there.
I feel sort of strained. I don't understand. Sort of sleepy and tired, huh?
Come on, Rick. Here, give me your hand.
Huh?
There. Now, sit right over here.
Where, Sally? Where are we? This place seems familiar, but I can't...
Of course it's familiar, Rick.
Huh?
Down below there are the rocks.
The rocks? Sally, why did you come here?
No particular reason. I like the moonlight on the rocks.
There's no moonlight. It's foggy.
Never mind. I like it here.
I don't...
What's the matter, dear? Does your conscience bother you? I thought hardened murderers got over that. Are you afraid, Rick?
I don't know. I can't seem to think. I'm tired, but... I think I'm afraid. Yes.
You'd like to push me off, wouldn't you? To see my body on the rocks down there with the tide reaching for my hair as it did for Maureen's. But it won't work twice, Rick. You know that. And besides, you love me too much.
Sally, what are you doing? Let's get away from here.
Wait, I want to tell you something.
Let go of my elbow.
I'll tell you first. I'm going to leave you, Rick. I'm going to New York with Tommy Melvin.
What?
But you won't care, Rick. Because, you see, I'm not going to fall off this cliff tonight, Rick. But you are. You were right. I married you only for the thrill of being married to a murderer.
Sally, what are you saying?
But that's a thrill that paled very easily. Murder itself will be a much bigger one.
Are you crazy? Do you think I'll let you push me over?
You can't stop me, Rick. You see, you can't even stand up without weaving. You won't be able to lift a finger to stop me. I put your own sleeping powders in your coffee. It's nothing a doctor will turn up, but it's enough.
Sally, you can't get away with it.
Why not, Rick? They'll say your conscience bothered you, that you returned to the scene of your crime and killed yourself. It will be very neat. You weren't a very good killer. I'll be a much better one.
Oh, Sally, in God's name...
Goodbye, my darling. You'll be with your green-eyed love in the water, and I shall be free of you both.
Let go of my arm.
It was fun, but you were afraid. You won't be afraid anymore, Rick.
Sally! Sally, stop! Sally!
Goodbye, Rick. Goodbye.
But that's not all of this strange story. In a moment, the Whistler will be back to tell you what really happened. Meantime, I think you'd like to hear how science has finally defeated the great cause of gasoline waste and motor troubles, carbon. Motor experts say carbon causes noise, overheating, loss of power, and often the destruction of expensive motor parts. After years of research, engineers have found a formula that actually dissolves carbon. And that priceless formula is incorporated into every quart of Signal's famous 4-star motor oil. As a result, Signal's 4-star motor oil helps motor performance in not just one, but two important ways. First, its rich paraffin base protects moving parts with a tough, lasting film of lubricant that resists heat and wear. And second, Signal's 4-star oil actually dissolves out carbon to help your motor run better and your gasoline go farther. Since both gasoline mileage and motor performance are doubly important these days, one of the greatest favors you could do your car and your ration coupons is to switch to Signal's finer carbon-removing motor oil that costs no more than ordinary oils. So, if it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since you changed oil, drive into your neighborhood Signal dealers and say, Drain and refill with Signal 4-Star Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Sally got her biggest thrill at last. She gave Rick sleeping powders and pushed him over the cliff. But then something went wrong. For a girl who had committed murder for a thrill, she suddenly lost her nerve. It was only a little light from a Coast Guard boat, but it sent her running along the cliff, slipping, sliding, taking the wrong turns, and finally... Yes, over she went. They found her body next morning. Rick told them where to look. Yes, Rick. He didn't die. He was only injured on the rocks. It was Sally who died, by her own hand, you might say. But the police didn't see it that way. They didn't know Sally was the girl Rick loved too much to kill. So they said she was pushed. Twice was enough. So Rick was sent upstate for a permanent change of address. Only just before he left, a strange thing happened. The committee from the Metropolitan Museum of Art came to see his painting. They were a little surprised. It was very beautiful, but there had been an accident. Someone had been a little careless with some paint remover. The girl in the picture had no nose, and you couldn't tell if her eyes had been blue or green. Sally might have known, but then the rocks don't tell their secrets. The tide doesn't testify.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Robert Libet and music by Wilbur Hatch. Is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bill Pennell speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Will you accept a collect call, Mr. Dollar?
Huh?
It's from Lake Mojave Resort in Arizona.
Oh, say no more, operator. Just put him on.
Well, yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hi, who is it this time? Buster Favor, Ham Pratt?
Johnny, this is Red.
Yeah, well, how's the fishing? Time for me to make another trek westward and find out from... Huh? Red?
That's right, Johnny.
Red who?
Well, you know, the guide out here, Red Barrett.
The fishing guide?
Oh, yes, sir.
Who claims to know Lake Mojave like the back of his hand and every good spot there is in it?
And I do, Johnny. That's a fact.
Then I repeat my question. How's the fishing?
Just as fine as ever, if you know where the good holes are, that is.
And you do?
Yes, I do.
So you think it's high time I fly on out there and wet a line, is that it?
No, sir, that's not what I'm calling you about, Johnny.
Well, what is it?
I don't rightly think I ought to tell you over the phone, Johnny. But I think you better come here just about as quick as you can.
But unless I know why...
I'll tell you when you get here.
Well, look, I usually do my traveling on expense account for an insurance company.
And you can this time.
Huh? What company?
The one that insured him, Greater Southwest Insurance.
Insured who, Red?
Johnny, I'll tell you all that when you get here.
Now look.
They tell me there's a plane leaves New York right at high noon.
Listen, Red.
That'll get you into Las Vegas about 9:45 tonight, okay?
Okay, listen.
Goodbye, Johnny.
Red! Crazy old coot. He thinks for 1 minute that I'm going to get on a... And yet, on second thought...
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability Company, Kingman, Arizona office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Mojave Red matter. Expense account item 1420, phone call to the Kingman, Arizona office of Greater Southwest Insurance and Liability. On the theory it might be well to check with their agent, Jake Kessler, before going off half-cocked.
Hi, Johnny. Haven't seen or heard from you since 2 years ago when you came out here to investigate the murder at the old Midas Touch mine.
Yeah, I remember, Jake. Now listen.
Yeah?
Is everything going along okay these days?
What?
Well, I mean, no trouble with any of your clients, that sort of thing, huh?
Why, not a bit, Johnny. Why do you ask?
Just, wondered.
Well, if I did have, you know who I'd call.
No problems at all, huh?
I told you, not a... Hey, just what do you got stuck in your craw, Johnny?
Nothing. I just...
Well?
Well, tell me this. Any of your clients, policyholders, have any kind of trouble, accidents, anything like that over at Lake Mojave Resort lately?
Ah, so that's what's eating you. Well, Johnny, that claim was legitimate. It's in the home office for settlement. The company will pay it, and that'll be that.
What claim?
So just you stop worrying about it and forget.
What claim, Jake?
No, sir, Johnny, there's not a single solitary thing for you to investigate out here. So just you forget it.
Hey, you know something, Jake? You've just convinced me there is something to investigate. So I'm grabbing the first plane I can.
Well, Johnny, I'd love to see you, but I swear...
What's more, I'm charging my expense account to your company.
Oh? And, if you find out that I'm right and you're wrong...
Okay, Jake. Then you can shoot the crow and I'll eat it. Expense account item 2, $153 plane fare, Hartford to New York and New York to Las Vegas, Nevada. It was 9:45 on the dot as the big mainliner slowly circled down out of the clear starlit sky. Unless you've seen the millions of stars that twinkle brightly through the clean, dry air over the Mojave Desert, you've really missed something. And as we glided down toward the landing strip on the south edge of Las Vegas, the multicolored lights of the fabulous resort town made it sparkle like a vast field of jewels. Beautiful. Yeah, and expensive. That is, if you insist on trying your hand at the gaming tables and the casinos that line the main drag. Believe me, brother, I know. But that's neither here nor there. As I grabbed my luggage and started for the car rental office, a tall, angular man, well-tanned and dressed in blue jeans, high-heeled boots, and 10-gallon hat sauntered over to me.
Yeah, so you wouldn't take my word for it.
Oh, Jake.
That's right, Jake Kessler in person. And, Johnny, if you're here to investigate the claim on the Hobbs policy, well, there just isn't
Hobbs,
anything...
huh? Well, now I know that much. And suppose you tell me who Hobbs is, or was.
I'll tell you all about it, and when I have, you can hop on another plane and go right on back to Hartford. And all at your own expense. I still don't see whatever made you come out here, Johnny.
Apparently the Hobbs matter, so start telling me. Well, come on, Jake, come on.
All right, Johnny. All right, Elmer P. Hobbs, real estate in Los Angeles. Came over to the Lake Mojave Resort about 2 weeks ago, spent a few days fishing with his old pal, the guide they have there.
You mean Red Barra?
Yeah.
Well, okay, go on.
And then Tuesday, a week ago, he rented one of the boats and went out by himself. Apparently he went up to a place called the Big Basin.
Yeah, I know it well. The lake's 3 or 4 miles wide up there.
Yeah, well, that afternoon, a big wind came up, regular screamer. All the other boats came back to the landing, and all but Mr. Hobbs.
Oh?
The next morning, when the wind died down, they found his body washed up on the shore on the Nevada side.
That's all?
That's all.
You say a claim has been filed?
That's right, by one of his 2 beneficiaries.
Who?
His business partner back in L.A., Mr. Stuart Manley. I've passed the claim, and the company will pay it.
No investigation of any kind?
Oh, of course there was, Johnny. The Kingman Police, the Sheriff's Office, and the County Coroner. Accidental death due to drowning. So that's it, Johnny. Now you just make your reservation back to Hartford at that window right over there, and you are paying the freight.
Oh, not so fast, Jake. I'm sticking around.
Well, now, you can see for yourself there's no reason for you to be here, much less at company expense.
Well, after all, now that I am here, it'd be kind of silly not to run down to the lake.
Well, if you mean just to do some fishing on your own time.
You want to drive me down there?
Johnny.
Yeah?
Johnny, do you know something about the Hobbs case that I don't? And the police and the sheriff?
Jake, I don't know a thing about it.
Okay, Johnny. How do you want me to fix that crow you're going to eat?
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag representing one of the 50 states. Vermont's state flag, in its early form, imitated our national flag, uniquely bearing 17 stripes and 17 stars, with only the inscribed word Vermont to distinguish it. The good people of Vermont assumed, as did our national government, that stripes as well as stars would be added as each new state entered the Union. Vermont entered the Union after Tennessee and Ohio, and with Kentucky to join shortly, the Vermonters naturally put 17 stripes on their flag. In 1818, the United States Congress put a stop to this, and since then the stripes have always been at 13, and only stars are added for each new state. Vermont's present flag captures the famous beauty of the Green Mountain State in its coat of arms, and inscribed is the phrase, Vermont, freedom and unity. Vermont's state flag, the flag of the 14th state to enter the Union, was adopted on April 26, 1923.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Mojave Red Matter.
Elmer P. Hobbs of Los Angeles had died of drowning when his small boat capsized in a high wind on Lake Mojave. At least that's what Jake Kessler, his insurance agent, told me. Accident pure and simple, he said, and I could hie myself back to Hartford and forget about it. But I didn't. Simply because of the phone call I'd received from old Red Barrett, fishing guide at Lake Mojave Resort. I persuaded Jake to drive me over there on the excuse that as long as I was nearby, I might as well do some fishing. So he dropped me off, and since it was after midnight, went on back to Kingman. I wandered on down to the dock and boathouse.
Hello? Who's that?
Ham?
Huh? Johnny? Johnny Dollar?
Yeah.
Johnny Dollar?
Hi.
What are you doing here?
Hiya, Ham.
Hey.
You know darn well what he's doing here, Ham. The fishing has never been better. Only how'd you get the word? And how are you, Johnny?
Oh, just great, Buster.
Did you stop by the office, let Marilyn fix you up with a room?
No, because as I recall, old Red usually sleeps here on the dock.
Oh, Red.
Well, why do you say it that way, Buster?
Because Ham and I are wasting good sleeping time down here, wondering why he hasn't come in yet.
You mean he's still out on the lake?
Yes, the crazy
But it's as black as the ace of spades out there.
And no moon tonight.
Buster and I were about to take off and about to look for it.
He pulled this very same stunt night before last. We finally found him drifting around about 9 miles up.
He said he'd run out of gas. Showed his empty tank to prove it.
Yeah, but we knew better.
What do you mean, Buster?
I mean, when he saw us coming after him, he dumped out what gas he had. Oil slick all over the lake. If somebody'd struck a match, why?
You know, Red's been doing a lot of crazy things this past week or so. Ever since his old friend, Mr. Hobbs, died, they were pretty close.
And that is why he phoned me.
Red phoned you?
Yeah, early this morning. And if you ask me, it's because he doesn't believe Mr. Hobbs' death was accidental.
Johnny?
You know something? I didn't quite believe it myself. Well, sure, we have some pretty big winds on the lake now and then, and it was a big one that day. Yeah, and then when the coroner and the other authorities, well, who's to argue with them?
Do you know if Red has found out anything? Anything at all?
All we know is he's given up taking out fishing parties and spends all his time prowling around the lake every day.
And night. Says if he can find the boat Mr. Hobbs used.
What kind of a boat was it?
One of our regular rentals, an aluminum Arkansas Traveler.
Yeah, with a 10-horse Johnson on it.
Well, listen. Those boats have flotation tanks.
Why, yeah.
So even if it did capsize, it wouldn't sink.
You're right, Johnny.
And there's been no sign of it?
None at all.
Then let's go up to the lake and find Red. Except for the stars far overhead, the night was black as ink. And the 50-horse outboard skimmed us along at better than 30 miles an hour. Believe me, it was a strange feeling, almost like flying through space. How Buster found his way around the islands, rocky points, and reefs, I'll never know, but he did.
Throw your flashlight over to the left, Ham. You ought to be about even with Sculpture Rock.
Yep, there it is.
And we're coming into the big basin.
Would you please tell me how you ever expect to find Red in all this darkness?
Oh, don't worry about him. He hears us coming. He'll signal by striking a match or something.
Sure, Johnny, no matter how crazy you are, you never let somebody wander around in the dark looking for you out here.
Red knows that because he's had to come out and hunt for too many people at night himself.
Ham, look.
Yeah?
On the east shore. I'm swinging over there.
Hey, you're right. There's a fire on the beach.
Yeah, it must be Red.
What's he doing out here?
We'll soon find out. Hang on.
Well, all I have to say is you took long enough to bring Johnny up here.
Red, you old reprobate, what under the sun are you up to this time?
I just told you. I've been waiting for you to bring Johnny. Now you can leave us and go on back to the dock. And I thank you very much.
Red, we're not leaving until we find out what this is all about.
And if I tell you, will you promise to leave us alone?
Sure. We'll promise anything.
Oh, you see, I need Johnny's help.
Yes. Well?
Because with him to follow up what I found today, well, Johnny, you and I are going to prove that my old friend Mr. Hobbs was murdered.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Every American fighting man has heard the expression, above and beyond the call of duty. How many of us have sat down and considered just what that word duty means? According to one dictionary definition, duty is man's conduct as required by his station or occupation, and that to which he is bound by moral obligation to do or not to do. When a man does more than his duty requires, he becomes more of a man in the eyes of his fellow men. One such was Captain John Philip Cromwell, commander of the submarine USS Sculpin, flagship of a submarine-coordinated attack group of the United States Navy. Possessing secret intelligence information of our fleet movements, strategy, tactics, and attack plans, Captain Cromwell led his attack group in patrol of enemy waters around Truck Island in November 1943, just prior to the launching of our first large-scale offensive in the Pacific. Despite savage enemy opposition, he established a line of submarines around the enemy-held stronghold of Truk until his ship, the Sculpin, became so rocked and battered by depth bombs that he ordered it to the surface. He engaged the enemy with deck guns, giving his crew an opportunity to abandon the mortally stricken ship. Determined to sacrifice himself, rather than risk capture and the subsequent danger of revealing the secret plans to the enemy, Captain Cromwell remained aboard the Sculpin as she plunged to her death. He thereby preserved the security of the mission at the cost of his own life. Captain Cromwell earned the Medal of Honor for deep integrity and uncompromising devotion to the call of duty in the service of his country. But what he did defined the word duty better than any dictionary.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Mojave Red Matter.
I'll tell you this, Johnny. Red here's one of the wildest, most irresponsible old characters I know when he wants to be. But he's okay nonetheless. And if he thinks you and he can find proof that Mr. Hobbs was murdered, well, he must have a good reason for it.
Well, Red?
Oh, now, Ham, do you think a man like Elmer Hobbs, knowing the lake the way he did, would ever let the big wind catch him off guard up here in the basin?
No, I don't, Red. I know that's the way Buster felt about it, too.
Well, I said that to you myself, Red.
But now, what's this proof you have of murder?
Well, Ham and Buster, aren't you going on back now that I've told you why I wanted you to bring Johnny here?
Was there any harm in our knowing what you found, Red? After all, we might be able to help you and Johnny.
Yeah, I thought about that, but you see, I might just possibly be wrong about... Well, I might just be wrong, and I wouldn't want to be ashamed in front of a lot of people.
By a lot, you mean 3.
Well, that's 3 times as many as just Johnny here.
Oh, well, now look,
No,
Red.
Johnny, he means it, so Ham and I'll go on back to the dock.
But I still don't see what difference it...
Johnny, when you get to know Red as well as we do, you'll stop trying to figure out the whys and wherefores of some of the things he does and what makes him tick. But you'll also learn that in the long run, no matter how unorthodox some of those things are, well, oh, come on, Buster.
Right. See you when you get back to the dock, Johnny. Oh, you got some food, Red?
Now, you know I always keep something in my boat, Buster.
Okay.
Well, far be it from me, Red, but all I have to say is that whatever you think you found proof of, well, it sure better be something.
Oh, it is, Johnny. At least I think it is. Now, you just scrunch yourself a place to sleep in the sand. It's pretty late.
Huh?
Well, it took you so long to get here, and we can't see anything in the dark anyway.
Oh, now look, Red, for heaven's sake.
Good night, Johnny. Sleep well.
And that was the end of our conversation. And I began to wonder if Jake Kessler hadn't been right in the first place. If I hadn't come out here on a wild goose chase after all. But the more I wondered and thought about it, with nothing but the warm desert night about us, and the twinkling stars, the magic sound of fish jumping in the lake, the sleepier I got. So I slept. The smell of bacon frying over the campfire awakened me, although the sun still hadn't shone over the mountains that border the eastern side of the lake.
Douse your face in the lake, Johnny. Then grab yourself some of this bacon and eggs.
I did as I was told. Then, squatting in the sand in front of the fire, stuffed away a hearty breakfast of bacon, eggs, and pancakes made from sourdough. And you know, there's something about a meal cooked over a campfire that, well, we had other things to do. So we climbed into Red's old aluminum boat and slowly drove up the lake, staying close to shore. Finally, we reached a small rocky cove.
Right here is the spot, Johnny. This little cove.
The spot for what, Red? You know, you still haven't told me.
You see there? You see where somebody has climbed up the rocks?
No, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, he couldn't have climbed up off of the water, so he must have climbed out of a boat.
So?
And there's footprints leading away across the desert. And, Johnny, they aren't Elmer Hobbs' footprints, no, sir.
So somebody climbed out of a boat here for one reason or another and took a walk into the desert.
The man who killed Elmer Hobbs.
What makes you think so?
Look down over the side, in the water.
Yeah, a boat sunk down there.
That's the boat that Elmer had. Can you see it clear?
Yes, very.
Then you can see it wasn't damaged enough to sink it. Not that boat.
You're right, Red. Particularly since it has flotation tanks.
But it's down there. It's sunk. So you better strip to your shorts, Johnny.
Yeah. I'll go down and take a look.
Me? I already have. But I want you to look, Johnny. And remember, I knew everything that Elmer had in his boat when he left the dock. Remember that.
Okay. And you're sure the footprints leading into the desert couldn't possibly have been made by Mr. Hobbs?
That I'll swear to, Johnny, by all that's good and holy.
All right. Now then.
Now, slip in easy so you won't disturb the water too much.
I took a deep breath, surface dived, and swam down to the sunken boat. And the water was clear, and I could see plainly. And I saw that Red was right. I bobbed back to the surface.
Did you see him? The cut?
Yeah, Red. Those flotation tanks were slashed open with an axe or a sharp, heavy tool of some kind.
But Elmer had no axe on that boat. So it was somebody else, Johnny. Somebody who murdered him. Yeah. And then sank the boat.
Red, I'm afraid you're right. Elmer Hobbs was murdered. So there you have it, Jake. And if I were you, I'd call off payment on that claim immediately. Granted, the case isn't over yet. I still have the job of finding out who killed Elmer Hobbs. But you know something? You're going to have to wait for my next report. Meantime, expense account total to the moment, $159.20, including the cost of shooting and retrieving one crow. Jake, How would you like it cooked? Until the next report, then, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag representing one of the 50 states. Oklahoma's state flag depicts an Osage warrior's circular buckskin shield from which hang 7 eagle feathers. Across the shield is the Indian's calumet, or pipe of peace, crossed with the white man's peace symbol, the olive branch. On the shield are small crosses, the Indian's graphic sign for stars, indicating lofty ideals or a purpose for high endeavor. The background of the flag is a field of blue, the blue of the Oklahoma sky, signifying loyalty and devotion. The important symbols, however, are the calumet and the olive branch. These override the shield, the symbol of war, and bespeak a predominant love of peace by a united people. Oklahoma's state flag, the flag of the 46th state to enter the Union, was adopted on April 2nd, 1925.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week? Well, after all, the case isn't really closed. But it will be next week, believe me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote today's story. Heard in our cast were Lucille Meredith, Horace Lewis, Harley Bear, Alan Reed, and Barney Phillips. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for the conclusion of this exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town.
Extra, extra, hero above the double murder. Tonight's Big Town story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Extra, extra.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor whose creed, as with all great newsmen, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town, and tonight's headline story captioned Double Murder. Few men are capable of murdering a woman, and if the attempt fails, the would-be killer must strike again. And such is the background of Steve Wilson's strange case of double murder, which began some months ago near Gangland's conventional burial ground, an abandoned coal dock on the Big Town waterfront.
All right, Dick. Get her out of the back of the car.
Hey, why don't you drive us right into that drink and be done with it?
I know what I'm doing. Drag her out of there, and I'll make sure that chain don't come loose and let her float up into the city morgue.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't like the idea of cooling dames. Nobody gets off with a big tag for killing a dame.
Put her down on the edge and quit jittering. I don't like it either, but orders are orders.
How come Anders made you do it, Artie? I thought you were soft on a canary.
Who says I did?
Okay, then Anders. But I thought he never...
Quit thinking, Dink. Quit talking about her. She was a good kid, but she knew what happened to that narcotic fed.
Okay. Let's get it done with and get out of here.
Okay. This canvas will hold. The chain will keep her on the bottom till it won't matter.
Where'd you get that chain, Artie?
Off at the gate of Mickey Martin's casino on the River Road.
Creeps, that'll tie this to him if the cops drag her up out of the drink.
That's the big idea. Come on, grab hold.
Creeps. She ain't very heavy, even with the...
Dink. Heave.
Creeps, Artie. I need a drink.
Shut up. Let's get out of here.
Steve, you got a minute?
Sure thing, Lorelei, my lovely. Come in.
I want you to listen to something that may be right up your alley. Come in, Miss Mills. Thank you, Tilbury. Steve, this is Cora Mills. She's from upstate.
How do you do, Miss Mills?
How do you do, Mr. Wilson? She's here in Big Town looking for her sister. She's disappeared, Mr. Wilson. I haven't heard from her in 2 weeks.
Well, perhaps she just hasn't written.
No, there's something wrong, I'm sure. I phoned the rooming house where she was supposed to be staying. The landlady said she'd never been there.
What was she doing in Big Town?
She hoped to get a job singing.
Singing?
Yes, she sang in one of our local nightclubs upstate.
I see. Did she ever write you? Mention any contacts she'd made?
Only one person. Someone by the name of Tyler, a talent agent. He was going to get her a job.
Tyler. Ever heard of him, Lorna?
Yes, Dave. He's a crummy 20%er in the old Big Town building. I went there this afternoon, and his secretary said he'd never had anyone named Clara Mills on his talent list.
Sounds like a cover-up. Have you contacted the Missing Persons Bureau, Miss Mills?
No, sir, not yet. I checked the bureau, the hospitals, and the morgue, Steve. Nothing. I came to the Illustrated Press because I've heard you help people like me, Mr. Wilson. I hoped you'd run a story. Perhaps even print a picture.
Well, we'll do anything we can, Miss Mills. Have you a photo of your sister?
Yes. Here it is, Mr. Wilson.
Well, this will help. We can print it, but first... Wait a minute, Miss Mills. This is a photograph of you.
No, I'm Cora Mills. That's Clara. We're twins, Mr. Wilson, identical twins.
Good grief. That changes things. If anything has happened to your sister, those responsible may know you're looking for her by now.
How about that landlady, Steve? She must be lying.
Go see her, Lorelei. Put the pressure on. Size her up for a sign of a payoff to keep her mouth shut.
I think she has been paid, and it'll be a pleasure.
Well, take Harry the Hack along. Landladies who can be bought, maybe rough and tough.
Okay, Steve, are you going to call on Tyler, the talent toad?
Yes.
Let me go with you, Mr. Wilson.
No, Miss Mills, I want you to stay right here in my office.
But why, Mr. Wilson?
Well, this doesn't sound like any Penny Annie cover-up, Miss Mills. And if anything really serious has happened to your twin sister, those responsible are liable to start thinking they're seeing a ghost.
Ghost? Then you think Clara's been murdered?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Mills. It would be folly and dangerous to you to overlook that tragic possibility.
I don't care about myself, Mr. Wilson. Clara was so different from me in everything but looks. Talented, wild, headstrong. But I loved her. And I'll do anything to find those who've hurt her, maybe even killed her.
I know you will, and you may have the chance, Miss Mills, but I want you to stay right here at the Illustrated Press until Miss Kilburn and I can find out if your sister is alive or dead.
Vic Anders.
Vic, it's me, Tyler. I've been trying to reach you all afternoon.
Yeah, I'll bet. I've been busy.
Remember that Clara Mills canary I sent you?
You never sent me nobody, you percentage punk.
Yeah, I know. That's what you told me to say. But a dame come in this afternoon while I was out of my office.
What happened?
My gal said I'd never handle that dame.
You dope. If anybody asked, they must have known you did handle her.
But there ain't nothing here in my office to prove it. No records, no pictures of the dame.
Nothing but you.
I won't talk. I'll keep clam, Vic. You can trust me.
I'm gonna make sure.
Want for me to get out of town for a while?
Yeah. Stay in your office. I'm sending Artie over after you.
Artie?
Yeah, but relax. You're just going on a little trip. Stay put or we'll find you and you will go for a long ride.
Anders lying. You don't trust me. He's going to shut me up like he did that Mills dame. I got to get out of here before... Artie.
Hello, Tyler. You going away?
No, What's the idea of crashing my private office?
The outer door to your so-called reception room was open. Who's the Artie character you're expecting?
None of your business. I ain't booking no acts. Beat it.
I'm not selling an act, Tyler.
What do you want?
I want a straight answer to a simple question.
Name it.
Where is Clara Mills?
Clara Mills? Who's she? Never heard of a canary by that name.
You're a rotten liar, Tyler.
I'm not
You
lying.
tripped yourself in your first lie. I didn't say Clara Mills was a singer.
I just guessed.
Well, then guess what's going to happen to you if you keep on lying to cover whatever's happened to that girl.
Let go. I don't know what happened to her.
Stop lying, Tyler. This smells like murder.
How do you know I'm lying?
It's written all over you. I walk in here and find you waiting for someone called Artie. You're getting ready to run. And when I opened that door, you sounded like you expected the kiss of death.
Who are you? A copper?
Oh, but thanks for the compliment. I'm Steve Wilson of the press.
Oh, a newspaper.
Yes. And if you don't talk to me, you'll talk to the police. If your friend Artie doesn't get here first.
Oh, no, let me go. I don't dare talk.
Don't be a fool, Tyler. It's obvious you're marked for a ride or a rub-out, whether you talk or not.
Let me go, Wilson. I got to get out of here. They're coming after me any time now. Wilson, somebody just come in the outer office.
Is there another way out of this office?
No. Get out of sight. If they find me talking to a newspaper guy, they'll blast me, sure.
All right. I'll get against the wall behind the door when it opens, but cross me up and you'll be signing your own death warrant.
Okay, Tyler. Come on, let's go.
Don't walk out there, Tyler. Try to get him in here.
Wait a minute. I'm packing a few things.
Oh, yeah?
Come on, Tyler. You're traveling light.
All right, but I got to take a few papers.
Get away from that desk.
Like nothing I will.
Yeah, that's right. Like nothing you will. So long.
Tyler, where'd he hit you?
In the throat. Listen, Wilson.
Lie still. He's gone. Where's your phone?
Behind you. On the windowsill. Listen.
Oh, wait a minute. He got you in the throat. You need a doctor. Quick.
No, listen. He got me twice.
Where else?
Here. Over the heart.
Homicide.
This is Steve Wilson. Will you ask Inspector Callahan to come to room 210, Old Big Town Building, and order an ambulance for a gunshot case?
Okay, Mr. Wilson. Can you hold on?
Wilson, listen.
Yes, just a minute, officer. What are you trying to say, Tyler? Here, write it on this piece of paper. Don't try to talk. Good grief.
What happened, Mr. Wilson? I haven't located Inspector Callahan yet.
All right. When you do, tell him never mind the ambulance. Just bring a basket. Tagged for the morgue.
Thus, death has wiped out one lead in the riddle of the missing girl. But for the tense and exciting developments, we'll return to Steve Wilson and Big Town in a moment. All these years I've been using Lifebuoy Health Soap. I always did think it got me cleaner somehow, but I never knew how right I was till recently when I saw the actual proof. Here's what the doctors now know. After comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, they made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from VO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. The doctor studied 820 scientific tests and discovered that it's Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient that makes the difference. If all of you could see the evidence the doctors saw, evidence that I've seen with my own eyes, you'd never use any toilet soap but Lifebuoy in your daily bath. Well, these doctors discovered time after time that daily baths are not all alike. You are cleaner, you are safer from BO with Lifebuoy than with any other leading soap. And remember, the purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So enjoy the real pleasure of a Lifebuoy bath every day. It's refreshing and mild. And Lifebuoy gets you cleaner. You'll like it. Get some tomorrow and see. Now, back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson's headline story of double murder. Tracing a young girl whose twin sisters appealed to the Illustrated Press for help, Steve Wilson located a shady talent agent who apparently booked the missing girl into some Big Town nightclub. But the agent was murdered before he could talk. Meanwhile, following another lead, Lorelei Kilborn and Harry the Hack approach a cheap rooming house near the theater section of Big Town.
This is the roach roost, Miss Kilburn.
Thanks, Harry. You wait in your hack while I quiz this landlady with a conveniently forgetful memory.
Well, Miss Kilburn, did the boss not explicitly state that I was to stick to you in the event of eventualities requiring some flexing and unflexing of muscle, which I am very good at?
Yes, but I'm going to question the lady on her own doorstep, and if I need you, I'll call for reinforcements.
Okay, and speaking of the lady, there is a somewhat avoirdupois Amazon oogling us through the curtains of the ground floor front.
Thanks, Harry. That may be a good sign. Wait here.
Watch her, Miss Kilburn. She's waddling to the door.
That suits me. Oh, she's an eager beaver. No need to ring. Good evening.
What do you want?
I might want to rent a room.
I'm full up. No vacancies, dearie.
Expect any?
No. Who said I might and who sent you?
A girl who had a room here a couple of weeks ago.
What girl?
Clara Mills.
You're a liar. No Mills gal ever stayed here. What's the gag? You the dame that phoned yesterday? That you was a sister from out of town?
No, I'm just a friend of the family.
Well, beat it. No Mills dame ever rented a room in my place. If she got herself in a jam, it's no skin off of my neck.
What makes you think Clara Mills might be in a jam?
Out-of-town dames are always coming to big town and getting themselves in jams.
And the same goes for women who run boarding houses and let their tenants vanish and lie about it when they're questioned.
Who are you calling a liar? Who are you? A femme flat from the missing persons office?
No, but if you don't answer my questions, they'll be around and you'll do your talking at headquarters.
What's this dame pulled? How come the heat's on?
What heat?
I mean, how come you and the sister's looking for her?
There's a fair chance she's been murdered.
Murdered?
Yes. And now before you do any more lying, think over the consequences of being an accessory to a murder against whatever you were paid to keep your mouth shut.
You're crazy. I don't know nothing.
We know she roomed here. She wrote her sister.
She was lying. I ain't had a vacancy in a month.
How much are they paying you to say that?
Nothing, and you can't prove a thing.
Oh, so you removed her clothes and her luggage. They've really got you up to your neck in criminal conspiracy.
I ain't talking. You can't trick me into admitting nothing.
You've been tricked. Who shut your mouth with money or threats?
Nobody.
Where did Clara Mills get a job?
I don't know.
If you don't tell us, we'll get it out of her agent.
What agent?
Tyler. A talent toad in the old Big Town building.
Never heard of him. Don't know nothing. Get out. Beat it. Let me alone.
What's the matter, Miss Kilburn? Don't the lady want to buy no subscription to help you work your way through college?
No, Harry, she's trying to work her way into woman's prison for the rest of her unnatural life.
She should live so long.
What do you mean by that crack, Hacky?
If you will observe carefully, madam, there is a gent meandering up and down across the street who is very interested in our little tete-a-tete, and he is manicuring his mitts with a toad sticker, which might likewise be used, but cutting throats. Yours, for instance.
You don't scare me. I don't know nothing, and I ain't talking.
All right, but if you live long enough to change your mind, call Steve Wilson at the Illustrated Press.
Well, don't hold your breath.
Sorry, Miss Kilburn. Did I do wrong butting in?
Oh, I don't know, Harry. Is that man across the street really watching this house?
Yeah, and he ain't thinking of buying it.
Good. I think he'll follow me.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Miss Kilpaint. The boss
I'll walk
said-
down to the corner drugstore and phone Steve.
And while I'll be doing what?
Drive round the block and come up the avenue. If he follows me when I leave the drugstore, I'll shake him in the arcade building.
And then?
You get on his tail and stay with him until he lights.
Okay, Miss Kilpaint. You sure you can shake him?
I'll shake him. And if he comes back here to take this stupid landlady on a little trip, call Steve at the office right away. Oh, Mr. Wilson, did you get any information about my sister from that talent agent?
Please sit down, Miss Mills.
What's happened to Clara? What did that talent agent tell you?
Not a thing.
Nothing?
He was about to leave town when I got to his office. He was too frightened to talk, and before I could get him out of there, he was shot.
Killed?
Yes, murdered by a gunsel who simply opened the door of Tyler's office and shot him down.
Oh, how horrible. But must that mean my sister Clara is really dead?
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Mills, but my experience, even gangland rarely commits murder, except to cover murder.
But why would they kill Clara? She was wild and headstrong, but she never did anything wrong in her life. She was never mixed up in anything crooked.
Yes, but some of the nightclubs in this town have a silent partnership with the so-called underworld, Miss Mills. They're fronts for all kinds of rackets. And if your sister got a job in one, she may have been a witness to something that would require her silence. And gangland can be sure of only one kind of silence, Miss Mills. I'm sorry. I hope I'm wrong.
Poor Clara. She came here with such high hopes.
Yes, and we can only hope the deadly pattern won't be repeated.
Steve, Maisie said you just came in. Did you get anything out of Tyler?
Well, they got to him before I could make him talk, Lorelei. What about the landlady?
She won't talk, but she's being watched. You better get Callahan to take her into protective custody, but quick.
Did you get anything, Lorelei?
That depends on Harry.
Well, what happened?
Harry spotted a plant watching that landlady's place. I pulled him off with a fast stroll up the avenue, shook him in the arcade building, and Harry took him from there.
Nice going, my lovely. Let's hope Harry can stay with him.
I've yet to meet the character who can shake Harry, except you.
That's only because I know how he operates.
Oh, that might be Harry,
Let's
Steve.
hope so. Hello, Steve Wilson, press.
Boss, it's me, Harry. You heard from Miss Kilpaint?
Well, she's right here in the office, Harry. What did you get?
Plenty, boss. That creep Taylor Miss Kilpaint till she shook him like a daisy was so burned he never knew I was practically breathing down his neck while he homes like a pigeon to a hook and rook roost fronted by a con character named Vic Anders.
Vic Anders' Lucky Club.
The same, boss. And as you know, it has a somewhat aromatic rep as a front for the snip and dip trade.
Yes, where are you phoning from, Harry?
Anamichi Sweatbox on the corner. You coming down for a look-see?
I'll be there in 10 minutes. Keep away from my place, Harry. They're playing this game for keeps.
Mr. Wilson, let me go with you. Maybe there's some hope. Maybe Clara's still there, still alive.
Oh, Miss Mills, it would be too risky. There's something queer about this, something that doesn't quite gel.
I had the same feeling, Steve, talking to that landlady. This isn't a simple matter of murder and cover-up. I can't believe Clara is really dead. I'm afraid, but until I really know...
Wait a minute, Miss Mills. There's a slim chance. You're the image of your sister. If you suddenly appeared in Anders' Lucky Club and was mistaken for her, we might trick them into a false move.
I could go with her, Steve. You could get Callahan to cover the place with his homicide squad.
Phone him at Tyler's office, Lorelei. Ask him to throw a net around the Lucky Club on the double.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to pay a call on Vic Anders. I want to be in his office when you and Miss Mills, doubling as her sister, enter the club and his goon boys tell him Clara Mills is very much alive.
Thus, Steve Wilson gets set for a quick showdown with those who hold the secret of Clara Mills' fate. In a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Friends, if this startles you, that's all right. I was startled, too. But it's true. Doctors have proved it to themselves. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gets you cleaner than any other leading soap. Just let me repeat that. After comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, the doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you are cleaner, safer from VO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. It's Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient that makes the difference. Remember, the purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So bathe daily with mild, refreshing Lifebuoy. Get some tomorrow, won't you? Now, back to Big Town for the 5-star payoff in tonight's story of Double Murder. Investigating the disappearance of a nightclub singer, Steve Wilson has traced her to a clip joint known as the Big Town Lucky Club. And now, having arranged a simple trap and informed Inspector Callahan of homicide of his plan, Steve enters the private office of Vic Anders, owner of the club.
Hello, Anders. Wilson, what's the idea of barging into my private office?
Call it bad manners, if you like. But I wanted to surprise you.
Nobody surprises me, Wilson. My doorman phoned me the minute you walked into my club.
Yes, I was sure he would. He's going to have more news for you before this night is over.
What are you after, you nosy newsy? The joint's on the up and up?
Yes. You boys usually keep your fronts clean. It's what goes on behind the scenes. You're really profitable enterprises.
Name one you can pin on me, Wilson.
I'm not here to talk about rackets tonight, Anders.
No? Well, what do you want?
Let's talk about a frightened landlady on South Street, a dead booking agent called Tyler, and a missing girl by the name of Clara Mills. All right, Anders. What about them?
You're doing the talking, Wilson. Tell me.
All right, I'll tell you. It's all washed up except for one thing. The landlady is in protective custody. The dragnet is out for your gunboy Artie because he made the stupid mistake of killing Tyler while I was in his office.
No goon by the name of Artie works for me.
All right. So far, we haven't tied him to you. But the Mills girl is another matter.
No dame by the name of Mills ever worked for me neither, and you'll never prove that she did.
Oh, no? Suppose she put the finger on you. Told why she had to disappear, why her landlady had to be bought off. Why a broken-down booking agent had to be killed.
She won't.
Well, answer your phone, Anders. It might be very important.
Not to you. Yeah?
Boss, it's me, Dink. I just seen a ghost walk into the club.
What's that?
That dame Artie fixed for you, the one we had.
Shut up, you stoop. What happened?
That dame just walked into the club with the cookie I spotted quizzing her landlady on South Street. What do I do?
Keep an eye on them till I get what gives.
Now what, Sanders?
Stay put, Wilson.
A gun won't get you out of this, Sanders.
Oh, we'll see. Artie, come in here.
So there is an Artie.
Yeah, Vic?
Artie, I've been hearing things.
Yeah, so have I. That door's kind of thin.
This newspaper slug here says he can put the finger on you for killing a dope named Tyler.
Yeah, but I don't think he's gonna do that.
It's too late for gunplay, Artie.
Wait a minute, Artie. Wilson will keep. You and me get something to settle first.
All right, but keep your gun on Wilson, not on me.
Dink just phoned. He says there's a dame down in the club that oughtn't to be anywhere except...
Dink's crazy. He knows where she went. He helped me put her there.
But Dink says she's downstairs, and Wilson says she's ready to put the finger on me. How do you explain that?
All right, so they found her. So I'll tell you something, Vic.
Make it good, Artie. Make it awful good.
I told you I didn't go for killing Dame.
I gave you an order, you punk. That ties you in, Anders.
I am up, Wilson. Anything you hear now ain't gonna do you any good. All right, Artie. How did you fool Dink? What did you take down and drop in the river?
A roll of canvas and a chain for weight.
What did you do with the dame?
I made a deal with her and her landlady to keep the trap shut. Keep out of sight till I could get her out of town.
Yeah, and the little sick the cops on me for shooting that narcotic fed.
Narcotics, so that's what's back of this.
Yeah, but you won't make a headline out of it, Wilson. All right, Artie, go ahead. Wilson's your meat. He's got the finger on you for Tyler. Go on, he's no dame. You don't have to be squeamish about him.
Don't be a fool, Artie. Empty your gun into me, and Anders will empty his into you.
Yeah, I know, but like Vic said, you'll keep. Drop your gun, Vic. Drop it on the floor.
Like the...
All right, Artie. That saved the state the expense of one killer's trial. Now, let's have that gun for evidence.
Sure, Wilson. Come and get it. One slug at a time.
No. Can't you count, Artie? 5 shots. You spent them all on Anders.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. Now, leave that empty gun on the floor, Artie. Where is Clara Mills? Did you really have a soft enough streak in your rotten nature to spare that girl?
Hey, boss, are you okay? What goes? Who got all that lead?
I'm okay, Harry. What's this rat?
With pleasure. What happened up here in the shooting gallery? Who's the somewhat dead-looking pigeon on the floor?
Big Anders. It was the old story, dog eats dog, Harry. But that isn't the best part of this payoff.
Steve.
Come in, Laura. I've got a job for you that may mean good news for Cora Mills.
I know, Steve. Callahan's men found her sister locked in the attic room of that boarding house when they took the landlady into protective custody.
Holy moly, whom would they need to protect that battle axe from?
Well, it doesn't matter now, Harry. Where's Callahan, Laura?
Rounding up the rats in this dive. He must have heard those shots and is on his way up.
Good. Borrow Anders' phone and call Fletch on the city desk. Byline yourself a story of a murderous cover-up that failed.
So ended happily for Cora Mills and her missing sister, and with the subsequent arrest, conviction, and execution of the murderous Artie, still another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of Steve Wilson and the Lorelei of the Big Town Illustrated Press. Remember, doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gets you cleaner than any other leading soap. Yes, you're cleaner, safer from VO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. Buy some tomorrow. Now, before hearing about next week's exciting big town adventure, here is Steve Wilson with a message about something very close to his heart and the heart of every American.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the red feather as its symbol, this year's great community chest drive is now underway. Hospitals and clinics, day nurseries and homes for old folks, the YMCA, Salvation Army, and a reborn USO. These are but a few of the red feather services that look to the community chest for funds. Their need for help is critical. And you give to them all right in your own community when you contribute once to your local community chest. So give now and give generously. Thank you.
Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a heartwarming story of devotion and sacrifice captioned The Angel of the Street. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauley as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilburn, and was written and directed by Jerry McGill. And now, Big Town bids you good night until next Tuesday night, same time, same station, when you'll hear the newsboy calling.
Extra, extra, hear all about it. The story of Steve Wilson, an angel of the street, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine lever product. Extra, extra.
New Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. Rain or shine, new Rinso with Solium gives your wash a new brilliance you have never seen before. You can dry your wash anywhere, and white clothes will turn out actually whiter than brand new, and washable colors even brighter than new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, sodium. No other soap contains sodium, only new Rinso. So safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Find out about the amazing new brilliance of Rinso washed clothes. Find out how new Rinso with Solium puts sunshine in your wash. Get Rinso in the new package with the red Solium label. More women use Rinso than any other wash day soap in the world.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Sunday at 8:30, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Frank Graham as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story. She's lovely, she's engaged, she eats soybeans.
This one revolved around a beauty. The kind that drives some men mad, some to murder. Her name, last week, was Miss Fireworks on the 4th. But she didn't have to worry about catching on fire. Everything was insured. But there was somebody that didn't like her in a bathing suit, and a big guy that shot skeet and never missed. But once. I got a call from my boss, the Lion, last Wednesday morning before breakfast. Said he had to see me right away. When I got down to the Detective Bureau, the Lion was chewing slowly and holding a
picture, Jeffrey. A photograph, to be exact.
Chewing your cud, Lion?
Wheat kernels, Jeffrey. Sunny fruit of Mother Earth. I saved some for your breakfast.
Where's the marmalade?
Don't scoff, my boy. These golden grains of patented wheat.
Who's got a patent on wheat?
Steve Albright. And this isn't just any wheat. It's grown only in a sun-splashed acre of alluvial soil, watered by a gushing spring of, have a kernel, Jeffrey.
Thanks.
It's the new miracle health food, my boy. If you're heavy, it slims you. If you're lean, it builds you up. And you need only 10 kernels a day. Here, have another.
The picture, Fatso.
Yes, the picture. Well, look what the wheat has done for this girl, Jeffrey.
Wrong side up.
Eh? Oh, yes.
Ah, bathing beauty.
A professional, my boy. He travels around the country doing...
This?
Yes. But there's trouble afoot, Jeffrey. This lovely girl is in some sort of danger.
What kind?
That's your job, my boy. You must find out. Our retainer of $150 says you do.
Who's Steve Albright?
Her manager. He left me these pictures of the girl, and when I asked how she managed to keep her figure...
He produced a sack of wheat and said, chew slowly.
Something like that.
What's the girl's name?
Name? I guess I forgot to ask.
You're right. Doesn't make any matter. Where do I find the Steve Albright?
Yeah, I have the address right here.
Oh, you're improving.
Here it is. Now give me back my picture and get right out there. Mr. Albright said this girl is a very valuable property.
Some photographs lie, but these told the truth. About soft hair flowing down to the waist. A fluted figure, tight in a two-piece bathing suit. If you look real close for it. Now, who'd want to get a girl like this into trouble? But somebody did. It was afternoon before I could contact Albright. His office was in a small white stucco building back of the Sunset Strip. No elevators. The directory said Steve Albright, Massive Enterprises Incorporated, Suite 3. I found it. The door said enter. I entered.
Regan, excellent.
The office was one room, a desk, and...
Steve Albright is my name. Perfect. Glad you got here so soon. Excellent.
Glad to know you. Wonderful.
You're thinking this is a small office, that Massive Enterprises is broke. I ask you to examine the books, Mr. Regan.
You've paid us.
They're somewhere in this drawer. Oh, here they are. Excellent.
Where's the girl?
We'll come to her, fine.
Grand.
The books. You see? I go back to 1948. That's when I found her.
What do you call her?
Actual name, Jerry Shoulder. Marvelous. But no one knows her by that name. As you can see in the books, Mr. Regan, it's always something like Miss Gold Coast.
Mm-hmm. See, Chicago, $1,436.56.
2 days' work. Pictures, endorsements, radio shots.
Mm-hmm. Good money for 2 days' work.
Jerry was Miss Coal Tar Derivatives for the Duplan Manufacturing Empire.
$2,769.84.
In 3 days. Marvelous. Of course, the flower festivals and all have a bathing beauty contest, but they find it's much simpler and more advantageous to have a professional win. She knows how to pose, she knows what to say and do, and, of course, she's more beautiful.
Makes sense. You say she's in trouble.
We did very well in Kansas City as Miss Ground Round for the butchers.
I want to know about now.
Well, since we've been here, Mr. Regan, there have been innuendos, threats against her life.
Why?
I don't know. Well, here, you can see from a picture.
You left pictures of her with Lion. I'm convinced.
I mean, Mr. Regan, it's seldom that a girl comes along who has all... delightful. I mean, it's insured.
Insurance is a wonderful business.
Yeah, $100,000 overall. And Lloyd's of London will pay $10,000 if she injures those legs of hers.
Mm-hmm. You want me to act as her bodyguard, eh?
Precisely, Grand.
Delightful.
That is, if you feel you can resist her. You see, Mr. Regan, her value as a professional bathing beauty is ruined if she gets mixed up with men. Marries.
Uh-huh. You, got a policy on that, too?
$50,000.
I promise I won't marry the girl.
Your big job is to keep men away from her.
What man? His name?
Banyan. He's tall, good-looking.
Yeah, I know him. He's a cheap racketeer.
Oh, excellent. Then we can do business.
Just curiosity, all right, but what about the golden grains of patented wheat?
Oh, that's just a sideline of our enterprise, Mr. Regan. Women wonder how Jerry Shoulder managed to keep what you see in this photograph, so we started a little health food business on the side.
Yeah, another thing, if something happens to Jerry Shoulder, who gets the insurance money?
Massive Enterprises.
Which is?
Me.
I checked the insurance policies. They seemed genuine. I asked where I could find Jerry Shoulder and was told the beauty parlor. Where else? And that's where I headed, only instead of a parlor, it was a beauty salon. The doors were plate glass, the doorman an electric eye. The plate glass swung out. I swung in. I sank into the deep rug like it was something alive. The place was wired for music. There were flowers and a statue of Aphrodite, life-size, standing in the fountain. The official greeter was Trey Chick in ascot tie and cutaway pants.
What's it to you, Mac?
He said, noticing my glance.
You maybe want your hair done?
If you don't mind my asking, why are you working here?
The slick dames gotta get their kicks. I remind them of Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, now, Humph, could you tell me...
My name is Mungo.
Who was that?
Just a dame getting beautiful. You was Aston?
I'm looking for a girl named Jerry Shoulder.
All right, wise gang. In here. Mr. Banyan will want to talk to you.
The big guy rammed his shoulder into my stomach, then grabbed my arm and twisted it behind my back. He opened a door and shoved me into a room. He locked the door from the outside. There was another door, and it was locked, too. I looked around the room. It was like a medieval torture chamber. Weird racks and iron maidens connected to steam pipes. Metal rollers and headless horses. All to change nature's idea of what a woman should look like. I tried the door again. This time it opened. Only someone was coming in. She was young. She was lovely. She wore a bathing suit. Tall, deeply tanned brunette. Moving easily toward me on calendar legs.
You want to see me?
There's more?
I'm Jerry Shoulder.
I thought maybe.
I don't get to meet men. I'm sorry you caught me looking like this.
Well, it's all right.
You see, I just had my hair done and had to wrap it in a towel.
Oh, yeah.
Mungo tried to keep me out of here, but I persuaded him to let me come in. You wanted me for something?
I'm your new bodyguard, lady.
Steve's starting that again.
He doesn't want you to get into trouble.
Oh, you wouldn't let anything happen to me, would you, Mr.
Regan?
Oh, Mr. Regan, the lion's eye. Oh, I've heard of you. I've heard you're very good.
On some things.
Well, you mustn't pay too much attention to my manager,
Your
Mr.
manager
Regan.
says you've been threatened.
Oh, there must be some mistake. I've never been threatened in my life. Oh, pardon me while I climb up on my horse.
Huh? Oh.
There.
Yeah.
No, don't leave, Mr. Regan. Stay right here. It's time for my exercise.
Do you have any idea who might want to do you bodily harm?
I just love exercise, Mr. Regan.
Yeah, sure. Could it be a man named Banyan?
Mr. Regan, you've got to help me get out of this place.
You man, come here.
There was a woman standing in the doorway. There was a gun in her hand.
I know how to use this. Get away from her.
She motioned me toward the door. I obliged. Then we were in the hall, and I noticed the woman was holding a gun awkwardly. The safety was on.
You men are all alike.
Yeah, they tell me. Now, give me the gun.
You stay away from Jerry.
The gun.
I'll just put it back in my purse, but you stay away from Jerry now.
The woman dropped the gun into her purse. She wore a plain, hugging jersey dress. Gray hair in a bun at the back of her head. The kind of a woman you see in bars. Late. Alone.
We've got to keep men away from Jerry. I'm sorry if I frightened you.
Don't tell me you're a private eye.
Yeah. I'm Martha, Jerry's wardrobe mistress. I keep her bathing suits in cool, dry places. They're latex, you know.
Do you know a man named Albright?
Well, sure, that's Jerry's manager. He's the one that told me to protect Jerry, keep the men away.
Well, then why didn't you do it? The way she came walking in, anybody could have got to her.
I was busy for a moment in the back, looking for a cool, dry place.
Does Jerry know a small-time racketeer named Banyan?
Well, if she does, I don't know about it. And I'm with her constantly.
Yeah, like today.
Oh, I'll bet you're Jeff Regan.
Yeah, so Albright told you I was on the case,
He
huh?
tells me everything, Mr. Regan.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe he can tell you why Jerry didn't follow us out into the hall.
It does seem strange.
We better take a look in that room. Jerry's shoulder was gone. Out the other door. But we still had a catch. Standing in the middle of the 17th century chamber of mechanical horrors was a 20th century mess. The ape in ascot tie and pearl buttons, only now his clothes were torn, his face scratched and bleeding. All right, where's the girl?
I was only trying to help.
Wake up, will you? Where is she?
Mr. Banyan, he said...
Banyan again.
Keep her safe from guys.
Snap out of it, will you?
I couldn't hit his girl. I tried to hold her. She hit me and scratched me.
Is she still in the building?
She even screamed at me, but I couldn't hit his girl.
Banyan, sure. And I know where to find him. Banyan operated out of the 7 Club. But when I checked, he wasn't there. I finally caught up with him outside of town, in a spot hidden from the highway. A country club. A gambling joint that featured bare-knuckle bouts, cockfighting, and now, Banyan, with a shotgun in his hands, shooting skeet. Pull!
Dead duck. Nice shooting, Banyan.
Talking to yourself, Banyan?
Huh? Oh, Regan.
Shooting clay pigeons a little out of your line, isn't it, Banyan?
Clay pigeons? You never know which way they'll fly. Sharpens the eye. Pull. Yeah. Makes it easy when you're trying for a larger target.
Nice spot you got here.
Doesn't belong to me if that's what you're after.
No. The way I read it, brand new beauty parlor belongs to you. Likewise, a guy named Mungo. That's your new front.
Regan, it's a salon.
Oh, yeah, I thought. What I'm after, Banyan, is a girl named Jerry Shoulder.
Never heard of her.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Very.
Look, I'm playing for keeps.
Oh? You won't mind if I just slip a few more shells into my shotgun.
Just remember, I don't scare.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten.
Open up, Banyan. Jerry Shoulder.
You know what my enemies are saying, Regan? That Jerry Shoulder's as good as dead. Pull!
You missed. This time. I checked the club grounds. No Jerry Shoulder. She wasn't with Banyan. I headed back to L.A. fast. It was late when I reached L.A. I had to get the line. I phoned him at his apartment. Nobody home. I called again 15 minutes later. Still no answer. I was getting worried. I went to his apartment. He wasn't there. I checked with the janitor. He told me the line was on the roof. That's where I found him. In bed. Lion. Hey, Lion.
Lion, Detective. Oh, it's you, Jeffrey.
Why the Boy Scouting on the roof?
I'm sleeping in nature's own clean, sweet air. My boy. I moved my cot up here just this evening.
Look, Lion.
Sleeping under the stars, just as Mother Nature intended.
Lion,
If Mr. Albright says Miss Shoulder sleeps out even when it's raw, it's part of their health plan. Look at me, Jeffrey. I'm thinner already. You know, I've only had 8 kernels of the patented wheat today instead of 10. I did without dessert.
Listen, Fatso, I'm heading for Jerry Shoulder's hotel. I want you to check on Banyan.
You that low criminal?
Find out where he's been the last few days, how he's been spending his time, everything. Keep an eye on it.
All right, Jeffrey, if you insist.
I insist.
Do you think you'll find Miss Shoulder at a hotel?
Maybe. If she's alive. I dropped the Lion off at police headquarters to get a rundown on Banyan. Then I drove to Jerry Shoulder's apartment hotel. The street was quiet and deserted. Most of the windows were black, just a few lights here and there. Patio balconies. Very swank. Inside, there was a self-help elevator. I went up. The elevator opened onto a long corridor. A small night light down at the end. The room was 306. I was almost at the door when the door banged open, and coming at me fast was that mug from the beauty parlor, Mungo.
Get out of my way!
No, brother, not this time. It's my... My fist found his stomach as soft as pie. He doubled and fell. I jumped over him and ran into the apartment. The lights were on. The living room was empty. I tried the bedroom. The light was on in there, too, glaring white on what I didn't want to see. There was a body lying across the bed. Not Jerry Shoulder. A man's body, a bullet through his chest. The dead man was Steve Albright. The ripped sheet that covered him was stained purple.
This is CBS, and you are listening to tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator, entitled She's Lovely, She's Engaged, She Eats Soybeans.
Steve Albright was dead in Jerry Shoulder's apartment. A bullet hole in his chest. And what looked like purple acid burns through the bedclothes. I'd caught Mungo, the well-dressed ape from the beauty parlor, coming out of the apartment door. And I knew that Mungo worked for Banyan, the racketeer. Albright had hired me as Jerry Shoulder's bodyguard. He'd have done better to have hired me as his. I called Candid at Homicide. Now, the police photographers were gone. We were waiting for the coroner. Candid sitting on the bed next to Albright's body. Candid was eating Fig Newtons.
Well, I'm glad you held on to Mungo, Regan.
You think he did it, Candid?
Open and shut case.
You know, Jerry Shoulder was insured, but plenty.
Yeah, you said.
I called the night number of the insurance company right after I called you, Candid. They said all their policies were in effect but one. You know which one?
I'm not interested, Regan. I've got the killer.
It was the one that would have paid off to Albright.
The deceased.
If Jerry had married. That policy lapsed a month ago.
Well, my insurance is always lapsing.
Yeah, well, this one lapsed because Albright married Jerry Shoulder himself.
What?
The company wouldn't pay on that. And Albright couldn't let it out because there's no such thing as a married bathing beauty.
So Mungo was nuts about the dame. She gives him the come on. He finds out about her being married, comes up here and...
And?
Have a Fig Newton, Regan. They're real fresh.
And?
Well, he was going to kill the girl, like they all do, Regan. You know that. But Mungo gets real mad when he finds her husband in her bed, and he knocks him off.
Mungo denies it.
They all do, Regan.
You know, Candid, the way the bullet entered, looks like it was a hurry-up job.
So Mungo was nervous.
You know Mungo worked for Banyan.
We've got the killer.
Mind if I, turn out these lights?
Hey, now, wait a... Regan, I can't see.
Yeah, it's kind of dark in here.
Regan, where are you? I feel something moving. There's that head guy in here, Regan.
Give your eyes a chance to get used to the dark.
Oh, gee, turn the light on.
Huh? Barely make out the figure on the bed.
In the name of the law, Regan.
Okay, Candid. I've got all I need here. I left Candid and the dead man and headed for my car. But I saw something across the street that stopped me. A long black convertible with the top up. Over the wheel, I could see a face. Banyan. I ran across the street, grabbed the door handle just as the car started to move, opened it, and pulled the handbrake.
Take it easy, Regan. You're liable to get hurt.
Are you waiting for someone, Banyan?
What I do is my business.
Been up to Jerry's apartment tonight, Banyan?
Cops having a ball over there, Regan?
Yeah, a real party. They're serving refreshments. Fig Newtons.
I stopped laughing in 29.
Maybe you've been in the building. Just got out. You were leaving without saying goodbye.
Where's Jerry's shoulder, Regan?
Let's look in your car trunk.
If anything happened to that girl, I'm holding you responsible.
Put that gun away.
She's the only clean, decent thing I've ever had in my life. Something a peeper like you wouldn't understand.
Try me.
Jerry's shoulder and I are engaged to be married.
You'll have to stand in line.
Yeah? Quitting the racket. Sure, at first I was just playing around with Jerry, but then I found she was...
different.
A decent dame.
You've known Jerry's shoulder how long, Banyan? 3 weeks?
Ever since she's been in town. Yeah, maybe 3 weeks.
How'd you meet her?
I answered a lonely heart's ad.
Look, Banyan, I know you started that beauty shop front so you could meet Jerry there. Or have her brought there so you could be nearer.
Oh, let's stop fishing.
Sorry, time's running out, Banyan. I gotta give it to you straight. Jerry Shoulder was married to Steve Albright.
What? Why, you lying.
Somebody's been killed in Jerry Shoulder's bed, and it looks like it might be her hubby. Maybe you better go take a look. Banyan ran upstairs, but I didn't have time to wait for his reaction. I had an appointment at Massive Enterprises. It was 4 a.m. now. A clear sky pouring cold moonlight down on the deserted stucco that housed Massive Enterprises Incorporated. The outside door was open. Steve Albright's office was locked. It opened on the third key. I tried. I snapped the overhead light on. Everything just as I remembered it. I opened the desk and found what I wanted. When Steve Albright had said that Massive Enterprises consisted of himself, he was almost right. The health food sideline was in the name of Martha Highgate. I used the phone to raise the line. Tried every place I thought he might be. Then tried the office of the Detective Bureau.
Yeah, Anthony J. Line, Detective Bureau. Anthony J.
Me,
Line.
Fatso.
Oh, Jeffrey, my boy. I've been trying to locate
What'd you get on Banyan?
That's what I wanted to tell you. I picked up his trail at the 7 Club.
He was with Jerry Shoulder.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I just talked to Banyan.
I'm not surprised, Jeffrey. I took his girl away from him.
Jerry Shoulder?
Yes, when they came out of the club, Banyan went to get his car. I spoke to Miss Shoulder and told her she was in great danger. Showed my credentials, and she came with me.
With you?
Yes. Oh, she's a very nice girl, my boy. She said she's had to go around with Banyan. He practically forced her to accompany him.
Where's Jerry Shoulder now?
Well, she was here at the office up until an hour ago. We had a midnight bite of wheat and quite a nice chat.
She's gone?
Well, I was out getting a drink of water, and when I came back, she was gone.
Anything else on Banyan?
Oh, yes. There is no Banyan.
Come again?
Banyan is just one of the aliases taken by a hoodlum whose real name is Highgate.
Highgate? And he has an older sister named Martha.
Yes, but how...
That's all I needed. Thanks, Lion. It began to make sense. When Banyan saw Jerry Shoulder had run out on him, he phoned downtown to Mungo, had Mungo check her apartment. That's where I found him. I looked through Albright's desk and found Martha Highgate's address. It was the Rondo Hotel. When I got there, the room clerk was smiling.
Room 405, Regan, but you won't find Martha Highgate up there.
Who will I find?
Smooth day. Must be a friend. Had a bottle and some ice cubes sent up just a little while ago. Celebrating.
Celebrating?
Wearing a bathing suit.
I went upstairs and knocked on the door. I waited. Then I felt the knob turn in my hand. The door opened. And there, in a tight-fitting bathing suit, stood...
Come in, Mr. Regan.
Hey, wait a minute. You're not Jerry Shoulder.
Come in, Mr. Regan.
The room was dim, in pink light. There was a rosy globe hanging down from the ceiling. A phonograph was playing. And the woman was the bathing beauty's wardrobe mistress, Martha Highgate.
Drink, Mr. Regan?
No, thanks, lady.
Oh, don't you like me? Just a little.
I'll like you more after we talk.
Do you like me in this light? See, I kept my figure young, Mr. Regan.
You can't cheat Father Time with a pink light, lady.
My hair looks almost black if you don't stand too close. It's long, Mr. Regan.
You even had the bellboy fooled with that bathing suit and your hair down, Mother.
I'm Jerry Shoulder now.
It'll take more than wishing to give you what she has, lady.
Maybe a little drink will improve your eyesight.
No one's eyesight's too good in a darkened bedroom, Martha.
Bedroom?
You loved Steve Albright, didn't you, Martha?
Love Steve? Oh, sure, and he loves me.
Yeah, he did all right by you, too. Made you part of Massive Enterprises, gave you a cut of the profits. But that wasn't enough. You wanted him.
I've got him.
Oh, no, lady. Somebody's got him now, but not you.
Not Jerry Shoulder.
Steve Albright is dead.
Dead?
One thing, lady, you didn't know that Steve and Jerry were married.
Stephen? Jerry?
Yeah, you should have turned that bedroom light on before you threw that acid.
What do you mean?
Jerry was on a date tonight with your brother.
No.
You killed Steve Albright, her husband.
Steve?
You made certain with a gun. But you couldn't stand the thought of Jerry Shoulder looking beautiful even in death. So you used acid, too.
I can use this gun again, Mr. Regan.
Oh, no, you won't use it again, Martha. You're a one-time gal. You won't kill again.
Don't try me.
Give me that gun, Martha.
Stand back.
Give it to me.
All right.
The muzzle blast was hot on my face. But Martha was still a poor hand with a gun. The bullet went wild, and I had her by the arms, tight.
Get your hands off her, Regan.
Banyan.
Oh, honey, I knew you'd come. I knew you wouldn't let me take him.
All right, give me the gun, Regan. One inside your coat, too. That's right.
You won't get away with this, Banyan.
What's Regan doing here, sis?
Shoot him. Kill him, honey.
What's Regan doing in your room?
Well, he was going to take me in for killing Steve Albright. But now you won't let him. You won't let him, will you, honey?
Why the bathing suit?
She went up there to kill Jerry's shoulder, Banyan.
Why the bathing suit?
I'm as beautiful as she is.
Jealousy, Banyan. Your sister wanted Steve, but he fell for Jerry.
How about it, sis?
I wish now they'd been together tonight. I didn't know they were married. I'd have killed both of them. That's why I threw Jerry at you, honey. You wanted her, and I wanted to get rid of her. Oh, gee, I'm glad you showed up, honey. Now, come on, kill Regan. Come on, shoot Regan.
No. That's not the way it's going to be. All right, Regan, here's your gun.
What?
Thanks, Banyan.
What are you doing? You're my brother. You can't do that. You can't turn me in.
You don't need to worry about Martha, Regan.
No, I can't.
So Jerry was married. Well, all that's over for me. But you tried to kill her, Martha. So I'm turning you in myself.
No, you can't. That'll hurt me. You're my brother. Yes,
The woman in the
my
bathing
brother.
suit, flattered with a rosy light, allowed her brother to take her by the arm and lead her from the room. Banyan delivered his sister to Candid down at Homicide. But to make sure, I followed Banyan's car all the way. Too bad about Banyan. Jerry was the only good thing that ever happened to him in his life. But it happened too late. Anyway, Candid finally found the scared Jerry shoulder, released Banyan's sidekick, Mungo, and that put a period. It was 10 in the morning when I checked in at the office. The lion was singing.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
Oh, nature boy.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Still packing away the wheat, Fatso?
Oh, yes. Notice how much weight I've lost already, my boy. You know, this morning I saw my cheekbones for the first time in years.
Oh, eyes sunken, color gray.
Jeffrey, I've never felt so healthy. I've been eating nothing but golden grains of patented wheat.
Patented?
Patented. You know, Miss Shoulder eats nothing but health foods, Jeffrey. Last night she recommended a health food restaurant where we might have lunch. The Grated Garbanzo Grotto.
Fine.
It serves nothing but the finest dried soybeans.
Good.
Yes. Raw cabbage.
Delicious.
Delicious. Choice beech bark.
Yummy.
Yummy.
Yeah, I knew you weren't touching any other kind of food.
Oh, health foods, Jeffrey. Nature's boon to mankind.
That's why I turned down the invitation for you.
Morted mango. Invitation? What invitation?
Of course, I'm going.
You're going where?
Candid's barbecue out at his place. You were invited, but I knew you wouldn't be interested.
Barbecue?
No, you wouldn't want hot buttered corn.
Corn?
Rich Caesar salad.
Salad.
Mounds of golden brown French fried potatoes.
Oh.
Steaks 4 inches thick. So long, Lion.
Jeffrey, wait for me!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and Gilbert Thomas, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Frank Graham as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, reminding you that Jeff Regan will be back next week, transcribed. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist, whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Miss Helen Riley. From her vast knowledge of the field of mystery, Miss Riley has selected a fast-moving taut drama by Maurice Zimm. And now we present William Zuckert in Return Trip. Our scene, a small, plainly furnished hospital room, late at night. The patient, a man in his late 30s, is flat on his back, staring up with pain-filled eyes at the ceiling. He raises his head slowly as the door to his room is opened.
Nurse?
Yes, there's someone to see you.
Yeah?
This is Superintendent Andrews of the State Institution.
Oh. What have you got there?
I've set up a recording machine out in the hall. Careful with the wire, nurse, when you close the door.
The doctor said not to keep him.
Yes, I'll make it as brief as possible. You may go now, nurse.
Very well.
Do you, mind if I hook this microphone at the head of the bed?
Suit yourself, fella.
Well, it was a choice between a recording machine and a stenographer, and I figured that in your condition,
Well, who said I was beefing? Go on, ask. Ask your questions.
I have only one question. What happened?
You mean I can tell this in my own way? It's great. Had an uncle once, you know, that was a writer. He wouldn't have gone near this kind of a story, though, with a 10-foot pen. No, he went in for happy endings. Uncle Mort wouldn't even have liked the beginning of this story. It's kind of dreary-like up there at the asylum that afternoon. There'd been quite a snowfall the week before, and as far as the eye could see, everything was a dirty gray, like a corpse that's been waiting too long for the undertaker. Well, around 4 o'clock, it got so dark the lights had to be turned on in the institution. Then the wind started moaning like a lonely banshee. Fine day for a murder, as the fella said. Well, there were 3 passengers sitting in the bus when I went outside for the return trip. 2 men and a woman. Maybe I ought to call her a girl, 'cause she wasn't much more than that. Anyway, these 3 passengers all had return tickets, and I went down the aisle collecting them.
Driver, how soon do we start?
Right away, miss.
We're 2 minutes late already. These little jerkwater bus lines never keep to their schedules. Now we'll never get out of these mountains before that blizzard lets loose.
Can I have your ticket, please, mister?
You really think there'll be a storm?
Can't fail. Lady, when they have snow up in these godforsaken mountains. But this morning on the bus coming up, a man was telling me about the time...
The windbag was sitting right across the aisle from the girls, 2nd row from the front. Halfway back in the bus sat the 3rd passenger, all huddled up in his overcoat. He didn't open his trap. Well, that was the picture as we swung out onto the highway for the return trip. And this guy in back of me seemed to be itchy to start a conversation with somebody as soon as we got rolling.
Might as well get acquainted, miss. 50 miles before we get to civilization. John Willard's the name. I said...
Oh, beg your pardon. Were you speaking to me?
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I was thinking of...
Oh, sure. Sure, these visits to the institution, always depressing, aren't they?
This is my first time.
Oh? Some friend?
My husband.
Oh. That's too bad. I hope... What's that?
Some kind of siren.
Yeah, that's the asylum alarm, all right.
Well, that means he...
One of the inmates must be playing hide and seek with the Kiefers. That happens every once in a while.
Gosh, what if it's my brother?
Oh? Is he the busting out kind?
Well, it sort of upsets him to see one of the family, but then we don't come to see him, and it upsets him even more.
I see what you mean.
Do they always catch them?
Well, they tell me the place has never lost a customer yet.
A moment ago, I was praying that it wasn't Jim. But now I don't know, even if they had to. Well, it would be better than seeing him as he was today. Anything would be better than seeing him.
Hey, that's a police siren.
Sounds like they're almost on top of us. Yeah, there they are.
Look out, they're going to pass us.
That's nothing. They're flagging me down. All right, now just keep your seats, everybody.
Guards.
With rifles.
We're looking for somebody.
Yeah, we heard the asylum alarm and...
Seen anyone along the road?
No, not even a jackrabbit.
Officer, who is it you...
Gregg, Steve Gregg.
Oh.
That's a relief.
Holly, take yourself a walk down the aisle. Keep your rifle ready when you look behind those back seats.
Are you kidding?
Hey, when was this coming out party?
I don't know. Maybe as much as a couple of hours ago.
Does this Gregg have a gun?
I can't guarantee he hasn't. But it was a file that sprung him. A tiny steel file. Must have been working away at the bar since the day he was committed, a month ago.
His stay was short.
Nobody back here?
Now check the gents for identification. I know how it is, driver. Can't take chances.
Of course not. Here's mine.
Okay. I didn't really mean that.
Your name, Frank Keniston? You can read, can't you? Friendly cuss, ain't you?
You know, that's the first peep that passenger has let out. I was beginning to think he was a deaf mute.
Yeah. Well, here, driver, you can have this stuff back.
Oh, thanks.
What about you, mister?
It's okay, Holly. His name's John Willard. I checked his identification.
Okay, Doc. Come on, then, let's cram. We gotta find Gregg before he finds anybody.
Yeah. Driver, you can turn around and go back.
Go back?
Go back why?
Look, this Gregg is a killer. A ruthless, senseless killer. What I mean is, when the mood strikes him, he strikes.
Well, what's that got to do with us turning back?
Didn't I tell you this guy kills even without reason? Now he's got plenty of reason. He's got to get out of these mountains, but quick. If he's down the road, there are a lot of ways he could stop a bus. I say turn back.
But that blizzard's liable to break any minute. We could be snowbound up here for days. If I had to spend even one night in that institution, so help me, they'd have to keep me there. Listen, driver.
Now, just a second, Mr. Willard. You're just one passenger. There are three. What about you, miss?
Well, whatever you say.
Mr. Keniston?
I say keep going.
That settles it.
Hurry up, Dan.
No, wait. What does this killer Gregg look like?
Height about 5'10", weight about 165.
Dark hair, brown eyes, 37 years old. Denton, get the lead out of your britches.
But I still think they
We warned them, didn't we? Now, if they meet up with him, it's their funeral.
Yeah. Well, we can take care of ourselves, fellas. Well, after the guards left, I really set that buster rolling. Out of the mirror up above the driver's seat, I could see that the girl was plenty scared, but she had nerve, I'll say that for her. Willard, the windbag across the aisle from her, gave up trying to draw her into a conversation. And as for the third passenger, Keniston, sitting halfway toward the back, he kept acting like a clam afraid of losing its oyster. Might as well have had lockjaw, if you get what I mean. Well, we hadn't gone more than another mile or two before the wind started to rise. Kept it up until you'd have thought all the devils in hell were trying to break loose. Got black as the inside of a tomb until the snow started to fall. But with that wind whipping it around, it didn't exactly fall. It was a real howling blizzard.
This is getting on my nerves. What have we got here anyway? A collection of zombies? Somebody say something.
Well, I was just going to say...
You were going to say the weather is rotten.
Yeah, and she can say that again.
No, that isn't what I was going to say.
No? Hurrah! That'll give us 2 topics of conversation. We'll save the weather for later. Oh, go ahead, lady. I can't think of a better antidote for the screaming Mimis right now than your voice.
It occurred to me why the guards asked for identification.
Yeah?
The description of Killer Greg. 5'10", 165 pounds. Dark hair, brown eyes, 37 years old.
So what?
It's a remarkable thing. That description would fit you, Mr. Willard.
Oh?
And Mr. Keniston.
What's that? Me?
And, for that matter, the driver.
Say, now look. Hey, come to think of it, all 3 of us could fit that description.
So could a million other men. Forget it. Forget it. Hey, Keniston, what's eating you anyway? First you sit back there like a mummy, then when you finally do one... I don't happen to feel like talking. Yeah? Well, personally, the more I think of what she said, the more remarkable it becomes.
Yeah. She's got something there.
Only remarkable isn't the word.
Mr. Willard, what are you thinking?
This man, Greg, may be insane, but he's not dumb. Oh, no. Put yourself in his place. He knows he hasn't got a ghost of a chance making his getaway in that hospital clothing, see? So he borrows the wardrobe and identification of some stranger. You follow me?
We're way ahead of you, Willard.
It wouldn't be difficult for a killer.
Say not. But that still isn't the end of his problem, see? He's fighting against time. He's got to get out of these godforsaken mountains down to civilization before they can throw a noose around the whole area. And he knows that if he's brought back alive, he'll be wearing a straitjacket until he's as old as Methuselah.
Well, you've got quite an imagination, Willard.
Thanks. Now, the odds that Greg will be able to get himself transportation are mighty slim, except for this bus line. So let's suppose...
Yeah, you got a great imagination, all right. You got it all figured out. It's a bit too pat, if you ask me. Remember, please, you're the one who was so dead set against turning back.
Really, Keniston? Well, I'll leave it to the lady here and the driver. Do I look insane? Well?
Search me.
There were times, long periods of time, when Jim didn't either. It's my husband, I mean. That was the terrible part of it. He would be just like the old days, and we'd be so happy together, and then all of a sudden, without warning,
It's Keniston's been acting crazy, not me. I'll bet it wouldn't take a half a dozen psychiatrists to prove that he...
Hey, an avalanche! It's coming down on us! Hold on!
After the avalanche struck, I sat there gripping the steering wheel, sort of stunned. And there wasn't a sound except for the wind. And it was muffled by the snow barrier that packed us in. Even on the far side, the bus was buried up to the middle of the windows. Well, all this was only a matter of seconds, I suppose. And then suddenly the quiet was broken by the most gosh-awful racket. It was as if somebody had up and given the signal for my passengers to go completely crazy.
Get me out of here!
Now, take it easy, will you?
Get me out of here!
Look out, Willard's got an axe.
The axe! Take it away from me!
Let go of it, Willard. Let go of that axe. Well, that's it.
He's the one. He's the one.
Lucky I saw him grab the fire axe from up on the rack. It's what the district attorney likes to call a lethal weapon.
And then some. Step back, he's coming too.
Yeah, tie him up.
Here, you'll find a rope in the dashboard compartment. Get it for me, huh?
Driver, I'll report you for this.
You will, huh?
I was going to smash a window so we could get out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Sure. What'd you think? Oh, so that's it.
Here's a rope, driver.
Please, here, you can't do that. You can't tie me up, you fools. I'm not Killer Greg.
Maybe he isn't.
Maybe. But like the guard says, we can't take chances. Now, if you're innocent, mister, you can prove it to the authorities.
If we ever live that long. Have you forgotten that we're trapped here by an avalanche in a blizzard that could go on and on and on?
Just the same.
Stop. This is ridiculous.
What do you mean, miss?
Well, it's just that there's no proof that Killer Greg is on this bus.
Well, if you put it that way,
It's all my fault, and I'm very sorry. My only excuse is that I was so upset by seeing Jim, my husband.
I still say that...
No. We've got to start acting like rational human beings. You let poor Mr. Willard up from that floor.
Thanks, lady.
All right. But I'm warning you, Willard, no funny stuff.
Snap out of it, driver. We've got to get out of this mess. Hand me that axe.
Do I look that dumb?
All right, then use it yourself. Smash a window so we can crawl out.
Willard, what makes you think the windows won't open?
Huh?
Then open one.
What for? To let in the blizzard?
But we've got to get out of here.
Not me. Take a bear to make even a city block in that blizzard.
But we can't stay here.
Why not? We're not freezing yet.
Driver's right. Our best chance is to sit pat until the storm lets up.
But what if it doesn't?
If and when the weather clears, we can send out a party for help, huh?
Yeah, or maybe a road clearing crew will come to our rescue.
Yes. I suppose that's the sane thing to do. Wait here.
Well, how about you, Willard? You also decided to do the sane thing?
I don't like that crack, Keniston. One more like
Now, look, we're not starting that again. That's going to be a long night. We might just as well make ourselves comfortable and try to get some sleep.
Sleep?
Cut it out. Miss, you take the back seat. That's the only one that runs the full width of the bus. You can use your lap robe for a quilt, huh?
All right, driver. I want to apologize again to everyone for the way I behaved. Casting suspicion.
Forget it. Need any help?
No, thanks. I don't know what came over me, starting that idiotic talk. Please What?
What's the matter?
Why are you staring at the floor? Well, say something.
Look.
A file.
Tiny steel file.
One that...
After the avalanche hit, there was a mad scramble. One of you lost it then. One of you is Greg. Killer Greg! Let me out of there! Let me out of there!
Well, we just let her wear herself out, kicking and banging on the door. Nobody said a word. Willard and Keniston just stared at me and at each other. By and by, the girls stopped her fussing to stand and stare at the three of us in rotation. Would have made your flesh crawl. And outside, the blizzard was getting worse, if possible. Finally, I reached into the watch pocket of my pants and brought out the old timepiece.
What time is it?
Broke the crystal. Still says 4:15.
It's 5:30. It's only an hour and a half since we started out. Only an hour and a half.
5:30 in the afternoon. And at the very best, we're stuck until morning.
14, 16 hours.
Might as well be forever.
Now, look, miss, we just got to make the best of it. I still think you ought to go back to the rear seat.
And sleep?
If you can, yeah.
Willard, the driver, and myself will be keeping a rather close eye on each other in the light of recent developments. You'll be all right, especially if you take that axe away from the driver.
Huh?
Let her have it for her protection.
Sure, let her have it.
Yes, you give it to me.
Okay. You, holding on to the file, too?
Of course she is. The file could also be a lethal weapon.
Well, she took the axe and the file back to the rear seat with her, and we all sat down to wait. Have you ever fought against sleep? With the cold numbing you and the wind lulling you? You know, sometimes even the fear of sudden death can't win against those odds. Time and time again, the girl's eyes would close just for a second. Then they stayed closed longer, and her head nodded and her body slumped over against the corner of the seat. I got up and started down the aisle.
Where you going?
Shh, Keniston, can't you see she's asleep?
Where you going?
Her lap robe slipped to the floor. I was going to pick it up and cover her so she wouldn't freeze. Any objections?
I'll do it.
Oh, no, you won't, Keniston. Go ahead, driver.
Hey, you see, Keniston, Willard thinks I should do it. That makes it 2-1.
Help me! Help me with this wildcat! Get that file away from me before she jabs my eyes out!
She was like a devil on a pinwheel. I was lucky to tear loose before she did any more than nick me about the face. Afterwards, when Willard told her what I was up to, she apologized, but I didn't go near her again all the rest of that night. Well, about 5 o'clock, the blizzard stopped, and at 7, the sun managed to break through. We held a council of war.
We can't send out for help.
Why not?
Don't you see, Mr. Willard? If we split up the men, whichever of you is Greg would have too good an opportunity. Whether he goes or stays.
Well, you could go. Alone.
I'd never make it.
We could all go together. How about that, driver?
Well, I'd rather stick with the bus, Keniston. But before we decide anything, let's get out and look around. We got a window open on the far side of the bus and crawled through, the girl first. She was still clutching the axe and the file.
Come here and look. Another few yards and we'd have escaped the avalanche entirely. We can shovel our way out. I'm sure we can.
Well, there were 2 shovels in the tool compartment at the tail guard of the bus. That only let 2 men shovel at a time, with the 3rd man getting a breather meanwhile. And it took a lot of shoveling.
What's the matter, driver? Did you hurt your hand?
Nothing much. Feels good just to take off these stiff leather gloves.
Looks to me like you've got some blisters on that right hand. Thumb and first 2 fingers.
Say, Keniston, are you shoveling or talking? We'll never get out of here at this rate.
Yeah, it's your turn anyway. I'm tired.
Not as tired as Willard looks. I'll relieve him.
No, that's all right. I can keep going yet for a while.
Okay, then, Keniston.
Here.
Let me take a turn. I know I won't be much help, but I can at least try.
No, you're a mounting guard. I'm sure you could do as well as Keniston. Where is Keniston?
Why?
Keniston was making a mad dash through the snow. Willard dropped his shovel and tore after him. I yelled for Willard to let him go, but I don't think he even heard me. For a while, it looked like Keniston was going to make it, but then he floundered and fell in the snowdrift. And before he could get underway again, Willard nailed him.
You'll stay put for a while.
What did you do? Knock him out?
What else was there to do?
Is he? Oh.
I knew all the time it was Keniston.
You think his running away proves it?
It's the same as if he'd confessed. He knew it was his last and only chance.
What are we going to do with him now?
Tie him up. And we're getting him and the bus out of here. Say, I wonder if there's a reward.
In no time at all, we had the bus clear and headed for civilization. Those snow-covered mountain roads weren't exactly my idea of a speedway, but I gave the motor the gun. Willard and the girl didn't take their eyes off Keniston. I kept watching him, too, out of the mirror over the driver's seat. He looks like he's coming to.
Don't worry, driver. Those knots I made in the rope won't give. Besides, I'm keeping the axe handy just in case.
He's opening his eyes.
Watch him now. Watch him.
Yeah, watch me. And listen to me, too.
Shut up, Keniston, or I'll stop this bus and put you out for good.
Not before I've had my say. Willard, you too, lady. Why do you think I tried to make a break for it?
That's easy.
You're killer, Greg.
You fools. You blind, stupid fools. Was it my watch that had its crystal smashed at 3:45 yesterday afternoon?
So it was mine. So what?
At 4:15 yesterday afternoon, Killer Greg waylaid the real driver of this bus and took his place.
What?
Oh, no.
That's how the crystal came to be broken.
Shut up, Kennison. You can't talk your way out of this.
It could be a coincidence.
Sure. Ah, that's what I thought, too. A coincidence. Until I noticed the blisters on the thumb and first 2 fingers of the right hand. A file would make blisters like that, a file held in the right hand of Killer Greg.
Look at him. It's true.
Greg! Greg! Don't come a step closer, any of you. You make the slightest move, I'll crash the whole lot of us.
Don't do it, Greg. Stop the bus. We won't do anything.
It was a perfect plan. It had to work. Oh, if only that avalanche hadn't come along. Well, I'll still make it. I'll still make it, even if I have to kill us. They're turned! Look out for that train! You got all I said on your recording machine, huh, Super? You got it all, huh? Yeah, I'm right back where I started from. The asylum. Anyway, I outlived those 3. I outlived those 3, didn't I, Super? Killer Greg, that's me. Killer Greg.
And so the curtain falls on Return Trip, which was chosen by guest expert Helen Riley, whose latest thriller is Staircase 4. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a woman who awakened from a nightmare to find reality even more frightening, as selected for your approval by one of America's leading detective writers. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
Return Trip was written by Maurice Zimm. In our cast were William Zuckert, Ann Shepard, Roger DeCoban, Frank Behrens, and Alan Manson. Music in our program is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. All characters in this week's story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons living or dead was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the world's largest network serving more than 500 stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
National Insurance Company, good morning.
Mr. Adams, please.
Mr. Adams, one moment, please.
Adams speaking.
Yes, Mr. Adams, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Mr. Adams. This is John Rodney.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Where are you calling from?
Terre Haute this time, but I got here too late. Jim Gary worked here all right, but that was 3 years ago.
Oh, too bad. Any idea where he went, though?
Seems he went on from here to Birmingham. He must have still had the jewels with him. They never turned up here. I'll phone you again from Birmingham. Hello, Mr. Adams. This is Rodney in Birmingham.
Oh, yes, Rodney. Any luck?
Well, he's not in Birmingham, but he was 6 months ago. Seems he was mixed up in a shooting here similar to the killing in Omaha 6 years ago.
Another jewel case, eh?
No, not this time. No jewels were taken.
Well, where to now, or are you giving up?
I'm never going to give up, Mr. Adams. I'll find him.
But how will you know him when you do? You still have no positive identification.
Well, I may get it. I just found out that he had a grandmother in Greensboro. If she's still alive, maybe she can tell me something about him. I'll phone you again from there. Hello, Mr. Adams?
Yes?
This is Rodney in Greensboro.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Did you find Jim Gary's grandmother?
Yeah, I found her all right.
Good.
But she couldn't tell me much about him. She's old, very feeble, practically can't see.
I hope you didn't tell her that her grandson is wanted for robbery and murder.
No, I couldn't. I said I was an old school friend of his. And we got a break, Mr. Adams. She gave me a picture of him.
A picture. That's the one thing we've needed all these years. Good work, Rodney.
Thanks. But that isn't all. His grandmother says the last she heard of him, he was in New York. She thinks he's still there. I'm taking a plane out of here this afternoon. I think I'll find him at last, Mr. Adams.
It won't be easy, Rodney. New York is a big city.
Yeah, but I got Jim Gary's picture now. And I've trailed him for 5 years without it. If he isn't in New York, I'll find him somewhere else. I'll never give up.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Jody, I have to hide behind that newspaper all afternoon. Can't you talk to me a little? I'm lonesome.
What do you mean you're lonesome, Jean? Don't I sit home with you all day?
Yeah, with a newspaper in front of your face. That's charming, isn't it? You read all day and you're never home at night.
No? Wasn't that too bad? What do we do for money if I stayed home 24 hours a day? Where do you think your clothes come from? The 5 and 10?
It,
the kind of work I do pays good money, and I do a good job, too.
All right.
Where was I? Hey, there's something in the paper here about the job I did night before last.
Yes, I know. I saw it. An old man was killed in that fire, Joe.
So? Was that my fault?
You set the fire.
Come here, you.
Joe, let go of me.
I ought to do more than slap you. And I will next time you say that out loud.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to.
You don't mean to do a lot of things.
Look, Joe, I don't have to take a beating from you. I know too much about you, who you are and where you're from.
You.
Don't you hit me again, Joe, ever. You're a professional firebug and a murderer, and I can prove it, too. I can tell the police all about you and your past.
Let me tell you something about your future, baby. You're the only one in the world who knows who I really am, and that's no good. I'd forget it if I were you, and quick. Before people forget you ever lived, baby.
Get that alarm box number, will you, Bill?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Probably not for us. But you can never tell where that firebug's going to strike next.
It's Box 234, Lieutenant. Not in our district. Wonder if the police will ever catch that nut, Lieutenant, huh?
I think they will. There's a man killed in that fire night before last. He'll get the guy who set that fire and get him for murder, too.
Well, I sure hope to get him soon. Hey, look who's coming into the firehouse. It's our old friend Blackie.
And my friend Mary Wesley. Hello there, fool.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Wesley, how are you? It's been so long since you and Blackie been down here, I was afraid maybe you preferred police headquarters.
Oh, there's more excitement here, but more fun down there when Inspector Faraday starts talking. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Blackie. Miss Wesley.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, the phone, Bill. Get it, will you?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Having a lot of trouble with that firebug, Lieutenant?
Yeah, plenty, Blackie. But the police won't let him run loose long.
I hope not.
What? Yeah, you bet. Hey, Lieutenant, fire in a rooming house at 624 Kenneth Street. Big one.
Bill, ring the verbal alarm button. So long, Miss Wesley. Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here. So long, Lieutenant. So long, Blackie.
Hey, Lieutenant, the alarm was sent in from box 454. That's in the corner near 624 Kenneth Street, all right?
Well, let's get out.
All right, you guys.
Come on, get a move on you, fellas. Driver at 624 Kenneth Street. Wow. Outside and stop traffic. Quick. Smith, turn on that mouse light. Come on, get out. Get out.
Blackie, why do we have to stop by your apartment when it would be much more fun going by that fire on Kenner Street?
There are 3 reasons, Mary. It's against the law to follow fire engines. I have to pick up my mail, and we have a theater date in 45 minutes.
Oh, but I just love fires.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. You want the firebug they're looking for, are you?
Well,
No, on second thought, you don't look at... Say, what's this on the floor?
looks like a piece of paper.
It's not only a piece of paper, it's a note. From the doorman that just went off duty.
Harry doesn't trust anyone with messages for you, does he? What's this one about?
It doesn't seem to be anything important. Mr. John Rodney was here to see me. He says I can get in touch with him at 624 Kenneth Street.
Who's John Rodney?
I don't know. Never heard of him. There's certainly something familiar about that address. 624 Kenneth Street.
Blackie, that's where the fire is.
That's right, Mary. Huh. There's a fire at 624 Kenneth Street, and I get a note to meet a man at that address. The coincidence is a little too much.
Too much what?
Too much coincidence. And too much to ignore. Come on, Mary. We're going to that fire.
But I thought it was against the law.
It is, but if the police say anything, we'll tell them that they were there by invitation.
Here comes the salvage crew, Inspector Faraday. A lot it'll have to salvage, Lieutenant. That house is just about gone. Yeah, I'm afraid it is, Inspector. Probably another arson job, too. I wouldn't doubt it. We've got to get that firebug and get him fast. Sure wish we could. This is the 5th fire in the last 2 weeks. And in every one, the building's been almost a total loss. Yeah, and in that fire the night before last, a man died. Any fatalities this time? Not that we know of yet. This was a rooming house. The landlord gave us a list of boarders. Yeah. So far, they all been accounted for, with the exception of... Hey, who's in that car just pulled up? I don't know, but he better get out of here. Hey, you, keep moving. Get that car out of here before...
Faraday, at last they've got you directing traffic.
Blackie, no, it can't be. Blackie, don't I have enough trouble now?
You know that much?
No.
Now, don't burn up, Faraday. The fire department is busy enough already. Hello there, Lieutenant.
Hello, Blackie. Beat it, Blackie.
Oh, no, Inspector. Mary and I have an invitation to this fire, and she decided to watch it from the car.
Well, you watch it from your car, too. Only park it on the other side of town.
Oh, now, Faraday, you wouldn't spoil any fun of mine, would you? I just love fire engines. It's all right with you if I hang around, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I suppose so. Nothing to see anymore, though, Blackie. We have the fire about under control.
Why did you have Faraday here, Lieutenant? Just for laughs?
You know very well why I'm here, Blackie. There's a firebug loose in this town, and a man was killed in that fire the night before last. So I'm looking for a killer. Who invited you here?
Well, Faraday, somebody left me a note telling me to come to this address.
The firebug sent it, I suppose.
No, I doubt that. It was from a man named John Rodney. Do you know him?
No. Blackie, did you say John Rodney?
Yes, he lived here, didn't he?
This was a boarding house. A lot of people lived here. And one of them was a John Rodney. I have a list of all the tenants in the building. They're all accounted for except one. And the only one missing is John Rodney.
Police department.
Let me speak to the officer in charge. Hurry.
What do you want to speak to him about, lady?
It's important. It's about those fires.
Huh? The one set by the firebug?
Yes. Now may I speak to him, please?
Just a minute, lady. I'll connect you with the head of the homicide department, Inspector Faraday. Yes?
Inspector Faraday, this is Jean Marsh. I know who's setting those fires, and I have proof, too.
Yeah? How do you know all these things?
Well, there isn't time to tell you. Come to 1414 Well Road, and I'll...
Oh. You'll what?
Well, I'll explain all about it. You see, it's not as simple as you think.
Look, you know who the firebug is, or don't you?
Yes, I mean, no, not exactly. I'm not sure. I'll have to think it over a little more. Goodbye.
Hello, Jean.
Hello, Joe. I didn't hear you come in.
I know you didn't.
You been here long?
Long enough.
Joe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry. So am I. I'm sorry you got something to be sorry about. You were calling the cops about me, weren't you?
Yes, but I didn't...
I heard what you told them. And believe me, you're going to be plenty sorry I did, baby.
And now back to Boston Blackie. John Rodney, insurance investigator, uncovers a picture of fugitive Jim Gary and feels that his 5-year search for the culprit is nearing an end. On his arrival in New York, he takes a room at 624 Kenner Street, then sends a note to Boston Blackie to meet him at that address. A firebug is loose in the city, however, and by the time Blackie gets to 624 Kenner Street, the rooming house is in flames, and Rodney is missing. It is the next morning now, and as we return to our story, the missing Rodney is phoning his own office.
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Yes, this is Adams.
This is Rodney, Mr. Adams, reporting from New York.
Oh, yes, Rodney. How are things going? Any trace of Jim Gary?
Well, not exactly. I want to report that I've been burned out of my room at 624 Kenner Street.
Burned out?
Yeah, last night the whole house went up in flames. Oh, I'm okay. Only I got a tough break about Gary's picture.
What do you mean? What's happened to the picture?
Well, it was lost in the fire.
What?
Definitely lost. My papers and extra clothing along with it.
Well, better send me a report on the fire in as much detail as you can. We'll want it for the files.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've just finished typing it up. I'll mail it to you this afternoon.
Good. Well, keep me posted, Rodney.
And don't worry, Mr. Adams. Picture or no picture, I'll get Jim Gary.
Well, good
Come
luck
in.
to you, Rodney.
Thanks, Mr. Adams. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes?
I'm Boston Blackie. You sent for me, Mr. Rodney?
Oh, yeah, I did, but that was yesterday.
I know, but there was a fire at your address last night, and you weren't at home. And it's taken me until now to find you.
Well, glad that you did. I was just about to call you.
Oh, then you still want to see me, huh?
Well, I just wanted to explain that note of last night. You see, I did have a reason to talk to you then. I had a photograph I wanted to show you.
A photograph? Well, why did you want to show it to me?
Well, I understand you know almost everybody in this town, and I had a picture of a fellow, Jim Gary, wanted in Omaha for murder and robbery 6 years ago.
But why can't you show me the picture now?
It was lost in the fire last night.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
You don't know how bad. It was my only clue to his identity. The only picture, too.
Don't the police have his fingerprints?
No. And I'm not working with the police. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh.
The police gave up the murder trail 5 years ago, but the jewels Gary stole have never shown up.
I see. You think he stashed them somewhere?
Yeah, we're sure that he has. And we're trying to recover them for the claim we paid on them.
And you've been trying for 5 years?
Ever since I've been with the company. And just when I might have been near him, that firebug sets my rooming house ablaze. What a break.
Well, what makes you think the firebug set that fire?
Well, the police think it was the work of a firebug. Don't you?
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it was Jim Gary.
Huh. Hey, it could be, yeah. I got to town only yesterday, but I did ask a few questions around. Say, maybe one of Gary's cronies got to him and told him I was here with a picture.
And he set fire to your rooming house to destroy the picture. It's very simple.
Yeah, you're right, Blackie. I'd better put that in the report I'm making to my company. I want them to be as convinced as I am that I'm close to Gary now. I don't want them to tell me to quit after 5 years.
You're not blaming the firebug in your report, then, but Jim Gary.
Yeah. Would you like to see my report?
Yes, it would.
Here it is.
Thanks. Uh-huh. Fire of obvious incendiary origin. Small frame house went fast. Fire started in second floor corridor just outside northwest room. Papers carrying stories of firebug at work in city. You're going to add the part about Gary, huh?
Yes, I am.
Well, still going to be a tough job finding Jim Gary, whatever he calls himself now. This is a big city.
I know that, Blackie, but I spent 5 years tracing that guy, and now I'm positive I've caught up with him. And I'm not leaving here either until he leaves with me.
Joe, what are you doing? Something wrong with your gun?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It works. I just want to be sure everything's okay when my car gets here.
Joe, couldn't
Relax, baby. Relax. Like I've been telling you, I heard what you told the cops on the phone. I just can't take any more chances with you. So when the car comes, we'll take a ride in the country.
Joe, you really mean it? You're really going to do this to me?
Sorry, baby, but I have to. I just can't trust you anymore. Right, there's the car now. Come on, get your hat on.
All right.
Wearing a cute one, huh?
Do you mind?
Wish you wouldn't. You look too pretty in it.
Huh? Then maybe...
It's not going to make any difference. Come on, now get your coat on and hurry.
I'm hurrying. Fast as I can.
Oh, yeah? You're taking your own sweet time.
Wouldn't you, in a spot like this?
No, I wouldn't. And I wouldn't take it as calm as you either. You sure are taking this calm. Yeah, I got to give you credit, baby. You really don't seem scared.
I'm not.
No? See this gun?
Uh-huh.
One wacky move, and I'll let you have it here, and we'll forget about the ride. Now, come on, you got your coat on. Let's go. And take that pocketbook of yours with you. I don't want it around here.
Joe,
come
please.
on, quit stalling.
Joe, you are serious. You are going to kill me.
You were serious when you called the cops. Come on, let's get it over with.
Sure, Joe. We'll get it over with right now.
What do you mean we'll get it over with? Oh. Gee, baby. That wasn't right. That's not the way I planned it. Where'd you get the gun?
From my pocketbook. The one you made me pick up.
Open up! Open up in there! This is Inspector Faraday.
Just a moment.
What's going on in here?
Oh. You got here a little too late, Inspector. There's your firebug lying on the floor. I think he's dead.
You shot him, huh?
With this gun. Here, take it.
Okay.
And take me with it. I was afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of what you'll do to me. You see, I killed him in self-defense.
Blackie, this is Jean Marsh.
How do you do, Miss Marsh?
She just shot and killed a man she claims is the firebug.
How do you know he was the firebug, Miss Marsh?
First, because he told me so, Blackie. But I knew it before he told me. I heard him talking on the phone, arranging to set the fires.
On the phone with whom?
The people who owned the buildings. They wanted the insurance money for their properties. And they paid him well.
Name the fires your husband set, Mrs. Marsh.
Well,
you were the firebug's wife?
Yes.
Oh.
I'd be his late wife if I hadn't had a gun in my purse.
Yes. We know all about that, Mrs. Marsh. Your self-defense plea will hold up. We found your husband with a gun still in his hand. Now, tell us what fires your husband set.
The one on Oak Street last week, that office building.
Uh-huh.
That abandoned hotel 2 nights later.
Yeah?
That garage on Sunday.
What about the one a couple of nights ago where that man was killed?
Yeah, he set that one, too. He even bragged about what a good job it was.
Mrs. Marsh, if you knew your husband was setting these fires last week, why did you wait until today to phone the police?
Well, he'd never killed anyone in a fire until the last one. Began to work on me, my husband a murderer. I couldn't let him go on and maybe kill someone else.
But you did let him set that fire at 624 Kenneth Street last night.
No, he didn't set that one.
How do you know?
Well, he wasn't working last night. He always told me when he did a job.
Your husband didn't set that fire on Kenneth Street last night?
That's what she said, Faraday.
Well, if he didn't, who did?
I know who did. Jim Gary.
Jim Gary? Who's he?
A man wanted for murder and robbery in Omaha 6 years ago, being sought by John Rodney, an insurance investigator.
The same John Rodney who had a room at Kenneth Street?
Mm-hmm. You know where he is now, don't you?
Sure. We found him in a hotel this morning. So this Gary set fire to that house on Kenneth Street. Why?
To destroy the only picture of Jim Gary in existence. Rodney had it in his room on Kenneth Street, and Gary knew it. Mrs. Marsh, your husband's real name wasn't Gary, was it?
No, Blackie. Marsh was his real name.
Are you sure?
Yes, I've known Joe since he was 16. We went to school together right here in the city. Joe never even been in Omaha.
It's too bad. For a minute, I thought I'd found Rodney's Jim Gary for him.
I don't know anyone in this town named Gary, or anyone in town wanted in Omaha for anything.
You wouldn't. But Gary's here, I'm positive. And so is Rodney. Now, if you...
Wait a minute. Yeah?
Inspector Faraday?
Yes?
This is Lieutenant Barnes of the fire department.
Oh, yes.
You asked for a report on that fire on Kenneth Street. Well, the building just cooled down enough for us to make an investigation.
Good. Did you find anything?
Nothing we didn't suspect in the first place. It was incendiary, all right. Started in the hallway on the second floor. No trace of who started it, though.
Okay, Chief. I've got some news for you, but I'll call you back. Thanks for the report.
No trouble. Bye.
Bye. Well, Blackie, the fire department finally got into that house on Kenneth Street and found out it was arson.
Yes, I had the conversation. Well, guess Rodney was right in his report. See you later.
Hey, Blackie, where are you going?
Well, all of a sudden, I know exactly where to find the man Rodney is looking for. Hello, Rodney.
Well, Blackie, come in.
Thanks.
What are you all smiles about?
I have some good news for you, Rodney.
Oh, you have? Oh, about Jim Gary?
I think so.
Well, it's nice to get some encouragement. Inspector Faraday down at headquarters says I'll never find Gary, even if I look for him another 5 years.
Faraday's been wrong about a lot of things, a lot of times.
Well, I know he's wrong about this. Oh, maybe I am sort of temporarily stopped by the loss of that picture in the fire last night, but I'll find Gary just the same, because I'm never going to stop looking for him.
I know you're not, Rodney, and I'm going to help you find him, too.
Well, thanks. I'd appreciate that. But maybe you'll run out of patience, Blackie. I may be looking for him for a long time.
You don't have to look for him, Rodney, because you're the man you're looking for. You're Jim Gary. Surprised?
Yeah.
Do you know how I know you're Jim Gary?
Do you know I am?
Yes. Now, I'll tell you how I know. That report on the fire you sent to your company. You revealed the origin of the fire in that report.
Yeah, I did.
Too bad you did, Rodney. Or maybe I should start calling you Gary now. Because you filed your report this morning, and it wasn't until this afternoon the building cooled off enough for the fire department to go into it.
Oh, I see.
No, I see. You had no way of knowing where that fire started unless you started it yourself. And I know why you started it yourself. To destroy the last bit of evidence that you were Jim Gary, the man you've been looking for.
You're very clever, Blackie. I want to congratulate
And
you.
I want to warn you, Gary, don't reach for anything, a gun, a knife, or anything to throw at me. This gun of mine throws bullets awful fast.
Really?
Yes. Just don't try anything.
No. I'm not going to try anything, Blackie. But I don't think I'm going anywhere with you.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
No, Blackie. I don't think so. You're right about everything but one. I'm not coming with you.
Oh, but you are.
Oh, Blackie, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've taken poison.
Gary. Gary. What a guy he must have been. He just couldn't stand being himself.
Blackie, my name is Adams. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh, yes, Adams. I think your man Rodney mentioned you a couple of times. You were his boss, I think.
Yes, I'm the one who gave him his job with the company. He was a clever man, Blackie.
Yes, he was. Getting a job, looking for himself, was a swell idea.
He was clever and he was patient. He waited almost a year and proved himself to be a good investigator before he asked to be put on the Jim Gary case. And he seemed to be so resourceful that we put him on that one case exclusively.
Getting that photograph of himself from his grandmother was certainly a stroke of genius. That was the last possible clue to his real identity. He didn't destroy it then because he was afraid his grandmother might report that she'd given him the picture.
Yes, that's right.
Were you suspicious when he reported that the picture had been lost in the fire?
Not a bit. I trusted the man implicitly. That man was a marvel, Blackie.
Yes, he was brilliant, all right. But like all men whose minds are twisted, Jim Gary couldn't take it when things were turned against him.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Taxi! Taxi! Among men who know locomotion best, it's Louis, 3-1.
Hello, Louis.
Hi, Mr. Templar. Climb in.
Thank you.
And whither can I waft you this beautiful evening?
Whither can you waft me? Louis, what's wrong?
Something has to be wrong before I use a poetical type speech.
No, but
There's a law which says cab drivers can't use good English.
Well, no, but
So, whither can I waft you?
Waft me to Spring Lake Road, if you please.
Spring Lake Road? I never heard of it. You've nothing better to do than go around making up new streets?
Louis, Spring Lake Road is in Westchester.
Good. Let it stay there.
Louis, I want to go there.
Why?
I've been invited to dinner by some friends.
The food tastes better in Westchester?
No, but my friends live there.
Okay.
Oh, please don't sulk, Louis. Lots of people live in Westchester.
Lots of people are crazy.
Westchester happens to be a very lovely place.
Full of trees, ain't it?
The trees are attractive.
To who? Apes?
I'd better tell you how to go.
You don't have to tell me. I'll find it.
I know, but...
Listen, Mr. Templar, I'm a cab driver. Cab drivers never get lost.
Louis.
Don't say it.
We've just passed that oak tree on the left for the third time.
So it's an active tree.
I thought cab drivers never got lost.
Somebody swiped all the street signs.
From the trees?
So I got lost. So I'll turn my badge in. So my wife will despise me. So my children will go through life ashamed of their old man. So
Louis, it's 10 o'clock. My dinner invitation was for 8:30.
You'll never make it.
I don't doubt that, but I'm hungry. Next time you get to an eating place...
Don't say any more. Right up the road.
Oh, yeah, the Happy Hamburger. Ben Lawton, proprietor. Doesn't look very happy.
What has it got to look happy above?
I meant the place itself.
Yeah. So maybe it looks a little like if the wolf came around and huffed and puffed, you wouldn't have to strain a lung before it fell down. But food is food.
Yeah, except when it's a Happy Hamburger, perhaps. However...
Hey, that must be the wolf huffing or maybe puffing. Here he is.
Yeah, savage-looking animal, isn't he?
Some wolf.
Oh, the poor dog looks as if he hadn't eaten for a week.
Let's get into the joint before he mistakes me for a T-bone steak. Oh, I must have hurt his feelings.
Happy Hamburger's not having a busy night.
What can I do for you?
We'd like some dinner.
Well, we're kind of closing.
But you haven't closed yet.
No, I guess we ain't. Set anywhere. I guess the missus will dish you up some food. I'll go tell her. A very enthusiastic type host.
Never mind that. I hope they have a well-stocked larder. I hope it further occurs to me that they don't have to go out and catch that dog before they have a larder at all.
Stop hoping. A man could get seasick.
Of course, this place may be an undiscovered gourmet's delight, but I wouldn't bet on it. A gourmet who could have delighted in this place is still undiscovered. What do you think of Mrs. Lawton's cooking? Huh?
I don't want to think of it. I'm trying to eat it. You finished with your dinner, fellas?
The dinner is more likely to finish up. Oh, how about dessert?
Well, we got blueberry pie and we got huckleberry pie.
What's the difference?
Huckleberry pie's a nickel more.
Why?
Harder to spell. Which will you have?
Apple pie.
Oh, man.
What's the matter, Louis?
Dinner.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. However, we won't starve to death while you try to find your way back. I beg your pardon?
That wasn't me. That was a tire.
Yeah, I was afraid it was.
I think maybe Yeah.
Flat?
Flat.
Fine. We're back in front of that oak tree again.
You keep your eye on that oak, Mr. Templar, while I get the spare.
You want some help?
No, thanks. I can... Mr. Templar,
Yes, Louis.
come here.
Don't tell me you can't lift the spare all by yourself.
Oh, the spare I could lift, but there's something else. You see?
Yes.
A hitchhiker.
Man in his 40s, perhaps, dressed in farmer's clothing.
He must have had walking.
Terribly tired, Louis. He got dead.
Somebody shoots a guy, all right. Maybe you don't like him. But why does he have to stuff the corpse into the trunk of my cab?
I don't know. There were no papers of any kind on the body.
All right, so he's a total stranger. But why are we heading back to the Happy Hamburger?
Because that's where we must have acquired the corpse. It's the only place we stopped. We're out of sight of the car. Unless he was already in the trunk before we left the city.
No, I checked the tires plus the spare before I picked you up.
Then it's the Happy Hamburger. The man was murdered fairly recently anyway.
How do you know?
Oh, no rigor mortis, body worn.
Never mind. You know. I'll stay a dope. Hey, Mr. Templar.
Yes, Louis?
What kind of a welcome you think we're going to get at the Hamburger?
It's hard to tell, except that it may not be a welcome at all.
Joint is dark. Looks like maybe they went out of business.
Yeah, there's a house behind the restaurant.
That's dark, too.
The Lawtons may have gone to bed. It's after 11.
It is very late. Maybe we should go to bed. Here comes the junior werewolf again.
Yeah, that animal should be fed.
But not by me. All the flesh I got, I need.
Come along, Louis.
Yeah, I'm coming. So is the hound of the basket.
Oh, he's not bothering us.
So far, he kept his teeth to himself. Suppose he decides to risk a few and see how we taste?
That's a chance we'll have to take. Well, here goes.
Don't look now, but our chum has left us again.
I couldn't be more pleased.
You know, if they're asleep, they're not going to love us with a great love.
And I'm not at the moment seeking affection.
Yes,
Mrs. Lawton?
that's right.
My name is Simon Templar. This is Louis.
What do you want?
You cooked dinner for us a little while ago.
So I cooked dinner for you.
Well, since that time, we've had a little trouble. We had a flat tire.
This ain't a garage.
I wasn't referring to the tire when I said trouble.
Why don't you say what you're referring to?
Well, I would rather your husband were here when I do.
He's asleep.
Oh, he can be waked.
What for?
It's a matter of some importance.
You still ain't said anything.
The matter might be murder.
Murder?
That's right.
Come in. Wait in here. It's the parlor.
We shall.
It takes time to waken Mr. Lawton. He sleeps hard.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
That don't make it easier. Set. I'll get him up and dressed.
I think the word for her is gracious.
Very few women are at their best in the middle of the night, Louis.
That's what you think. Would you like...
No.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Templar, you figuring the deceased we got in the cab was put there by the Lawtons?
Not necessarily. They did have the opportunity, but so would anyone else who might have been around the place while we were having dinner.
Oh, stop complicating things. It's bad enough. This is some parlor.
Yes, I've seen cheerier places.
They got a radio, though. No television set.
Is that bad?
Well, Mr. Templar, what do you think of television?
I think of it as infrequently as I can. Mrs. Lawton is apparently having difficulty waking her husband.
From what we've seen of the guy, how can she tell when he's awake? At midnight?
What?
Ghosts take walks. Maybe our birds have flown the coop.
It's a possibility.
How can a bird fly a coop?
There in here, in the parlor.
Mm-hmm. They can't fire coop.
Hi. Hello, Mr. Lawton. You didn't have to bother dressing for us.
I dress for myself.
And don't go tracking mud over the best rug. Sit where you are.
I'll sit where I am. Wife tells me you're Mr. Templar.
I am.
She also tells me you got something to say about a murder.
I have.
Say it.
In a moment. Your wife and you own the Happy Hamburger?
You already know that.
I noticed quite some farmland behind the house. Yours?
Yeah.
You farm it yourself?
Pretty much.
Does that pretty much mean you have help?
Sometimes. Hired hand named Webster.
Oh, why only sometimes?
Well, he up and quit this afternoon.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, he'll be back as soon as he spends his money.
You might be wrong about that.
Always has before. What are you getting at?
Suppose we go outside to the cab, huh?
I don't mind. Come on, Emmy.
I'm right here.
What kind of a man is Webster?
Not much account. Works when he has to eat, gets a full belly, stops working.
A philosopher, perhaps. Ever have any quarrels with him?
Kind of nosy, ain't you, Mr. Templar?
Perhaps. But is there any reason why your husband should hesitate about answering that question?
No reason. No quarrels.
Fine. Louis.
Yeah?
Please open the trunk compartment, will you?
Sure. In a second.
There's something I'd like to show you, Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Templar.
Yes, Louis?
If you were planning on surprising anybody, give up.
What do you mean?
Look. Looks like birds can fly coops, only I picked the wrong bird. We have mislaid our corpse, Mr. Templar.
So it would appear. Strange.
Say, how about letting us in on this?
Mr. Lawton, was your hired hand a man in the middle 40s with brown hair and eyes, of stocky build, a small scar under his left jawbone?
Yeah, that's Webster. You must have met him. What do you have to say for himself?
We met him, but he didn't have anything to say.
We didn't start out being the great loves of the Lawtons' life. But I hate to think what they must be thinking of us now.
I hate to think of the missing Mr. Webster.
Yeah, he didn't even say goodbye. Mr. Templar, what happened to him?
I don't know. Corpses rarely are the active type, but the late Mr. Webster may have been an exception.
Exceptions like that, I hope, stay away from me. We're in what could easily be an overgrown filling station.
Nonsense. Slow down, Louis. This is Exbrook.
Oh.
Town nearest Happy Hamburger. Place seems to be shut up for the night.
They didn't take the sidewalks in, though. Hey, up ahead, the Gay White Way.
The drugstore, apparently still open. Let's stop there, Louis.
Okay. Yeah. Front windows full of harnesses, fertilizer, and yard goods. How did you know it was a drugstore?
There's a large sign advertising ice cream sodas in front.
Oh, well, that explains it. We're thirsty?
Only for information. Come along.
Joint is crawling with juveniles. Now look at the jukebox.
Yeah, so it is. The waitress behind the fountain. It's too public.
The waitress?
The fountain.
Mr. Templar, I just noticed. Behind the cash register. This end. Look, kid.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Well, now put your eyes back in their sockets. She's dressed in gingham. She's wearing pigtails and big blue eyes.
She's merely the farmer's daughter, Louis.
Is that a fact? Hey, maybe she knows a joke.
Be still, Louis. She may be able to help us.
Is help the word you really had in mind?
Good evening, miss.
Hiya, Toots.
I beg your pardon?
So far, what for?
That farm ain't what it used to be.
Not to mention the farmer's daughter.
And who's the little stranger?
Who's the... Oh, that's Louis.
It's not bad either, but it looks married. Who are you?
I'm Simon Templar.
I'm Teddy, and what are you doing after I get through here?
Well,
You married?
No.
What a coincidence. I'm not married either.
Well, it happens all the time, but what I wanted was...
Store closes in half hour. Tell me then.
My dear Teddy, Look, what do you know about a man named Webster?
Dan Webster?
I imagine so.
Hired hand out to the Lawtons?
Yeah, that's the Dan Webster I had in mind.
He wears a private property, no trespassing sign on him.
Oh, whose sign?
Mrs. Lawton's.
How does Mr. Lawton feel about that?
Mr. Lawton has never seen fit to whisper sweet nothings in my shell-like ears. Don't you think they're shell-like? My ears, I mean.
I hadn't noticed.
Stop wasting time and do some noticing.
Look, I'm almost old enough to be your father.
Maybe, but you're not my father.
Good evening, Teddy.
So far, it's a terrible evening. Where you going?
Louis and I have an errand to do.
My phone number is 137, in case.
In case of what?
Your errand is out of town. Goodbye.
Wow.
I'm afraid wow is exactly right.
Oh. You know, I'm coming to the conclusion they got something in these small towns up in Westchester.
What you mean they have is Teddy, and you're married, and we have an appointment.
Yeah. Where?
The Happy Hamburger.
You mean we're going to wake the Lawtons again?
I hope not.
Then what are we going out there for?
We're going to, trespass on very private property.
I ought to hang a sign with shuttle on it on my can.
I don't imagine we're going to be coming out here again.
You're not breaking my heart. You know, every time we come out to the Happy Hamburger, it gets darker.
I think I'll coin a proverb.
It's too late.
It's always darker before it's lighter.
I don't think that'll catch on.
Happy Hamburger's up ahead. Louis, we have a problem.
Oh, thanks for letting me... What kind of a problem have we got?
We got to find a pond, a brook, or perhaps a lake.
You got a sudden desire to go swimming?
No, not swimming. You forget something, Louis.
I always forget something. What is it this time?
Ponds, brooks, or lakes create mud.
Oh, thanks a lot. Tonight, I don't need any mud. Call me hypersensitive. I just don't need any mud.
You better stop the car under these trees.
Okay.
You know, about that mud, I suspect you're mistaken.
That's because you got a suspicious nature. Besides...
Well, we've got to get started.
Hey, we're heading away from the house.
How true.
Why?
We're looking for...
I know. Yeah.
And they rarely occur in houses.
Okay. Does this watery object you're looking for have to be any place in particular, or are we surveying Westchester County?
It has to be on the Lawton's land.
Oh, well, that helps, yeah. Probably they got 139 acres. And in the dark, how are we going to search it? I understand hazel twigs don't work anymore. That hound without a home again. I hope he goes away.
Don't be silly, Louis. We want to meet up with him.
You'll do all the wanting by yourself. Why?
Because he's going to be a hazel twig.
What is?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean he'll help us find water?
That's right.
Well, what is all this excitement about water anyway?
Among other things, Louis, water washes away blood.
I'll tell you a secret, Mr. Templar. I never liked hikes.
It can't be much longer. That dog is definitely leading us somewhere.
Sure. Probably to a bone he buried last month. I don't...
He's done it.
Are you referring to the junior-sized lake?
That pond, yes.
Now what? Oh, fine. He went swimming. We got to go swimming, too?
No, we can walk around the pond. We're at one end of it.
Yeah. Hey, look it. That unground hunk of hamburger has stopped.
Yeah, just beyond the pond in a small clump of trees.
We're joining them?
Of course. Come on.
Why?
Because the land around the pond is muddy.
All right, so the land around the pond is muddy. This fills me with a great joy.
The dog's not moving. He's waiting for us.
Also fills my shoes with mud. Hey, you know what happens to trees when they die?
Yeah, they become telegraph poles.
Stop swiping my jokes. Hey, that dog is going nuts.
With joy.
What has he got to be so happy about? He hasn't even gone near a tree.
He's digging at the ground.
Oh, sure, yeah, that bone he buried last month.
Do you know what we're going to do, Louis?
I got an unhappy idea. We're going to copy the dog and dig.
Right.
I'm already looking for something to dig with. What are we going to dig for? Something the dog lost?
No, something we lost.
Hey, Mr. Templar.
Couple of feet more, I'll be in China.
Oh, don't be silly. You can't get to China by digging straight down.
Oh, you can't, huh?
Where you get is Australia.
Nobody ever tells me things like that. Hey.
What is it, Louis?
From where you are, you can't see. But from down here...
Well, I'll come to the edge of the hole. Well, Louis, we've kind of found that corpse all over again.
Look, tell that dog to shut up, will you? I don't feel so good.
Now, I'll give you a hand, Louis. Help you climb out of the hole.
Hey, that sounds like a car backfiring.
Road's too far away. Never mind climbing up here, Louis. I'm going to join you down there.
Hey, what's going on? And I'm not going to like the answer.
Someone is having target practice with us for targets.
Ooh.
I could see a vague figure at the other side of the pond, too dark to identify.
Oh, there goes that hound that walks like a horse. Probably figured it was too crowded down here. Hey, Mr. Templar, I hate to mention this, but if the boy with the gun kind of wanders over here...
Yeah, I realize that. Louis, this grave we're in isn't level. The edge on your side is lower than the one facing the pond, which means you can climb out without being seen. Make for the trees, then for the road, your cab, and a few policemen.
Maybe so, but then what are you going to do?
Stay here. Otherwise, our gun-shooting friend will head for the cab, too.
But while I'm getting help, you are liable to be getting killed.
It's a chance we'll have to take, and believe me, I'm not taking it with any great joy, but we have no alternative. You better hurry.
Okay, Mr. Templar. But look, with the way the taxi business is, be careful. I don't want to have to look for another fare on account of you got shot in the woods.
Coming? Well, it's been a lovely life.
Simon, what on earth are you doing down there?
What on earth? Teddy!
Is it fun down there? Because if it's fun, I'll come right down.
Teddy, stay where you are.
May not be very fancy down here, but it is cozy. Simon, you didn't tell me you weren't alone.
I didn't have a chance to. You better not look at him too long.
Simon, what on earth are you doing down at the bottom of a grave with Mr. Lawton?
He is Mr. Lawton, isn't he?
Well, of course he is. Why do you say it in that funny way?
Because we were supposed to think it was Dan Webster, except that I hadn't thought so, not for a while, and, he was murdered, Teddy.
Did you murder him?
No.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that, because you're very handsome. But after all, even handsome fellows shouldn't murder people. What they should do is...
Teddy, Dan Webster, along with Mrs. Lawton, murdered Mr. Lawton.
Well, that's not very surprising, because they did have a crush on each other, and nobody loved Mr. Lawton anyway.
They must have planned to leave town immediately after the murder, but, Teddy, did you happen to notice a dog about, not to mention Dan Webster?
I heard somebody running and a dog barking before I found you.
The dog must have frightened Webster off.
So that's all right.
How did you find me?
I noticed your car outside the Happy Hamburger. I lived down the road a bit and was going home, so I knew you were someplace around. And when I was a little girl, I used to be a Girl Scout.
Because you wanted to learn how to tie knots or build campfires?
No, because I wanted to learn how to track a man. I had a feeling it would come in handy. It has.
Did anybody call for a cab?
Louis. Oh, excuse me, Teddy. Hello, Louis.
Hello, Louis, he says.
I thought you'd gone to town for help.
I figured it would take too long. Figured maybe I could get behind the villain and surprise him. So instead, Mr. Templar, you surprised me. Back to the hamburger again. We're hungry?
No, except perhaps for justice.
Simon, the Lawton's car is out front. Mrs. Lawton's in it.
Come on, into the cab.
Over this way.
Be as quiet as you can.
All right, Simon.
Can't see us under the trees here. Turn your ignition on, Louis. Be ready to start the car.
Okay. It's ready.
Webster's coming out of the house, carrying a couple of suitcases. He's getting into the car. There they go. Louis.
I know. Follow them.
They may not notice they're being followed.
Supposing they do.
Oh, we'll have to chance that.
Okay, but look, I don't mind so much being shot myself. But don't forget, this here cab belongs to the company. I can't afford to get bullets in it. We're coming into Exbrook. What now, Mr. Templar?
Teddy, at this hour of the night, no one would be about, am I right?
It is kind of late.
The police station is where?
The next block.
In that case, catch up with them, Louis, quick.
What, I should have a collision with him?
Preferably a small-sized one. You're a good driver, Louis. Run them off the road.
But the cab...
Never mind that. Hit them as soon as we get opposite the station.
Okay. I only hope it'll show on the meter. We're getting close to him. And here goes.
Nice going, Louis.
Oh, didn't even scratch your fender. Say, weren't those cops polite, which is very unusual, and...
Louis, be still.
Why?
I have to explain things to Teddy here.
From what I heard, she don't need...
Louis.
I shut up.
Please, Simon, tell me.
Well, you see, Teddy, Mrs. Lawton and Webster planned to kill Mr. Lawton and then leave town, figuring no one would ever know.
How did they expect to get away with it?
Actually, their idea of placing the corpse in the trunk compartment of the cab was clever. Normally, the body wouldn't have been discovered for days, and then miles away from Exborough.
But instead, you got a flat and came back.
Ah, very lucky flat, but not for Mrs. Lawton and Webster. She got quite a shock when she saw our smiling faces, but she kept her head and sent Webster out to remove the body from Louis's cab and hide it. The only mistake she made was being too housewifely.
What do you mean?
Oh, when Webster returned, her instinctive reaction was to tell him not to track mud on the rug. If he'd been asleep in the house, there shouldn't have been mud on his shoes. Therefore, I concluded he'd been out.
I see.
And when the body was missing, I knew that he'd buried it. The mud also told me the burial place had to be near water.
And Mr. Lawton's dog led you to the burial place, and that's where I found you, Simon.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was.
But, we were kind of interrupted back there, so,
Wow.
Louis.
I'm not hearing a thing or seeing a thing in my rearview mirror.
Louis, we've reached Teddy's place. Stop the car.
Okay.
But, Simon...
My dear, you're very lovely, but you're very young, so I'm afraid this is where the farmer's daughter goes back to the farm.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cast tonight included Louise Erickson, Noreen Gamil, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Dave Light. Larry Dobkin was Louis. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Louis Vittes. The music was composed and conducted by Von Dexter. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Wednesday marks the return to the air of that delightful couple, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. There's more good times when The Halls of Ivy with Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman returns to NBC next Wednesday. Make a date. Hear The Halls of Ivy next Wednesday evening. The chimes are your invitation. Next, it's Sam Spade, then an hour-long drama on Theater Guild on NBC.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Morton Scottman, Mr. Dollar, at Eastern Liability and Trust.
Oh, yes, sir. Got your message. I was just about to call you back, Mr. Scottman.
Would it be possible for you to drop in and see me today?
I think so. Say in an hour.
That would be excellent.
What's it about, Mr. Scottman?
David Perling.
Perling. I understand he was killed in a boating accident a couple of days ago. Read something about it in the papers.
To borrow a phrase, Mr. Dollar, that report was somewhat exaggerated. Mr. Perling is still very much alive.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Mr. Scottman, you're a pretty good guy, and I'll say this right at the top, since you were the one who called me in. You're reading about the Perling matter in your newspaper right now, but they haven't got the story right. None of them will ever have it quite right. Just remember that as you go through your newspaper in this report, Mr. Scottman. You looked pretty worried when I met you that afternoon about 5 o'clock, and you led me into the top-drawer offices of Eastern Liability and Trust. I tagged you as a meticulous sort of man who knew when his laundry was coming back. I wasn't a bit surprised to learn that you were vice president and chairman of the board.
Why don't you sit down there, Mr. Dollar? It's the best chair in the place.
Thanks.
Cigar? Cigarette?
No, I have these, thanks.
Lighter right there to your right.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Scottman?
You can run along for tonight, Evelyn. No more to do.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night, Evelyn. I understand you've handled several matters for our company, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, sir. I was just going over it in my mind. I believe the last one was the San Antonio case.
Yes, Mark San Antonio. Yes. You handled that very well, Mr. Dollar. I want you to know I appreciate your reputation in the field.
Nice of you to mention it. I'm curious, Mr. Scottman. I rarely work directly with an insurance company. Usually I'm hired by the adjusting agency.
And let's say this is a little idea on my own. Only one person knows about it so far. You will be the second. Board of directors might not exactly approve what I'm about to propose, but I feel some action should be taken. I have some good whiskey in that cabinet.
No, thanks. Not now.
Yes. Well, this case involves David Perling, who, despite what the newspapers reported yesterday, is still very much alive. You say you saw the item in the papers?
Yes, something about him being killed in a boating accident in Florida, I think.
The story was erroneous. It'll be retracted.
Oh?
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Perling was already on his way back to New York, safe and sound when that report came out. The boat that he'd been fishing from did have a boiler explosion, but no one was killed. Well, these things sometimes happen, I guess.
Oh, sure they do.
However, it was printed all over the country. As you know, David Perling is highly regarded in financial circles. And that is the reason I asked you to come in and talk to me. Did you see the stock exchange figures yesterday?
Well, I don't pay too much attention to them, Mr. Scottman.
I do. We do, as an insurance company. That report of Perling's death affected several commodities listed on the New York Exchange. Companies in which he holds varying positions. Positions that would, if, say, the report of his death were engineered for that specific purpose, allow certain people to risk very little money and make a great deal of money.
Just a minute, sir. Certain people? Are you talking about Perling?
I don't know who I'm talking about, really. I'd like you to find that out. Find out, among other things, if the situation has been taken advantage of in any way.
This isn't exactly in my line, Mr. Scottman.
I think it is, Mr. Dollar. I'll come right out with it. Eastern Liability has considerable investment in some of the commodities that could be affected. We, or let's put it this way, I want to know where we stand. I want to know if we've been cheated or are about to be cheated.
I had dinner with Morton Scottman at his club. He acquainted me with the several companies involved in the matter and supplied me with stock exchange information that would be valuable in making comparisons in case the action he anticipated ever happened. An hour later, I was at the airport. Expense account item 1, $123.69, airfare and incidentals from Hartford to Key West, Florida. I arrived at 4 o'clock in the morning, found a hotel, and had 6 hours sleep. At 11:30, I was standing in the office of a bluff, red-faced man named Peyton. He happened to be the managing editor of a newspaper.
All the way from Hartford, Connecticut, eh? Well, welcome to Key West. What can I do for you?
Tell me about this story.
A Perlin story, huh?
Yeah.
You a lawyer?
No.
You here to make trouble?
Just find out something about how that story got into print, that's all.
We're retracting today. What do you want us to do? Wear sackcloth and ashes?
Well, I'm not here to file a suit. I just want some information about the story.
You can sit down if you want to.
All right, thanks.
Find Gracie Edwards, will you? Right. Well, about like the newspaper story, except for the mistake.
That was a pretty good-sized mistake, Mr. Peyton.
Perlin was here for a week to 10 days. He had an idea he could catch some tarpon or sailfish. He chartered a boat called the Yatwacha day before yesterday. Just heading in for the landing, somehow the fuel ignited and she blew up. Everybody thought Perlin was still aboard her.
Who was aboard her?
It's the skipper. He came out of it all right. Harbor patrol boat picked him up.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Everybody thought Perlin had been aboard as usual and was lost. The skipper wasn't in any shape to tell it differently then. After all, Perlin had been going out on her every day. We all knew that.
Where was Perlin?
He's sleeping in his room when all of this happened. Got up about 3 o'clock, checked out, took the train back to New York. Story come out in the evening edition.
Your reporter, the one who wrote it up, I'd like to see him.
It's a her.
Well, how did she get the story?
It was right there.
Right where? What do you mean?
Down at the sailfish landing when the Yatwacha come in.
That a regular beat?
Well, town this size, we don't have beats.
But your reporter was there when the boat caught fire?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Gracie Edwards.
How long has she been a reporter?
A couple of years, give or take a month. Hope you didn't come down here to run her over the coals. Oh, she's had enough of it, Dollar. For me, it's my job, not yours.
Okay. Where do you eat lunch around here?
Bluefin Bar and Grill, about a half block down this side of the street. Dipped beef and apple pie, if you like that kind of thing. Oh, hi, Gracie. This is Johnny Dollar. Gracie Edwards.
Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Hi.
Mr. Dollar's come all the way from Hartford to ask you some question about the Perlin story, Gracie. You want to talk to him?
Do I have to?
Up to you, honey.
Who are you? What do you want to know?
I'm an insurance investigator. I want to know how the story got into print without being verified.
Well, that's a straight enough answer. Who do you investigate your insurance for?
Eastern Liability and Trust Company at the moment.
Yeah, he's got business cards and everything.
Yeah, he looks like he might do that kind of work.
Well, if you're going to talk to him, find someplace else. I've got work to do.
How about some lunch, Miss Edwards?
How about that?
Oh, get out.
Expense account item 2, $2, 2 lunches for Gracie Edwards and myself at the Bluefin Bar and Grill. She was a short, stocky woman in her early 30s. She had a fresh-looking face and fiery red hair. She didn't strike me as the kind of reporter who'd make a bad mistake.
I did it the way any cub would have, only worse. I had a 3 o'clock deadline. I wanted to make it. I could have waited till the skipper came to, said Perling wasn't aboard. I could have contacted Perling's hotel, found out he was safely there. I didn't do any of that. I just phoned in my story. You know the rest. Every wire service in the country picked it up. Guess I was lucky I wasn't fired.
Mm-hmm. You want another glass of beer?
No, thanks. You've been pretty nice. I'm sure you're not all insurance investigator. Notice I haven't asked you exactly what you're investigating.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You gonna tell me?
Possibly. Right now, something worries me. You were down at the landing when the boat caught fire?
Yeah.
You go down there often?
It's more or less my beat.
Oh?
What?
I didn't think a reporter'd have a beat in a town this size.
I said more or less. I like to go down there in mid-afternoon when the boats are coming back. The water's blue and fresh. Usually a good offshore breeze blowing. If they caught any big fish, the flags are up. It's a place to go. I'm romantic.
Good. Suppose we go there. 2:30 now. Ought to see some of those boats come in. Expense account item 3, $1, 1 cab, transporting myself and Gracie Edwards, reporter, to Sailfish Landing, or as near as we could get. The last 500 yards, we had to walk on the planking between the slips. Now, tell me, where was the Yatwacha when she blew up?
Over there. About there.
Uh-huh. Where were you?
Right here. I was sitting right there.
Looking out to sea?
Uh-huh.
How long had you been here?
Oh, an hour or so.
That was day before yesterday?
Yeah.
She blew up there. You phoned in your story before 3 o'clock?
Yeah, right before 3.
Where's the Yatwacha now?
They raised her this morning, towed her over the repair docks. That's around the point.
That's kind of funny.
What's funny?
Well, I guess I didn't hear it right. You saw her get in trouble. You were right here. Then you went and phoned in your story.
That's right.
Where'd you phone it in?
What?
Last phone I saw was at the tavern before we came on the docks. High heels running over these slips. Take quite a while to get to it.
I used a phone in town.
How'd you get there?
Cab.
You had one waiting?
Look, suppose I did.
Suppose you didn't, Miss Edwards. Suppose you weren't even here. If you were, where's the sunburn? Every redhead on earth burns up in an hour when the sun's like this, unless you're an exception.
I don't think I like this.
I don't like it much myself. But I have to find out something. I'd like to find out from you. I hope I can. If I can't, I'll have to find out from someone else. Maybe the man who owned the boat, the man who ran it, someone around here.
I'm going.
Wait a minute. I'm not just throwing words around. The boat was probably insured, and it'll probably have a claim on it, and I'll probably know the adjuster who was sent to work the claim. I'll talk to him and tell him what I'm thinking. I'll find out about this one way or another, Miss Edwards. But I think you can help me. Now, you're a good reporter. You would have waited to see if Perling was aboard. You would have checked his hotel. You would have, in spite of a 3 o'clock deadline, you would have made sure he was or wasn't aboard that boat. All right, Miss Edwards. Did somebody pay you to file that story? I just want to know that.
Somebody paid me, yes.
Okay. I'll take you back now. We don't have to mention this again.
Yeah, okay. In case it comes up, though.
Yeah?
Mr. Perling paid me. Paid me to print the story he was dead.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the affairs of Wall Street follow the current trend in cheating and mayhem. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ready with your call to Hartford.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Scottman. Johnny Dollar. Hope I didn't get you up.
No. I've been very anxious to hear from you.
Well, I thought I'd better call, Mr. Scottman. I just found out that David Perling paid a reporter here in Key West to print that story about his death.
I see. I can be in New York at 7 tomorrow morning. Could you meet me there sometime?
I can meet you at Idlewild. My plane comes in at 7:20.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Expense account continued. Item 3, $98.09. Airfare and incidentals, including board and room, Key West to New York City. Mort Scottman was in the airport coffee shop having tea and toast in the best tradition of a vice president. He looked shaved, rested, and fresh.
Would you like some breakfast, Mr. Dollar?
Just coffee for now, thanks.
Cup of coffee, please. Well, we seem to have made nice connections. Not 7:30 yet.
Yeah. Mr. Scottman, the reporter in Key West who printed that story about David Perling was paid $100 in cash to do it. Perling paid her to file an erroneous story that he had been killed in a boating accident.
You said cash?
Yeah, that's right, cash. No check. No way to prove it one way or another. Just the reporter's word. And she said she'd deny it if anybody else asked her. Disclaim the whole thing.
Yeah, where does that put us?
Well, look, Perling had to pay somebody to fire that boat. Probably the skipper, I don't know. But it's an angle if you're thinking about legal lines.
It's very good. Of course, the boat would demand explanation.
Well, let's let it go for the moment. I noticed a retraction disclaiming the story of Perling's death is in every paper this morning. It was in all of last night's papers, too. Now, if the story could affect the stock market, when would it show up?
Today, at the latest.
There was no action yesterday?
Not on the exchange, no.
How do you feel about this whole thing now?
In view of the fact you've ascertained that Perling himself arranged for his own death report to be published, I can only assume that he did it for one reason. To take advantage of some brisk trading that would occur because of such a report.
But there's been nothing of that so far. Tell me, Mr. Scottman, in the event this does happen, what would you do?
I don't know exactly. Possibly report the matter to the exchange and see if Perling could be prosecuted for manipulation.
Well, let's go over there and see what's what. Item 4, $5. Cab fare for myself and Morton Scottman to Wall Street and the New York Stock Exchange. Since I didn't understand too much about the board, I simply sat and kept an eye on Scottman. The pinstripe suit, the Homburg, the tie, the shirt, the glasses. Somehow he tickled me. I was beginning to like the guy. About 15 minutes before the place closed, he cleared his throat and touched my arm.
I suspicioned wrong, Mr. Dollar. There's been no manipulation on the exchange. I thought certainly if there had been any, it would appear in that Alabama company. I was wrong, and I apologize for taking up your time.
You're paying for it. Besides, I'm glad you did. Shall we go?
Yeah. Where?
Well, we know he didn't have the story printed to cheat on the market, but we still have the same old question.
What's that?
Why did Perling pay that reporter to say he was dead?
The reporter lied to you. You've been lied to before, I'm sure.
Oh, sure, and by experts. But she wasn't a good one, not even halfway good. So I still believe her story.
You believe that board up there?
I believe that, too.
Well, then?
Perling had a reason for getting such a story printed. I want to find out about it. Expense account item 5, $4. Lunch for Morton Scottman and myself. After lunch, I checked into the New Weston. Item 6, $50 deposit, car rental. A phone call to the offices of David Perling gave me the information that Mr. Perling was at his home on Long Island. I drove out there. A small estate greened up with all the lush things that happened there this time of the year. As I reached the place, I noticed a group of people in white flannels and dark blue jackets mixing cocktails on the terrace. One of them I recognized from previous newspaper pictures as David Perling. A middle-aged woman with iron gray hair and the figure of a 16-year-old girl opened the door. She looked from behind dark glasses disapprovingly.
Yes?
How do you do? I'd like to see Mr. Perling, if I may.
I'm Mrs. Perling. May I help you?
Well, this is a business matter, Mrs. Perling. My name's Dollar, Eastern Liability and Trust Company.
Well, he's not in now. I suggest you call his office and explain the nature of your business to his secretary. Good day, Mr. Dollar.
Look, I know he's here. I saw him as I drove up.
You're both impertinent and rude.
I'm sure he'll see me if you give him my name and tell him I just came back from Key West and that I had a long talk with a newspaper reporter down there.
Since you saw so much as you drove up, you might have noticed that we're entertaining guests, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I noticed that.
Wait here.
I stood there a moment on the wide colonial porch and wondered what made me such a social outcast. A man who was tending the grounds walked by and turned on the sprinkling system. He waved at me, and I waved back. I felt better. On the terrace, I could hear the tinkle of glasses and a little laughter now and then. Finally, David Perling showed up. He was a tall man with a hairline that started about an inch above the heaviest eyebrows I've ever seen. Two-tone shoes, white flannels, and a Mexican sports shirt fitted in with the broad shoulders and wide-mouthed grin that came off just briefly when he looked at me.
My wife told me to throw you out. Can you think of any reason why I shouldn't?
I'm about 10 pounds lighter than you, but I might be a good 15 years younger.
Tell me what you want, kiddo, and then get out of here.
I want you to tell me why you paid Gracie Edwards $100 to print a story about you being dead.
Who are you, anyway?
Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
What's all this to you?
An investigation.
There's no way you can prove I paid that girl to print that story.
I know that. I was telling a friend of mine today that something probably could be proved about the boat, if it had to be. Then the reporter thing had come out. I don't know. You see, Eastern Liability had an idea that you might have had that story printed to cause a little action on the stock market.
Who at Eastern Liability?
I'll keep that to myself.
Well, doesn't make any difference anyhow. They're way off base. Or can't you figure that part?
That's why I'm here. I figured that part.
Suppose I told you I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd ask you all over again. Tell you about a reporter and a boat.
Dollar, you've gone this far, and it's probably as far as you're going. I'm not going to tell you anything. At least anything specific. I will tell you this much. I paid the reporter in cash. I paid the boatman the same way. Whatever reason I had, it was a good one. Meant to harm no one.
You're sure about that, Mr. Perling?
As sure as I'm going inside right now and mix another batch of martinis.
For the second time in a matter of minutes, I was standing on a porch feeling like Typhoid Mary. Somehow I halfway believed David Perling. I also halfway believed that whatever reason he had meant something to me. All halfway thinking. If you want to be left alone, you don't slam a door once or even twice. You invite the asker of the question in, give him a drink, introduce him to your friends, slap him on the back, and lie through your teeth. You don't tell a man to leave, because that's the best way in the world to make him keep coming. So I waved at the friendly gardener once more, climbed into my rented car, drove back to the New Weston, and sat down with a magazine. Johnny Dollar.
This is Celia Perling, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Perling.
I think I should like to talk to you, Mr. Dollar. David told me why you were at the house.
Mm-hmm.
I'm downstairs in the lobby.
I'll be right down, Mrs. Perling.
I had to drive some friends in tonight, and I thought I'd stop and have this chat with you.
I'm glad you did.
Somewhat embarrassing, after the way I acted at the house.
Oh, well, suppose we forget that part, Mrs. Perling. Does Mr. Perling know that you're here?
No, I'll tell him when I get home. There's something I must know.
What's that?
You aren't just a sensation seeker or something like that, are you?
Mrs. Perling, let me answer you this way. You came to me. How you found me, I don't know, but you did. You also found out I'm a legitimate investigator interested in facts, am I right?
David called a friend of his with the Allied Bureau, and they told him you were an insurance investigator.
Uh-huh, and they also told you that when I work a case in New York, I generally stay at the New Weston. Is that about it?
I'd like to ask you a question. Are you going to continue with this matter, the one you discussed with my husband this afternoon?
I suppose I am.
You mean you believe there was something ulterior in David having that story printed?
Well, let's say I believe his answers about it were unsatisfactory. I'm the fellow who's supposed to find out why.
Why?
It's my job.
I can assure you there wasn't anything wrong about it at all. It was a rather personal matter and certainly could harm no one.
I'm glad to hear that. I heard it once before, though. Your husband said it to me today in practically the same words.
Would you like to buy me a drink?
Sure. Come on. We walked through the lobby to the cocktail lounge without a word. We sat down without a word, and I ordered a couple of bourbons and water. Still no word. All around us, people poured drinks, laughed, and talked. I glanced at Mrs. Perling from time to time and wore the blankest expression I knew how. Finally, it worked. She began in a small voice.
We have a daughter, Mr. Dollar. Her name's Eugenia. Jeannie, we call her.
Mm-hmm.
She's the reason for that story in the papers.
Tell me about it.
It's not easy, you know. It's admitting a prominent defeat to explain it. David and myself are considered quite capable people. Capable at most everything. Business, home. Capable of everything except raising a child into a woman. I'd rather not go into the faults that we have, Mr. Dollar.
No need to.
Are they that obvious?
Oh, I didn't mean that. I just mean it seems painful for you to even discuss this.
I'll say it this way. We've had too much money and too little time to put it on Jeannie. Now we're suffering for it.
How do you mean?
Jeannie got sick and tired of being alone and unattended and not understood. She left home a year ago, and we haven't seen her or heard from her since. She left a note saying that we never would. I suppose we deserve it.
Well, I wouldn't try to judge that.
We have no idea where she is, what she's doing, even if she's with someone. We just know she's gone. It's really quite ridiculous. Now that Jeannie's gone, we know how much we wanted her around.
What about the police?
Well, we didn't go to the police. I think you can understand why. I mean the publicity.
Who did you go to?
The Aimwell agency. They've been working on it.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. Any luck?
Not a sign of her. Do you understand now?
Well, I don't understand everything. I'm sorry she's missing. But about the story in the paper...
Well, Davy arranged that. I mean that his death would be reported. It was a crazy thing to do, I suppose, but we've tried everything else. He thought that if he were reported dead, Jeannie, wherever she was, would see the story and possibly contact me. You see, it's unbearable knowing she's alive somewhere, hating us this way. We wanted another chance.
No luck?
No luck. Not a word. Not a word.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the trap is all baited. And guess who walks in? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Your number's ringing now, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, swell.
Aimwell Agency.
Aimwell Detectives?
Yes? Who are you calling, please?
Want to talk to Mr. Aimwell. My name's Johnny Dollar.
This is Aimwell.
I understand your agency's been looking for the Perling girl for about a year now.
Oh, you do, huh? And who told you that?
Mrs. Perling.
I never heard of you, or her, or a girl. So long.
This is the operator. Were you cut off, Mr. Dollar? I'll call them back.
Never mind. Call me a cab, honey. I'll talk to them in person.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Item 7, $3 cab fare, my hotel to the office of the Aimwell Agency. A red-headed girl at the switchboard looked me over like I was a car she didn't want to buy. I told her my name and that I wanted to see Niles Aimwell. She told me to sit down and wait. 3 minutes later, she waved me down a long, carpeted corridor. I followed directions. A typewriter clacked somewhere. Men in those suits with the little shoulders and hem stitching for lapels moved in and out of offices. It looked more like an advertising office than a detective agency. Finally, I opened a door and stepped into a small room that was decorated in gray. Gray walls, gray carpeting, gray draperies. A desk, a brass lamp, a filing cabinet, and a man were there. He didn't get up when I walked in, but slouched back in his chair and let his bald head rest against the wall.
You're kind of determined, aren't you?
I suppose so. You're Aimwell?
Mm-hmm. On the phone, I told you I didn't know what you were talking about. Now I'll tell you again. Don't slam the door when you go out.
What are you paying rent here? If I've got it figured right, you wish you weren't paying it. But then a place like this draws a snappier crowd of clients, so what you've got in the end is more clients and more rent, no more money for yourself.
Now that you've said all that, will you get out of here?
I know one of those snappy clients happens to be the Perlings. I know you've been trying to find their daughter. This is my ID. This is my license, bond, letter of authority from Eastern Liability. Now, 2 days ago, the papers carried a story that David Perling was killed in a boating accident in Key West.
That was a lot of baloney. It was retracted.
I know that, but I talked to a reporter down in Key West who told me Perling paid to have that story about himself printed. My client had an idea Perling might have done it to set up the stock market for a killing. Mrs. Perling told me he did it in the hope his missing daughter would see the story in the papers and contact home. Now, what have you got to say?
Here's your stuff.
One other thing. Perling the kind of man who'd pull a trick like that?
Ask him. You got a way about you I don't like.
Well, that's too bad. But in between the time I called and the time I got here, you had time to call the Perlings on the phone and ask about me. They said it was all right to tell me what I wanted to know. If there was a daughter, if you'd been hired to look for her. If you don't tell me, you might jeopardize the part of the rent the Perlings pay for you.
Now, look, Dollar.
I've got something else you aren't going to like. I might just want to see your operatives report on the case. I might have the idea that if you've been looking for her this long, you might just be dragging it out a little bit. You know, the rent money, it's due every month.
Get Mr. or Mrs. Perling on the phone right away. I hope they tell me to throw you out on your ear.
Well, while we're waiting, let's get back to the questions. Where have you looked? What have you done?
We pulled the case 11 months ago, almost to the day. The girl's 5'5", 114 pounds, no visible scars, no glasses. Black hair, brown eyes. She's 24, will be 25 next month. We thought we had her located in Muncie, Toledo, Detroit, Fort Worth, and Pueblo. We think she's traveling alone. We think she's a little girl who was fed up to here with Mama and Daddy and just struck out for herself.
But you haven't found her.
5 men have been looking on 8-hour shifts, 7 days a week for 11 months to the day. 5 men, 11 months, 7 days a week, and I'm one of the 5. My feet hurt, my head aches most of the time. My wife's thinking about divorcing me. And then you walk in here and plant yourself in my office. You're suggesting maybe I can go out and find her just like that. Well, I can't. Nobody can. So I want you to know I kind of resent that remark about how I'm laying down on the job. And if you don't take it back, I'll have to cave in the side of the wall with you. What do you got to say, Dollar?
I take it back, Mr. Aimwell.
Sit down and have yourself a smoke. Hello? Well, hello, Mrs. Perling. Mr. Dollar's in my office now. Yes, I'll cooperate with him. Yes, Mrs. Perling, I understand. He explained it all to me. Yes, ma'am. The whole file, everything. How would you like somebody to bring up a bottle of cold beer?
Oh, I'd like that fine, Mr. Aimwell. Niles Aimwell, in between complaining about the abundance of bad private operatives in the detective business, showed me how good he was. The Jeannie Perling file was a comprehensive day-to-day report on the investigation. His discouragement in the case was understandable. The only thing that meant something was the picture of Jeannie Perling. Coal-black hair over a fresh white-skinned face. Dark eyes, a nice smile. Somehow, not my idea of the daughter that would belong to David Perling. Too old, too young, or too something. I couldn't put my finger on it. If I had been able to, I could have ended this expense account right here. As it was, I spent $100,000. Somebody else's money, sure. But I spent it just the same.
Well, Mr. Dollar, I'm certainly surprised at this development. You say Perling's daughter is missing?
That's right, Mr. Scottman. And I'm convinced that the detective agency he's had looking for her have been doing just that.
Well, then, I'm relieved to know you got to the bottom of this matter. I'm sorry, of course, for Mr. and Mrs. Perling. But, as I say, relieved that there was no attempted financial manipulation. I think then I can call you off the case. There is no case now.
Nope, guess not. And that's the way it stood at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I told Mr. Scottman I'd send him a bill. We shook hands, and he wandered off to see if he could get a night flight back to Hartford. I went up to my room to pack and was folding a shirt all wrong when it struck me that I suddenly didn't believe anything or anybody. The idea that there was money in it somewhere still kept coming back to me. I couldn't shake it. I finished packing and left my bags at the desk. I wandered out and found a bar and sat down to think. After a couple of hours, nothing much occurred to me. But I did something anyhow.
Oh, hello, Dollar.
Why?
My plane doesn't leave till 11 o'clock. I haven't had dinner yet.
I didn't come about dinner, Mr. Scottman.
Well, what is it?
Well, how does this case strike you?
Eh?
A phony death report, a missing girl, a stock market manipulation that didn't come off. How does it strike you?
Well, very neat, if that's a phrase I can use, Mr. Dollar. We had a question with serious implications to it. We have an answer now. That's what we wanted.
But it's too neat.
I'm not sure I know quite what you mean.
Look, you first called me in because it was halfway in your mind that Perling's alleged death was for the purpose of making money on the market. Now, why did you think that?
It was a possibility.
But what else? What about Perling?
What do you mean?
Do you know him? Ever met him? Do you think he was capable of a thing like that?
Not now. No. I have proof from you that wasn't his reason at all.
But you thought so before you had that proof. You suspected it.
Suppose I did, yes.
Well, I didn't know him from a load of coal, but I always figured there's money in it somewhere. And I've met David Perling. He doesn't seem like the kind of man who'd worry about a grown daughter who didn't like him and ran away. Just didn't seem that way.
Oh, here now. A detective agency working on the case, a story in the paper.
But no police, Mr. Scottman. No bulletins. No 100% effort to find her. Why?
I suppose you have a good point.
I'm sure I have a good point, Mr. Scottman. Money's always a good point. But what money, how, why, I don't know. I can't answer those questions. I wish I could. If I could, I'd know that a man like Dave Perling was lying through his teeth if he told me he wanted his daughter back safe at home. I'd know why he was lying. I know I'm just talking and getting nowhere right now, but... Well, I thought I'd better tell you what was on my mind.
Yes, well, you've certainly done that. Now what?
That's up to you.
Oh. Well, if you feel so strongly about this, I think then you should continue. I thought it was ended, but in view of the circumstances, continue. By all means, continue.
Well, Dollar?
Well, you're working late.
Yeah, I'd rather stay here than go home sometimes. Most of the time.
Hey, well, we might be seeing quite a bit of each other.
How did you know?
Hmm?
Perling told me to contact you. You're pretty cute, Dollar.
Tell me why.
You hardly ever run across a picture of a girl you'd like to look at as much as this Perling dame.
Oh, I might have.
You know, you kid me most of the time, and I'm an old slob who stands around with hardly any fast answers. But you aren't kidding me this time, Pally. You show it all over. If I walked in a place and I seen a girl as nice-looking as this, and I had any business with her, I'd be the luckiest guy in the world. Now, there are women, and there are women. But if that picture means anything... Boy, she's a woman. And you want to meet her, right?
Sure I want to meet her, but you're getting romantic.
And if I saw but didn't have any business with her, just saw, I'd go take a walk around the block before I talked to anybody. Yeah, I know. And I don't blame you. You're a very lucky fella. You're going to see her.
That's why Perling asked me to contact you.
Huh?
Here. Came in about an hour ago. One of our men located her.
Where?
She's in New Orleans.
He handed me the wire, and I read it over. Then I looked at him, he looked at me. I didn't ask any questions. He didn't say a word. It was a wonderful make-believe world, but it really didn't exist. Too neat and too tidy. And we all know the world's full of bumps. Ever hear of Mount Everest?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow? Well, once you get in on a joke, you do what they tell you. You go along with a gag. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dave Perling, Mr. Dollar. I want to talk to you.
Hello, Mr. Perling.
Mr. Amwell tells me you're in his office looking into my private affairs.
If investigating the matter I came here for involves your private affairs, I guess I did that.
I should be irritated, I suppose. And I guess I'm not. When can I see you?
Most any time. How about today?
I'll be at my house all day long.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Item 9, 10 cents, one phone call to Morton Scottman advising him that Jeannie Perling had been located in New Orleans by one of Amwell's operatives. Mr. Scottman thought that over for a while and then assumed it would be in the best interests of Eastern Liability to make certain this was the truth. I told Mr. Scottman I intended to do just that. Item 10, $5, cab fare from the New Weston Hotel to the home of David Perling.
Hi. Come on in.
The man who opened the door wasn't a servant. He wore a dark blue double-breasted suit. He smelled of cigars and bourbon, and private detectives stuck out all over him. He jammed a pudgy finger in the general direction of what later turned out to be the library, and I followed. The room we went into was empty, except for us. As far as I could see or hear, the rest of the house was empty, too. The man in the blue suit sat down on a leather sofa and pointed to a quart of bourbon that had just come out of a sack.
You must be this Dollar guy, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Perling will be along in a minute. He asked me to say hello to you. By the way, my name's Brad Copeland. I'm one of Niles' men. Niles Amwell?
That's great. Where is Niles?
He's with Mr. Perling. They'll be along. Sit down, relax. They said they thought it was about time for a little conference.
What for? The girl's been found, hasn't she?
Oh, sure. Now they got to figure some other things out.
I'll bet.
You don't believe much of this, do you?
Nope.
Well, then I'll put it this way. I'm the guy who found Jeannie Perling. How about it now?
Okay. Look, I got put on this thing because an insurance company executive thought Perling might have had a false death report made on him to juggle some things in the stock market.
Oh, that story in the papers about Perling dying, huh?
Yeah, Perling paid to have that story printed, all right, but not for any stock market angles. He did it to try and scare up this daughter of his who scrammed away from home a year ago. Now, I found that hard to believe, even after I talked to Niles Amwell and he told me the agency had been hired to find the girl a year ago. I suppose you're one of the men who's been looking.
Yeah, that's about it. No luck, either. And yesterday morning comes a phone call. I don't know who it is, tells me where she's living, what name she's using in New Orleans. I scram down there by plane and check it out. It's all true. So I come back here, and here I am. Conference.
You found her on a tip from somebody you don't know? Man or woman?
Always a man's voice. Wonderful, ain't it, what happens sometimes?
How does it look to you?
Like a sealed freight car full of nothing. That's the girl down there in UO, all right. I managed that. I picked up her prints and checked them with what we had to go on. But what's what, I don't know.
What's Amwell going to do now?
That's why the conference. We see what we'll see. Relax.
I tried to do that, but I didn't do very well. Copeland settled to his bourbon, and I picked up and laid down a half a dozen magazines, smoked 2 cigarettes, paced up and down. Finally, I heard a door open somewhere, and Niles Amwell and David Perling walked in the room. Then Amwell motioned Copeland to his feet, and both of them left the room without a word. David Perling and I were alone.
How much do they pay you, Dollar?
Oh, I'm paid well enough. What's that got to do with it?
I was just curious, is all. You seem like a competent man. As a matter of fact, the most competent I've met, and that includes Mr. Amwell and Mr. Copeland. By the way, I just fired them.
Really?
I don't think I need them anymore now that I know where Jeannie is.
Oh?
You've had an extraordinary interest in my affairs lately. I'm willing to bet that you won't leave me alone until you're satisfied about my daughter.
You'd be right.
I want Jeannie to come home. Here, where she belongs.
Why don't you go get her?
I think that might be difficult under the circumstances. I'm afraid she bears considerable rancor for myself and Mrs. Perling. Perhaps someone like you could, persuade her that it would be the best thing to do.
I go down to New Orleans and get her?
Exactly.
I was going anyway.
Oh? Why?
Well, offhand, you don't seem like the father who's happy to know that his daughter, whom he hasn't seen or heard from in a year, is alive and well. You haven't made a move to go and pick her up yourself. Also, she was found too soon and too fast after I got in on the picture.
You can stop right there. I'm sure I wouldn't even attempt to explain any of those things.
I didn't think you would. Or could. I'm on my way to New Orleans, Mr. Perling, to get your daughter. I think she'd be crazy if she came back here, but I'll take it up with her.
Do that.
I wonder if you'd like to try to explain something else for me.
What?
Why you were feeling me out a couple of minutes ago to see if I'd buy off.
Get out of here. Get out.
Why not? Expense account item 11, $113.15. Airfare, incidentals, New York to New Orleans, Louisiana. The temperature was exactly 28 degrees hotter when I landed. In the cab from the field, I peeled off my coat and loosened my tie and took off my hat. I walked into the lobby of the Roosevelt Hotel that way. Everyone else seemed cool enough in linens and tropicals. Everyone except myself and a big blonde giant of a man leaning against the CNS ticket counter.
Boy, take Mr. Dollar to 511.
The giant smiled when he saw me and stuck out his hand.
Well, well, well. I'm certainly glad to see you. We thought you'd never get here. Hope you had a pleasant trip.
I was okay.
I know you're tired and hot and would like to wash up a little and refresh yourself, but the rest of the boys are headquartered in 810. They're mighty anxious to meet you. Mighty anxious. Us Delta cotton growers are going to make it or break it at this convention. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We sure are, aren't we?
As soon as you're cleaned up, you come right over. We have a drink, and I'll show you around the town.
Yeah, that'll be swell. 8:10?
8:10. About an hour?
About an hour.
I'll see you.
Hey, clerk.
Yes, sir?
How long have the Delta cotton growers been in town?
Delta cotton growers? Well, they had their convention last month, sir.
Who's registered in 810?
We have no 810, sir.
I'd done someone dirty. When he came over with a hand out in front, I was supposed to say, "You got the wrong fellow. My name's Dollar." But I made him play it out for a particular reason. He wanted to know who I was, and he didn't quite know. But then I wanted to know who he was, and I didn't quite know. I wanted to know him because of that .38 strapped under his left arm. It bulged out just enough to make me curious. By 7:30, I'd eaten dinner and found an address on Ursuline Street, the address where Jeannie Perling was living. The mailbox carried that name. It was one of those unpainted apartment houses in the French Quarter, full of heat and low-watt light bulbs. The girl who opened the door was a medium-sized blonde, and she wore a black dress. The girl I was looking for had coal black hair.
Yes?
How do you do? My name's Johnny Dollar. I came here to see Jeannie Perling.
Come in, please. You're a friend of Jean's?
In a way, I just came from New York.
You know her father, then?
Yes.
Oh. I'm Janice Floyd, Jean's roommate. This way. Careful, it's a little dark.
Sure. Maybe I had the feeling when I saw the black dress. But I knew I had it when Janice Floyd turned and led me through the two large rooms that made the apartment. I thought that was the end of it, but there was one more room. The blonde girl stood to one side so I could see in. The perspiration began to trickle down my face. I knew what was coming.
Here she is, Mr. Dollar.
She was there, all right. As lovely and as young and beautiful as the picture. There was a candle burning at her head and feet. And she was dead. I don't know how long I stood there in that dark room staring down at her. I think there were other people in there, too. Dark people, heads bowed, hands folded in front of them, all looking at her. How'd it happen?
Leukemia. You know... Didn't you know her very long?
No. No, as a matter of fact, Miss Floyd, I didn't ever know her. I certainly didn't know she was dead when I came here tonight. I hardly expected...
She asked that it be this way. But who are you?
I'm an insurance investigator.
From her father?
Not exactly, no.
Oh, yes, I see it now. You aren't the first one who's been here looking for her. There have been others. Detectives and lawyers trying to get her to go back.
What?
If he'd loved her, if they'd loved her for just one unselfish moment, she would still be there. Well, Mr. Dollar, she's where her father can't bother her anymore. You tell him that when you go back to New York. Tell him he can stop hiring lawyers and detectives to find her. Now, get out.
Expense account item 13, $5, the usual charge in any city for having a legal document copied and photostated. A death certificate verifying the fact that the girl had died on the 20th day of the month. A medical report attached to the certificate named the cause of death as leukemia. I had copies of all these legal documents by 10 o'clock the following morning. I even went through the motions of phoning the desk and asking for a bill and making a plane reservation for that night. I had a feeling someone would be very interested to see me take care of all those things, and I was right. The big blonde man with the .38 happened to be in one corner of the lobby when I paid my bill. He also happened to be at the airport when I picked up my ticket, but then he got careless. I walked through the gate, waited 2 minutes, and slipped back to grab a cab in front, just in time to see him wheel a battered convertible out of the parking lot and head back for town. I followed in my cab. He went to the Ursuline Street address. 2 minutes later, he came out. Expense account, item 14, $8. I let my cab go and strolled up to him just as he was getting in his car. Hiya.
What?
Look, we've been playing games long enough, don't you think? Well?
Why don't you go back to New York and do what you have to do?
Deliver this death certificate? I don't believe it.
You saw her dead, didn't you?
Still don't believe it.
That's too bad, because that's the way it is.
He got in his car, started it up, drove away. I stood there and watched him go. Money, I kept saying to myself. Money. There's money in it somewhere. Plain old money.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, there's still money in it. More money than it takes to save a life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the final episode of this week's story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Janice Floyd, Mr. Dollar.
Hello.
I understand you don't quite believe that Jeannie Perling is dead.
That's about right.
I'm really not concerned one way or the other what you believe or disbelieve. I do know that I've been through quite an ordeal lately, and if you have any plans for interfering or bothering me in any way, I'll call the police.
All right.
I hope you understand that.
I do.
Well then, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. I wrote to Morton Scottman at Eastern Liability, and I explained the circumstances under which I had arrived in New Orleans and located Jeannie Perling. I enclosed her death certificate and the medical statement. I also reported on the conduct of her ex-roommate, Janice Floyd. Then I sat down and called Janice on the phone.
Hello?
This is Johnny Dollar, Miss Floyd.
Yes.
I think it's time we had a talk.
Mr. Dollar, we have nothing to discuss.
I think we have.
What?
How you're being taken.
Taken? By whom?
By a couple of people.
Goodbye,
Look,
Mr.
don't hang up on me, Miss Floyd. I came down here to find Jean Perling. I'm with an insurance company. It was my job to check on a story her father told. Finding her was part of it. Let me come over and talk to you.
I'll be home tonight.
The apartment was 6 blocks from the hotel. I walked it for a reason. All kinds of people have followed me at one time or another, and I've followed all kinds of people. But the man who followed me off and on in New Orleans, the big blonde man with a .38, knew what he was doing. He was a professional. I made up my mind about that the first time I saw him, and I thought I was ready for him, but I wasn't. He waited until the streetlights got dim and no one was in sight. Oh! I vaguely remember that he caught me under the arms and laid me gently down on the street. That was all.
Easy, buddy, easy. You've been making too much whoopee.
Oh.
You folks visiting down here ought to be more careful.
Oh.
Get your suit all dirty. I wouldn't have found you, but my cab conked out right here.
Oh, my head, the side of my head.
Yeah, you must have fallen hard. You had enough for tonight, or you want to keep going?
Oh, I've had plenty.
Yes, sir. I'll call a doctor.
No, help me. I'll be all right.
You're easy now, easy.
Thanks. What time is it?
Almost midnight.
2 hours.
Where you want to go?
Wrestling Street.
Get in, get in.
Expense account item 16, $10 to one good Samaritan cab driver who picked me up and dropped me at Janice Floyd's apartment. I was still weaving on my feet when I tapped on the door.
Mr. Dollar, you've been hurt. Come in.
I'm all right. Packing?
Yes, I've decided to leave town. Tonight, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I thought it'd be something like that. Did a big fella, a blonde man, have anything to do with your decision to leave?
That's none of your business.
Let me tell you my business, Miss Floyd. I came down here to see Jean Perling.
You saw her. She's dead.
Yes, I saw her, dead. Yesterday, I mailed a copy of her death certificate to New York.
Well, then what else? What other business?
The man who came here yesterday and reported to you, the man who told you I'd left town and you could breathe easier again, the same man who called you later and told you I was still around, still asking questions. He's my business. He followed me on my way here tonight. He slugged me.
I don't believe you're telling me the truth.
What's his name? Any idea why he carries a gun?
Carries a gun? You're making all this up.
Why would I? I've got what I came for, or practically what I came for, legal proof of the whereabouts of one Jean Perling.
If Al hit you, he was trying to protect me.
Now, listen to me. I think I have pretty much of it in hand. Now, you tell me if I'm wrong. First off, you're not any Janice Floyd. I'd guess that Janice Floyd was the girl who died of leukemia. I've got her picture in my wallet. It was given to me by David Perling, who said it was his daughter.
This is all crazy.
Before you go into that, listen. I can have that body exhumed. I don't want to do it, but I will if I have to. Now, do you want me to do that?
All right. I'm Jean Perling.
And that was the Floyd girl who died?
Yes. She was sick, and, well, I knew my father had detectives looking for me. I just never wanted to see him again or go home again. It seemed if poor Janice were dying and she had no one, if she somehow had my name, and, well, I'd never be bothered with my family again.
That was a pretty idea. Was it yours?
Al and I thought of it.
Al?
Al Britt.
The blonde guy. Okay, how'd he work it?
He saw to it that Janice had my name. I know it was against the law, but well, she had no one, and if she was buried with my name, then I'd be free of my family.
Well, that took some managing.
They hate me. They always have. I want my own life.
I don't blame you. You're entitled to it. Are you sure that's what you're getting?
I'm going to marry Al, no matter what. If you go back and tell them, well, that'll be that. If you let me stay dead, I
can't let that happen.
Why not? Why not, Mr. Dollar? What harm would it do?
Let your father make a fool out of you?
I don't understand.
You're worth $100,000.
What?
Cold, hard cash. An irrevocable trust was set up on you when you were born. Comes to you when you're 25. That'll be next month.
I don't care about the money.
Now, wait a minute. In the event you should die before your 25th birthday, the money would revert to your nearest of kin.
My father?
Your father.
But I'm dead on paper.
Uh-huh.
Then Al...
Somebody paid him. Probably your father. To make love to you.
No.
Get out of here, Dollar.
Al, wait.
I told you this man meant nothing but trouble.
He knows all about it.
Oh, he can't prove a thing. Get out of here, you.
Take it easy, Britt.
Al.
Yes, honey.
I know about you.
Honey, I don't know what to say.
Go. Just go, please.
He went. He looked at both of us as he went out the door. It was sort of a whip look, the way a puppy stares at you when you've caught him chewing on a slipper. I sat a while with Jean Perling. She didn't say much. There wasn't much she could say. I told her I didn't think there was any reason for her to go back to New York unless she wanted to. She said she didn't want to go, didn't know what to do at the moment, and, well, we left it at that. I went back to my hotel and tried to get some sleep. About 6 o'clock in the morning, I got up, bathed, shaved, and packed. By 7:30, I had breakfast and was just about to check out.
Hello?
Hello, Britt.
Leaving?
That's right.
I'd like to talk first.
Sure. Okay.
You messed it up fine for her and me. I tried to call her this morning, and she hung up on me. I went over there, she wouldn't let me in.
I don't blame her, do you?
I guess I don't. I decided to leave town.
Yeah, maybe that's better.
I don't know whether it is or not. You make it hard for a guy to talk.
All right, now look at it my way. This whole thing's been rotten. I met her father, and I know what kind he is. I know what he's done to her, what he'll do to her if she goes back. And then there's you, Britt, the hired man. You went in and made love to her for a salary. I didn't like it having to tell her that, and it must hurt. It must hurt pretty bad. So you see, I'm not too interested in what you might have to say or what you're going to do.
Wait. You're right reading me out this way. I deserve it. The old man found out where she was 4 months ago. I found out for him. I knew the girl she was living with had leukemia. I planned the whole switch. I put it to her the way she explained it, about being dead to keep away from her old man.
Of course, you didn't mention that $100,000 he could get his hands on once she was dead.
No, I didn't. But something funny happened to me, Dollar. I mean, I've done my share of dirty jobs. I've seen a lot of the human race. Taking a salary to make a sucker out of her didn't bother me at all. Not at first. And then I found out when she touched my face, I lived for that touch. And when I held her, she lived for me. I never thought it had happened to me, but it did. If you see her again, Dollar, tell her I was trying to stop it. I mean, all this part. But it was too late. Funny how things turn out, huh?
Yeah. Funny. Expense account item 17, $42.13, hotel and board bill. Item 18, $101 even, airplane ticket back to Hartford. Item 19, $1 cab fare. I stopped by her apartment on my way to the airport.
Oh, I thought you'd left, Mr. Dollar.
Well, came to say goodbye. How's it going today?
All right. I have some brandy.
No, thanks. Jean.
Yes?
You going to New York?
No, I'll stay here a while. I don't want to see my father or mother.
How about Al Britt? He wants to see you.
Let's not talk about him, shall we? Do you think I'm a nice girl? Do you think my $100,000 will attract a lot of nice, eligible young men to me? Do you think
Oh, stop it. You'll burn your brakes.
Johnny.
Oh, no. Here.
I know what he did. I know why he did it. But I love him. He did his job too well.
Yeah. He could tell you what he started out to do and what happened to him with you. He could tell you if you let him.
He told you?
Yeah.
What kind of a trick is it?
No trick. Couldn't be. The guy's too mixed up. Tell you what, he'll try again. When he calls up next time, talk to him.
Why should I?
Because you may not have a mother and father or anyone else. But you do have him. And you will have him as long as he lives, if you want him. And that's what you've been looking for all your life. Someone to have. I'd take him if I were you. Item 20, $10, miscellaneous. Total expense account, $714.35. Remarks, none. Report, she took him. They were married in Tampa this morning. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, a lonely girl, a fine young man, a gentle father, and one of them is a killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Forrest Lewis, Jeanette Nolan, Russell Thorson, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Petruzzi, Barbara Fuller, Herbert Ellis, and Marvin Miller. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino and Carl Fortina. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Lock cell block. Lock cell block. Lock cell block. The crime cases of Warden Laws. The makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast tonight present from the private files of Louis E. Laws, former warden of Sing Sing Prison, case number 43587M for murder. If you need a fine new suit for business or a good-looking sport jacket for weekend wear and want to make your dollars do double duty, here's how. Insist on Clippercraft Clothes. Famous for stretching your dollars and giving you positively extraordinary value are the fine stores everywhere selling Clippercraft. Despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing, you can buy long-wearing, beautifully tailored Clippercraft suits for only $35 and $40. Fine tropical worsteds for only $30, $32.50, and $35. And luxurious sport jackets for only $24. It's the Clippercraft plan that makes Clippercraft clothes possible at these low prices, concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, reducing manufacturing and distribution costs. And the savings go to you. Comparison of Clippercraft values with clothes selling for many dollars more will convince you as nothing else can. See your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. And now from the files of Warden Laws, case number 43587M for murder. There's a number of cases in the warden's files with special, unusual twists, each stranger than fiction. Now take the case of Al Keeler, retired racketeer. He had a special talent for attracting the opposite sex, and finally he made it pay off. In short, he married Ruth Emery, a widow with $2 million. But after a few months, Al Keeler found out the payoff wasn't going to be so easy after all. And the reason was George Van Horn, Ruth's lawyer.
Ruth,
Yes?
I just saw George Van Horn leaving the house when I came in.
Well, what of it, Al?
You're spending a lot of time with him.
Naturally, he's my family lawyer. These legal affairs to discuss.
Are you sure it's just legal affairs?
What are you driving at? What do you mean?
I mean, I don't want him hanging around here. He doesn't like me, and I don't like him.
He's my lawyer. I'll have him here all I please.
Listen, Ruth, I'm your husband.
My husband, yes. Yes, we're married. But that's all. You don't care about me, Al. It's my money you want. Oh, I'll admit I thought you were in love with me in the beginning. But now I know better.
So Van Horn's really poisoned your mind against me, has he?
Oh, let go of my arm. Stop twisting it. You cutter snipe.
Okay, I'll stop now. Well, that's just a taste of what you're going to get if I find Van Horn around here again.
Good evening, Celia.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Van Horn.
Mrs. Keeler in?
Yes, sir. She's in the library.
Never mind announcing me, Celia. I'll go right in. Hello, Ruth.
George. Oh, George, you shouldn't have come here to the house.
No? Why not?
Dale. He's forbidden me. Oh, George, he hates you. I'm afraid of what he...
Nonsense, Ruth. I'm not afraid of Al Keeler or any other ex-gangster like him. I just dropped in to tell you I'm ready to execute the new will you made out.
Oh. But, George, if Al ever finds out...
Finds out what, Ruth?
Al.
I saw Mr. Van Horn's car out in front, so I thought I'd come in the back way.
Al.
I told you never to see Van Horn again, Ruth.
Look here, Keeler.
Shut up, Van Horn.
Georgie, he's got a gun.
Yeah. And I haven't forgotten how to use it.
Al, you wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I, baby? Back in the old days, I used to be a trigger man. My clients paid me $1,000 for every sucker I knocked off. But this little job's worth $2 million. The sweet payoff, huh, Van Horn?
Keeler, you don't mean you're going to...
Yeah. First her and then you, pal.
You're crazy. They'll give you the chair for this.
Will they? I'm surprised at you, Van Horn. For a smart mouthpiece, you're pretty dumb. This is, what do they call it? Yeah, crime of passion. I walk in here, find you making love to my wife, so...
Al, no. No, don't do it.
Goodbye, baby.
Al, please, don't.
Why, you crazy fiend, you'll get the chair for this.
All I'm gonna get, my friend, is $2 million.
Well, Keeler, tomorrow's the last day of the trial. The DA is going to ask the jury to send you to the chair.
Yeah, Liver, I know. Look, I've been sitting here in this cell worrying myself sick about what's going to happen. Now, you're my mouthpiece. What are my chances?
Pretty bad. In fact, very bad.
I thought I had it all figured out. I thought the jury would see it my way. When a husband finds someone else making love to his wife...
The DA has convinced the jury that you killed your wife for her money. And your past record, Keeler, doesn't help any.
But I could have proved it. Celia Johnson, the maid, saw Van Horn coming to my house almost every day, only...
Only the maid became frightened and left town. And we can't locate her.
Yeah.
She might have been our star witness, Keeler, and got you an acquittal. No?
Yeah, I know. Now it looks bad. Wait a minute, Leopard.
Yes?
You know Ed Coakley?
I think I do. He was your, assistant in the old days, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Now get in touch with Coakley, Leopard. Tell him I gotta see him right away. I gotta see him before we go into court tomorrow.
You, want to see the guy?
Yeah, Ed, look, Did you notice that Frankie Warren was in the jury?
The con man? Sure, I saw him in the box. That little rat sure get the ride.
Yeah. Ed, listen, do you think he'd do me a favor?
Frankie? Well, I don't know. I did him out of a couple of jobs in the old days.
Yeah, but I'm in trouble now, plenty of trouble.
He wouldn't be interested in that, Al.
You think he'd be interested in a little dough?
How much?
Say 10 grand in cash and on the line.
I think you've got yourself a customer, Al. You want me to talk to him?
Yeah, but get to him tonight, before we go into court tomorrow.
What do you want me to tell him?
Tell him to hold out for manslaughter, no matter what the other jurors want.
For manslaughter?
That's right. If he tried to hold out for an acquittal, it looks suspicious. The DA's got me over a barrel.
Yeah, but even if you don't get the chair, it might mean years in the clink.
Don't worry. Once I get there, I can work my way out. All I want now is a verdict of manslaughter. Order in the court. Very well, Mr. Leverett. Proceed.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, the district attorney has stated to you in his summation that my client, the defendant Albert Keeler, murdered his wife and George Van Horn in order to gain possession of her fortune. I dispute that. I say that my client was a wronged husband who killed in blind and outraged passion. Yes, gentlemen of the jury, I say that and I can prove it. Even my client is unaware of this fact, ladies and gentlemen. But only an hour ago, I located a key witness who can attest to the fact that George Van Horn was a frequent visitor to Ruth Keeler's house behind her husband's back. And that key witness is in this courtroom now.
Order in the court. Call your witness, Mr. Leverett.
Yes, Your Honor. Will Celia Johnson step to the witness chair? I don't understand it, Keeler. I just don't understand it. The jury's been out for 2 days, and the jurors' vote is still 11-1.
Well, he can't convince that 12th juror, huh, Leverett?
Yes, he's holding out, and nothing will shake him.
I'll tell you a little secret, Leverett. I bribed that 12th juror.
You did what?
Yeah. Paid him 10 grand.
Keeler, you fool!
What do you mean?
That juror's the only one who's preventing you from walking out of that prison a free man.
That juror? I don't get you. What do you...
Celia Johnson, as our key witness, changed things. She swung 11 jurors around to a verdict of acquittal. But the 12th, the one you bribed, is still holding out for manslaughter.
In just a moment, we'll be back with the surprise ending of tonight's case. Every day is Value Day when you insist on clothes by Clippercraft. We have to know our values are superlative when we suggest you compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for very much more, which is exactly what we do suggest, because there's a great big idea behind Clippercraft clothes, a great big idea in the form of the famous Clippercraft plan. You who buy our clothes get the benefit of great savings made by concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. The Clippercraft plan really streamlines the fine old craft of clothes making. When you can get such remarkably fine quality in suits for only $35 and $40, in tropical worsteds for only $30, $32.50, and $35, and in sport jackets for only $24, why pay more? The Clippercraft label means unrivaled value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city. That's the store where courtesy and friendly service is always yours. The store that is proud to add its fine name to that of Clippercraft clothes in the label of your suit, tropical worsteds, and sport jacket. Now remember, not every pattern is always available in your size, but keep on trying. It will pay you to wait for Clippercraft clothes. And now back to tonight's case. The 12th juror still held out for manslaughter, and finally the result was a hung jury. This called for a new trial and gave the district attorney another chance to get back at Al Keeler. He unearthed more sensational new evidence proving by a forged will that Al Keeler murdered his wife not out of jealousy, but because he wanted her money. And this time, Al Keeler was sentenced to the electric chair.
What a fool I was, Ed. What a fool.
Yeah, you can say that again, Al.
Only that dumb rat Frankie Warren hadn't stuck to my instructions and held out for that manslaughter rap. If only I hadn't tried to bribe him in the first place.
Yeah, you'd be in the clear, Al. You wouldn't be going to the chair. But never have been a hung jury in a new trial.
To think I paid him $10,000. Yeah, 10,000 bucks. You know, Ed, I was just thinking, it's kind of funny in a way.
Funny? What's funny?
I guess I'm the only guy who ever paid his way to the electric chair.
Next week, the crime cases of Warden Laws will present the dramatic story of a girl who risked her life to pay a debt she did not owe. All names of persons and places mentioned in today's case are fictitious. The Crime Cases of Warden Laws, a Bernard J. Proctor production, is written by Max Ehrlich and is directed by Arnold Michaelis. George Petrie played Al Keeler. Mary Jane Higbee played Ruth Emery. This is Ty Harris speaking for the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men. Remember, if you don't know the name of the Clippercraft dealer nearest you, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Now stay tuned to that famous racket-busting program, Special Investigator, which follows immediately over most of these mutual stations. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at MARSDEN Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I'd recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden-Lee, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Come in. Yes, what is it?
Be you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow, with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke.
A stroke?
That's what it be.
Well, hurry, man. Let's go. come now, Mrs. Maltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why, Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seemed so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Morning, sir.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltravers dies? You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltravers' death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcers. This Richard Maltravers had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, how you say, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a super?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltravers' death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, with certainty, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer saucepan of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find the true cause. But hemorrhage, ma foi, hemorrhage is, well, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Eh, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Eh bien. Now, where is this place, this MARSDEN Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden-Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden-Lee. All right, Hastings, we go.
Ah, well, so this is Marsden Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Tickets, sir.
Here you are, my friend.
I suppose you'll be coming down for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you made the funeral of Master Maltravers. About the manor.
Oh, you say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with the thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we shall see. Now, could you tell us where a Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye, up yon hill, about half a mile.
Well, come, Hastings. I understand, Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltravers.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum,
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, you know, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
Is that so? Indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes, yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? These ulcers of the stomach, they are what you call chronic,
Yes, yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltravers before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith-healing sect.
But you examined the body?
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under-gardeners.
And the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot, huh?
My dear sir,
I beg pardon. But I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound for the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy, huh?
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami, except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's, because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame. It is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday, huh?
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
No, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
Yes, so I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard 1 or 2 shots at a distance.
So? Where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Bien, here it is. Ah, 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you remain here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. But I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration.
Why, are you interested in such things, Mr. Poirot?
All fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go. Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Why, really, Mr. Poirot, I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie!
Hello,
You! Why, I thought you were on your way back to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down? Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot, the Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
Shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
All right, Poirot. Now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. Garçon!
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçon.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, the dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right-o, Governor. You've been up at the Manor, sir?
I mean, yes, we have.
It's sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the Manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Awesome.
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll better Bob the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? He object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But I has my opinion, I has.
Without a doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bock, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Waiter, a mug of ale.
Hello, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Of what was the talk at this dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I've spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They've been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings she does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me, I am not so.
Well, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not the closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word, the first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Oh, very well, Poirot.
Now, day.
Night.
Name.
Place.
Bernard.
Shore.
Monday.
Dinner.
Journey.
Ship.
Country.
Uganda.
Story.
Lions.
Bird gun.
Farm.
Shot.
Suicide.
Elephant.
Tusks.
Money.
Lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not. But nevertheless, you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind. Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him.
Oh.
Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man. To MARSDEN Manor. Hastings, to MARSDEN Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with the bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try...
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Eh bien, madame, I am sure you will succeed. Until 8, madame, au revoir. Travers, we are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say, there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Well, let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the lights.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please, no matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
But of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he is outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed.
What? No, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It is the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. My husband, you must have seen him too.
Look. She's right. He is there.
His hand. Look, it's pointing. What's that light coming from?
Pointing at her.
What did you... Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood? Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I did it. Take it away. Take it away.
Lights!
Good heavens, Poirot, she's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens, that lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe.
His shoe, Poirot?
Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance, was it all fake?
Mais certainement. She meant to pull the sheep.
Wool.
Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the sheep's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband's ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with a great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tottenham. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that the conceit of murderers is colossal. original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking. Speaking.